Hello everyone. In today's video, we are going to be building a landing page from scratch using React, Tailwind CSS, and Figma Motion. This tutorial is designed for anyone who is interested in learning how to turn web designs into beautiful landing pages using these three tools. Towards the end of today's tutorial, I'm also going to be showing you how you can deploy the landing page to the internet with one drag and drop using a platform called Netlify. Lastly, today's landing page was designed by me and is available for free. Click the second link in the description below if you want to check it out. Otherwise, we can jump right into setting up today's project. To get started with today's project, let's first download the starter code. To do so, click the first link in the description below. Once the page loads, click the blue code button and then click Download Zip. Within the downloaded folder, you will see a folder titled Starter Project. Open this folder in Visual Studio Code. It's important to note that you can use any code editor to run this project, but I recommend Visual Studio Code as it has some very helpful extensions that we are going to install before working on today's project. Next, open a terminal in Visual Studio Code by clicking Terminal and then New Terminal. Within the terminal, type npm install and hit enter. This will install all of the packages we need to run today's project. To ensure that everything is working, type npm run dev in the terminal and hit enter. Your live web page should open up in your browser. If it doesn't, go back to the terminal and click on the URL. And with that last step out of the way, we officially have our landing page up and running. Before we start developing today's landing page, let's briefly go over what's contained in today's starter code. First, let's take a look at our main app component. You can see that we have one h1 element that contains the text hello world. Inside of our index.css file, we have a couple items as well. First, we have an import statement that loads the Poppins font from Google Fonts. Next, we import Tailwind. This allows Tailwind to function within our project. After this, we have the @theme declaration. This declaration allows us to override or extend the pre-existing utility classes Tailwind CSS provides for us. Within it, we are first defining different shades and tints of our primary color, which we will be using in today's landing page. Below these colors, we have a couple other custom variables defined. The first one simply tells Tailwind CSS that we want the default font to be Poppins. The two below that are used to create a glowing effect that we will be using for the buttons on our landing page. Within our utilities folder, we have a content file. This file simply contains all the content for our landing page. For example, you can see a testimonial list that contains all 15 testimonials that we will be using in today's tutorial. Next, we have our components folder, which will house all of our React components. Within it, we have one subfolder titled icons. Under the hood, each one of these icon components simply returns a SVG icon that we are going to be using in our design. Lastly, we have our assets folder. This folder contains all the images and logos we are going to be using in today's web page. You're welcome to take a peek through them before getting started. We also have a couple small changes within index.html. This includes adding our logo as a favicon, renaming the web page, and giving our web page a short description, which helps with search engine optimization. There's only one more thing that I want to cover before we get started, and that is installing two very helpful Tailwind CSS extensions inside of Visual Studio Code. First, let's navigate over to our Extensions tab inside of Visual Studio Code. Within the search bar, let's type Tailwind CSS IntelliSense and then click Install. This extension allows us to see relevant Tailwind CSS classes as we type them. Now let's return back to our Extensions tab and install ES7 Plus React/Redux/React Native snippets. This extension allows us to easily create the scaffolding for React components with short commands. When your project grows in size and you continue to add more and more components, things like this can help you speed up your workflow significantly. All right, and with that out of the way, we are officially done with the configuration and can now actually get into coding up our landing page. All right, so as we jump into coding up our landing page, I want to briefly go over the scope of today's project because I realized I didn't really cover it that well just yet. So first and foremost, we're going to be implementing our design on desktop. So you can see it here. We're going to be implementing this header section, all the sections in between here, all the way down to our footer section. After that, we're going to be implementing our desktop modal. Or we might actually implement it along the way. We might implement it as we implement the header section. We'll have to see how we decide to approach that. Then we are going to implement our responsive design. So you can see our design also looks good on mobile all the way through. This is a 393 pixel wide frame here, and that corresponds to the size of an iPhone 12. Over here, you can see that our modal is also responsive, and we also have a mobile menu as well. So you can see if the user clicks on this icon here, it will open up this mobile menu, which has all of the same links that were present in our navigation section on desktop. Okay, once we implement all this design and code, we are then going to deploy the site to the internet, which you can see right here. I have it open in Netlify. This is where we're going to be deploying it. Let's click on this, and there it is, live in our browser. Again, it is in fact responsive, has all the animations and hover states that we want. And so yeah, that covers the scope of today's tutorial. And so now we can actually get into coding up today's landing page. All right, so to begin, the first thing that we're going to want to do is open up our terminal, and you guys may have already done this. We're going to open up a terminal, new terminal, and we are going to run our project so it is open in our browser. So let's type npm run dev, which stands for Node Package Manager Run Development. So we run our development environment, and now we can see our live changes in our browser. You can see here by default in our app component, all we have is this bold blue text that says hello world. Okay, and you can see just next to this tab, I also have the design open in Figma. I recommend that you guys do that so you can easily bounce back and forth. This is going to be a very common pattern if you plan on implementing your own landing pages. You're going to be looking at the design and implementing the code just next door, so to speak. Okay, and so now the first thing that we're going to do is implement our page component. So let's go into our components folder, which is going to house all of our React components. Let's create a new subfolder titled sections. This is going to hold each section of our landing page. Okay. Now let's go into here and let's add our page component, page.jsx. And of course we could type function page like this and return our stuff. But again, the reason that we do not want to do this is because it is going to be redundant. So inevitably you'll find in your React projects that you're doing this again and again and again. And so it's actually easier to just use the extension that we installed, rfc, type that command. You can either click it right here or hit tab. And you can see now we have wireframed our page component, which simply makes a component that is the same name as the file here. And it exports it immediately. So very helpful. Now within this page component, we're just going to render nothing right now, actually. We're going to go into app and we are going to first render our page here. So let's go over here and let's delete that. Let's type PAGE. I got lucky and got the auto import. Did not want to add the braces though. Okay. So now the first thing that we're rendering an app is our page component. Now, right now it is opening and closing itself, right? So we have the opening tag and the closing tag, or I should say this is a opening and closing tag, but we do not want that. We want the page to wrap all of the other sections in our landing page here. Okay. So what we're actually going to do is go like this and add a separate open and closing tag. Now, whatever we pass in here, let's type hi, is going to get passed into our page component as children. So let's hop over to our page component here. Whoops. Oh, it looks like it didn't maybe import it correctly, but let's actually see if that's the case. So let's first read in the children property that is provided by React. Again, this is going to hold all the content that is within the page component that is rendered inside our app. Whoops. Let's type children. All right, so there it is. So you can see right here, we have the text hi. It's a little bit hard to see. I can zoom in there. And we can type whatever here, and you will see that it is rendered there. So again, it is in between the open and closing tags. That means it is children to the page component, which is a little easier to see, I suppose, if we did it like this. I can see. Give it some, there you go, tab it over, right? And you can see Prettier likes to do that. But either way, we can now render the children within the page itself. Now, the reason I didn't want to add the div inside of app right here, some of you might say, well, why didn't we just add this div right here inside the app component itself? It's because then we don't actually know what that div represents. So here, if we just went like this, let's say hypothetically we went like this and then added hi, you can see that it's going to have the same effect here, and we could add whatever within this div tag, but now we don't actually know what this div represents. Whereas if we go like this, we clearly have a semantic understanding of what that div actually represents inside of our code. It is our page. Okay, and so now that we're done with that, we can actually hop into coding up our header section. All right, so the next thing that we're going to do is create our header component. Okay, so let's start off by going into our components folder and into our sections folder within our components folder, and let's add our header.jsx. Within our header component, we're going to type rfc and hit tab. Again, we have our wireframed header component, which simply has a div in it. Let's actually type header within it just for now. Now let's go back into app and let's import our header from ./components/section/header. You can see it's already complaining because we're not using that variable, but we are going to right here. So within our page, the first thing that we're going to render is our header. Okay. And there it is. You can see now our header is being rendered inside of our web page. Now let's go back into header and start specifying some classes. So the first Tailwind utility class that we are going to specify is going to be a PY of 10. Now, if we hover over that, you can see that simply adds a padding on the y-axis of 40 pixels. Okay. Now let's go into DevTools. So let's right click and click Inspect. When you go into DevTools, your stuff will probably be on the right here, but mine's on the bottom because I want to have more horizontal space for the tutorial. Now, if we click this arrow down here, we can hover over and see that our header has 40 pixels on the top and the bottom. Okay. Now, the next order of business is going to be adding our gradient. So you can see on our header here, we have a gradient from the top to the bottom from primary 1500 to primary 1300. Now, primary 1500 is a very dark shade of our primary color, and then primary 1300 is a slightly lighter shade. Okay. And again, we have those specified right here. So we have created our own variables in our @theme declaration within index.css, where we specified different shades and tints of our primary color. Okay, so notice this -- color primary 1500 and -- color primary 1300. So let's go into header and let's specify our background. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to say background dash, and we're going to add brackets. The reason we add brackets is because this is how you specify specific values in Tailwind CSS, right? So we're providing a custom background. As an example, we can't just use background dash amber 500 or something that's already built into Tailwind, because of course we are creating a background that does not exist as of current, right? So let's add brackets and let's type in our linear gradient. So we're going to do linear dash gradient, put parentheses, and within here, we're going to type 2_bottom. That's going to make it go from top to bottom. Now, what is at the top? Our top is going to be a variable. So let's type var and then put 2 parentheses and type -- color primary 1500. And then we'll put a comma and put a second variable that is going to be -- color primary 1300. Okay. And if we save that, there it is. Now you can see we have our gradient from top to bottom of our darker primary 1500 down to our lighter primary 1300. Now there's actually one other thing in our background that we're going to add. If we go to our landing page and we zoom in, you'll see that there's this kind of grainy effect, and that's called noise. In web design, that's called noise, or I guess just in design in general, it's called noise. And it adds a nice little bit of flair and kind of depth to our design. And so we're going to add this on top of our background gradient here. Now, how are we going to do that? Well, thankfully in Tailwind, we can specify more than one thing for our background. So here's the first thing. Actually, we'll say the second thing for our background, which is right here. Now let's actually specify one more thing. We're going to specify a URL and add parentheses. We're going to type within quotes, we'll type /source /assets /noise.webp. Now, where's this image actually coming from? And actually, I should specify after this URL, we're going to place a comma right here. Okay. So where actually is this coming from? This is coming from our assets folder and noise. Okay, so here you can see the noise pattern. If you zoom in really far, you can see the noise pattern kind of behind this checkerboard pattern that Tailwind CSS kind of adds to the background of all of our images here. Okay, so this checker pattern is not part of the noise, but just what's in the background here. It almost looks like obsidian from Minecraft, right? If you know, you know, but that is not part of it. Okay. So now that we have that, you can see that it is not loading in our browser, so it can be a little bit tricky to get these to work. So sometimes you got to toy with it a little bit. You can see this is a pretty complex declaration here. So you have to get rid of this space here. Okay, cannot have that. Let's see, did that fix it? No, maybe. Yes, no. It always takes a couple tries here. And let's try it one more time. Now I'm actually going to restart our application. So I'm going to type Control-C in our terminal and type npm run dev. All right, there it is. Okay. So as you can see, I had to restart my application. You may have to do that as well. And if you have other issues, just play with this here. You can't have spaces. Sometimes you can't have a space here, or you can't have a space here. You got to remember that you need to have commas all around here. You have to have comma between this image here and then this linear gradient. And now the reason that we want to actually move this out of this folder is because specifically that it's extremely complex to type this again and again, and we're going to be using it throughout our application. There's going to be other points when we want this background gradient. And so what we're actually going to do is create our own custom Tailwind class. Now, the way we do that is we can simply copy this, go into index.css, and below this @theme declaration, let's actually create our own class. So we're going to type a period and then do background gradient to bottom. And let's add some curly braces. And within here, we can simply paste what it was that we typed in our header. Okay. Now let's add a semicolon at the end here. And before, we're going to type @apply. Okay. And now we have this @apply rule. Now what this does is it allows us to use Tailwind utility classes and then compose them together and create our own class. So like as an example, you guys don't have to type this, but let's just say we had, I don't know, let's just call it ASD, right? And we say @apply, we could say like background red 500. Now these are Tailwind utility classes, and we could say, you know, I don't know, font bold. And now this right here, this .asd, we can use this. Right? We could literally go here and type ASD. And that will now apply in our application. So you can see our header is now, you can see our text here is now bold, right? And that's because we are applying this ASD Tailwind class that we actually created ourselves. And under the hood, that Tailwind class that we created is other Tailwind classes that we've kind of composed together. So if we delete this here, we can now use this custom class that we created, which under the hood has its own Tailwind classes. Okay, so let's actually add that right here. Whoops. And let's see if it worked. Again, it's always tricky to get these to work. So hopefully it worked. We'll see. We might have to restart the application. Let's give it a try. npm run dev. Please work. Nice. All right. And now it's probably tricky to see, but if you zoom in, you can see that we do in fact have that grainy pattern in the background. Okay. And of course, as you zoom out, you can't see it that well, but subtly it does affect you subconsciously, and it has this very cool effect. Okay. And you will see it on some landing pages. I actually think that Figma Motion's landing page, if you go check it out, it does have a grainy effect as in the background, and it is very cool. Okay. Let's go back to 100%. Let's open up DevTools again. All right. And I'm not sure if I explained how to open up DevTools, but again, that's Control-Shift-I or right-click and hit Inspect. Okay. And now we're good to go. So we have successfully completed our header section, and now we are prepared to add our 3 subsections, which is going to be our navigation, our hero, as well as our review section. So I'll see you guys over there. All right, so now we can hop into setting up our navigation component, and our navigation component is actually going to be within our header itself here. Okay. So let's actually make it so that our header tag is not opening and closing itself. It's not a self-closing tag, I should say, but instead it is open and closing, because again, in our page, we're going to have our header, main, and footer, and those are going to contain subsections of their own here. Okay, so here we can just say hi, just for now, and we should be able to see that here. Okay, please reload. Please. Oh, actually, you know what? Our header is not going to render this children property here because there actually is no children property within header. Okay. So we're just going to render it like that for now. Okay. And now let's go in and create our navigation component. So let's go into sections and let's create navigation.jsx. Okay. Let's type in RFC and hit tab again. That's going to wireframe our navigation. And we can just type in here navigation. Awesome. Now let's go back here, and within our header, let's render that navigation. Navigation. Awesome. And again, you might have to import that if you didn't get the auto import like I did there. Okay. So now we can go up here and we can actually structure this a little better. We can say page, then we can say header. Okay. And within the header, we have our navigation. And of course, we're going to add these 2 other sections here. But for now, we just have the navigation. And now we can actually go in and start adding some of our styles to our navigation. All right. So what we're actually going to do here is we're going to add all of the markup, and then we're going to add the Tailwind classes. Now, the reason I want to do this is I think that this helps us understand the actual structure of the navigation in terms of the markup before we actually get into the styles. Okay. Because a lot of times with Tailwind, the styles can be so much that it can be kind of slow building out the components. So I think that this is a better way to approach it. So let's start off by actually just creating a nav, right? A nav component here, or a nav HTML element. And you can see Copilot's already trying to give me recommendations. Now, the first thing that we're going to have is an anchor tag. Okay. And within our anchor tag, we're going to have a logo. So logo like this. And now this logo, you can see we're actually instantiating a component. So the question is, where does this component actually come from? Well, I will show you. Here, we're going to type import logo from icons/logo. Okay. Now, again, our icons are simply React components, but under the hood, they're just SVGs. So we go into our logo, we can see that it just returns an SVG, which is just an image format. It's actually like almost like a code represented image format. So it's very cool. And this is our logo. Okay. And we're passing in a couple properties as well. So you can see we actually have a width property that we can specify. It has a default value of 1.5. And you can see we're immediately destructuring these here. It has a class name and a alternative text. Okay. So we'll give each one of our SVGs an alternative text here. Okay. So now we have our logo here. Now that is going to be this right here. Okay. But now we actually have to add our text itself. That's going to be adjacent to it. And that's going to contain the text note flow. Okay. So let's add a p tag and then we'll type in note flow. Okay. And now let's see if we can see this rendering. So we can't see it rendering here. Let me make sure the page is reloading. Looks like it's not. Let's actually make sure we didn't break anything in the process here. Header and then navigation. Please load. It's going very slowly. Oh my, I just realized that my internet was set to slow 4G. I was actually throttling it. I must have been doing some testing and that's why it was loading so slow. Okay, there we go. So it still says header, which is a little bit interesting. So let me actually check here. Let's go into header. And the reason why is that our header is not rendering any children, right? So let's go in here and let's actually pass down our children. So again, anything that's within our header tags is going to come into it as props in the form of children. And we can render it right here. So again, just passing our children right in there. Okay, and now you can see we have our icon and then we have our header itself. Now there's only one bar there. Now I think that's just because the line weight is a little bit too small. And you can see we also have note flow there. Whoops, can't really click it. Now, the reason why is we actually have to specify some classes here on our logo. We're going to give it a larger line weight. And that's why we have the weight property, or the width property, I should say. We're going to add a different width here. So our stroke width, we're going to make it a little bit wider and then it'll be easier to see. And it will look like this. Okay. So now that we have that, we have our logo in the top left, right? So we have our navigation in the top left. We have our logo here with its icon. Then in the center, we have these icons or these links. And then on the right, we have these two buttons. Okay, so on the left, we have this. And now what do we have in the middle? In the middle, we're going to have an unordered list. And within this unordered list, we're actually going to loop through our navigational links. So let's type in navigation links. And again, we can import that. Let's go here, import navigation links, and you can see it has this. This is not the correct spot here. We're going to do // going up into our parent directories, into utils, and then our content folder, or our content file, I should say. Now again, if you go into our content file, we can scroll down and see that we have a navigational links array. Each one is simply an object that has a ID, a link, and a href. And if we go to the bottom here, you can see that we are exporting it right here. Okay. So within our navigation, we're going to do navigation links.map. Okay. Map just simply returns one element for each element in our list. And we're going to say link. And within here, we are going to return a list item. So remember, this is it is a list within HTML. And so each child element should be a li, or a list item. There's that. And within here, we are going to add a anchor tag. Okay, so each one of these is going to be a link here. Okay. And within our anchor tag, we can simply specify our link.link, which is the actual name of the link. So in this case, it's going to be home, pricing, about, or community. For our list item, we're actually going to have to add a key here, and that's going to be our link.id. Okay, and so whenever you have a list of items, you need to give them a unique key property or a unique key value inside of React. You can look up documentation on that, but essentially it just makes it so that the React understands which items are in a list and whether they change over time, and that optimizes re-rendering and things of that nature. Okay. So now that we've done that, we can specify the href, which is going to be our link.href, which we took a peek at inside of our content folder. In this case, these are all just going to point towards the top of the page. So if you don't know, when you pass in an href of hash, it just sends you to the top of the page, because of course for our landing page, we aren't actually going to be linking anywhere. In a real life application, of course, you would want to link to different pages on your website. Okay. Now that we've done that, we can move on to setting up our last item, which is going to be a div here. So again, we have our logo on the left here. We have our links, our links in the middle here. And then on the right, we have two buttons. So within this div, you can see it somehow it already knew. That was very interesting. You see how it had two buttons there? How fascinating is that? So now let's do one button, and let's add in a second button as well. Okay. Now both of those are going to be as is, so we don't got to add anything else there within those. And we're going to add first login, and then we're going to add get started. All right. So now let's go over here and make sure that everything's working. So you can see we got, let's see if we can hover over these. It's kind of hard. We have note flow, home, pricing, about, community. Then we have login and get started. Awesome. So now let's go through the process of actually adding our Tailwind classes. Let me just make sure we didn't miss anything. Awesome. And when we're before we're done here with our actual landing page, we're also going to have a mobile icon here for our mobile menu. That's going to be right here within our navigation, but we can't see it right now because we're not on a smaller screen size. Okay, so inevitably we're going to make it so that these links on the right here disappear, and then the icon comes in, but we're going to set that up in a later section of the tutorial when we are actually working on the tablet view. Okay. So let's start here and let's start adding some classes. So first and foremost, let's go to our navigation. And actually we should have put a hash here, I think. Yeah, so here we're going to put a hash for the href, because again, we're just going to link to the top of the page when they click on this logo here, which is actually good UX, right? On most websites, if you do click on the logo, it will take you to the kind of the home page or the starting page at the top. Okay, so that's what the logo and your landing pages should actually link to. Okay. So now let's add some classes. The first one we're going to add is going to be text primary 50, which is a very, very light shade of our blue color here, or it's actually turquoise, I should say. So it's kind of hard to tell, but this should be text primary 50. Let's see. So you can see it's hashtag ECFD. So it's very, very light. And you can see that all of these have already been styled with that color. The reason why is because we're specifying it on the nav itself, and then it's being inherited by all of the children elements. So now you can see all of these actually have that hashtag ECF color. Okay. Next thing we're going to do is M auto. That's going to have the effect of centering our navigation section. So you couldn't really see it happen here because we haven't set some other properties, but inevitably what that would have done is make it so that our navigation is centered within our header section. Okay. Our header section is actually going to span all the way across the page. So as our screen gets big, like imagine big, like this, we go like this, our header is going to span all the way across. So we need to make sure we set margin auto to make it so that our navigation is actually centered within our header itself. Okay, and margin auto simply says make the margin on the left as big as possible, make the margin on the right as big as possible, and effectively that makes it so that it's centered. Okay. But I'm not going to explain the CSS too much because I understand that most of you guys probably have some CSS and HTML experience and you're more interested in learning about React and Tailwind and things like that. So I'm not going to explain the CSS too much, but I just wanted to go over that. Now let's add flex. So make it a flex container. And we are going to set this to justify between. So essentially force our items. Whoa. See, GitHub Copilot, sometimes it gets crazy. So justify between, that's going to have the effect of pushing our elements across, or separating them as much as possible. And you can see that's already kind of shaping up there. We already have the nice structure there. Now let's add our max width of 90 rem. Okay, if you don't know what rem is, essentially it's just 16 pixels. By default, the browser's rem is 16 pixels. And so if we specify 90 rem here, we're essentially saying 1440 pixels. Okay, and that corresponds to the width of our design here. Okay, and we're saying max width. So max-w is how you specify max width in Tailwind. And of course, when we do the open and closing bracket, like we talked about earlier, we could specify specific values. In this case, we're specifying 90 rem. Okay, and you could also get this and you could set it into a variable inside of index.css if you wanted, because we are going to be using that throughout each one of these sections here. Okay, but I like to keep it there. I don't think we necessarily need to put in index.css because it's not that sophisticated. Okay. Now let's move on to adding a px, so a padding on the x of 24, which translates to 96 pixels. Okay, so now you can see our content is nice and pushed in. Let's actually make this 1440. Right, we're supposed to be designing at this width, right? That's how we're designing here at 1440. I recommend putting it here at 1440. All right, our next order of business is going to be setting text large, and then we're going to put a slash, and we're going to put 8. Now what that does is it sets our text to 18 pixels. That's a Tailwind class. And then when we add the slash, we can actually set the line height. Okay, so by setting 8 under text large, you can see it's 32. Now the way that you specify that is essentially times 4. So if we do slash 8, 8 times 4 is 32. You can see that now our line height is 32. Now if we wanted our text to be, I don't know, super tall, we could probably put like 20 here. Whoops, whoa, 20. And you can see now it's very tall. The line height for each one of these is very, very tall, very tall. Okay, but we don't want 20 times 4, which is 80. We want 18 and 32, which corresponds to our design. If we go here, we can actually see these elements, I think, are 18 and 24 by default. Text large, 18, or my bad, 18 and 32 is what I meant to say there. Okay, so now let's zoom out again so we can see our design. And now we can move on from our text declaration. And we can do font light. Okay, that's going to drop our font weight down to 300, which makes it nice and thin, which corresponds to our design here. And that's it for our navigation itself. Now let's move on to our anchor tag. So here we're going to have just a couple classes. First and foremost, we're going to want to put our logo next to our note flow, right? So let's set flex. Let's set item center so that we're centering on the vertical axis. Under the hood, that is simply align item center. And if you guys ever want to check out what these CSS classes are under the hood, remember, you can just hover over them. So if I'm going through them a little bit fast and you wonder, oh, what does the item center actually mean? Just hover over them and you can see align item center. And then of course, if you have a question about what the actual CSS class does, like what is align items, of course, you can check out any documentation online. But again, we're just focused on the React and Tailwind for this tutorial here. Okay, so then we're going to do item center and we're going to do gap x of 3, which translates into a gap of 12 pixels. Okay, and that's between our logo and our note flow text here. So you can see that. Okay. Now the next order of business is fixing our logo, which will be very satisfying because you see right now it doesn't look very good. So we're going to pass in a class name, and the class name is going to take in stroke primary 500. Which is what it actually is by default, I think. You can see there, now our stroke is primary 500. And it's interesting that it only applied to that first line. So let's actually go in there and make sure that that is correct. Where is the stroke color? See, that's why. So right here, I specified it right here. I'm actually going to take this and copy it down. Now, when you guys get the code, I'll probably have already changed this, but I'm going to paste this down here. Our stroke, I'm actually specifying a variable, okay? And that's our color primary 500, right? And I should have probably had this in as default, but whatever. We'll drop that in. Drop that in before. I meant to say I should have had that in already, but now you can see that we actually probably don't even need to specify stroke primary 500. Let's get rid of that. Look at that. All right, awesome. Now let's do our weight. So we need to add a height of 6, h.6. Again, it's going to be 6 times 24. So that means we're going to have a height of 24 pixels for our icon here. And now let's fix up our weight. Okay, so I think I set it as weight. Is that what it was? Width. Okay, so our line width you can see is much too thin. Definitely does not look like our logo here. And we're going to set it to 5. Okay, and again, if you guys want to check that out, essentially if you go in here and we look at what is the width property doing, we can see under the hood, when we specify our width, we're overriding this default that I set of 1.5, and then we're setting that right here on each one of these sections of our logo. So our logo is comprised of 4 different paths, and those paths are setting their stroke width right here. Okay? And so you can set it a little bit thinner, a little bit wider. Maybe you think that 4 looks a little bit closer to the design, then you can use 4, maybe 6. That does not look like the design, but yeah, you can play with it and see what you think looks best and most consistent with the design. I think 5 looks good, but maybe 4.5, maybe 4.5. All right, let's move on to our p tag. And this p tag is for note flow. So we got to make this a little bit bolder here. So let's do text-XL, which I'm not sure what that is. It looks like it's font 20 and 1.4 for the line height. We're going to do font bold. That's going to push us up to a font weight of 700. And we're going to put tracking to tight. Okay, now tracking is between the text, or between the letters, I should say. Okay, so we do tracking dash please, not tracking dash please, tracking dash tight. Okay, you can see that actually brought our letters a little bit closer together here. So we hover over this, you can go here, and we can actually go into, it's, no, not elements, what is it? Yeah, click on this, go down to computed. You guys can't see because it's actually under my thing here. Let me move it over so you guys can see what I'm actually doing. A good way to check if your properties are actually being applied is right here. Let's click on the element that's in our browser. Where's our selection thing? Right here. And then go down here. So go to, you can see styles here. Let's go to computed and let's type, or actually let's go all the way to the bottom, or no, my bad. Type in here on the filter. Let's go letter spacing. Okay. So you can see -0.5 pixels. So you can see that our letters are in fact closer together. Okay. And so now the reason that that's important is because that corresponds to our design. If we click on our text here, you can see that we have 20, 24, and then -2.5% in terms of letter spacing. And that makes it look a little bit better. Okay. When letters are too far apart, larger text usually, it looks a little bit better if they're closer together. You'll see that it's very common in web design. Okay. Now let's make sure, is there anything else here? I think that's it. Yep. So we have those two classes. Now let's move on to our UL. As many of you probably expect, this is also going to be a flex container. So let's get these things adjacent to one another. There it is, home, pricing, about, and community. Now let's do item center so we can get some centering along the vertical axis, which will be important once we get our buttons in here, because notice that our buttons are actually taller than our links. Okay, so right there you couldn't see it happen, but they're going to be centered vertically. Okay, and now let's add a gap X of 8. Okay, and that is 32 pixels. 8 times 4, 32 pixels between each one of these. And we can hover over this flex container, check it out, and see, there it is. All right. Now let's move into our anchor tag. So nothing for our list item itself, but our anchor tag will in fact have some styles here. And let's put them right here. All right. Class name. And here we're going to have a couple things. We're going to have transition properties. So that's kind of interesting. Transition properties, it doesn't exist yet. We're actually going to create it. So we're going to do hover, and we're going to do text primary 500. Okay, and this is how you do hover effects inside of Tailwind. You just specify hover, and then a colon, and then the whatever property you want to specify in a hover state. Now you can see we have nice hover animation here. Okay. Now we are going to want to add something called transition properties. Now, what is transition properties? Well, this is actually a custom class that we're going to create. So let's do transition properties. Transition properties. And this does not exist. So this is not a Tailwind utility class. So we actually have to create it. And again, this is going to be one of our custom classes that we use throughout our application. And the reason that we want to put it inside of a custom Tailwind utility class is because we use it so frequently. Okay, so let's go back to index.css and let's set this one up. So here we're just going to create a custom class, transition properties. And under the hood, it's going to be, you can see it's already, Copilot's already trying to give me an answer here, which is actually pretty close. It's going to be transition all. So this is a Tailwind utility class, transition all. You can see I'm having a hard time typing. Now, if we look at that, that is simply saying transition every property. So as an example, let's say when we hover our element, we want it to grow by 1.5 times and we want it to turn pink. Well, it's going to do both of those things. Okay, so transition all properties. And we're also going to use a second class from Tailwind called duration. And once we type in duration, you can see we have all sorts of different defaults that Tailwind provides for us. We're going to use 150. So now we're saying transition all properties, and we want the animation to be 150 milliseconds, okay? Now if we go over to our navigation, we can specify it right here. So let's type in, we already did it, we can type in transition properties, okay? Now if we hover over it, you can see there's this nice effect, right? It's not slow, it's not fast. Now if we go here and you really want to see it just to make sure it's actually working, you could type in duration 500, and now you can see very, very slow, very, very slow. Okay. Now you want your website to be very snappy and responsive. So do not make it that long. 150 is much more suitable, okay? So now that we've done that, we can move into our next item, which is going to be our buttons here, okay? So let's start off by adding our class name, and we're going to add flex, item center. So flex, again, that's going to make it so that they're horizontal, item center, so that they're vertically aligned in the center. And then lastly, we're going to have a gap X of 3. Okay. And again, under the hood, that's just going to be a gap of 12 pixels between each one of our buttons here. Okay. And we can actually see that flex container there. You can actually visualize flex containers by clicking these little pill things next to flex containers, which can be helpful sometimes. Okay. So now let's get into styling these buttons. Now these buttons they got some styles on them. Okay. So this is going to take us a little bit of time, not that long, but you know, they do have some styles on them. There's no denying that. So let's add class name. And we're going to start off by doing, for our login, we're going to have a border of primary 500. Okay. Or border primary 50, I should say. Okay, so you can actually see it right now. And that's because we haven't set our border property, but we will in a second. So that's going to be a very light white border, almost white border. And then we're going to set, again, transition properties. So again, we want to add every property that we want to transition to take on these two things that we specified, which again is a duration of 150. And again, this makes it so that they all transition. Transition properties. And we're going to add a hover, and we're going to say background primary 50. Okay, so when we hover over it, it's going to have the same color as the border itself. Okay. Now we're going to set our hover, and we're going to say text primary, and I think that's 1500 or 1300. Okay, so when we hover over login, you can see now we have this white border, and we have a white background, and we also have our text going to that text primary 1300, which is a very dark version of our primary color. Okay. Now let's do box border. Now the reason we want this to be a border box is because we're going to be manipulating the border and the outline properties, and this helps kind of like normalize the heights of these containers, so to speak, because we want to make sure that the login button, which has a border, has the same height as the get started button, which did not have a border. But I think we're actually going to add a border to both of those to normalize for that, and so we might actually not need the box border property, but don't worry about that. We'll see in a second. Either way, we're going to do cursor pointer. Now that's important. Any clickable element on your web page is going to need a cursor of pointer. So you can see now our pointer shows up. You can see here the pointer doesn't show up here, but it does here. Okay, very important. Then we're going to add a rounded of full. So rounded dash full and Tailwind CSS. That just makes it so that the rounding on the background is as high as possible. You can see here it says calculate infinity times 1 pixel. So I didn't even know that infinity existed inside of CSS, but that's pretty cool. And so now you can see our border is fully rounded. And now let's start adding some very necessary properties. Let's add a border radius, or my bad, let's add a border of -2. Now the reason we want to add a border of -2 is because that's going to make it a little bit thicker here. Okay. Now that we've defined that, we can actually see it. Okay. So 2 is just 2 pixels of width. And then let's add some padding here. So let's add a padding on the y-axis of 3.5, which is going to come out to 14 pixels. And we're going to add a padding on the x-axis of 24 pixels. Or no, 32 pixels, I should say. Okay. And then let's add a font of normal. Now that's actually very bizarre. I wonder why it has that effect. I might have to come back after I figure out what's going on there. That is very, very bizarre. Maybe it's because we don't have... All right, I'll get back to you guys in 1 second. I have no clue what's happening there with this like half crescent border, but we will see what's going on in a second. I already figured it out. It's because I put B-R-2. Okay, we do not want a border right. We want just a border. Okay. Now let's make sure we actually added everything that we need here. See how we're good. And again, make sure that's border 2, not B-R. We do not want a border right. And now if we hover over it, everything looks good. You can see our cursor is pointer, our text is going to primary 1300, our background is going to text primary 50, and, or my bad, our color primary 50, I should say. And everything looks fine. Okay, now we can move on to our second button, which is get started. So let's go down here and let's add some class names. First, we're going to do background primary 500. That's going to make it blue, this nice light blue. We're going to have a border of primary 500. Now, the reason we want to add a border here is because this is actually going to make it so that the buttons are the same height. So if you use an outline, it will make it so that the height of the button is not affected by the outline itself. If you add a border, then it will make it so that the height of the button is affected by the border. But the best way to kind of like normalize for that error where you have like some buttons that have a border and some that don't have a border, which is originally what I had in the design, is to just give them both a border. Okay, so then instead of having the login button be a little bit bigger than the get started button that doesn't happen to have a border, we just put a border on both of them and then they become the same height. Okay, so it's kind of an easy way to normalize for that. That might be an issue that you run into when you work with Tailwind, because I was sitting there reading documentation about it. Okay, or reading Stack Overflow post, I should say. Okay, so now let's do border primary. That should be border primary 500. Okay, border color the same as the background color. Then let's do text primary, and this is going to be, I imagine, dark. Yeah, 1300. Okay, now let's give it a hover of border a hover of border primary -50. Okay, so it's gonna have the same color, background color as our login button actually. Or hover border primary 50. I'm just saying whatever now. Or yeah. That is exactly what we want. So again, we want our background and our border to be the same, primary 500, and then when we hover it, we're going to change them both to border primary 50, or I should say, primary 50 is the color, not border. Okay. So then we're going to have hover, and we're going to say background primary 50. That should be a little bit easier to see. Sometimes I just start talking, saying the craziest things in these tutorials. But there it is. Okay, so log in and then get started. Okay, and now we should be able to go on to setting our transition properties. Transition properties. And let's set cursor to pointer. All right. So now we should have a smooth animation, and we should also be able to see our pointer cursor. Nice. And the next order of business is going to be adding our rounded full. So again, rounded full just makes it so that we have a very much rounded button, as rounded as the button can get, so to speak. We're going to add that 2-pixel border to make sure it's the same height as our login button. Again, a px of 8, which corresponds to 32 pixels, and a py of 3.5. Now, thankfully, I had GitHub Copilot helping me out there. You can see it auto-completed. But now we have a px and our py set, and we also are actually going to need font normal. You can see that the robot knew. It read my mind. Okay, or it probably just figured it out from right here. But either way, you can see now we have our nice hover states. Now there is one thing that we're missing. If we go to our design here, or actually if we go to our finished landing page, there's actually a nice glow effect that our button actually has. And you can see it right here. You have to zoom in quite a bit, but you can see this glow effect. So we don't want to specify this glow effect on every single button on our page. So let's actually create a custom Tailwind class, and then we'll add it in here. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to add a primary glow. So let's go over here. And let's say primary glow. Now, the reason I'm calling it primary glow is because it's our primary color and it's glowing. Okay. So primary glow. Did you just see how it read my mind again? Okay. So primary glow, we're going to say at apply. And we're going to add a drop shadow. So this is how you add a drop shadow inside of Tailwind CSS. You do drop dash shadow. And again, we're not going to add one of the built-in drop shadows that Tailwind provides us in its own utility classes. We're going to add a specific one that has our own color. And when you add a drop shadow that has a specific color, people typically call it a glow. So in this case, we're not actually adding just like a black shadow to an element, we're adding this blue shadow. And in this case, we call it a glow. It's like this, the same hue of our button itself. Okay. So we're going to specify within our drop shadow, we specify a couple different properties. So we have the X offset, which is going to be 0. So we don't want it to be left or right of the button. We want it right in the middle. And we're also going to give it a 0 pixel Y offset. So again, the shadow will just kind of glow in all directions around the button. And we're going to do 25 pixels, which I think this is the spread radius. It's either the spread or the blur. And then lastly, we're going to pass in our var, and it's going to be color primary glow. I apologize if you guys can hear that. There's some motorcycles flying by outside. And so there we are, we're passing in color primary glow, which again is right here. And this is simply I'm pretty sure color primary glow is just our primary 500. But you can see that we actually dropped the alpha channel to 0.2, and that's going to make it a little bit more transparent. Because if you had it at 1.1, it'd be a little bit too strong. Okay, so now I actually want to make sure that the glow is happening here. Can I see that? Zoom over. It's a little bit tough to see. Let me check. So it doesn't look like it's applying, and that's probably because I didn't apply it. So that would definitely make sense, right? So let's actually add it here. So let's add that class here. So primary glow. And so you can see now it is glowing. It is glowing by default. We have this nice blue glow. And now one thing that we want to add is we actually want to make it so that when we hover, it has the glow, but not of primary 500, instead primary 50. Okay, and that's again this kind of border color that we're using that is much lighter. So let's go back into index.css, and I'm actually going to copy this down like that. And we're going to say primary glow, and then I think I set it as 50. No, I said primary glow hover. So hover is going to be a very similar drop shadow, but in here we're actually going to use this color primary 50 glow. Okay, so a much lighter, this kind of white shade glow. Okay, so now let me check that again. Get my computer off night mode. You can see now it switches. So when we hover over it, actually no, it doesn't. I'm just seeing things. Go to navigation and let's add the primary glow hover. Now when we hover over it, you can see it is switching from, please switch. Is it switching? I think it is. Okay. So essentially what's happening here is, did we change the color? Yes, we did. So here we have our color primary 50, which again is this much lighter kind of white color that we're seeing here. And you can see it switches. So now it's a blue glow, and then we hover over it, and it is in fact a color primary 50 glow. Okay, or primary 50 glow. And now with that out of the way, I think that we are done with our navigation section. Let me just make sure that we didn't miss anything. We might have missed the fact that this should be text large, and we actually didn't. Did we set that up here as well? We do need to add that. So this should be text dash large, and it's going to have 32 pixels of line height. So again, specify the Tailwind class for text large, which is 18 pixels, and then we specify the line height just after. And we are also going to need to add that down here as well. So it's going to be text large, text dash large /8. Okay. And so now everything is looking nice. We have our button set up. We have all the classes that we need. I don't think that we're missing anything there. We have our flex container for this. We have our unordered list of links in the center here, which you can see have a nice hover states. We've created all of our custom classes that we wanted, and we have our logo looking awesome as well. So with that out of the way, we now can move on to our hero section, which is going to have this text here with this button, the call to action, as well as this graphic. So I will see you guys over there. All right, I apologize. I think there was a slight mistake. Just one thing that we have to change. The way that we want to structure these hover states for the primary glow and then the primary glow hover is going to be as follows. We want to have primary glow just declared as is like this, and we don't want to actually put hover in front of primary glow hover. What we actually want to do is we want to add this hover state over where we are declaring our primary glow hover. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to put it right here. So instead, I think it was just like this. We actually want to put hover right here. So now we just have our drop shadow here, and then we have primary glow hover, and this is actually going to have the hover state here plus the shadow we want. Then what we're going to do is go back to our navigation and simply explicitly declare both of these. So primary glow and primary glow hover. Okay, so I think when we did it together, it was something like this, where we had a hover declared on this unique class that we created, this custom class we created, I should say, but we actually just want it like that. So primary glow, then primary glow hover, and this one will apply when there's no hover, and then this one will apply when there is a hover. Okay, it'll override it. All right, awesome. So with that, we can now actually move on to our hero section. All right, so now we can get into our hero section. So let's actually zoom in and take a peek at what this looks like before we jump into it. You can see here we have a heading element, our main heading element here on the left. We have a short description that follows, and then we have a get started button here. We're going to add a very cool arrow animation that I will be showing you in a second. And then on the right, we simply have a graphic that highlights the note summarizer feature of this hypothetical company called Noteflow. Okay, so let's jump right into it. Let's exit out of this, exit out of this, exit out of this, back to app here. Now this is going to be the second element in our header of 3. So we have the navigation, hero, and then our reviews section. That's what I've titled those 3. And so now let's move into our second section of our header, which again is going to be our hero. So let's go here into sections. Let's add our hero.jsx. Boom. And we'll type our FC, hit tab. And there we go. Just like that, we've wireframed our component. And you can see how this is, you're going to see this as we do this again and again, you're going to start to realize just how valuable that RFC command is, I promise. But we can get into structuring it. So again, we're going to go through the markup and then we'll go through the Tailwind classes just so we can understand the structure and the content before we get into styling everything. So let's begin by adding a div in here. Now, the reason that we're going to do this is we're going to have the div on this outside. The div on the outside here is going to represent the entire container, the thing that actually stretches the page, right? It stretches 1440 pixels, I should say. And then within that, we're going to have a sub container that contains our content. So you can see, obviously, like there's this container right here that goes all the way from to this left side to this right side. So you can imagine like this, imagine this stretched all the way out to the sides. And then you just have this sub container that's inside of the bigger container, and it's going to have a little bit of padding on the sides, 96 to be specific, and then some padding on the top and the bottom here, of course. You guys get the point, okay? So this is the content div, we'll call it. Now within this div, we're going to have a couple things. So we're going to have a set of elements on the left here, and then a set of elements on the right. I actually just realized what I think these correspond to. Okay, so what's actually happening, my apologies, this outer div is the content section itself here, okay? And then the inner div is going to have an adjacent div, right? So we have this outer div, and that's the content. And then this inner div is going to be the left column, and then the second inner div is going to be right column. So what's actually going to be in our left column? Well, there's going to be an H1. And that's going to say, I'm actually going to copy it in just to not waste your guys' time. Of course, you can pause the video if you want to, and just type this out. Not those are random Tailwind classes. It's going to say AI-powered notes, organize and summarize in seconds. Okay, let's make sure to get rid of any of those spaces there. Just below our H1, we're going to have a P tag, and this is going to be for our paragraph that just follows, and that is going to say the following. Whoops. You can see my Control-C skills are kind of weak, honestly. It's the laptop, or it's this keyboard, I'm telling you. All right, so then this next section is going to say, for our P tag, it's going to say, let AI organize and summarize your notes, comma, saving you time and boosting productivity. Now, there's one thing in here that we added, and this is actually a BR. If you guys don't know what a BR is, it just stands for line break. And these are very helpful when you want to make your text wrap onto the next line. So in this case, it's not going to just say this in one line or continue to put text if it can. This, it's not going to put saving you time and boosting productivity next to notes or any of this, because we are forcibly breaking it onto the next line. Okay. And the reason we want to do that is we just want to keep this text up top and this text just below it. Now there could be other ways you do that. As an example, you could put one P tag that has this text here, and then you could put a second P tag that has this text here, or you could, there's any number of ways you could set a fixed width on the paragraph element, and that's going to have the effect of making it that the text wraps a certain way. So you understand there's all sorts of ways we could do it, but I really enjoy this way. Using these line breaks seems to be quite effective here. Okay, and I realized we might as well render this component so we can actually see what's going on here. So let's go back into app, drop down below navigation, and let's render our hero. Okay, I got lucky with the auto import. I hope you do as well. And so there it is. Now our header section is almost complete. We have one more component for our reviews. We'll be doing that after, of course. So back in our hero, let's see what else we have. We have a button. Okay, so again, we have the get started button. So let's drop that here. button. Don't gotta copy this one over. Just get started. Now within there's actually gonna be a couple things in here. So this button is gonna have 3 elements. Sounds crazy, but there will be. We're gonna have the text here. Let's get started. Then we're going to have a line for our arrow. Okay, let me show you it. So to see this line here, that's gonna be another element. And then we have this, which is the other part of our arrow. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna make it so that when the item is not hovered over, you actually won't see this. It's just gonna be like a caret like this. Then when you hover over the button, it shows the line, and it's gonna have this cool effect where the arrow you'll see it in a second, okay? But we're gonna be adding that. So there's actually gonna be a total of 3 elements that we're gonna have inside this button. So let's actually wrap our get started text within our button within a p tag. You can see me, I'm trying to avoid using my mouse here, doing all this crazy work with my fingers. Okay, now what we're gonna do is, that's actually gonna be the, let's see, that's gonna be the first element within our button. Right, get started on the left. Now what's gonna be in the middle is that arrow line. So I actually have a thing that I created, an icon, literally just an arrow right line icon that we created. And we're gonna have to import that one. Unfortunately, we don't get the auto imports for some reason with these icons, which is not the worst thing. We can import it. So arrow right line from / icon / arrow right line. Okay, and then one last one is just going to be arrow right. Okay, so we have arrow right line and then arrow right. Let me copy this down and get rid of this line here. Awesome. Okay, so now we can't actually see those yet because we gotta add some classes to those, but we will in a second once we go back and add our Tailwind classes here. Okay, so we have our p tag and then we have our 2 icons, and now we can move on to our right column. So again, all of this is for our left column. All we have is this 3 items here. We have a header, subheading, button, and we can see this here: header, subheading, button. And then in our right column here, we're just going to have one thing, and that will be an image. Actually, that's a lie. There will be 2 things. Sorry. There will be a small glow effect. So if we go here, we can actually look on this here, just behind this graphic, there's actually a subtle glow. It's kind of hard to see because that's how I intended it to be, but I can actually show you right there. So if I hide it, you can see there's a slight change there. You can see that slight glow behind, okay? And so we're actually gonna add that circle, or it's called an ellipse here in Figma. And we're also gonna add an image. So this div here, I should actually make it self-closing because we don't need it to have any content. Will just be like that. And that will be, again, kind of like a glow in the background. And then we will also have an image, which will be the graphic here that we can see. Okay, image. All right, and the image, we can set these attributes right now. It's going to be hero graphic. Now we have to import this. So let's do import. All right, you know what? GitHub Copilot got kind of close. You got to respect the effort. So we're going to be importing hero graphic, and then we're going to go into assets, and then we're going to go into graphics. And lastly, we're going to type in hero graphic. Whoops, hero graphic. All right. So let's see. It looks like it still has an issue. That might be because the alt. Oh no, it's actually WebP. It's not PNG. WebP is a more modern image format, and it is good for search engine optimization and page performance and things like that. Okay. And now our alt is simply going to be hero graphic. Oops. Hero graphic showing note summarizer functionality. Okay. And now with that out of the way, we can start adding our classes. So again, we have our left column here and our right column here. Just want to make sure that's clear, very apparent what's actually going on here so nobody gets lost. And we can start adding classes. So first and foremost, let's jump back over here. And you can see we somehow are, oh, it's because our image is very large. Okay, so let's actually add our classes for our image first so we can make sure that it's smaller. And so then we'll be able to see the way that the Tailwind styles are affecting the other elements on screen. So let's make this puppy a little bit smaller. Let's add our class name, and then let's go relative. We're going to say max H 30 rem. So again, that's going to be a max height of 30 rem or 480 pixels. That's just a value that I chose because I thought it was very fitting in this context and close to our design, which is important. Especially if you have a web designer who wants you to do a pixel perfect design. You better have those values dialed in. All right, so now it's on the right there. And the reason that we want it to be relative, so typically you just have a static positioning, but why do we want to set position to relative is because we are going to make this position the absolute element, or this element will be relative, and then this element here will be absolute, meaning that we can position it anywhere we want. We're freeing it from the normal document flow. And then we're going to make this one relative as well. And the reason why is we have to give this image a non-static position property so that we can use the Z index, or we can position it relative to this other element that's below it. Okay, so whenever you stack elements, essentially you have to worry about the position property, whether it's static, fixed, absolute, and then you also have to worry about Z index, which puts it forward and backward on the page, right? You have a stacking context and you got to put different elements on top of one another. So long story short, you have to set a non-default position property on the image so that we can stack these elements correctly, okay? And put this glow here that we're going to put actually behind our graphic, okay? And that's it. And then we're going to put justify self end, okay? Now let's go and start adding styles up here, and then we'll finish these down here. Okay, so on our main div here, we're going to say margin auto. Whoops. So auto. Again, that's going to be centering this element here. It'll center the div. It'll put the left and right margins equal, so to speak. We're going to make it a grid. Okay. We're going to say our max width on this, again, is going to be 90 rem. So that's going to be 1440 pixels, which again is what we designed at. We're going to give it a grid calls. And we're going to actually specify a custom width for our column. So if we do grid calls 2, it'll give 1 fractional unit to both of them. So they'll be equal in size. But we're going to make it a little bit different here. We're going to make it so that our left column is actually 5 fractional units, and then our right column is 4 fractional units. Okay, so a total of 9 fractional units, indicating that we have our left column as 5/9 of the width and our right column as 4/9 of the width here. And the reason we want to do that is just because we want this left column to be a little bit bigger. You can see on our design here, this one's a little bit smaller, and then this column is a little bit wider. Okay. So now we have that set up. And let's actually set this. Oh yeah, so now we just have to add some padding and stuff. I was wondering why this was at the walls of this container, but it's because we have more classes to apply here. Let's do item center. Okay. So you can see that centered align us on the vertical axis, right? Align items is our vertical centering in the case of a horizontal flex container. We're going to set our gap X to 18. So that's simply going to set the 72 pixels between both of our columns here. We probably can see it right there. And we're going to set our PX to 24. So that's going to say on the X axis, give us 24 padding on the left and right, which is going to be 96 pixels, right? That corresponds here, which is important for consistency's sake. And then our PY is going to be a very large value of 42. Okay, and 42 corresponds to 168 pixels. So now you can see, again, we are consistent with our design. Here it's actually 100 pixels on the left and right, okay? And that's just based on how I made the grid, but in our actual implementation, we're doing 96 pixels on the left and right, and we're doing, 168 top and bottom, and 96 on the left and right. Okay, and also if you want to know how to do that, simply click on an element in Figma, hold down the Alt key, and then hover over an adjacent element, and you'll be able to see in red the distance between any element on the page. Okay, so very helpful, and you will use that very frequently when you're looking at designs that you're implementing. Okay, so that's it. Now we can move on to our left column. Class name. And we're going to do text primary 50. So setting it to a very light shade of our primary color. Let's do a margin bottom of 6 here. Oh, I just realized I'm adding this to the wrong thing. My apologies. These are supposed to be classes for our H1. So let's go down here. Class name. So there we go. Text primary 50. We're going to set a margin bottom of 6. So you can, that just pushes off the paragraph here a little bit. It's going to be text of 6XL, so very large. I think it's 72 pixels. And our line height is going to be 18 times 4, which will be 72. So 60 and 72. Font size and line height respectively. Then let's do font semi-bold. And let's do tracking of tighter, which again, this is going to control how close the letters are together. And in this case, you can see we're setting them to negative 0.05 EM in terms of the tracking. Okay, so there it is. Now our heading is looking as it should. Let me actually look at our finished design and make sure that corresponds. Right now, maybe we just need a little bit more horizontal space. Where's it at? All right, we'll see how that shapes up in a second here. Sometimes you have to edit the other elements before everything else looks correct. Right, so we might have to actually work on a right column before we get this working how we want it to. Okay, so let's go to P. Let's add a class name. And here we're going to say text primary 100. Margin bottom of 10. We're going to give it a text XL. So I think that's 20 pixels. We can check that. And we're going to do loose. Okay, and loose is a built-in Tailwind line spacing height that we can use. Or letter spacing. Yeah, line height. My bad. And then font light. Okay, font light is going to drop us down to 300. So you can see we have very thin text. So again, this is going to be 20. And then we're setting our line height to 2. So 20 times 2 or 40 pixels. And you can see there's actually a couple here we can choose from. If you wanted to, you can do tight, snug, normal, relaxed, loose. You can see loose puts it pretty far apart. Oops. Loose puts it pretty far apart. And then of course, if you do snug, you're going to see that the line height is very skinny. Okay. All right. And now the next order of business is going to be working on our button here. So this is going to be a fun one. All right, so first and foremost, we're going to say text primary 1300. So that's going to make it so that our button has a kind of a dark shade of our primary color. Again, that's the color that's on these buttons as well. And we're going to set our background to our primary 500. Again, so our very vibrant primary color, which is important for your call to action buttons on your page. You want the most visually engaging things to be the things that you want to draw users' attention to. And in this case, of course, it's going to be our Get Started button. Right? That's the predominant action we want users to take on our page. Again, we're going to set a border primary 500. And again, this helps normalize for the fact that we have a border on these other elements here. Now we're going to say hover, and we're going to say border primary 50. And we're also going to do hover background primary 50. So you can see that. We're going to set our transition properties, which again is our custom Tailwind class that we created inside of index.css. We're going to set our primary glow hover, which again is a custom class we created. We're also going to set our primary glow, which again is a custom class that we created. You can see how this is becoming valuable because we're having to declare these again and again. And we're going to also use something called group, which I will explain in a second. That's a very interesting property and definitely something that will be important to learn if you're using Tailwind long term. We'll set cursor to pointer, which is going to make it so that when we hover over our button, we have a the pointer icon here. And we are going to set a gap X of 3. That's going to be important because we want our paragraph to be not close to the other elements in our button. You can see there's some spacing here. And so a gap X of 3, I think, is 12 pixels. Yep. Oops. Accidentally got rid of some of that stuff. And now we're going to set our rounded to full. Our button should be a circle. You can see there. And we got to set some padding values. So we're going to set a px of 8. And we're going to set a py of 3.5, which I think is 14 pixels. All right. So you can see that there's something weird going on there. Let's actually check that. It might just be because we didn't set the width explicitly on these here. Okay, so one second, let me check that. Oh, and I see why. Okay, so the reason why, so you can see how we have a gap X of 3 here, which is 12 pixels. We want there to be 12 pixels between this P tag, which is get started, and then these two elements. But right now it's making a gap between the get started, the arrow line, and the caret right, actually, right? So remember, we have 3 elements here. We have this line, then we have this thing, and then we also have the text. So instead, we're actually going to wrap these two in a div. So these kind of function as one element, so to speak. Whoops, like this. Okay. So add that div there. And so now you can see there's only one element that we're pushing away from here. And that one element has 2 elements within it. There you go. Okay. So now that we've done that, we can move on to our P tag. So our P tag is going to be a class name of text-large. And we're going to put 8 on the bottom. So again, 8 times 4 for the line height. So 18 pixels font size, 32 pixels line height. And look at that. You can see it's already shaping up quite nicely. Now let's move on to working with our icons. So this is going to be a little bit involved. Not too bad, but of course, when we want to make cool animations, it usually is a little bit sophisticated. So we're going to set our width to -5. So if we hover over that, you can see that is actually a width of 20 pixels. Okay, so we're setting an explicit width. Now what we're going to want to do here is let's first define our alternative text for this icon. This is simply going to be arrow right line. Now yes, you have to set alternative text on elements again because some people are visually impaired or they need a screen reader or all these different things. And of course, you want to make sure that your website is accessible. And so whenever you have an icon or something that's clickable, you want to make sure that if it doesn't have text in it, it is still descriptive. So in this case, a screen reader is going to say, okay, this is the arrow right line, instead of just saying this is something, an image, right? So now we can move on to our class name. And we're going to say stroke primary 1300. There it is. So you can see the line there on our button right there. Cool. So that's how you know we're moving in the right direction here. Again, we're going to add our transition properties. So again, this is just transitioning all properties that we declare at a rate of 150 milliseconds. And now what we're actually going to do here, we can actually set this after just so we can see what's actually happening. So we're going to say inline. The reason we want to do inline is because we want it to be adjacent to the second icon here, which is our arrow right. So inline makes it so it's no longer displaying, it's not going to be on top of the other one, let's say. We're going to set, okay, so we'll set that in a second so we can see what's going on. Let's do ease in out. Okay, so that's going to be our timing function, so how the animation plays. So in this case, it's not just going to be a linear animation, it's going to ease in and then go and then ease out as well. Okay, so that's I think they call it a Bezier curve, and you can change those and customize them, but we're going to use the built-in one there. Now we're going to set actually we'll set those properties after so we can see what's going on there. All right, so there's a couple other properties we're going to add, but we'll set them in a second. Okay, so now let's go here and let's set the alt for this icon. This is simply going to be our arrow right icon. And here we're going to add a stroke primary 1300. And we're going to be adding inline again, so that this one is adjacent to the element that's just above there. And we're going to give it a width of 5. Okay. So it looks like we're missing perhaps some declaration here. Let me check to see what's going on. Inline with 5. Interesting. Maybe it's because we have to set, well, let's actually set this first. So let's set our width on these elements. You can see that one of them looks a lot thicker than the other. So let's go here and let's set width to 2.5. And let's go down here and let's set the width to 2. Okay, and it looks like we're having maybe a little bit of an issue trying to get these to work as we want them to. So I'm going to take a second to look at this and then I'll get right back to you guys. All right, it just dawned on me that what's actually happening here is we just didn't add all the properties that we need to add for it to work as we intended it to. So my apologies. Let's get back into it. So what we're actually going to do here is we're going to set a negative right margin on this line here itself. Okay, so we're going to scroll like this, and the way that you set a negative value in Tailwind CSS is instead of doing something like margin right 3, so MR-3, we simply put a negative sign in front of it, or I guess I should say a hyphen in front of it, right? And that's going to make it so that the right margin is -12 here, okay? By default, okay? And now what we're going to also do is set the width to 0. Okay, so now our line has a negative margin on the right, so it's pulling the element to the right, which is our right caret here, on top of it, if you will, and then it's also setting it so that the width of the element is defaulted to 0. So our line has a it has a width of 0. Now what we're going to do is we're going to set our opacity to 0 as well, so that it kind of fades in. You guys are going to see the animation here. It's actually very neat and quite simple to do. And now what we're going to do is when we have a group hover effect, so we're going to do group hover, and I'll explain group hover because it's kind of an interesting property. Group hover, we're going to set the width to 3, and we're also going to do group hover and set opacity to now 100 so we can see it, right? It was transparent, and now we got it back to 100. Now, what's actually happening here? Let's hover over a button and check it out here. Look at that. Awesome. Okay, so what's happening is by default, our button has, or our arrow right line has a negative margin, which is pulling the caret kind of on top of it, if you will. Its width is set to 0, so you can't see it, and its opacity is 0, so it's hidden. Okay, then when we use group hover, so what actually is group hover? Well, remember, we declared group right here. Okay, now what this allows us to do is we can access the parent state here. So in this case, you can see this icon is actually inside of our button. Now, what if we want to update this item based on whether this parent item is hovered over? Well, what we use is the group property in Tailwind. Now we can do group-hover, and you can see there's actually all number of things we can do. So you can see group first, group last, group odd, group this, group that. We can do group hover and set our width to 3. So this says if this group is hovered over, so this button is hovered over, then let's change this item's properties. Okay, so we're saying when we hover over our button, let's set our width to 3 and let's set our opacity to 100. And now you can see, look at that. Okay, so our line, it goes from a width of 0 to a width of 3. It has an opacity of 0. It goes to an opacity of 100. And now we have this very beautiful animation. It's very common to see something like this on nice websites, higher end websites. Like as an example, I just saw this on Stripe's website. So very cool animation that you guys can use within your designs. All right, now we can move on to the next order of business, which is setting up our graphic on the right here. So class name, or I should say our right column first. So here we're going to say relative. And again, that's going to be important for our absolutely positioned element here. Let's do class name. And here we're going to do background primary 1300. We're going to do absolute. Again, we're going to break this out of the normal document flow so that we can place it below this graphic here. And we obviously don't want it to be adjacent to it or next to it or above it, whatever. We want to actually stack these items, right? And again, I'm trying not to explain these CSS concepts too much just because, of course, we're trying to focus on Tailwind and React right now. So top right, bottom, and left 0. So essentially stretching this element across the entire width of its parent container and height of its parent container. We're going to set the rounded to full so that our glow in the background is in fact a circle. And you can actually see it right there. So right there, there's our circle. And you can see it is in fact our primary 1300. You can see that dark green color. And then we're going to set our blur value to 3XL, which again, there's a set of blurs that are available in Tailwind there. See that? And so now we have that circle kind of blurred and giving a subtle glow effect. So you can't see it a lot, but that's our goal, right? We don't want it to be too imposed. We don't want it to be too over the top. We want it to be kind of subtle and affect users unconsciously. So just adding a very subtle effect there. And you can see here, it's also a very subtle effect, but if we get rid of it, you should be able to notice it here. Okay, see that? Awesome. All right. So now that we're done with that, I think we are officially done with our hero section. Let me just go through and make sure that we're not missing anything. Now, there is one thing that is a little bit bizarre, and it's the fact that this text here is wrapping in a way that I don't really like that much. So I'm going to take a second to look at that because you can see in our design, this is not like that. It is like this right here. And you can see on 1440, it should in fact look like this. So let me just check the size of this text real quick and a couple other things. And then once I figure out why we don't have the correct wrapping, I'll get back to you guys. It just dawned on me what was going on, like almost immediately after that clip. What's happening is that on desktop, we actually are, in our design here, you can see that, of course, we have the entire real estate here from the left side of the screen all the way to the right side of the screen. But of course, on your view here, that's for in your responsive design, there's actually going to be a scroll bar on the right here. So you can see I'm on mobile now, but if I go to desktop, you can see that there is this very wide scroll bar, and that does affect our design a little bit. Of course, you could account for that if you want to, but the scroll bar is probably different on different devices, different browsers, so you can't really account for something like that much. So essentially, I was just looking at it. If you want to look at it in the way that it looks like this in the design, then you are going to have to get rid of the scroll bar by just using mobile here. Okay, so you can see, in fact, at 1440 pixels here, it does look correct. Okay, and I also just pulled up another view of our website, the finished view of our website before the responsive design, so that we can actually take a peek at this when we need to compare it. Okay, because I realized that we didn't have an example, and that kind of makes it difficult to understand what we're looking for. Okay, so now we're good to go, and we can now move on to our review section, which again is going to be right here. So a very, very simple section. I will see you guys over there. Oh my Lord, I just realized I was staring at this for a second and I realized that this button is not the same height as this one. And it's because even though we added the border primary 500, we actually didn't add the 2-pixel border. So I apologize, just add border -2 to our button element that is within our hero section. And so now you can see this is in fact 63 and 63. I could sense that something was off. I could sense it, and that's what it was. Okay, so make sure that those are the same height. Okay, we do want consistency in our design there. Okay, and so now those are the same all around. All right, so now that we have that out of the way, we can officially move into our last section of our header, which is going to be our review section. So this one should be very simple and very fun. This is a very common kind of UI element that you see, these overlaid images, and then some social proof here, trusted by X amount of clients or trusted by X amount of companies. And so let's get into implementing this. A very, very important component of a landing page or any web page is some social proof, or any product page, I should say. So let's start adding that. Let's close these real quick. Close our assets folder, close our icons, and let's go into our sections. Let's add our reviews section. And again, we're going to type RFC, hit tab, and we are good to go. Jump back over to app real quick, and let's type in reviews. Okay. And now you can see our header has its 4 elements here. Now the next item we're going to have is main. We're not going to import anything just yet, but you can see how we're structuring this now. Okay, so let's go back into reviews now that we've rendered it down here inside of header. Let's go into reviews and let's start adding the content for this section, which should be not much. Okay, so let's start off by adding, we're going to make this a section actually. So let's make a section element for this section of our page. And within here, we're going to have a unordered list. And this unordered list is going to contain each one of these images to start off, or it's just going to contain all of these images. I shouldn't say to start off. And this is going to be reviews.map. So we got to get our reviews array here, which again is part of our content folder or file. Import reviews. Whoops. Reviews from ... We're going to drop into our utils folder and then into our content file. So again, we're going to be mapping over each review. Actually, I think I named it. I did name it review. And in here, of course, each one of our elements in our unordered list is going to be an LI. You can see that GitHub Copilot's already trying to help me out there. And each one of these list items is simply going to contain a image element. Okay. And now our source is going to be our review.alt, or review.source, I should say. And then the alternative text for each one of these images, which again will describe it to screen readers if the user is visually impaired and they need a screen reader, is going to be review.alt. Okay. And again, you can see the error is that we do not have a key property, which again is needed for any child element in a React list. So let's add key, and it's review.id. Okay, and so that should be it there. Now, if you actually want to check that out, you can go into content. Let's look up reviews. And you can see here, all it is a list, and each object within a list simply has an ID, a source, which is a loaded image, and then the alt, which is the individual's name that is within the review here. Okay. So the first thing that we have is our unordered list, and then to the right of that, we're going to have some text. Now this text, we're actually going to have a couple items here. So within our p tag, we're going to start off by saying trusted by, and then we're going to add a span, okay? Span tag within our p tag. And then here we're going to say 12,653 plus. And then below the span, we're going to say productivity junkies. Okay. And we're going to add a little bit of spacing here. So sometimes when you have elements like this, it's hard to get them to space out correctly. Right here, so you can see, if I actually hover over this here, you can see that the trusted by is actually right next to the 12,500 or 12,600, and that's right next to the productivity junkies. So what we can actually do here, if we add a space, sometimes that doesn't work. Here you can see it did work. And then after here, oops, see if we can get that to work. So you can see here, we're having a hard time. There we go. We got a space. So now you can see we have spaces here, but sometimes if you can't get a space to work, what you can actually do in React is just go like this and then add something like that. Okay, and so you can see that Prettier got rid of it because it realized that we don't actually need it there. But you can see that is how you'd add a space otherwise. So there we go. Now you can see our text is looking nice. And the reason we have to wrap this in a span is because you can see that we are styling it differently. So this text is different than this here. Okay, so first and foremost, let's make sure that these images are actually in line here. So let's go up to, actually, let's start off with our section. And then we'll style those images, and it'll be very satisfying to get them next to each other. So we're going to start off by Auto, again, so that we'll center our section within the web page. We're going to make this a flex container. We are going to have a max width of 90 rem. Again, each one of our sections is going to have a max width of 90 rem, or 90 times 16, 1440 pixels. Let's set this to flex wrap. Now the reason we want to do that is because on mobile, you'll see that we actually have our images just above this text, okay? So there won't be any wrapping now, but there will be wrapping on smaller screens. The next thing that we're going to add is going to be item center. So that's just going to make sure that we have vertical alignment, which will be important because you can see that our images are going to be slightly bigger than our text. You can see our text doesn't actually reach the top of this container in the bottom. Okay, so we'll get some vertical alignment there. And we are also going to set a gap X of 4 and a gap Y of 4. Okay, so again, the gap Y won't come into play until mobile, but the gap X will come into play here. You can see actually there's 16 pixels between these two elements here. Okay, now let's drop down to our UL. And so you can see it here, it's already working. Our images are on the left, and then this is on the right. But this flex container here, you can see these images are definitely too tall. So let's go down to our UL, and let's make this a flex container as well. We're going to want to make it so that our images are adjacent to one another. And so you can see there that is. And of course, we're going to have to manipulate these images a little bit here. So first, let's manipulate the list items themselves. What we're actually going to do is we're going to set the negative margin right of 4. So now you can see that the images are overlapping with one another, which is important because that's what we have here. See that they're overlapping, but the last element here, we don't want it to have a negative right margin. So how do we actually target the last element in our list here? Well, I can show you. We do last, and then a colon, and say margin right dash 0. Okay, so what that does is it says give all of these a margin right of negative 16 pixels, okay, which pulls the next element on top of it. But then it says the last one, just give it a margin right of 0, because we don't want to pull the text on top of the last image, okay? And so we might actually be able to see that. Yeah, exactly. There you go. You can see these, there's like a little overlap there between the images, and then this last one is not, okay? Now let's move on to making our images not so big and not so square. So let's add our class name here. Thank you. Okay, and in here we're going to do border primary. I think it's 100. It is. Okay, and we're going to set a border of 2. So again, 2 pixels. And so you can see that white border, or I should say light blue border. And we're also going to set our height to 12. Height dash 12 shows 12 times 4. It should be 48 pixels, if I'm not crazy. It is 48 pixels. And we're going to set our rounded to full, which again is going to round it as much as possible, which in this case is a circle. I'm going to get rid of our flex visualizer here. There we go. Okay. And now, of course, there seems to be a little bit of an issue. We might have to address that. We seem to have not having effectively centering this real quick, or we're effectively not centering this. So let's figure that out once we style the rest of these things. So let's go down to our p tag. We'll do class name. And we're going to add a text primary 100. So again, a very light blue shade. We're going to make this text XL, and we're going to say loose. So again, that's going to be a line height that is twice that of the font size, which is 20 in this case. And we're going to set our font to light, which should drop the font weight down to 300 and make it a little less bold than it is right there. Okay. Now let's go down to our span. And we are going to set text primary 500. So you can see it's now blue. We're going to set our font to bold, and we're going to pull those characters a little bit closer together by setting tracking to tight. Actually tighter. Okay, so even more tight. And so you can see that text is very close now. Okay. And so now let's actually take a look at why we did not successfully center this item within the page here. Let's see. So let's see what's up with our section element. It looks like we have M auto, we have flex, max width of 90 rem, flex wrap, item center, gap X, gap Y. Oh, that's what it is. We didn't add our padding on the X axis here. So let's do PX of 24. Okay, so again, that's going to be 96 pixels on the left, 96 pixels on the right, which is here. It's also here, and it's also here. Okay, so you can see all this is nicely left aligned. So again, that was our padding on the left and right of 96 pixels. Okay, and with that, we are officially done with the hero section. You can see our landing page is already shaping up quite nice here. And we are ready to move on to the next section, which should be our logo section, which again shouldn't be too sophisticated. So I'll see you guys over there. All right, so now we can jump into doing our next section, which is actually going to be our logo section, as we talked about. But before that, we're going to create our main component. So remember, these three items were within our head, our navigation, our hero, and our reviews. Then here we're going to have our logos, our features, our frequently asked questions, and our testimonials as part of our main section. So let's actually begin by creating our main component here. And again, main.jsx, we actually are going to have a semantic HTML tag that we can use here. So you got to remember that with header, we had the header tag. This actually should be header. Should have put that header. So yeah, change that if you put div. Perhaps some of you picked that up, but this should in fact be header because that is semantic, please. And you can see I'm just all over the place trying to get this to work. There we go. So there's our header. And then we're going to go to main. And again, we're going to type RFC. Here we have main, and we can use our main tag. Okay. Now here, we're not really going to put anything in main, just like header. We're simply going to pass through the children that we render within main. Again, this is for essentially semantic purposes, just structuring our web page in a way that's intuitive, easy to understand, and makes sense. And of course, is semantic. Okay. So now we have main. We're rendering our children there. And now, just below our header, which has these three elements, we're going to put main. Okay. Main. Nice. Now within here, we are going to put our logo, or our logos component. So that will be our next section. Actually, we need to first import this. Just realized. There we go. Now that we imported that, we are good to go for our next section, which again is going to be our logos. So I'll see you guys over there. All right, so without further ado, we can jump right into our logo section. So let's begin by going into our sections folder. And let's type in logos, logos.jsx. And now we can type again RFC, hit tab, and there we have our logo section wireframed. And we are going to make this a section component. Okay, so now before we do anything else, I'm just going to type logos in here. And I'm going to go back into app, and I'm going to render it right here. Logos. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like I'm getting the auto import. Yes, I am. Nice. All right. And so you can see I'm structuring these again. Make sure that you You can import them however you want, of course, but I think it's nice and easy to understand here. We have our page, we have our header, and it's 3 subcomponents, and then we have main, and then it's going to have a series of subcomponents as well here. So making this very easy to understand what how our imports are grouped, so to speak. Okay, and so here's our logo. It can be self-closing because we're not going to put anything inside of logo necessarily. We're going to go into it like, whoops, like that. And we're going to start adding some content. So first and foremost, let's delete logos. Actually, we can see if it rendered, right? That's why I wanted to add that. Whoops, that's a completed landing page. There it is. You can see logos. All right, and again, I'm going to put this back to 1440, which is the width that we are designing at for desktop. Checking out that animation again, just because it's satisfying. All right, and then we can go into adding our markup. So let's add first a div. Now let's see, this div right here, I think is going to be our content itself. So again, the section is going to be the thing that spans the entire page, even if the screen grows very large here. Right, so the section will expand all the way across here, and then the content within it is going to be, this div here is going to be the content that is a max of 90 rem or 1440 pixels, and of course has that 96 pixels on the left and right in terms of padding. Okay. So let's jump right into it. First, we're going to have a p tag, and this p tag is going to be this right here. And it's going to say organizations, organizations powered by, and then we're going to add a span within this p tag. Again, adding a span. This is something that we did earlier. And in here, we're going to put note flow. Okay. And again, the reason that we want to add that is because you can see that our note flow is a little bit bolder than the rest of the text here. So we're actually going to target this text element right here, this word, I should say, by using a span here. Okay. So let's begin by, or let's continue on by adding a div that is adjacent to this one. And I think that this div, actually that's a lie, it's going to be adjacent to the text element. Okay, so again, this content section here is this div. So this is just going to hold, it's going to be essentially this here. Let's see if I can get it. Oops, like this. So this right here, this box that holds both of these elements, that's this div. And then this p tag is up here, and then there's going to be a div below it, and that's going to hold these logos. Okay. Now within this div, we're actually going to have 2 items. We're going to have an unordered list, and we're going to have another unordered list. Now the reason we're going to do that is we're going to have one ordered list. That's going to be right here. So you can see this first row, and then there's going to be another unordered list like this. Now the reason that we want to do that is because it's going to help us make our design responsive. So we're going to create 2 flex lists, 2 lists that are flex items, or flex containers, I should say. And then as we get to mobile, we're going to be changing them to this orientation. And by doing a flex container, it's going to make it a little bit easier than using a grid, even though a grid is also a great option in this context. Of course, you have to balance. Sometimes, do I want to use grid? Do I want to use flex? And then compare the benefits and cons of both of those. Okay, but in this case, we're going to be using a flex container. Okay, so within here, we are going to say logos. We actually have to import this. Import logos from .. go into our utils and then our content file. And you can see we got some issues here. It's because we need to do this here. So we're going to say logos.map, and then we're going to say logo. And we are going to return, actually let's add some brackets here. And we are going to return from our function a list item, and this list item is going to contain an image. Okay, so again, all we have is a series of list items within our list here, and each one of these is simply an image of a company logo. Okay, so let's add our source attribute, which is going to be our logo. Let's see what we called it. We called it source. And again, you guys can go into the content folder and look at this list of items. It's quite a simple one. Our alt is going to be logo.alt. And our key is going to be logo.id. Okay. Now that we've done that, we can move on to our second list. So the second list is actually going to be very similar. So what I'm actually going to do is copy this down instead. Just copy this one down. And now the reason I want to copy this one down is we're actually going to be slicing this list. So we go into logos here. Let's actually look it up. You're going to see that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different logos. The first row is going to have the first 4, and then the second row is going to have the last 4. Okay, so how are we going to do that? We're just going to slice our array. So from our array, let's select 0 through 4. And that is not inclusive of the end number. So it's going to be the item at the 0th index, the first, the second, the third index. And then here, we're going to say logos.slice. And here, all we actually have to do is type in 4. Okay. And if we type in 4, what it's going to do is it's going to select every element at the 4th index throughout the end of the list. So here we have 0, 1, 2, 3, not inclusive of 4. And then here we have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and anything else in the list. So I suppose if you added another logo, it would actually go into this second unordered list. So you could explicitly set 4, 5, 6, 7, and then you put 8. But in this case, we're just going to select every other element in the list that is 4 or after, so to speak. Okay. And so now you can see our logos are all sorts of, different sizes and shapes, and that's obviously not what we're looking for, but of course we're going to add styles, and we can actually do that right now. So let's get right into it. Starting from our section, let's get rid of our search bars so we can see a little better here. Let's add our class name prop, and let's start adding some Tailwind classes. We're going to do background gradient to top. Now what's interesting here is this is not a built-in Tailwind CSS class, or a Tailwind CSS utility class. So where actually is this? Well, we're going to create it. Now remember, we're going to be using these gradients frequently throughout our page here. Now some of them are going top to bottom, and then the other ones are going to bottom to top, right? So this one goes from dark to light, and then this one goes from light to dark, so to speak. Like in the logo section, you can see it's light at the top, dark at the bottom, right? So we're going to essentially flip it. And so let's actually create this custom class so we don't have to continuously type it. So again, background gradient to top. Let's create that Tailwind utility class ourselves, and we're going to do that right here. So background gradient to top. And you know what? We probably should, for the sake of organization, we should probably put it right here next to our background gradient to bottom class. And we can copy this down. I think that the declaration is going to be very similar. And it looks like it is actually exactly similar, except to this. We're going to say to_top. Okay. And so now, look at that. Okay. So you can see that this section goes from dark to light at the bottom, and then this section goes from light to dark, top to bottom. Okay. So we're just flipping our gradient upside down. Okay. Now, I guess hypothetically, you could also say this is going to be to bottom and then just change the colors, the order of the colors. You guys understand what I'm saying, but this works just fine. Okay. So now let's move into styling our items here. We're going to begin by adding, let's see, our background gradient to top. We already did that. So let's move down to our div. Again, this is going to be the container that is only 1440 pixels max. So let's start there. We're going to do M auto. That's going to center it inside of its parent container. Again, adding the maximum left and maximum right padding or margin on the element is going to have the effect of centering it. And of course, if you guys have any questions about these classes, remember, just hover over them. You can see the CSS. And of course, you can go on MDN and look at the documentation for CSS styles. Again, this tutorial is more about Tailwind and React, not about CSS. Okay. So we're going to say max width of 90 rem, again, specifying a specific value in Tailwind between brackets here. Hover over that. We can see 90 rem is 1440 pixels. Make sure this element doesn't expand forever when our screen grows, especially on larger, higher resolution screens. Sometimes people's screens are 2000 pixels, 3000 pixels wide. Obviously, we don't want our landing page to continue growing forever there. We're going to do PX24 and PY of 28. Whoops, 28. Nice. Okay. So now that we did that, we can move on to our P tag, our heading, I should say. And here we're going to add a couple classes, not many though. Text primary 50. So again, this is pretty common for the headings on our page here. And you can see our organization powered by NoteFlow has now became this very light shade of blue. We're going to put last. We're going to put M auto. Let me actually hover over last. I might have accidentally put the declaration in there. Yeah, so it looks like that I might have just accidentally typed that when I was doing this project. Last does not actually have an effect here. Now the question is actually, I wonder if I was attempting to, we could actually test something after this. I think I might know why I was actually putting last there in the first place. We could actually test something, but let's put margin bottom of 20. So you can see now our organization powered by NoteFlow has some padding here, or margin on the bottom of 80 pixels. Okay, again, 4 times 20. We're going to do text center. It's going to center it. And we are also going to be doing text-XL. Okay. Look at that. Now, I think that this is why I was trying to do last. Let's actually see if we can do something like that. So it doesn't look like we can easily. There might be actually a way though. If you look through the documentation, there might actually be a way to target the last word inside of a element here. And in that case, we could actually target node flow directly from our classes within our p tag. But we can also easily just do it like this, where we have a span, and we can just do classes within here. So when we use the span, we can target node flow, and we're going to say font bold. Font bold. We're going to do tracking tight. And so there you can see we now have a much bolder, much tighter text piece, which is exactly what we want. That is consistent with our design here. You can see here. This actually might be medium. No, it is not. It's not semi-bold. It is in fact bold, 2040. Okay. And so actually I just noticed that this should probably be text XL 40, right? So you can see in our design here, this is actually a, where's it at? Let's check. You can see that this is text XL, which is, you can't see it because it's behind my screen. I wish I could scroll up and show you guys, but oh, there we go. Look at that. So it's going to be 20 for the font size and then 40 for the line height. So you can see we actually do need to change that. This should not just be text XL. This should in fact be text XL / loose. And again, loose is just going to put 2 times whatever our font size is. Okay, awesome. So now you can see that the line height has grown. Okay, so now we can move on to actually fixing our logos here, which will be easily the most satisfying part. Let's begin by creating our flex container. So this is going to be flex. Whoops. Now remember, this has 2 children and each one is in unordered list. So we're going to do flex, then we're going to do flex wrap, and we're going to do justify between. Okay. Now these classes are going to become more relevant when we actually scale down our design onto mobile. Okay, right now they're not that relevant. We don't really need any wrapping on desktop. Okay. So let's move down to our unordered list. Now these are, we should see changes here. So for each one of our lists, we're going to have flex. That's going to make our logos adjacent to one another. Okay, so you can see Netflix, Exxon, Microsoft, Vice. That's going to be our first row here. Netflix, Exxon, Microsoft, Vice. And then again, we're going to do that down here. So I'm actually going to add that here just so it looks a little better as we go through it. There we go. And so you can see our second row. Okay, so now let's add classes to our first one, only here, this first UL, and then we'll go down to that second one again. Here we're going to do flex wrap, flex wrap, and we're going to do justify between. Okay. And I actually just realized I may have been targeting the wrong item here. So this right here, this div right here, is supposed to be, my apologies, it's supposed to be flex, and then flex col, which makes sense because we want our first list to be, we want these first list here, this list right here to be above the other one, right? So it's going to be flex column. And then what we're going to do is on mobile, we're going to make it so that they are, rather than being stacked on top of one another, they're actually adjacent to one another. Okay. So it's going to be flex, my apologies, flex call. And then we're going to say gap Y of 16. Okay. And that's going to give us that vertical spacing between our list. So you can see that right here. We can actually visualize this flex container so it's a little easier to see what's going on. Okay. So now that we did that, we can move on to our images. This will help a lot with actually seeing what's going on here. It's obviously hard with these large logos. Let's do class name, and let's set it to a height of 10. All right, look at that. Wow, immediately shaped up, okay? And now we can go down here and do a very similar thing. So for our unordered list, we're gonna say flex, then we're gonna do flex wrap. And we're gonna do justify between. Thank you, GitHub Copilot. And for here, we're going to do a class name and set, again, our height to 10, which again is going to be 10 times 4, which is 40 pixels. That just makes it so that each of these logos are 40 pixels tall, and that makes it, of course, consistent here. Okay. One other thing you're going to notice is that in the design, I actually chose logos that had the same kind of weight. Okay. Now, what I mean by that is sometimes you'll get logos that are very thick, like Visa. It's a little bit thicker. And then you'll get ones that are much thinner, like, which one here is thinner? They're all pretty similar, right? Because I chose them deliberately. But you'll get very thin logos, very thick ones, and sometimes that will kind of throw off the visual tastefulness, the elegance of the way that it looks, let's just call it. And so it is important to notice things like that. Like these logos all have kind of the same width and kind of the same weight in terms of how thick the text is. Okay, and that helps it appeal visually. Because originally I had some other logos that did not look so good. They were larger or too skinny or too tall or whatever. So also something that kind of a nuanced thing that you want to pick up on if you're someone who's getting into web design and getting into web design and web development. Okay. So now let's jump over to our what is it? Our feature section, which also shouldn't be too sophisticated for us to code up. So I will see you guys over there, assuming that we have everything done here. I think we do. Last minute checks. All right, awesome. So I will see you guys over there. So now we can jump right into our feature section. And so let's begin by going into our sections folder and let's type features.jsx. Let's go in here, type RFC, hit tab or click it, and you will have generated the wireframe for your feature section. Again, we're going to change this to section. And we're going to put in here features real quick. And let's render this inside of our app. So let's go down here. Actually, I'm going to see if I can get the auto import. Hopefully, features, nice. Okay. If you don't get the auto import, of course, import that here. Import features from /components/section/features. Okay, this is our second component within main. Now let's go into features. Again, this can be a self-closing tag because we're going to put all the content within feature. We're not going to have any children element directly within it. So we don't got to read in children or anything like that. And now we can start wireframing our content. So let's begin by adding a div. Now there's going to be a couple of things we actually add here. So first we're going to have a div. Now within this div, we're going to have one absolutely positioned element. I'll actually show you what it is. So right here, you can actually see there's actually a glow that's coming off the side of the page here. Okay, so you can see this is kind of a dark section. There's actually no gradient here. It's just a primary 1500 section, but there is a slight glow. And I can actually, hopefully I can hover over that ellipse here, see if I can find it. There it is. And so you can see here, if I up this to 100%, there it is. Okay. And so we are going to be creating that and absolutely positioning it within this container. The way that we're going to do that is we're going to shift it down 50%. So we shift this thing down from the top of our feature section, down 50%. And then what we have to do is we have to shift it back up 50% the height of the circle itself. And that's going to have the effect of centering it vertically. Okay. So let's start off by adding that div here. So that div is just going to be like this, a self-closing div. Again, it's just going to be an absolutely positioned element, no content within it. It's just going to be essentially a circle. And below that, we're going to add our H2. And we're going to say all the tools you need. And then we're going to put a line break, which again helps us break the text onto the next line. We're going to actually add a span as well here. And the reason why we're going to add a span is we're going to target this supercharge. Okay, so again, we have this on the first line here of our H2. Then we have a line break. This is going to push this text to the next line. We have a span here so that we can actually target supercharge. The reason why is because you can see here that we have this in blue and it has this nice glow effect to it. Okay. And then after that, we're just going to have your note taking. Okay. Nice. Okay. So now that we've done that, we can move down and we're going to have a div after this. So let's add that. And this div is going to have the content. Okay. So you can see that this div is going to represent this section here. All right. And so when I say content, I should say it can have both of our feature rows. Okay. All right. So in here, let's start by adding a figure. Now, if you don't know what a figure is, it's essentially like a standalone graphic or image or illustration. You can look up the description of what the figure tag in HTML should represent, but essentially, like I said, a graphic, an illustration, a standalone piece of content in some way, an illustration, things like that. Okay. And within our figure, we're going to add an image. Okay. And this image is simply going to be, the first one is going to be this graphic here for smart organization. And the second one is going to be here for contextual reminders. Okay. Oops, GitHub Copilot's trying to do something here. Please go away. How do I get rid of this? Please. What's going on there? There we go. Okay. All right, so let's import our first, whoops. Let's import our first logo, or I should say graphic. And this one is just going to be smart organization. And this is within our graphics folder. And this one will be .webp again. Okay, a very modern image format again. Definitely what you want to use. Whoops. And let's paste that in here. So that's going to be our source. And then our alternative text is simply going to be, let's see, it's going to be smart, organization, iPhone, graphic. Okay. And now we can move down below this image. We're going to have a div, and this div is going to be on the right side here. By right side, I mean, you can see that for each one of these, we're going to have a figure, and then on the right side, we're going to have a div that holds both a heading and a description. So that's what this is going to hold. So it's going to hold a p tag, and this first p tag is going to say smart organization. Now the second part, I'm not going to type it all just so I don't bore you guys to death here. You guys can just pause the video and type it in. It's essentially just the short description that you see on screen here, right here. There it is. Automatically categorize and tag your notes using AI-driven analysis. Noteflow intelligently identifies key topics and organizes your content, making it easy to find and retrieve your notes when you need them most. Okay. Now let's go down here and add our second div. All right. And this one's going to follow a very similar pattern. So we're going to have, but in this case, we're going to have a div first. So notice here we have a figure first and then a div. Well, in this one, we're going to have a div first and then a figure. Now, the reason why, as I'm sure many of you could see here, is because the text is actually on the left side for our second feature and the image is on the right side. So this div will precede our figure. Okay. So within this div, we're again going to have a p tag. And this one's going to say contextual reminders. And again, we're going to copy this right in. Again, you can also copy this directly from the landing page, the design here, or from the code pieces, the finished code, the projects that we have in the repository. Okay. Nice. Get rid of that. Okay, let's actually look at our landing page and see if this is coming through. So you can see it is coming through. That's quite large, but it is in fact coming through here. And now let's add our figure. So our figure, we're going to add again an image. And I'm actually going to copy this down real quick. Not that it saves us much time, to be honest. And I'm going to copy this down. And instead of Smart Organization, I'm going to import, I think it's just going to be contextual reminders. And again, this is going to be, where is it at? Whoops, let's go like this. Let's go into our, where's it at? Assets, graphics, contextual reminders.webp. Okay, so looks like we have some issue, and that's probably because we're not actually using it here. So we're going to say contextual reminders iPhone graphic. Okay, so now we have both graphics here, and you can see that they are extremely large. By default, I think that images are made to stretch across the screen. So you can see it's doing exactly that here, or stretch across the parent container that it's within, I should say. And so now we can get into actually styling our section here. So let's go into section. And let's start off by adding a class name. And this class name is going to contain background primary 1500. So that's going to give us a nice dark background, which is consistent with our design here. You can see it fades in nicely from this section. And you can see that there's actually these lines here on the screen. They're very subtle. I think you guys can see them as well. You see how I scroll? Sometimes you can see a line between these sections. You can actually make a -1 margin between the sections if you guys see that on screen, but I think that only renders sometimes, maybe like if we're in DevTools. Like if we get rid of this, you can see that these lines are gone here between the sections. Okay, but for some reason you see those sometimes, and they can be frustrating right here and right here. Okay, but I do think that's unique to DevTools. I don't actually think that's something that shows up in your rendered design. Of course, if it is, then you are going to want to address that. And the way that I've addressed that before is by just setting a negative margin between these sections. So I'll make it so that this section here is like -1 margin from the section above it, and then has the effect of kind of like overlapping them by 1 pixel, if that makes sense. Okay, but we don't have to focus on that. We can focus on this section. We're going to say overflow hidden. Overflow hidden. And we're going to say, and the reason we have to put overflow hidden is because remember, we're going to have this, where's that? We're going to have this element here, this glow element right here. And this right here, we don't want it to spill outside of the section itself. So we don't want it to be on the right side of this feature section. We only want it on the inside. If it was on this right side, it would end up having we'd end up having a horizontal scroll bar on our web page because this content would be spilling out to the right here. Okay. So we want to hide our overflow from the parent. Any children element that overflow the parent container will be cropped, so to speak. And now we're going to set a custom background. Okay. And we have to make this one custom because we're not actually using the same background gradient. We're using something a little bit different this time. So we're going to do background and we're going to say URL. First, we're going to add a URL. It's going to be source/assets/noise.webp. And adjacent to that, or actually that's going to be it there. And then we're going to say background repeat. Okay. So now we have noise in our section. It might be a little bit difficult to see, but we have, there it is. You see I zoomed in a lot. You can see the noise very subtly there. So we again have noise, and remember that is part of our section here. If we zoom in very far, a little bit tricky to see, but you can see the noise there. And again, that's that grainy texture that we're adding to our landing page that kind of gives it a little bit of extra depth there. Okay. And that's why we have to add that. We're specifying background, and then we do a custom value within our brackets, which is how we set custom values in Tailwind. And we are specifying a URL that points from source into assets into our noise, which remember is right here. Okay. Now that we've done that, we can move on to, and we're saying background repeat as well, which essentially says if the noise doesn't stretch across the entire section, then repeat it. And that'll make it so that, like, let's say the noise only fills like this top left corner, it will repeat it again, repeat it again, repeat it again, repeat it again, and it will make sure that it covers the entire section. Okay. Instead of stretching it across the entire section, if that makes sense. So let's set some class names on this div here. Here we're going to say text primary 50. And this should cascade down onto our children elements and style them the way that we want. So text primary 50. So we go back here. You'll see that all the text in here is now this light blue color. Now we are going to have to override some of that. We're going to say relative. Again, we're going to have one absolutely positioned element, which is going to be this glow that we've been talking about right here. We're going to set margin auto to center it in its parent container. Let's do max width of 90 rem, a px of 24. Again, that's going to be 96 pixels on the left and right here. And we're going to do a py of 32. Now it's just going to separate it off the top and bottom of its container here. So you can see that padding on the top there and that padding on the bottom here. Okay. Now that we have that out of the way, we can move on to our next element, which is in fact going to be our glow. Okay. So let's go here and let's do class name. And we're going to say background primary 1300. I'm going to go through this pretty quick because I think that these absolutely positioned elements aren't, you know, they're not that important in terms of actually learning Tailwind and React. So try not to add too many of these inside of my designs, specifically the ones that I'm doing for tutorials, of course. Absolute. Okay. So now we are absolutely positioning it in its parent container. We're going to set the top to 50%. So essentially we're going to say, let's shift it down 50%, which is what we talked about. Let's move this circle down 50% from the top of its container here. Then what we're going to do is we're going to say the left is 100%. So that's going to push it all the way to the right side, which is also what we want. We're going to set a height, and the height here is going to be a specific rem value that I found, 62.5 rem. Now that is simply 1,000 pixels under the hood, which is consistent with our design here. You can see that this glow is in fact 1,000 width, 1,000 height. And then again, our width is also going to be 62.5 rem. Now we're going to put a negative translate, and we're going to be negative translating by 50%. Now what translate does is it actually translates the element relative to its own width. So like if I say translate 50% and I have a element that's 1,000 pixels wide, then it's going to translate itself left 50, or it's going to translate left 500 pixels, if that makes sense. Okay. Now we're going to do rounded full, which is going to make it a circle. See if we can see this thing. Not yet. Maybe it's probably because maybe we didn't set the height. Let me actually see. Can we see it? Can you see it? Can I see it? Can anyone see it? I don't think we can see it yet. Oh, there it is. You can see our circle right there. Okay, so rounded full. And now we're going to put opacity to 100, which I suppose we don't actually need, but I think that might be because on smaller screen sizes, we're going to actually drop the opacity. So let's add that in there. We might need it for our responsive design later. Okay, I'm going to set the blur to 40 rem. Okay, and so now you can see that the blur is there, and it's much more difficult to see it, because, and that's obviously what we want, right? So there it's explicit. You can very much see it, hard outlines, and then 40% blur. If you did a 20% blur, you probably could see it a little bit better. But either way, we're going to do a blur of 40 rem. And of course, that's going to be a little bit easier to see once we actually get this content figured out on our webpage. Once we scale the stuff down here, we're going to be able to see it a lot better. So just give it a second. Okay. So let's move on to our H2. And we're going to say margin bottom of 28. Text of center. That's going to be our heading here, right there. We're going to say text of 6XL. So again, a very large text, and a line height of 18 times 4, which is going to be 72, if I'm correct. Yeah, I think it's 72. It's going to be font of semi-bold. Let's click off that. And we're going to do tracking tighter. And so you can see why web designers oftentimes will make text tighter together when it's larger. You can see it doesn't look very good like this. But when we do that, it looks much better. Okay, so it's a very common practice to make your tracking tighter or your letter spacing tighter on these larger text elements. Okay, especially headings. Very, very common practice in web design. Now let's go down to our span. And let's add text. Primary 500. Again, this is just going to be supercharged here. And we're going to add our primary glow. Okay, again, so this primary glow. This primary glow here is, so now you can see this text is glowing. It has this nice hue to it. Now, what that actually comes from, again, is our index.css. So we go here, you can see our primary glow. And we're using once again. So this is a custom Tailwind CSS class that we created. Don't forget that. Okay. Now we can move on to this div here. Actually, I think, yeah, that should be good there. So now I can move on to this div. This here, I think, is going to be a grid. It is. So it's going to be a grid, and we're going to have grid calls too. Now, the beauty in that is that these grid calls are actually the exact same width here. Let's see if we can do our grid visualizer. Please. Where's that? Why can we not see our grid here? It's kind of annoying. Let me reload this page and see if we can get it. Please. All right, whatever. I give up. So grid calls too. The good thing here is that these are both one fractional unit. Okay, so a minimum of 0 and a maximum of 1 fraction. That means that they are going to share the space evenly, both columns. Let's do item center. That's going to center them vertically. It doesn't really matter for the graphic, but does matter for the text, as you can see. And we're going to add a margin bottom of 20, which is going to translate to 80 pixels. Okay, 5 rem or 80 pixels on the bottom. Now let's add a gap X of 16. That's going to give us a space of 64 pixels between our left and right columns here. Now we can add our grid visualizer. You can see, just hit this pill here. And now we can see it much nicer as we design. And these are very helpful. Okay, you can also do with flex containers as we've seen, but that's a very helpful feature inside of DevTools. So now let's move on to our image here. We're going to add a class name of max height, and it's going to be 45 rem. So that's going to be limiting our image size here, so we don't have these blowing out too hard. Max height 45 rem. And we're going to go down to our second div now. So in the second div here, which again is going to be, I shouldn't say our second div, I should say our div that's within this first row here. This div again holds our heading and our description. This one we're also going to structure as not a flex container. What we're going to do is we're going to set our Z to 1. Now, why do we have to raise the Z index up? It's because we actually don't want this to be behind the glow. Remember, we put a glow in here. You can't really see it well right now, but there will be a glow effect from that circle. And we don't want that circle to be on top of our text. We want our text to be on top of it. And so we want to use a Z index of 1. So again, that's going to say Z index of 1, and our glow is going to have a Z index, I think a default of 0. And so our text is going to be layered on top of it in the stacking context. Okay, a stacking context is created when there are elements that are absolutely positioned, and there are elements that can effectively be stacked on top of one another. Okay. Maxed width large. So we're going to set that as a max width of 512 pixels. So that's going to make it so that this text element is actually not the entire width of the cell here. So you can see our grid has 2 columns here, this left one for our graphic and this right one. Now our text is going to be a maximum of 512 pixels width, and that means it's not going to span across this entire cell here. Okay. We don't want to span all the way. You can see that right here in our design that, in fact, this text here does not take up its entire width. Okay, this graphic is bigger, this text is smaller, so to speak. And now let's do justify self end. Now what that does is it moves the text to the right side of its cell. Okay, so again, this is a grid, and within our grid, we can position our elements by justify and by align items, align content, justify items, justify content, and we can also justify individual elements within the grid by specifying properties like this, justify self end. So in this case, this moves it to the right side of its cell. Okay. And now it's gone down to the p tag. And we're going to do margin bottom of 8. So that's going to push Mart organization a little bit off that description there. We're going to set our text to 5XL, and we're going to set it to 16 on the line height here. So again, that's going to be 4864 right there. So that's looking good. We're going to set font to semi-bold, and we're going to set our tracking to tighter. All right, so look at that. All right. Now that we got that out of the way, we can move on to our next item. That does seem very large, doesn't it? 40 and 56. 48 and 56. That is, in fact, correct, though. Maybe it's just because how we have it laid out on our screen here. Let's make it a little bit bigger. There we go. Okay. So now we can move on to our second p tag, which is going to be our description. This one shouldn't be too difficult. Here we're going to have text primary 100. We're going to have a Z index of 1. We're going to have text XL, and then we're going to do loose. And we're going to do font light. Okay. So you can see our text has gone to 20 pixels, and our line height is 40 pixels. You can see we have our Z index of 1 again, which is going to make sure that this is on top of our glow. And it's going to have a font light, so 300 font weight. And this text primary, that's a little bit more blue than the heading itself. All right. So now let's do something very similar in our second item here. So this is going to be grid calls to item center, gap x 16 again. So we're going to take this and just paste this right down here. There's no reason to retype that. That's actually going to be for this here. If I'm correct, it should be this. Yeah. Nice. Look at that. So now again, we have a 2-column grid. We can visualize this one as well if we really want to. Like that. For some reason, they're disappearing here. Please show me the grid. There we go. Now again, we're going to have a, let's see. So for our image, we're going to have that same max height of 45 rem. And for our div here, we're going to have, let's see, this is going to be kind of equal but opposite, so to speak. So this is going to be a max width of large, which again is going to be 512 pixels. This is just a built-in Tailwind CSS class. You can hover that and see. And we're going to do justify self-start. Okay, in this case, we want to justify it at the other side. You can see here we want this on the left side, whereas over here we wanted it on the right side of its cell. Okay. And now we're going to start adding very similar styles. So let's go here and let's grab our class names for our heading. There's that. And then we're going to add the class names for our description as well. Okay. I apologize if you guys can hear that outside. There's someone driving by in a very loud car. Okay. So now that we did that, we can move on to... That might be it, honestly. Now, the one thing that is concerning me is we can't actually see the glow that I was talking about that I wanted to add. And we also actually have to add a z-index to this figure here. Again, this is on the right side of our screen here, this figure. And so we want to make sure that this is actually above our glow here. And if we get rid of that, let me actually get rid of that real quick to see something. You see how it's a little bit darker, right? You see that? So when we get rid of that there, you can see that our graphic is a little darker on this right side. And now it's a little bit lighter. So my hypothesis or my theory here is that it actually is working. Our glow is working. So I'm going to take my screen off. See? Like that. Let's actually open this up here. See if we can see it. So I think that the glow is there. It just might be a little bit difficult to see, and that might just be because I have some lights on my face here. But let me actually see if I can find it. Yep, there it is. So you can see right there, it is our circle. And you know what? Let's actually get rid of overflow hidden so we can really see it. Real quick. Oh, and there it definitely is. But you can see that it is very much off screen almost. So maybe I added a declaration that was incorrect there. I'm actually going to take a look at this real quick. And you can see I did right here. So you can see right here, it's this negative translate 50%. I needed to add this second bracket here. And so there it is. Now you can see it much, much better. So now if we get rid of this here, let's actually see it. Gone. There it is. Okay, so now you can definitely see it, right? Look at that. Awesome. So now we have that nice subtle glow on the right side of our screen to make it so that this section just isn't just completely dark. It has this nice glow. And of course, you could also add one. Maybe you could, if you really wanted to, you could add one. If you guys want to get creative, you could create a second one and maybe put it like over here. That would also be pretty cool. Or maybe you want to get a, even a third one and you could maybe put it up here or something like that. Actually, that looks a little messed up, but you get the point that I'm saying. You guys can, get creative with it if you want, but I think that this right here looks nice and it's subtle, okay? And maybe you want to make it a little bit more defined, maybe a little less defined. Of course, that is up to you guys, okay? So now that we did that, we are officially done with our logo section, or our feature section, I should have said. Let's just make sure briefly that we didn't miss any classes here before we move on to our next section. I think we should be good to go. And so with that out of the way, we now can move on to, let's see what it is. The frequently asked questions section. So this is where we actually get into the fun stuff, the framer motion, some cool animations and things of that nature. So, and a lot of interactivity. So I will see you guys over there. All right, so now we can jump into our FAQ section. Now I'll tell you guys in advance, this one is going to be a little bit more involved and I'll show you why. This is going to be the first section that has animations with framer motion, and it's going to have some interactivity. So you can see we can click on things. We're going to be selecting different categories, this, that, and the other. And so you can just see it's a little bit more complex than these more static areas of the web page where we're just kind of adding text and images and stuff like that. Okay, but this is where it gets juicy. This is where we actually learn about framer motion, use state, things like that, different hooks in React. So it's actually going to get very interesting. So let's begin by creating a new folder within sections. So here you can see all of our sections are just standalone: reviews, page, navigation. But for our FAQ section, we're going to break it down into 3 separate components. We're going to have a feature, or we're going to have a FAQs component, which is going to be the main component. Then in that, we're going to have the FAQ list, and that's going to represent each one of these lists here. So you can see this is a list. This is another list, right? So we have the FAQs component here, this whole thing right here. Then we have the list component, which is going to be this in here, right? Each one of these lists. And then we're also going to have a FAQ component, which just represents one of these FAQs. So very clear, very logical structure. We want to make sure that our components don't get too long. Okay, so let's start off with our FAQs. Let's start off by creating a folder, and then we'll start off by creating our FAQs component, which is the entire thing here, the wrapper, so to speak. So let's add a new file, or actually I should say new folder in 2 sections. And this is going to be FAQs. FAQs. There we go. And within here, we're going to add a couple different components. First, let's add our FAQs, so FAQs.jsx. And we can add all 3 components. We're not necessarily going to be implementing them all in this section, but we are going to create them all. We're going to do FAQ list. And by not implementing them in this section, they might be in the next section right after this, is what I'm indicating. And then lastly, we're going to have FAQ.jsx. Okay. So let's go into FAQs and let's start coding away. So first and foremost, let's do RFC. And you can see here we have our FAQ section. We can just say FAQs real quick. And let's go back into app and import that. Okay, and we're going to render that right below features. Okay. And now within here, let's actually begin by importing a couple things. Now it's a little bit unorthodox to import things first, but I think it will be helpful. So let's actually import uState, which again is going to be a React hook that we use. Many of you probably know uState is essentially a hook that you can use to manage the state of an application between re-renders. So if you want to save values or you want to have some level of interactivity, you can use the uState hook. And we will be seeing how we're going to be using that in this context in a second. So there's uState. We're also going to import our frequently asked questions. And this is not the right location. You can see that GitHub Copilot tried, as it usually does, but it failed. And we're going to go into utils and then content. Okay, so there's uState, frequently asked questions. And one more thing is going to be our FAQ list. So now here, I'm actually gonna, we'll comment these two out just so there's no errors here, but we're gonna use the uState pretty soon here, okay? So let's start off by creating two state variables. The first one is going to be category, which is going to be the actual category that we select here. And we're gonna have set category. So again, very common naming convention to have your variable or your state value be like named like this, and then the setter function will be set, and then the variable name, okay, in camel case like this, first one lowercase, second one uppercase. And we're going to call uState, and we're going to start off with general. Okay. Now, general, the reason that we're selecting general by default is if we actually go into our frequently asked questions here, whoops, go into content, go down to frequently asked questions. The first category is general. Now, in our landing page, you can see that we actually have general selected by default. Okay. So we're going to set our uState value to default to general. All right. Let's actually keep open the content here because we are going to be taking a peek at this as we go through here. Okay, so that's the first thing. Now let's actually comment that out so it's not crying. The next thing that we're going to do is we're going to add a second state variable, and this one is going to be called active question. Now this is going to matter because we want to understand which question is open. Of course, based on whatever question is open, you're going to see that it opens up and we can see this text here. Okay, and then when we change pages here, you can see that we actually close the active question as well. Okay, so we need to track that state as well within our application here. So let's do active question and set active question equals use state. And we're going to put null. Awesome. Okay, and the reason I put null here is because, of course, when we start the application, there's not actually going to be any question at all here. There we go. Oh, you know what? I actually just realized that we left overflow on in the feature section here. And so you can see our glow is kind of spilling out from this container. So let's actually jump back there real quick. Go back to features. And again, I think it's right here, overflow. And probably some of you already picked up on that, but I missed it. Overflow hidden. There we go. Slice that out. Okay. So FAQs, you can see it rendering down here. Let's go back over there. So you can see now it's complaining about these not being used. All sorts of complaints from our ESLint. Now let's do a couple things here. So first and foremost, we're going to do const, and we're going to set our category object. Category object. And again, you're going to see how these variables are used once we implement our markup and stuff. But just for now, just go through this, and we can, of course, revisit it in a second. So we're going to do category object, and we're going to say frequently asked questions. Right here. So again, frequently asked questions, this is an array. This is an array, and this array has a series of objects. Now let's actually look. So this array has a series of objects, and each one of those objects has a category. It has an ID, which we'll use as our key, and it has a questions array, of course. And then each one of these questions, you can see, has its own properties. It has the icon that we're going to render right next to it. It has the question, and it has the answer. Okay, so this is the structure. So if you ever get confused about what we're actually selecting here, that is going to be the structure that we're going for, or that we're essentially dealing with here. So frequently asked questions, let's filter our array. Now, what are we going to filter the array on? Well, we're going to filter by, first let's pass in the object. So again, into our callback function here, we're going to say object. So that means for each object that is within our frequently asked questions array, let's get that object, let's select its category property, and let's see if it's equal to the category that we have here. So in this case, it's going to say, is there any object in here that has a category equal to general? Now that is true. The first one has a category equal to general, okay? And that makes sense because by default, like I said, we want to render this first list here. And we also want this to be selected, okay? So let's go back over here. So there we go. Now we have successfully selected our category. Now the thing is that the filter method is going to return an array. And so what it's going to do is it's going to select the object, but then it's going to return us an array of length 1. So we actually have to say, okay, wait a minute, give us the element that's at 0. Okay. So essentially we get the correct object, but it's in an array. Now let's actually just pull that thing out of the array by selecting 0 at 0. Okay. Just indexing it. Now this is actually going to be a JavaScript object like this. Okay. Real JavaScript object. Okay. That's what we're going to return. That's what this category object variable is going to be, a real object. And that's going to represent this here. Okay. All right. Let's go into our sections or our section itself. And let's start adding some markup. So let's first add a div. And let's see, this div seems to represent, I think this is going to be the entire content section here. Yeah, so this is going to be the element that is actually a width of 1440 pixels maximum. So it's going to be our content section, so to speak. It's going to be everything in here. Okay. And now within here, we're going to have some other elements. We're going to first have a h2. And the h2 is going to say frequently asked questions. You can see that down there. And below this h2, we are going to have a div here. And this div is going to have, let's see, actually look at our design here. This div will probably have, it's going to have a p tag that says the most commonly asked questions about Noteflow. Have any other questions? Chat with our expert team. And then let's see, does it have anything else? Actually, I think that's going to be it. Which is kind of interesting, given that we actually only have one element in there, which is a p tag. But I'm sure it has good reason. So let's go here and let's set a p tag in here. And we're going to say the most commonly asked questions about Noteflow. And we'll put a period. And then we're going to put a BR here. Whoops. BR. Again, that's going to be a line break. Whoops. And so we're going to break the second part of this paragraph onto a new line. And this new line is going to say, have any other questions? Whoops. Have any other questions? And now what we're actually going to do is we're going to put this last piece of text inside of an anchor element. Now, the reason we want to do that is because hypothetically, if this was a real landing page, then chat with our expert team would be a link to, some contact or some support page, right? And so in here, we're going to put chat with our expert tech team. Now this anchor tag is an inline element, so this text is going to be on one line, then we have a line break, and then all of this text is going to be on the next line. Okay, again, this is a inline element, so it's not going to be on a different line than this have any other questions text here. Okay. And so now we can move on to a unordered list. So it looks like this unordered list, I just want to make sure I don't put this in the wrong spot here. So we have our h2, then we have our div here. So we have h2, then div, and then we have an unordered list. That's going to be right. Whoops, it's actually going to be right here. You can see that sometimes the markup can get a little bit nested, and I guess it's just the nature of HTML, right? And now in here, we're going to map through some items. Now you can see that it's already trying to prompt me, but I'm actually going to type it in. Please get a Copilot, leave me alone. Frequently asked questions.map. And in here, we are going to return a li. Whoops. And it looks like I'm having maybe a little bit of an issue with the formatting. There we go. Okay. So we're going to have a list item, and within that list item, we're going to have a button. Okay, now the reason that we're going to be doing this is actually going to be our category list here. So these 4 buttons here. Okay. So now within here, we're going to set our key to object.key. And I actually don't know why I chose to name it like that, given that these are in fact our categories. So I'm actually going to say category. I named it object like this in my example, but I'm actually going to just call this category. I think it's a little bit more fitting. Oh no, it is an object, right? Because we're mapping over objects that are within our frequently asked questions array. So it actually is in fact not a category. It is in fact a object. Okay, it's the correct naming convention. And then our key is going to be object.id, which again, we set in here. Each one of these has an ID. There's a general category and then a pricing category and so on. And within our button, we're going to have, let's see, it's going to be our object.category. We might actually be able to see that already. So you can see right there, general, pricing, features, integrations. So there we go. We have rendered our 4 items within our categories list here. Or I should say our frequently asked questions list. Okay. Now that we've done that, we can move on to our frequently asked questions list. Okay, so below this UL is where we're actually going to add. So remember, we have our buttons here, right? And then below that, we actually have a list here. Again, that is right here. Now this is going to be a subcomponent. Right? This is going to be our FAQ list component. And again, you could put it in here, but then this component will get a little bit too long, and we want to separate our responsibilities very cleanly by using components. And a rule of thumb is that your component should never really get much larger than the height of your screen. Okay, that's just a general rule. Obviously, you don't always have to follow that, but it is a rule that many people do follow. Okay, so below our unordered list, we're going to say FAQ list, just like that. Okay, so now we're rendering our FAQ list component, which we created. And within here, we're actually going to render a couple, or we're going to pass in a couple properties. So we're going to pass in our category. We're going to pass in our questions, because remember, each category will have a series of questions. So we're going to say questions array. And we actually have to solve for that. And I'll show you how to do that in a second. We're going to put active question, and we're going to put active question. And lastly, we're going to put handle question click. Okay. And we're going to pass in a function for this, and that's going to be called, let's see, handle question click. And now we actually have to solve for some of these, right? So let's actually start adding some of our properties that we need to add here, or we need to start declaring some of our variables that we're passing into our FAQ list. So first and foremost, we solve for category object. We saw how we were going to do that. Okay. The category object is essentially just the object within here that holds all this information for each category. Okay. Then we're going to solve for, next, we're going to solve for the questions array. So we're going to say questions array. And what we're going to do is we're going to say the category object dot questions. Okay. So each one of our category objects, whoa, go back there. Each one of our category objects has a questions array on them, right? So right here, this category object has questions array. And now we have access to our questions array. And we're going to pass that down into our FAQ list. So now we have the selected category, which could be any of these here. And we also have the corresponding questions, right? So we select a category. What we're going to do in a second here, I'm going to show you, when we click on one of these buttons, it's going to change the category right here. That's going to re-render the component, and it's going to be either general, pricing, features, or integrations. Then what we're going to do is we're going to find that object within our content array here, our frequently asked questions array, and then we're going to select the questions array from within that object. And we're going to pass both the category and the questions down into our FAQ list. Okay. So now let's solve for a couple more things. We need to add some of our functions here. So we're going to say const, and again, we're going to be using these in a second. You'll see handle question click. You can already see it's helping me out here. And what's going to happen is we're going to pass in the ID, and we're going to say if ID equals active question, set active questions. Oops, set active questions to null. And I'll explain this in a second. This one's not so intuitive unless someone does explain it to you. Okay, so essentially what's going on here, let's actually go like this. You can see that we actually spelled that wrong a little bit. So what we're doing here is when a user clicks on one of our questions right here, like as an example, this one here, you can see that we want to get it. We're going to get the ID of the question. Okay, so each one of our questions actually has its own ID too. ID 2, ID 3, ID 4. And what we're going to do is we're going to check if the active question has the ID that was passed in. So like if the user clicks on this question, you can see it opened. But what if they click it again? It closes. So if the ID of the clicked on question is the same as the active question, then we want to close it. So we set the active question to null. And so you can see here, closes, opens, closes. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to close it. Now, if the ID is not equal to the active question, then we're going to set the active question to that ID. So as an example, this one's open. But what if we click on this one that has a different ID? You can see that one closes and then this one opens. Okay, so that's all we're doing with that function there. The next thing that we're going to do is going to do our handle category click. And here we're going to just do, we're going to actually add brackets here because we have to have 2 lines. We can't just do a arrow function here without with 1 line. We have to add brackets because we got to do 2 things. We're going to set our active question to null. And we're also going to set our active category, whoops, to whatever was passed in here. Okay. Now I'll also explain this one. So when a user actually sets, whoops, let's do set category. So when a user actually clicks on a different category, what's going to happen is we're going to pass in that category here. Now we want to set the active question to null. So as an example, if the user has this one open here, this active question, and they click on pricing, we can go back and see that it's closed, right? That's the behavior we want. So they click on a new category and we set the active question to null. Now that should actually work even if we click on this here. So you can see, even if I click on the same one, it works. And again, this is our completed landing page. This is not the one that we're working on here. Of course, we have to set this up still. And then we're also going to set the category, right? Of course, because once we click on these, we want it to set a new category. And when we set a new category, again, it's going to select a new questions array. And then you can see this whole cascade of animations that are going on. Okay, so that's all of the declarations we need to do up here. And now we can actually start rigging up our components here. So let's start adding our on clicks. So that's going to be very important. So first, let's add our on click for our category selection. So if a user clicks on one of our buttons, we'll say on click, and we'll pass in a callback function. And this callback function is going to call handle category click. And we're going to pass in object.category. Okay, so now if a user clicks on a category right here, it's going to invoke this function, and then it's going to pass the object's category into this function. So now let's actually just log that so we can see what's going on here. Console.log, and let's do category. So now if we open up our console, let's go over here. Actually, you can see it at the bottom there. So if I click on one of these categories here, oh, let me check. Looks like we're having a little bit of an issue. It seems like we're running into some error. Oh, so it looks like our FAQs list actually, it's unimplemented. So let's actually go in there real quick and just give it a little wireframe here. FAQ list. There we go. See if we can reload this. Awesome. And so now if we click on one of our categories, is that because, there we go. So if you go over to your, let's see, what is this called here? Please open up messages here and Google Chrome DevTools in the console here, you can see that we are selecting our different categories. So if we click on integrations, you can see we're clicking integrations, features, all those different ones there. Okay. And what's happening is we're clicking on our buttons here. It's invoking this function and it's being logged here. All right. Now that we did that, we can actually move on to doing our Tailwind classes here. So let's go to our section, start making this look good here. Again, we're going to use our background gradient to bottom custom Tailwind CSS class that we created. Look at that. You can see how useful that's being. Creating that custom class. Justify items center. Okay, so that now you can see our text is all in the center of this container here, no longer on the sides. Now let's move on to our div here. Now this here is going to have that max width, so it's going to be widthful. We want it to stretch across the container that it's in, but we also want it to be a max width of 90 rem. 90 rem. And again, that's going to be 1440 pixels wide, which is consistent with all of our sections here. And we're going to give it a PY of 32. PY of 32. Okay, padding Y of 32. And now let's drop down to our H2 here. Let's add some classes for this. So we're going to do text primary 50. So you can see frequently asked questions here. Let me actually look at this real quick. Okay. Text primary 50. We're going to do margin bottom of 8. That's going to give it a little bit of space between this and the text just below it here. Can't really see it that well. Then we're going to add a text center declaration, which should center this text in its container. You can see right now the text is actually stretching all the way across its container. See how wide this is? So we have to center it. Again, another strategy would just be make the text the width of its content, and then of course you could center it with a flex container or something along those lines. So that's text center. And let's do text again, 6XL. We've been using this a couple times here. Text 6XL with a line height of 18. That is 60 and 72 respectively. And font semi-bold. Nice. And of course you can see that the tracking does not look good like that. So let's make it tracking tighter, which is consistent with our design. Okay, all of these decisions that I'm making, again, they're consistent with the design that was created. Okay, let's move down to our div here. This is going to be a margin bottom of 8. So that's just going to push, I think it's going to push our, let's see, that might be this spacing. Yes, I think that this is going to push our 32 pixels off from our category selection. It's going to be a margin bottom of 8. You can see 32 pixels. Okay. And we're going to say text XL, I think is 20, and we're going to put loose. Okay, so that's going to be, again, 2040, font size and line height respectively. And we're going to do font light. Cool. Okay. Now we might actually have to add text center. Not on that specifically. We're just going to go right here into our p tag. Say class name. And you know what? I just realized perhaps we could add that. Maybe not though. Let's just start here. So we could do for our p tag, we're going to do text primary 100. There we go. So now we can see that much better. And we're going to center that text as well. Text center. Cool. Okay. Now that we have that done, we can move on to our BR. And there's actually no classes we have to add there, so we can move on from that. We are now going to move on to our anchor tag. Looks like our anchor tag has a couple classes on it. So we're going to add a group. And I just realized we actually don't need the group declaration. I must have been, oh, I remember why I added group. I added group because originally I had some arrow here, but we're not going to be using that anymore. So we don't actually need the group declaration. Instead, we do need the underline. Okay, so there's our underline. We're going to give the decoration a 1. So that's just going to make it so that our underline is 1 pixel thick. So a little bit thinner than it was by default. And then we're going to do something called a underline offset and set it to 3. Now the reason we want to, whoops. The reason we want to set underline offset to 3 is because we just want it a little bit further away from our text. Okay, so we set it to 10, you can see it's very far away. If we set it to 0, you can see it's very close. I think 3 is a good in between there. Of course, you can play with that if you want to. Okay, so now that we got that done, we can move on to our unordered list here. Not too many classes here. So let's start off by making this a, give it margin bottom of 16. Again, this is going to be for our categories. So you can see our categories here. We're going to give, let's see if I can hover over it. This unordered list, we're going to give it, what was it again? 64 pixels below. And now that's going to be from here, from our categories down to our questions list. All right. Again, this is going to be a flex container. So now you can see our categories are adjacent to one another. See if we can get that right there. You can see our questions are now adjacent to one another. Our buttons, really. And we're going to do flex wrap. Now, the reason we want to wrap these buttons is because you can see on mobile, these 4 buttons are going to be like this. So you can see they can wrap onto 2 lines here. and it'll look nice. It'll wrap slowly. So there'll be the first one wrap and then the second one wrap. You will see the effect once we move on to our responsive design here. Okay. Flex wrap. We're going to justify the center so that our buttons are in the center of our screen here. And we are also going to give it a gap X of 3 and a gap Y of 4. Okay. Now the gap Y, obviously you can't see that 16 pixels that are between the rows because there is only one row, but here you can see there is in fact 16 pixels. Okay. Cool. All right. And so now that we're done with that, we can actually move on to style on these things, the buttons themselves here. So let's give it a class name. Now these are going to have a couple styles. So, you know, brace yourself. That's pretty much what I'm saying. Let's begin by doing border primary. Now you can notice that I just did that without actually explaining it. So you can see here, we're actually going into JavaScript and we're using a template literal string. Now the reason that we want to do that is because we're going to set some classes conditionally. We don't want to just add classes across all these elements. We're going to set different classes based on whether it's the active category. Okay. So here you can see we enter JavaScript by adding brackets here to our class name value, and then we add backticks to make it a template literal string. Okay. And that's just something in JavaScript. I'm sure many of you know that. Okay. So border primary 50, and we're going to do text primary 50 as well. Okay, now the reason we're doing that is we just want our border and our text for our buttons to be defaulted to kind of this light primary 50 color here. Let's actually go over to desktop so we can see that. Okay. Now we're going to do transition properties. Again, this is a custom Tailwind CSS class we created. Transition properties. It's going to be 150 millisecond duration transition on all properties that we want to transition. We're going to set our cursor to pointer on each one of our buttons, which is important for any clickable element on your web page. Let's set our rounded to full, which is going to make our buttons round. Let's put our border to 2, so that's going to be 2 pixels. Let's set our padding on the x-axis for our buttons to 8, which is going to be 24 pixels, I think, or no, 32 pixels on the left and right for each button. And we are also going to set our padding y to 3.5. which I think is 14 pixels above and below the text within the buttons. Okay. And lastly, let's actually make our text a little bit larger. So text large, and we're going to do 8. Okay. So text large, it's going to be 1832 font size, line height respectively. Okay. So there it is. Look at that. Our buttons are already buttoning. All right. That looks lovely. Now we need to move on to adding our active styles. So now the question is, how do we check which one of these is active? Well, I will show you. What we're going to do is within our template literal, we can enter JavaScript, right? So what we can do is we can actually add a bracket here, a set of braces, and put a $ in front of it. Now here, we can actually go back into JavaScript. So what are we going to do? We're going to say object.category equals category. So the question is, does this object's, is its category equal to our currently selected category? Well, if it is, then that means it's our currently selected category, and we want that button to have this nice blue color. Okay, so then let's say and, which means, okay, if this first side is true, or my bad, I should say object.category does not equal category. What am I going to say? Or actually, no, that there's 2 declarations, very interesting. So we're going to have object.category equals category, equals category. Now, if this is true, if it is the selected category, let's do this. First, we're going to add a background of primary 500. We're going to make the text primary 1300. We're going to give the border a primary 500. And we're also going to give it the primary glow custom CSS class that we created. Okay. Now it looks like we actually are tossing an error here. So let's see what's going on. Okay, there we go. And so now you can see by default, general is selected. Now, why is general selected? It's because object.category for the first object in this list here, the category is equal to the currently selected category, which again is general, right? Within our use state, we pass in a default value of general. So that is true for the general category, okay? And now look at that. It's already interactive. We click on it and the magic is already happening here. Now, there's one other thing we want to do. When we hover over these buttons, we want to give it this. You can see we're giving it this white background, okay? But we don't want it to happen when we hover over general here. We only want this white background to show up when we're hovering over the elements that are not the active category, okay? So let's actually do that one. We're going to go like this, and we're going to add this here. So again, over here, let's add another $sign and another bracket, and we're going to say object.category does not equal category. Right here. Assuming that these buttons are not our active category, what do we want to do? Well, I will show you. We're going to be adding a hover background primary 50 and a hover of, where's it at? Text primary 1300. Okay. Whoops. Looks like I cannot spell category. And that's because I spelled category wrong. It's not category, it's category. Category. You can see I was spelling that like a crazy person here. Category. Jeez. Thank you. And somehow I'm still spelling it wrong, I'm sure. Oh yeah, it's down here. Look at that. Category again. All right, so now the beauty is that, again, if our object.category is not equal to the category of this certain object, then let's give it this hover state, okay? Doesn't work for general, right? Because this is not true for general, but it is true for the other ones, okay? Look at that. All right, so now it's really shaping up. You can see we have some interactivity. We're using state. We're doing all sorts of fun things with filtering, selecting elements. We have some interactivity with on-clicks. So now we're really getting into the more nitty-gritty, interesting features. And in the next section, when we work on our FAQ list, we're actually going to start working with Framer Motion and learning how we can get some cool animations in that library. Okay, so I think that we are done so far here. We have everything sorted out here. And now we can move into the FAQ list, which again is going to be a little bit involved, but also very fun. So I will see you guys over there. All right, so now as we move into our FAQ list section, this is when we really get the party started. Okay, we're going to be implementing some animations with Framer Motion, and we're going to have some cool interactivity. So this is when we can actually start having fun. Okay. This is the type of stuff that actually is exciting when you're building out landing pages and websites, those tasteful, lovely animations. I know everybody out there loves them, and I love them too. So let's start off by going into our FAQ list component here, and let's start off by importing motion/react. Now, motion/react, this is simply the package for Framer Motion. It was actually changed to Motion, so it's no longer called Framer Motion. And we can see right here in our Node Package Manager folder, or my bad, our package.json folder, we do in fact have Motion installed. Okay, and again, you can look up how to install that. It's just like npm install motion. You just type that in the console. I installed it initially for us, so then when we had our starter code, we already had the packages installed. And we can look at the other ones here. You can see we just have Tailwind, React, Motion, and a couple other ones prettier to make sure our code is formatted and our Tailwind CSS classes are in a consistent order. And yeah, overall, everything is normal here. But long story short, we have the Motion library that we can use now. Okay. So import Motion, and we're going to import useState, okay, because we are going to have some state in here. We're going to be using it for our one of our animations here from React, okay. And lastly, we're going to import our FAQ component from /FAQ. Okay, again, remember we have 3 components within this section. So within sections, we have our FAQs folder, and we have 3 components. We have the FAQs, we have the FAQ list, and then we have the individual FAQ itself. Okay. So now in here, let's start off by, let's actually make sure that we have a wireframe for our FAQ, because you already know it's going to start complaining. So we'll type in RFC and hit tab, and now we have our FAQ component. We can even type in FAQ real quick, just so maybe we see something there. Now in our FAQ list, we're going to read in a couple different properties. Now you can see GitHub Copilot was gracious enough to autocomplete it for me, but you can just type these in. Remember, in our FAQs, we're passing into our FAQ list 4 properties: category, questions, active question, and handle question click. Now if we go in here, you can see category, questions, active question, and handle question click. Okay, and we're going to be using these in different ways. So let's actually start off by adding a state variable that we're going to be using for our framer motion animation. It's going to be called inView. And we're going to do set in view. Now the question is, why are we concerned about whether our FAQ list is in view, meaning it's actually available, it's within the user's screen? Well, I will show you. When we scroll away, you can see that we can't see it. But when we scroll in view here, you can see that. We'll do it one more time. You can see all the questions, they kind of come in with this cool animation. Okay, and now the way that we're controlling that is framer motion has this very easy way for us to track whether an object is actually in the view of the user's viewport. Okay, and we're going to use state to track that. All right, so now that we did that, we can jump into actually creating our components here. So the way that we do this is we're actually going to add, look at it, you can see I'm already trying to do the work for me. We're going to do a motion.ul. Okay. Now in framer motion, essentially the way that this works is you simply have elements like ul as an example or whatever. It could be div, it could be p, it doesn't matter, right? And what you can do is you can supercharge that component, as they say, supercharge your list, in this case an unordered list, with the motion library by just typing motion in front of it and then a period. So now we have supercharged our unordered list, and we now have access to all of the different things that we can do with framer motion, all the different animation stuff. You guys understand, okay? So before we do anything there, let's actually see what we're going to pass into this list. So remember, it's just a list, just a normal list, but it's supercharged, and you're going to see how it's supercharged in a second here. So what actually goes in our list? Well, we're going to map through our questions. And for each one of our questions, we're going to render, you guessed it, a FAQ component. Okay, and so remember what's going on here. We have a list, and then within this list, we have a series of questions that we want to render, and each one of those is going to be represented as a FAQ component. And again, that's just going to be like one of these here. Okay, and now what's happening here is remember the questions are coming down from up here. So when a user selects a different category, what ends up happening, here it is, when a user selects a different category, it's going to create a new list. So they select a category, we get the category object here. From the category object, we select our questions array. Now we have access to our questions array. Let's actually pass that down into our FAQ list. And so now each time this component renders, it's going to render a FAQ list. And this FAQ list has the category, and it also has the questions. So we're going to make a list here, and we're going to render each one of those questions that's within this questions array. All right. And now there's going to be a couple of things we pass in here. First, let's set a key. Remember, every list item in React needs to have a key property, which is important for a number of reasons. You can look them up, but essentially just rendering, we'll say. And we're going to pass in its question. Now remember, each one of these questions is actually an object under the hood. We can go into our content folder and check that out. Here you can see. So we have this category object, but then also we have a questions array, and each one of these items is a object in and of itself. Okay. After that, we're going to do active question, and we're going to set that to our active question there, pass down the active question, and we're going to pass down the handle question click. Okay. So remember, if the user actually clicks on one of our questions here, we're going to do something, right? You see it opens up here. Okay. And remember, we're managing this state all the way up here. Active question and category. Okay. So the category, we can change the category right here with our on click, as we did, but we can't change the active question. The active question, we only can figure out what the active question is when they actually click on the question. And so we're going to pass that all the way back up to FAQs where we handle, or where we manage that state. Okay. And sometimes you have to do that. They call that lifting up state, where you use a piece of state higher up in the component hierarchy. So then you can use it across different components. All right. So now within our list here, we have now rendered all of our FAQs, and we're going to start adding some animations. So into our motion.ul, let's start adding some properties. So first and foremost, let's add our classes, our Tailwind classes. So again, this is just an unordered list. Remember that. We're just adding classes as normal here. So we'll do auto. We should be able to see actually something down here. Whoops, that's the completed landing page. I was like, wow, that's already looking really good. There it is. You can see we have 4 FAQs, or 4 FAQ, I should say. So we have auto. We're going to say flex. Okay, we don't want our questions next to each other. We want them on top of each other. So let's do flex column. We're going to set a max width on our container for our questions here. So you can see this is actually a max width container. It is not stretching across this entire screen here. And this max width is going to be set to a value that I had to identify. I translated pixels into rem. So I like to specify everything in terms of rem. Makes it a little bit more responsive for a number of reasons I won't cover right now. But it's going to be 826 pixels. That's going to be the width of this container, our questions containers. You can see that now it's not so wide here. And let's actually visualize this flex container so we can see what's going on a little better. Not that. See if we can find it. Where's it at? There we go. Right there. Okay. And there's going to be one other property. What was it? It's a gap Y of 14. Okay, now the reason we want to do that is we want each one of our questions to have a little bit of breathing room here. You can see here, each one of our questions has, let's see what it is. It should be 14. Yeah, 56 pixels of space. And you can see here, we got 56 pixels of space for each question in our list. Okay, so now that we did that, let's start adding some properties for frame motion. So let's start off with our initial property. So our initial property says, what do we want to have initially? Well, initially we want to have our hidden state, or our hidden variant, I should say. So initially we're going to set it to hidden here. Okay. Now what we're going to do is we're going to animate. So we're going to use our animate property. And we're going to say, are we in view? So remember, in view is tracking whether the object is actually within the viewport. Now, if the object is within the viewport, the list, then we want these to kind of render in order. You can see right there. One more time. Awesome. Okay. So what if we are in view, question mark? Well, then please show us the visible variant or the visible state. Otherwise, show us the hidden state. Okay. So again, remember, initially we're set to hidden, and we're saying if we're not in view, we'll then return us hidden. Okay. Now we're going to set our key to category. Okay. So just setting the key on this UL to category. And that's how it knows to trigger the animation or like re-render, essentially like just like a key on a item in React allows React to understand like when it needs to re-render or what it needs to update. The same thing is true for the motion library. When we add a key, it knows, okay, if the category changes, then we need to re-trigger the animation, okay? Otherwise, if it doesn't re-render the list completely, then it might not actually re-trigger the animation. But we say, hey, every time the category changes, we want to rerun the animation. And that is true, right? If we click here, you can see that the animation re-renders, right? Each time we click here. So not only when we scroll in here, but also when we just re-render the list, okay? The next thing that we're going to do is we're going to make it a layout animation. Now, the reason we have to add the layout boolean here is because we want the height of the list itself right here. We want the height of this list to actually scale nicely when the children elements grow and shrink. We don't want it to be kind of like, like jagged, so to speak. We don't want it to be like, we want it to be smooth, right? So you can see here, when the children element open up, the parent element also scales nicely. And that's what the layout property does. It says we want the layout is going to be shifting, okay? And that's why we use that Boolean property. And now we can actually add the variance, which is the important part. So remember, we're using the hidden and visible variants based on whether we're in view. But the question is, what actually are those variants? Well, we can specify them right here in our variance array or our variance object. So within our variance object, we pass in another object. And in here, we're going to do a couple things. We're going to say, first, let's specify our hidden state. Now in our hidden state, we're going to pass in an object, and we can set any property we want here. But we're going to set our opacity to 0. Okay. So for our hidden variant, we're going to pass a object for it. And in this object, we're going to set one property, just our opacity, to 0. Now let's go down and let's set our visible state. Okay. So again, remember, we have visible and hidden here. Initially, we're hidden. Now, what happens when we're visible? Well, all we're going to do is we're going to start setting some of our transitions. Okay. So we're going to set transition here. And again, transition has another object. So again, we're saying visible. Within here, we have an object, and we're going to be setting our transition. Okay. Now, what do we want our transition to do? Well, we're going to do something called stagger children. And we're going to say stagger children of 0.25 seconds. Now, why do we have to stagger the children? Well, as we see, when we run this one runs, then this one runs, then this one runs, then this one runs. So we're saying, okay, wait a minute, put a quarter of a second between each one. When this first one goes, then the second one, third, fourth, okay? Then we're going to add our ease. So our ease timing function. our animation timing function, and we're going to say ease in. So now what's going to happen is rather than it all being linear, the animation of them showing up, it's going to ease in. Okay. So those again are from Bezier curves. You can kind of change the way that the animation runs. It can come in fast, it can end slow, it can come in slow, end slow, come in fast, end fast, yada yada. In this case, we're just saying ease in, which is one of the built-in properties that you can use in Framer Motion. Okay, and it's in CSS, as you guys know. There's probably there's ease in, ease out, linear, etc. Okay. And so now that we have those animations set up, we can now move on to a couple other properties that we're going to want to set in our UL here. So there's a couple other things. Remember, we haven't actually figured out whether it's in view. We haven't actually updated our state variable based on whether the list is in view. So how are we going to do that? Well, I will show you. First and foremost, let's say while in view, we're going to set opacity to 1. Okay, so if it's in view, we're going to set the opacity to 1 here. And we're going to say on viewport enter. You can see it's already prompting me. On viewport enter. Now this is the important one. This is where we actually say, okay, we are in view. On viewport enter. And we're going to pass in a callback. And we're going to, you guys probably already guessed it here, set in view to true. Okay, so what's going to happen is when this UL comes into our view, then Framer Motion is going to detect that and say, wait a minute, our list is in view. It's going to invoke this onViewEnter function, and this function is going to set our in-view state to true. When this becomes true, then this animation property is going to be evaluated, and it's going to say, okay, our in-view is true, therefore we want to render this variable, right? That's how a ternary operator works. If this is true, then we do the first thing. If it's false, then we do the second thing, okay? So then this Boolean, whether we're in view or out of view, is going to control whether we are visible or hidden. And of course, we are declaring hidden and visible states right here in our variance. Okay. Now we're also going to move this down and we're going to say on viewport. And this one's going to be leave. On viewport leave. Well, what happens when we leave the viewport? We want to set it to false. Okay. So once we leave the viewport and the list is no longer on screen, of course, we want to set our in view to false. All right. And then the last property, I promised, is going to be viewport. And we're going to say once equal to false. Now, what does that mean? That means that our animation, let's say we came down the screen for the first time. The animation shows up. The question is, let's say we go back up again and go back down. Do we want to see it a second time? Well, if we put false, then that's going to make it so that, or if we put true, then it's going to make it so it only shows up once. If we put false, it'll continue to play every time we come into view. Okay. As you can see, it keeps playing every time we come into view. They get re-rendered here. All right. So now that we did that, we can move on to the second property that we're going to put in our viewport, and that's going to be the amount. Okay. And we're going to say 100%. Now, what does this say? The amount property allows us to dictate how much has to be on screen for it to actually play. So as an example, let's say we scroll down to right here, and our list was only a little bit in view. So right here, let's actually hover over our list so we can see it. There. So let's say our list was only in view right there. Then you could say that the amount that's in view is only about 5%, 10%. But sometimes you only want an animation to play once the entire thing is in view, right? Because you want to give it a little bit of a delay. You want people to be able to see the animation. So in our case, we're saying we want the entire list to be in view before you trigger the animation, okay? Does that make sense? So if you put 50%, then you're going to say, okay, only 50% of it needs to be in view before the animation triggers. In our case, we want 100% of it to be in view before we start triggering the animation. Okay, we don't want it to happen too quick. We want to give them a second to be able to see it before it actually plays here. Okay, and that's it. Now that we did that, I say that's it, but there was quite a couple properties. Again, you guys will learn these as you go. Just continue to watch courses and videos on Framer Motion. You will learn them as you go, I promise. Okay, so with that out of the way, we are officially done with our FAQ list component. Again, we're just rendering a series of FAQs, and now we can actually render the questions themselves. You can see they're in black here. They're just some text. But once we render these, we're going to have this actually working here. Okay, so I will see you guys over in the FAQ section, and we will wrap up this frequently asked questions section, which is one of the most interesting ones in the landing page. And then we're going to get into the testimonial section, which is also a very cool one. So I'll see you guys over there. All right, so now we can finish off strong on our FAQ section by implementing our FAQ. And this one should not be too long. It's a pretty small component. So let's start off by a couple of imports within our FAQ component. Remember, this is the third one here. And remember, we're going to be reading in a couple properties from our FAQ list. So in our FAQ list, we're rendering each FAQ, and these have 3 properties: a question, the active question, and handle question click. Okay. Now, the reason that we have to pass these down, remember, is that each FAQ, it needs to have access to the actual question object, which is going to be this here. It needs to have the question, obviously it needs to have the icon, the question, the answer, etc. It also needs to have access to whether it is the active question or not, because of whether it's the active question or not is based on what, it's going to open or close based on whether it's the active question. Okay. And then also handle question click. If we click on one of these, we need to propagate that event all the way up into our FAQ so that we can reset our active question to a new question. Okay. So we have to pass down those properties and we're going to read them in here. So let's start off by doing that. We're going to say category. Whoops, that's actually not it. It's going to be, here it is. Question, my bad. It's going to be question. Question, active question, and handle question click. Okay. Again, that's getting passed in right here. Now that we're in here, let's actually start off by getting some imports here. So again, we're going to be importing our motion library. We're going to be doing some, one more animation here for our text. Or for our question, I should say. So let's import motion/react. And let's also import our caret up icon. So we're going to be using this in a second. But as you can see in our design here, we have each question with a caret up icon like this. And once the individual opens the question, you can see that the caret icon will be up, and otherwise it will be down here. Okay. Okay, so you can see it's complaining here. Import caret up. Let's go .. Go into icons and type caret up here, or select caret up. Okay. So now we can get into actually implementing our components here, or this component here. And we're going to start off by creating a motion.li. So again, this is just a list item, which I'll even type it as a list item first so you guys can see. Remember, this is nothing more than a list item. And then we're going to supercharge it with the motion library like that. Okay. But again, under the hood, it's still a list item. It has the same properties as a list item would have. Okay. And so now, before we actually implement this list item, let's actually set some variants here. Okay. We're going to go here and we're going to say item const item variants. And we'll get into, I'll explain these again, why we're actually using these variants in a second. We're going to say item variants. But I will tell you now that essentially what we're doing is the same thing that we did here. So remember how we set variants here for hidden and visible? We're just going to do the exact same thing here, but we're going to declare them outside here. You can see here we actually declared this object right in here. But of course we can declare that outside, and we are going to do that here. So we're going to say first, our hidden variant for our animation is going to have an opacity of 0. Whoops, opacity of 0. And it's also going to have a Y value of 20. Now you might be wondering, why is there a Y of 20? Well, I'll show you. When each one of our questions is rendered, you'll see that it kind of shifts up a little bit. So not only does it fade in from an opacity of 0 to 100, but it also kind of comes up and then springs into place. See that? So they each shift up, okay? And so we're going to set our Y value to 20. Now, if you don't know how it works in programming, but essentially the Y value grows as you go down. So at the top of the screen, like right here, the Y value would be 0. And then as we go down the page, the Y value will increase, okay? So if we put a Y value of 20, we're essentially saying make it a little bit lower when it's hidden. And then when it's visible, we're going to set the opacity to 100, and we can actually use 1 actually, and we can set the Y to 0. Okay, so again, we're putting our Y into its kind of default position. And now that we have our variants done, we can go into implementing our motion.li. So let's start off by adding a button here. Now our button is actually going to have a div, and the div, let's put a div here, and the div within it is going to have an icon. Okay, so how's that actually going to work? We're going to put a like this, question dot icon. Now this might look a little bit weird, but essentially what's happening here is, remember, we're passing down our question object, which again is this, okay? Now within our question object, we actually have an icon property. So it's actually going to be like this, right? Question.icon. So when we we use the dot operator here. We're selecting question.icon, and question.icon actually references a React component. Okay, so here you can see this is note. So if we actually look at what is this note here? Well, let's look at the top here. You can see that note actually references a icon from our icons folder. Now, if we go in and look at the note, you see that it's just a React component. So essentially what we're doing here is we're using our question, and then we're saying, okay, give us the dot icon property on that question, and that is going to return a React component. And so you can see now we're kind of invoking it like a React component here with these open and closing tags. The what do they call these again? I forgot what they call those. But you get the point. Okay. And so now we have a div. Now the reason that we want to wrap the icon in a div is because you can see here that we actually have a border around our icon. So we have the icon in the middle, and then the div is going to kind of be the thing that contains the icon itself. Okay. So there's that. Then below the div, we're going to add a p tag. Now this p tag is going to have our question.question, which if we go into here, you can see that is just the title of the question. So that's going to be right here, the title of our question. And so now you can see right here, you can actually see we have the title of our question. Now that's a little bit difficult to see, of course, because the text is very dark, but we'll fix that in a second, but you can see them there. And so now that we have our question.question, the actual name of the question, below that, we're going to add a div here. And then this div is going to hold our caret up icon. Okay. And so I don't think you can actually see it right now. We're probably going to have to add some properties to it, and we will in a second. But essentially what's going to happen is this right here is going to be structured as a button. So right here, this icon plus this text here plus this icon is all going to be a button. So this bar right here, so to speak, this blue bar is going to be an entire button. So if we click here, it opens. If we click here, it opens. Click here, it opens. Click here, it opens. Click here, it opens. Click here. Okay. And so essentially within this button, we have first our question icon, which is right here. We have our question, which is right here. And then we also have our caret icon, which is right here. Okay. Now below this button, we're going to have our answer right there. Okay. So we're going to see how we're going to structure that in a second here. So now that we have this div here and we have our caret up icon, we're going to leave that as is for now, and we'll add the styles after. But now below our motion.li here, or my bad, should I say our button, we're going to be adding a motion.p. Now, why do we actually need a motion.p? Well, it's because this is going to hold the answer to our question. And you can see that the answer is also animated. So you can see it kind of fades in. It has an opacity of 0. And then once the question is open, the opacity is 1. You can also see that the height kind of grows. Okay. So we're going to be animating not only the list item itself, but we're also going to be animating the text that is the answer. Okay. So let's start by doing that. We're going to open up a motion.p here. And within the motion.p, we're just going to have our question.answer. Which again, you guys can look at that, is nothing more than, where's it at? Our answer. All right, so now that we're done there, we can actually start getting into adding the classes and making it so that we can see what's going on here. Okay, so now you can see our answers, all of our questions, and our answers just below. Of course, we're gonna have to add some styles here so it looks a little bit better. So let's start off here by adding our variance property to our motion.li. And you can see we're just passing right in our item variance here. Okay, so again, our motion li, it has two variants, whether it's hidden and whether it's visible. If it's hidden, make it opacity 0, set its y a little bit lower, and then if it's visible, set its y to the initial value, so like the value that, or not the initial value, the default value that it would be, right? So in its normal position, and set the opacity to 1. Okay, so we set our variance with in Framer Motion or Motion library like this. And now all we have to do is add our class names. So that's it. That's all we're going to add in terms of the Motion library for this motion.li. And we're going to say shrink. We're going to have 0. And we're going to have grow set to 0. Okay. And now the reason that we want to do that is because there was an issue where when I was opening and closing the text elements, what was happening is it was actually shrinking and expanding the text and giving it this kind of like stretch effect that was not very good. And it was like, I don't want to even describe it because it was not good. Essentially what we want is that the height of the container will grow, but not the element itself, right? So you can see here that when we open this question, it's not like the text is actually stretching. What's happening is just this container that it's within is growing, okay? The height of the container specifically, okay? So that's why we're saying do not necessarily shrink it or grow it, right? And the reason we have to set this to 0 is, if I'm correct, this right here is a flex container, right? So by default, these items are able to stretch because they are flex items, if that makes sense. We do not want them to stretch though, okay? So now that we did that, we can go on to our button here. Let's add some classes. And we're gonna add an on-click as well. So let's add flex. And that's gonna make it so that our icon is next to our text, which is also next to our caret icon. And we're gonna do width full, make sure that this stretches all the way across its parent container. We're going to set the cursor to pointer so that users know that they can in fact click on it. And we're also going to set our items to center, which will vertically align them. This is important because our icon is going to be the largest part of this button here. Okay, so these items need to be vertically centered. Okay. And so now hopefully we can get into actually adding the colors here, and we will in a second. So there's that. Now there's one other thing we want to add on our button here, and that's actually going to be our on-click handler. Now remember, if the user clicks on our question, we need to display the answer just below, right? And that's this p tag right here, okay? So how are we going to do that? Well, I will show you. We're going to go like this. And we're going to say handle question click, and you can actually see right there, it's going to auto-complete it for me. And essentially what we're doing is we're just saying if they click on this button, so they click anywhere on one of these bars here, like this, then we're going to set the question click, the active question, I should say, to the question.id. So again, we have our content, we see each question has an ID. What we want to do is when they click on the button, we're going to set the question ID. And now remember, handle question click is simply our handle question click function that's passed down from our FAQs component. And this right here, when we pass this in, this handle question click, you can see that this references this function here. Now remember what this function does. If the question, we simply pass in the question ID, and then we set the active question based on that ID, okay? So essentially we're communicating all the way up saying, hey, we got clicked on, this question got clicked on, let's open up the answer or close the answer, okay? So now that we did that, we can now move on to this div here for our caret icon. Let's actually pull up our landing page so we can see it. And we're going to say border primary 50. Margin right of 6. And that's just going to make it so that our icon has a little bit of space to the right of it from our answer. You can see right here, there is 24 pixels. And that's what this corresponds to. We're going to say rounded XL. And the reason that we're going to do that is this is going to add 12 pixels of rounding. And we're going to say our P is going to be 3.5. Okay, so that's going to add a padding around our icon of 14 pixels. Okay, so now we should go into our question icon, and we should be able to actually see the icon here. Now, you can see right here that the icon is right here. Our question is here, and then our caret is over here. We can't see it yet. We got to add some styles to it. But either way, you can see that the icon's right here. Okay, so now let's go here and add these properties. So first, we're going to say a width of 2. Which again is going to set the stroke width on the icon itself, the SVG icon. Okay. And we're going to say for our class name, we're going to set the stroke. We're going to say stroke primary 50. And that's going to give it this nice light blue. And that's the only thing there. And of course, we're going to add an alternative text to this so that it's not just a button element that we don't know what it actually is for those of the individuals on our website that are visually impaired or need a screen reader. So we're going to say alternative. We're going to say question.alt. Okay. Question.alt. Okay. And again, if you go in here, you can see that the alternative text, it just says note icon, magic pen icon, etc. Okay. So now that we're done with that, we can move on to our P tag, which is our question. Now this is where it's actually going to start shaping up. We'll be able to see what's going on a little bit better here. Now you can see we actually are missing one property here. It's going to be border 2. That's going to set a 2 pixel border. We added the color for the border, but not the actual border 2 pixel here. So now you can see our question shaping up nicely. Now for our answer or our question itself, let's start doing this. So again, it's going to be text primary 50. We're going to set margin right to auto. Our padding right to 4. So that's going to actually be the margin right. The reason we want to set that is because we want the caret icon to be all the way to the right. Okay, so we want that caret icon to be as far right as possible, which you can see here. And then the reason that we're setting the padding right here is because we want to make it so that on our small screen sizes, the question itself never gets that close to the arrow here. Okay, so we want to set a minimum distance between the arrow and the text, and that is going to be a padding right of 4. So if we click on that, you can see right here, there's a little bit of padding, just 16 pixels, I think. Let's see, padding right of 4. And that's going to make sure that our text never actually intersects with that caret icon. Instead, it will wrap onto a new line, which we can see here. Okay. We're going to do text left. So left align the text. That's going to be important on smaller screen sizes. Right now, obviously, you can't see it because it already is left. We're going to set text XL, and we're going to give it loose. So we're going to double the font size for the line height. We're going to say font medium, give it a little bit more boldness. And we're going to put our tracking to tight just to make sure that letter spacing is a little bit closer together. Nice. All right, now in this div just below here for our caret icon, let's start adding some styles. Okay, so we're going to say flex. We're going to say height 12 and width 12. So that's just going to make it so that our caret icon has a height and width of 48 pixels. Nice. We're going to make a flex container so we can center our icon within this div. We're going to put our shrink to 0. Again, we don't want this shrinking either. This can cause some issues. I had an issue where I think the width was shrinking, and I wanted to make sure that it stays square. So we wanted its height and width to be stuck at 12. We don't want it to be shrinking. Like I said, there was one that was getting skinnier, I think, when the text was intersecting with it from the question. We just want to make sure that it's stable, okay? And sometimes when you have items that are flex children, you just run into these problems where the items are stretching or growing, and you don't want to have that behavior, okay? And so you can set shrink and stretch or shrink and grow to 0 to make sure that doesn't happen, okay? So now we're going to set items to center. Now that's going to center our icon on the vertical axis. We're also going to do justify center, which is going to center our icon along the horizontal axis. Okay. And of course, we can't actually see the icon yet, but we will see it right now once we add some properties. So let's start off with our class name declaration. Here, we're also going to just add a stroke of primary 50. And we're going to add a active question like this. We're going to say active question equals question dot ID. Okay. And so now check that out. Did you just see how this one opened up here? So you can see that this one, when we click on it, we're changing it from the active question to inactive. And you can see, look at that. When we click on new ones, the caret icon is flipping. So what's happening is the caret icon right here, or the caret up, you can see that the active question property, we're passing in a Boolean value for active question. If the active question is equal to the question ID, indicating that it is the active question, then of course we want that caret icon to look different than the other ones. We want it to point down, okay? Now let's actually go into caret up to see what's happening there. So we're passing in this active question Boolean, and what we're saying is, right here, this is a motion.svg, so we're not actually going to implement this one, but this is also from the motion library, and you can see that I'm doing a very basic animation. I'm saying we want to rotate. That's the animation. That's something in Figma Motion, and we're saying active question, question mark. If it is the active question, then rotate it negative 180 degrees, otherwise rotate it 0 degrees, okay? And you can see that we just have a transition duration of 0.3, which we specified in our transition property, and a ease property of ease in, okay? So very simple, just a small, and again, look at that. You can see that we have SVG, and then we just supercharged it with motion dot, and then we have access to all these properties in Figma Motion. So very cool, and that's all we're doing under the hood. And that's gonna help us animate our caret icon as we animate the rest of our stuff here. Okay, so you can see here, our caret icon is animating nicely, right? So now that we have that, we can move on to a couple other properties. First, let's set the width to 2.5. Again, this just sets the stroke width on the SVG icon. Okay, make it a little bit thicker. And let's also set the alt to caret up icon. All right, now we can move on to our motion.p and we'll be done just like that. Okay, so let's go here and let's do our class name property first. And we're going to set our text to primary 100 so we can see it. There it is. Nice. Now you can see it's really shaping up. We can actually see what's going on here. We're going to set our padding top to 0 by default. We're going to set our padding right to 14. Now the reason we're setting that is simply so that it doesn't extend all the way across. You can actually see it's about the same size as the caret icon almost. Now, like I said, I didn't want that to span all the way across. You can see in our design that is not consistent. So here you can see that our text does not in fact go all the way to the right here. Okay, there's a little bit of space on the right, does not go all the way to the caret icon. And so that's why I decided to add that padding right value right here. And in this case, it is 56 pixels of padding on the right. Okay, now our padding top is 0, but that is going to change. Our padding left is going to be 20, and that's for the same reason. We just want to make sure that it's not on the left there. So you can see that here, our text does not go below the icon. Okay, so you can see here, now it doesn't go below the icon because we have this padding on the left here. And now let's add our text dash large. You guys already know the deal with this, text dash large, and 8. So 8 times 4, 32 line height. And we'll do font light. Okay, drop that down to font weight of 300, just make it a little bit thinner. And now that we're good there, let's start setting some of our framer motion properties. So first, let's actually set our initial property. So the question is, what do we actually want our initial state to look like? Well, we can add a couple things here. First, we're going to add an opacity of 0. The next property we're going to add for our initial state is going to be a max height of 0. Now, if we want actually we'll wait on that. And so we'll say visibility, and we're going to set that to hidden. Now, this is not like our other thing where we're using variance, right? So remember how we were using variance before when we were saying, okay, there's a visible and a hidden state, and then we were explicitly declaring what visible and hidden actually meant. We're not doing that here. We're just telling framer motion that we actually want this element, its visibility property, to be hidden, okay? So if we save this, it looks like it hasn't shaped up just yet, but we'll get it in a second here. And now we're going to set animate. Okay, so let's go to our animate property in motion, and let's start specifying some values here. So what do we want to do? Well, you can see GitHub Copilot's already trying to write this logic for me. Essentially what we're going to do is we're going to say, is the active question equal to the question ID? So very similar to what we did for our caret up here. Now, if the active question is equal to the question ID, then we know in fact that this FAQ that we're returning, this instance, is in fact our active question. So what we're going to do is we're going to return an object. Now in this case, what do we want to do when it is the active question? Well, let's set its opacity to 1. We're going to set its max height to a value higher than it could ever be. Now the reason we have to do that is because we want the element to animate its height, but if we don't actually set an explicit height, then we have that kind of weird stretching thing where instead of it growing the height of the container, it actually stretches the text from like a small height to a large height. And it has this very not good look. I'll just tell you that much. And so essentially what we're doing is we're setting the height, the max height, to a value that is higher than the height of any of the text element answers. Okay, so none of these elements here, none of those answers are going to have a value that is higher than 300. So you could set it to 500, you could set it to 700, whatever. Just make sure that it is above the maximum height of any of those questions. Okay. And you can play with that. There might be a couple other ways to achieve that. So maybe you could put height auto, maybe you could put max height auto. But when I was doing research, this was the only way for me to figure out how to achieve it in this manner. I was having a hard time to get it to work, and this was one of the ways that I was able to get it to work. And it seems like it's generally agreed upon that this is the way that you want to approach it. Okay. Now we're also going to set our visibility to visible. Okay. And lastly, we're going to set our padding top. Remember, we set a padding top of 0. That's no bueno. We need a padding top of how much? 16 pixels, right? So here we're going to say a padding top. Now padding top, we're going to specify it as rem. Okay. And that's just 1 rem, which again, 1 rem just means 16 pixels. Okay. So now you can see, oh, we got to set our otherwise case. So here, what do we want to actually return? So if our active question equals our question ID, then we are active, and we want to return these properties to our animate function, where we make our opacity 1 so you can see it. We have that max height grow, and we have the visibility visible. But what else? What if it's not the active question? Well, we're simply going to return an empty object. Okay. And so now essentially what's happening here is, assuming that the active question is this question, we're no longer going to have a padding top of 0. We're no longer going to have a opacity of 0. We're no longer going to have a max height of 0. We're also going to not have a visibility of hidden. We're going to make it visible. We're going to grow its height. We're going to grow its we're going to increase the opacity, and we're going to add some padding to the top, which is going to make it so that it's not actually hugging the question itself, which we saw earlier. Okay, so let's see if we can get it to work here. Look at that. All right, so it's already working. Now it looks like we're having a little bit of an issue with our animations here, but I think I know why. Okay, it's because we didn't add all of our properties. So we have our transition first. So you can see that our transition is not looking how we had it in our final design, and that's because we didn't add these here. First, let's give it a duration of 0.3 seconds. And we're going to use the ease property to specify ease in, which is what we were using before. So we're going to ease the animation in, and we're going to give it a duration of 3. And so there it is. Look at that. Now you can see we have this beautiful animation for our answer. And you can see that the padding top grows to 16 pixels, which you can see right here. You can see that the opacity comes into play. The max height goes from 0 to 300 pixels, and we have it all kind of working together to create this very beautiful, very tasteful animation. Okay. You can see that we're rendering our new list, and active questions are being selected. They can be deselected, everything that we want here. Now, of course, you can see that there is some issue with our list here where it's not actually rendering it in the same way that it is here. But I think that is because we didn't add this layout property. Again, this is a layout animation. We're affecting the height here. Okay, so let's actually go through. I'm going to go through real quick and figure out what it actually is that we are missing that is making it so that we're not gaining access to... I always spell this wrong. I don't know why I always do this when I'm using this library, but it's not variants. I had an E here, very I-E-N-T-S. It is not variants, it is variants. So there's an A here. V-A-R-I-A-N-T-S. Okay, and now check this out. Look at that, guys. We have this beautiful animation working. So just like that, okay, it was not that much work, much less work than we would otherwise have to do if we didn't use a library like this. We have created a beautiful animation for our landing page, right? We have this FAQ section. We have this great animation where we can click anywhere on this button here. We have the text growing here, our answer, we have our caret icon rotating, and overall just a very tasteful, very smooth animation that we can use moving forward. And of course you can use this in any project, any context. So awesome. Awesome work to everyone who has successfully made it through that section. And now we can actually move on to our testimonial section, which again is going to be extremely exciting. Let me show you guys a sneak peek of that again here. You can see we're also going to have some very cool on-scroll animations, and we can show less, show more. And overall, just a very beautiful section to have on your landing page, and very important. Of course, you always want to have social proof if you're trying to sell a product. Okay, so I will see you guys over there. All right, so now we can officially move into our testimonial section. So our testimonial section is going to follow a very similar pattern to our frequently asked questions section. We're actually going to begin by going over to our sections folder, and for here we're also going to be creating a testimonials folder. So again, we had FAQs. You can see that we had a FAQs component for the entire FAQ section. Then we had FAQ list, which represented each list within our FAQ section. And then lastly, we had FAQ, which represented a individual frequently asked question. And we're going to do the exact same pattern for testimonials. So let's type in testimonials. We'll add a folder here in sections, and let's add those same 3 components. So we're going to do testimonials.jsx. Now this is going to represent our entire testimonial section here. Then we're going to go here and we're going to make a testimonials list. And lastly, we're going to create a testimonial.jsx. Okay, and again, I'm going to show you guys here our testimonial. Here's our finished landing page. You can see here that we essentially have our testimonial section. Then we have 3 lists, one on the left here, one on the right here, or one in the center here, and then one on the right. And then of course we have our individual testimonials, and that's how it's going to shape up. Now this is in fact 3 lists, and the reason why we have to create 3 lists, one on the left, one on the center, and one on the right, is because you'll see that these are actually different heights here. Okay, so we can't just make it so that there's one row here and then another row here in some type of grid or some type of flex container. We actually have to make it so it's 3 vertical lists so that we can have them be of varying heights. And that's what gives us this cool effect where it almost seems like the lines here, right here, this one doesn't line up with this one, doesn't line up with this one. You guys get the point, right? The testimonials are different heights, and that gives us a very neat effect. Okay, so back to our landing page. and we can get right into it. So first thing first, let's actually go into our testimonial section here. And before we get into our testimonial section, let's go to our testimonial list and let's type in RFC and just wireframe this. Okay. Now the reason that we want to render this here, let's actually just type it in, testimonial list. We're going to work on this one first. We're actually going to be working on our testimonials section, right? We'll do this one first, then our list, and the individual testimonials, but we do need to make this so that we can use it within testimonials in the meantime, okay? So now we can jump over here and we can begin creating our testimonial section. So let's render this here, testimonials, and of course, let's hop over into app, go down below FAQs, and type in testimonials. And I got lucky with the auto import, and you can see that it's importing it right there. So from components /section/ testimonials, and then testimonials, right? We also have a folder with the same name there. So you can see that nesting, okay? All right, so first order of business is going to be creating our expanded state. So let's do const, and we're gonna do expanded, and then set expanded. And we're gonna say use state, and pass in true. All right. And then up here, we're going to have to import our state. So import use state from React. Now the reason that we have to use a state variable here is that our testimonials list can actually be extended and closed. So we can look at that over here. You can see that we have a button down here that will close our list. So there's only 2 rows. And then if they hit this, it will open our list up to, I think, a total of 5 rows. Okay. And so again, this will just control this toggling here. All right. And we can go back to our design actually, or this is based on our design, not based off our finished landing page, right? Okay. And now we can get into setting up our section here. So we're going to get rid of this div here and we're going to replace it for a section. Okay, and Prettier just tried to puts a colon after return and essentially blocks off our section component. All right, and now within the section, the first thing that we're going to add is a div, and this div is what's actually going to hold the content within our testimonial section here. So that's going to be the stuff within here. Okay. And it's going to have a p tag. So this p tag is going to have the testimonials. Okay, and this is simply a tag. You can see it right here. Just a little tag that says testimonials. It has this nice blue glow to it. Blue glow. And it's a little bit smaller. I think it's actually only 16 pixels. Okay, so that's going to be the first thing. Then we're going to have an H2 just below that. And that's going to say what our AI dash powered note. Actually, I should put a span here, or actually a BR. So we're breaking this here. So remember, we're doing what our AI powered, and then a note, line break, and then down here it's going to say note takers have to say. Okay, so it's just going to say note takers have to say. All right. Now that we have that, the last thing here is going to be a p tag, right? So we have this tag here, like it's actually called or some people call it a pill, some people call it a tag, but essentially this testimonial thing. Then we have a heading here, and then lastly this paragraph, which is going to be our subheading. So let's add that paragraph here, and I'm going to copy that over so you guys don't get bored of me struggling to type and look around my microphone. But you can of course pause that. It just says NoteFlow has helped thousands supercharge their productivity with cutting-edge AI note-taking tools. Okay. And now that we're done with that, we can move on to creating our div just below this. So again, this div right here, I just realized is not necessarily the content section. What it is the section for the content on the top here. So again, this holds this p tag here for testimonials. It holds a heading and it holds a subheading. Now adjacent to this div, I should say just below this div, is going to be another div, and this will actually hold our testimonials here. Okay. Now this is where we're going to render our 3 list. Now remember, we have 3 lists here. So these lists are of varying heights, and that's why we have to actually make 3 lists. There's going to be one on the left here that's vertically distributed, one in the center that's vertically distributed, and one on the right that's vertically distributed. Now, what's interesting is we have 15 testimonials. So we're going to have to essentially distribute our testimonials, our 15 testimonials, into these 3 lists. And we're going to do that by essentially slicing our testimonials list by index, okay? And that might make sense to some of you, might not make sense to some others, but don't worry, we are going to do it right now, and then we'll explain it. Okay, so here let's render our testimonial list. Remember, we just wireframe this. There's not much here, just some text that says testimonial list. Okay, and we auto imported it up here. Make sure you have it imported as well. And what we're going to do is we are going to go here and we're going to pass in a testimonials prop. Okay, so each one of our testimonial lists, there's going to be 3 in total, will get a series of testimonials that it is responsible for rendering. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to say testimonials. Let's pass in test.slice. Now, what is test.slice? Well, we're slicing an array, but this array test we don't actually have yet. Let's import it. We're going to say import testimonials as test, and we're going to import it from our content folder. Okay, and we'll take a peek at those. // so there's no confusion. // got to go up a lot of parent directories /content. Okay, so we go into the testimonials right here. Let's actually go take a look at them in our content folder. Come on now. You can see it's just an array of 15 items, and each object has an ID. It has a rating, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 out of 5 stars. Description. So what is the testimonial? It has the source, which is just the individual's image here. It has the name, and it also has the title, the individual's name and the individual's title. Okay, we have 15 items here, right? So what we're actually going to do here is within testimonials, we're going to slice this list that we return. In the first list, we're going to have 0 through 5. So let's actually slice 0. And then what we're going to say is we're actually going to say expanded. Expanded, question mark. Now, if we are expanded, let's go 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So let's render the first 4 items in our first list. Okay. Otherwise, let's just return a 2. Okay. So what we're saying here is slice the testimonials list from the 0th index to the 5th index if we're expanded. But if we're not expanded, just slice it to the 2nd index. So that means it'll return 0 and 1 and not 2. But if it is expanded, then it's going to return 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, and that makes sense because if you look here, you can see right here we're rendering 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in our first row on the left here, or I should say our first column on the left here. If we close it, you can see we're only rendering 2. Okay, so if our expanded state is false, which it is right now. Actually, I think it's defaulted to true. So it's true right now. It's going to render 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and it'll look like this by default. Okay. 5 items. All right. Now let's copy this down a couple times. So our center list is going to render indexes between 5 and then 6, 7, 8, and 9. And we'll give it a final value of 10. Remember, it's non-inclusive. So the slice method does not include this last value here, the second value that goes into the slice method. Otherwise, let's just put 7. Okay, so it's either 5, 6 or 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then lastly, we are going to have 15 or 12. Okay, so essentially, and that should not be 0. So as you can see, essentially what we're doing is we're starting at 0, starting at 5, starting at 10 from our list, and then we're rendering those items. And that will give the effect of us rendering all 15 testimonials. All right. So now we can move on to the next thing below this section. So again, we have at the top here, we have, can't really see it here on our landing page, but you can see that we have this section that has the testimonial tag up here. It has this heading, it has this paragraph. That's right here, right there. Then we have another div that's going to have our testimonial list, all 3 of them that are vertically aligned, our 3 testimonial columns. And then lastly, we're going to have one more item for this button here. So just below this div, let's actually add that button. And in here, we're going to add this. We're going to say expanded. Now, if expanded is true, question mark, let's do show more. If expanded is false, we will simply say show less. Show less. Okay. And I just realized I actually have it lowercase. So it's going to be something like this. All right. And so this text will toggle back and forth based on the expanded variable, which makes sense because here you can see if we open it up it says show less. If we close it, it says show more. Okay. And down here, you can see that it says show more right now because, of course, it is not open. All right. And 1 second, that I just realized what I was saying was crazy. It should be, let's see, expanded would be show less, rather. And this should be show more. That makes sense because right now we are expanded. So expanded equals true. So in this case, the list would be open. All 5 rows would be showing, and then we would want to show less. Okay, and we're not going to update this expanded state just yet. But now we can go back through, and as we add our Tailwind classes, we will start adding our on-click handlers. Okay, so let's start off with our class name for our section. What we're going to do is we're going to do background gradient. And then -2 -top. Okay, remember this background gradient has, it has both our background gradient color and the noise. And look at that. And of course, remember we specified this custom Tailwind CSS class right here. Where's it at? Background gradient to top. So again, this background has an image for our noise, and it also has our linear gradient. Okay. Now that we do that, we can move on to this div here. Let's give this a class name. And in here, we're going to put auto, which is going to have the effect of centering our container. Then we're going to say flex. We're going to set the max width of this container, again, to 90 rem, as we've seen before, which is 1440 pixels. Then we're going to put flex column. Okay. The reason we want to put column is because we want to stack our text at the top here on top of our columns on top of our button. Okay. And there's an easy way to manipulate those items when you're using a flex container. Now let's do item center. So this is going to center them on the horizontal axis. So in this case, you can see our text and stuff is now in the center. It's a little bit hard to see, but it is in fact in the center. Oops. And let's do our PX of 24, which will give a PX of a padding on the x-axis of 96 pixels. And then we'll do a PY of 32, which I think is 128 pixels on the top and bottom. It is. All right. And so now we can probably see that. Let's bust open the dev tools. You can see we got our padding around our section. We have our text here, testimonials, our heading, our subheading, and our button, our testimonials that are being rendered here. And then below that, we have our show less text for our button here. Okay. So now let's get into shaping this top section up here. And I just realized that there's many classes here. Let me make sure I actually put those on the right one. There's actually going to be 2 divs, I just realized. So this outer div right here, I should say, this outer div is going to be the actual content. Now, what I mean by content, that is going to wrap the show more button, the testimonial list, and then this section of text, right? So we're actually going to add one more div, I just realized. Whoops. Actually, this one should go in here, right? And if I'm correct, this is going to be the div that wraps this text section. Let me just look real quick. Make sure I'm not crazy. Yes. Okay. So this, and then this outer div is going to wrap. Okay. Yep. That makes sense. So what we actually need is something like this. Let's see if I can get this right. Let's see. I'm definitely doing something wrong here. So this div, so there should be a div that wraps these 3 elements here. Okay. And then we have another div. Maybe it's because this one needs to go. And we need to instead add one right here. Nope. Let's scroll down to the bottom. So we have a section, and then we have a div, and then we have a button. Okay. And then at the top here, we have what? We have our div for our testimonial list. And then at the top here, let's say we have a section. So this should be a section. And there it is. Okay. So we have section, div, and then our P and H2. Okay. So essentially what we have here is we have a div. We should probably separate these so it's a little bit easier to see. I always enjoy doing that. So like this for our top container for the text. Then we have our container for our 3 list, and then we have our container for our button. Okay, so now it's very easy to see. We have 1, 2, and 3, which corresponds to 1, 2, and 3. Okay. Now we need to start adding some classes onto this div. Again, this is going to be particular to this text at the top here. And here we're going to say margin bottom of 20. We're going to say flex. We're going to give this container a max width of 51.625 rem. Flex column. Okay, so we're trying to stack our text on top of one another here. So where's that at? Let's see if we can see it. That's going to be right here. Okay. So we have a maximum width on this container. We could actually probably select it because it is a flex container if I'm correct. This right here. Okay. We have flex col. Once we set that, we're going to say item center, which should vertically center them. Or my bad, horizontally center. Because in this case, we have flex column. So that means our main axis is vertical and our cross axis is horizontal. Remember, our cross axis is controlled by our align items property. All right. And now we give it a gap Y. So separate our text a little bit. And now we can move on to our testimonials tag. Let's give it a class name. Now we're going to do text primary 1300. Okay. It's not going to be too easy to see just yet. But we're going to do background primary 500. Nice. There's that. And we're going to do primary glow. Okay. We'll set width to minimum, which is essentially going to make it so that instead of our p tag stretching all the way across its parent, which is the default behavior, we're going to make it so that its width is the minimum amount that it can be, which essentially just means hug the text that it is, right? So hug the testimonial text. Okay. And we don't want it to stretch across this entire cell here because you can see that our tag is just here. We don't want it to stretch all the way like this, right? That would be not so good. Okay. So we're going to do with min, then we're going to do rounded full. That's going to make it a circle. You can see that. And we can do px of 4, give it some space on the left. We're going to give it a py of 2. Give it some space on top. Py of 2. Whoops, py of 2. Some space on top. And we're going to set our text to base, which is 16, and put 8 on the bottom. So 8 times 4 should be 32. Yep, so 16 pixels by 32 line height. And now you can see it is looking real good. Now our primary glow, we did not set. Now we need that primary glow. So let's set primary glow, which again is a glow that we created in our index.css. And now we can see it is in fact glowing. Okay, so that's shaping up quite nicely. Now let's move down to our heading here. We should really start seeing some stuff now. So we'll do text primary 50. Next, we're going to do text center. Text 6XL, so that's going to be 60 pixels divided by loose. I shouldn't say divided by, I should say slash loose, which is simply going to make it so that, and whoa, loose, holy moly, it's going to be 18, my bad. So again, this is going to be 60 font size and then 72 line height. Font semi-bold. Get this to font weight of 600. And we're going to do tracking tighter. All right, now you can see our heading is really shaping up here. Looks good. And we can move on to our subheading, or I should say our short description that is after our heading. This is going to be text primary 100. So a little bit more blue, a little bit less visually intense. Our px of 28, so padding on the x-axis of 28. And the reason I did that is I just want it to be a little bit smaller than the parent text here. You can see that this one's a little bit pushed in from this text. I shouldn't say parent text, I should say heading text. Px of 28. Now we're going to do text center. Let's do text XL, should get that up to 20 pixels. And then let's give it a line height of loose, which essentially just doubles the font size for the line height. And lastly, we'll do font light, which is going to drop the font weight down to 300. All right. And again, you guys can hover over these and check them out if you want to. Now let's move down to our testimonial list. Or I should say the thing that wraps our 3 testimonial list. Let's give it a margin bottom of 20. Now the reason we want to do that is that's just going to give us some space. Where's it at? For our button. Where's it at, please? So you can see there's some margin bottom there, and that's pushing away from our show more, show less text. Margin bottom of 20. We're going to make it a grid, okay? And as you guys probably could guess, it's going to be grid columns 3. Grid columns 3. So it's going to evenly distribute the space across the screen with 3 grid columns. And we're going to give a gap on the x-axis of 6. So let's visualize that for a second before we get too far ahead here. Right here, there it is, our grid. Okay, so we have 1 column on the left here, 1 column in the middle here, 1 column on the right here, just like this here, 1, 2, 3. And you can see that there is a gap x of 6 between them, which means there is 24 pixels between each of our testimonial list here. Okay, you can see that right there, 24 pixels. All right, so now that we've done that, all we have to do is start rigging up some of our handlers. Okay, so let's go down to our button here, because this is going to be the first order of business. And this one's going to have a couple classes here, because we need to rotate our caret. That's within our button, and we need to manipulate our expanded state based on whether the individual clicks this button. So let's start here, and let's do text primary 50. So that's going to make it so that our show more, show less button is a very light shade of blue. Let's give it a border primary 50 as well. Next, we're going to do transition properties, which is going to give it those transition properties we specified in index.css. Now we're going to do a hover state of background primary 50, a hover text of text primary 1300, so making the background lighter and the text darker within its hover state. And we're going to add our group property, which I'll show you how we're using in a second. Again, cursor pointer, because it's a clickable element on our page. We're going to add items center. Now, the reason that we want to vertically align the items within our button is because we are going to have a caret and a piece of text within the button, which we can see right here. Okay, so we're going to vertically center those 2 items. We're going to make it rounded full so that it's a circle. Where's it at? There it is. Give it a border -2, so a 2 pixel border. We'll give the padding X 8. We'll give it a padding Y of 3.5. And we're going to do text -large /8. Okay. And again, that's just going to be 18 by 32 pixels for the font size and line height respectively. Okay. And so now we need to set, we're actually going to set our on click handler here so we can see what's going on. So let's do on click. And here we're just going to say, if a user clicks on this button, then we're going to do set expanded, and we're going to just set it to whatever is not currently set. So if you don't know, your setter functions for your use state, they pass in the previous value to your callback function. So here we can actually get our current value for expanded. And then we're simply going to return the opposite of current. So it essentially means if it's true, return false. If it's false, return true. Okay. Now you could directly access the expanded variable, like this, you could just say set expanded to the opposite of expanded, but this is considered bad practice. And there's a couple of reasons why, but essentially you just want to make sure that you have the most up-to-date version of expanded when you manipulate it. And so by passing in, when you have a callback function and you get the previous value from set expanded, you know that you're working with the most current value, so to speak. But there's some other reasons there. If you want to look up how use state works, of course, you're welcome to look at that. But either way, we get access to the current value of set expanded here in our callback function, and then we're just going to flip it. And then we're going to set it as the opposite. So either true or false based on whether it's true or false. Okay. And you can see that It's already working. Awesome. Okay, so we set up our on click, and now we can move on to adding our caret up. So beside our text here, so you can see expanded, then we have this text that's rendering, show more, show less. Let's actually add our caret. So here we're gonna render our caret up icon. And we're gonna have to import that as well. So let's go up here. So import caret up from // icon / caret up. And now if we scroll down, we can see that it's actually just below our text. So we're gonna have to fix that. So first and foremost, let's set our class name. Now here again, we're gonna enter JavaScript so we can make a class name that is essentially dynamic based on the state of expanded. So let's add our brackets here, or our curly braces, and then our backticks. And now within here, we're just gonna say stroke primary 50 to make sure our caret is the same color as our text there. And we're gonna say group dash hover. Now, if you guys forgot how this worked, group dash hover. And we're gonna say stroke primary 1300. I'll explain it in 1 second. So that's going to be stroke primary 1300 when the button is hovered over. And it's going to be rotate 180. Okay, rotate 180. That's going to rotate our caret upside down when the button is open or closed. It's going to either be rotated or not rotated 180, I should say. Let's add transition all. So again, those are our transition properties. Actually, no, it's not. This is just going to be a built-in Tailwind CSS class. So transition all, just transitions all transition properties. We're going to give it a duration of 300 milliseconds. So duration dash 300, built-in Tailwind CSS class. And then there's one other thing we're going to do. Now, we're going to want to rotate our caret based on whether it's expanded. Okay, so right now by default, it's going to actually be pointed, I think, down. Okay, so right now we have our caret up icon. Remember, it's caret up. So how do we get it to by default be down? Well, we need to rotate it 180 degrees. But when we're not expanded, we want to rotate it the opposite direction. Or if we are expanded, we want to rotate it the opposite direction. Okay, so we initially rotate it 180 degrees to get it oriented correctly. And then if it is expanded, we are going to want to rotate it another 180 degrees to flip it the opposite direction. Hopefully that makes sense. So we're going to say rotate 360. Now, we probably would, it could be a little bit simple if we had a caret down icon, but I think we should reuse an icon instead of adding another one to our project. Okay, so now here, what you'll see is if we click this, you can see our icon is now rotating up and down. And the reason why is because we're using our group hover property. So again, we specified this as group here. And what this does is, again, if someone clicks on the button, we can update the caret state based on whether this is hovered over. Okay, so in this case, this is our group item. And now down here, we can say group hover, change the stroke color, right? And the reason why is because if we hover over this, you can see that we want this caret to have a darker color. Okay, so again, we're using the parent element state in the child element through the group property. Again, you can look up Tailwind's documentation if you guys want to check out some more things there. There's some cool things you can do. Okay, so now we must have missed a flex declaration. You can already tell. Look at that. Okay, so that was pretty easy. Now let's make sure this is the right height. Looks like it's 64 tall. Let's check our completed design here, just to make sure that we're not crazy. It is in fact 64. Yep, and it looks like we have about 12 pixels of padding between. All right, and so look at that. Now our button is working great. And of course, we haven't rendered our testimonials just yet, but otherwise everything is looking good. And we could actually go like this. Actually, we'll wait in the meantime. Okay, so now we have that done, right? So we've set up the testimonials actual section. So we have our text up here. We have our testimonial list right here, our 3 list, and we have the button just below. Okay, now what we have to do is go and set up, and I just realized we actually have a couple more properties on our caret here, but now we just have to go in and actually render the list and then the testimonials within those lists. Okay, so let's finish off here by adding a couple things. We're going to say alt equals caret up. Actually, we could say caret icon because it will be rotating. Shouldn't say caret up. And lastly, we're going to give it a width of 2. Okay, that just makes it a little bit thicker so it kind of looks more consistent with the text that's next to it there. All right, and now that we've done that, we are officially done with this section and we can move into the testimonial list. So I'll see you guys over there. All right, so now we can get into our testimonial list component, which should not be too sophisticated. It's actually quite a basic one. So again, hop over here to our testimonial list component, which you should have here in your testimonials folder. And we're going to get to rendering some stuff. So let's begin by importing our testimonial list, or I should say not our testimonial list, I should say our testimonial component. Because again, each testimonial list is going to render a series of testimonial components. So let's import that testimonial from, oops, actually I should say / testimonial. Okay, so importing our testimonial component. Now you can see we actually have nothing here, so let's just wireframe this with RFC, hit tab, and we're going to just write testimonial. Testimonial. Okay, now our testimonial list, remember we're passing in a series of testimonials, either 2 or 5, based on whether we are expanded or not. Right here, expanded. And so let's read that property in here and immediately destructure it. So we're going to do testimonial. Testimonial. It's actually going to be testimonials, right? And we're going to change this into a unordered list. All right. And within this list, let's iterate over our testimonials and render our testimonial components. So we're going to do testimonials, and we're going to do .map test. And here we're going to return our testimonial components. All right. Now each one of these testimonial components is going to take in 2 properties. First, we're going to just call it test, which is essentially just going to represent the testimonial itself. And let's pass that in, right? Now, remember, each one of these testimonials that we're passing in here, where is it at, is going to be one of these objects, okay? Where's it at? Fly down there. So you can see it has these different properties: ID, rating, description, name, okay? And you can check those out if you want. I'm actually going to keep it at the end there. Okay, and so we're passing in this testimonial object down to our testimonial itself. And lastly, we need to add a key, okay? Because you can see that this is in fact a item within a list. Test.name. And now you're going to notice that we're not actually wrapping this testimonial inside of a LI tag, a list item tag, because the testimonial itself is going to be the list item tag. Okay, so these will be, I actually just type it here for now, LI. These are going to be a series of list items, okay? And so now that we're done, this is literally the entire component, believe it or not, okay? You might say, well, why did we make this little component? Just for separation of responsibilities, right? So we have testimonials, then we have our testimonial lists, and then our testimonial, right? So want to keep it very clean and separated. So sometimes you're going to have components that are very small like this, and you may want to actually separate them out from a component like this just because it makes more sense in terms of the single responsibility principle. If you guys don't know what the single responsibility principle is, it says essentially that each component should have a single responsibility. Okay, so you don't want to have a testimonials component that's rendering the testimonial list necessarily. I mean, I guess it is right here, but it shouldn't be, it should render the testimonial list, but not the items that are within the list. Okay, that is the responsibility of our testimonial list component, and that's all this does. And then in the testimonial, the only thing that it'll be responsible for is actually putting the content within these testimonials, right? Like actually building the testimonial cards. Okay, so single responsibility principle. So let's add a flex declaration. Whoops. So, whoops, let's see. We do flex. And so you can see here, let's actually visualize this puppy. And so essentially here, what you can see is that we actually have a grid with one column here on the left, one column in the center, and one column in the right. And then within this, we have some list here. Okay, so there's one list on the left, this flex container, one in the center, and then one on the right. Now let's actually make these vertical. So we'll do flex, and then we'll do flex column. Now look at that. Okay, so now you can see we have a column on the left with 5 testimonials. We have a column in the center with 5 testimonials. And we have a column on the right with 5 testimonials. I'm going to get rid of those flex visualizers, so we just have our grid here. Okay, and we're going to put a gap Y of 6. So that's going to be 24 pixels between each testimonial. Okay, so give it some nice space. And now, check this out. If we set our expanded to false, look at that. So now we only have 2 rows. 1 row, 2 rows, and if we set it to true, then we have, whoops, true, 5 rows. Okay, and we can actually go like this. I just realized that. Awesome. Okay. Now we actually have to go in and render our testimonials themselves, the individual testimonial components. And so I will see you guys over in the next section where we will be doing that. All right, so now we can jump into our testimonial components. So let's get right into it. Now, the first thing that we're going to do is actually import these items just so we can do it now and not later. First things first is we're actually going to be importing the motion library. So let's do that. Motion from Motion React. Now, the reason that we're importing it here and not at the list level, we're actually importing it at the testimonial level, the individual testimonials, because the animation actually occurs when the testimonial scrolls into screen. So right here, whoops, where's that? When we scroll on the screen, you can see that these kind of come up a little bit and then they also fade in right there. So each testimonial is going to say, hey, am I in the viewport? If I am in the viewport, then let's run the animation. Okay. So the testimonials are actually responsible, not the testimonial list. All right. So import motion. So we now have framer motion or motion. Currently it's motion. It used to be framer motion. And we're also going to import our star. Our star is a icon that we're going to be using within our testimonials. So you can see them right here. We have 5 stars. All right. And now we can get to work. So first things first is our list item is actually going to be supercharged with the motion library. So let's do motion dot and then li. Again, just a normal li, but it is supercharged, as they say, with the powers of motion animation. And we're actually going to sideline doing anything like the classes and stuff till after, but I just wanted to get that out of the way. Now within here, we're going to have a div, okay? So each one of our testimonials is going to have a content section. So you can see on the outside here, there's this green outside. And then in here, there's a content. All this stuff is the content. And that's what this div here is going to wrap. All right. And now below that, actually, I just realized that's actually for the stars. So I should say that the motion.li, right, that's actually going to be this testimonial and it's going to have some padding on it. So you can see it's going to have some padding on the left here and some padding on the top here. This first div is going to hold our stars array, okay? Or I should say our stars list, okay? So each one of our testimonials will have a certain amount of stars, and that's what we're going to render right here in this top div. So first and foremost, what we're actually going to do is we're going to use something in JavaScript called array.from. Now, essentially what this does is we can pass in an object to customize a list that we want to build in JavaScript. So this is a list that doesn't exist, but we're creating it on the fly, so to speak. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to pass in a options object to this method, and we're going to say length, and we're going to give it a test.rating. Okay, so let's actually read that in here. Test. Okay, now remember, testimonial list, we're passing in our testimonial object right here. And now we're going to read that in right here. Now, if we go to content, let's actually see. We have a rating property, okay, and this one's a 4. So it could be 3, it could be 2, it could be 1, it could be 5, okay? And based on the amount of stars that the individual passed in for their rating, so it's, you know, who knows what they rated us, but either way, like this one here is 4, let's say, we're going to render 4 filled stars. So here you can see they gave us a rating of 4, so we have 1 star, 2 star, 3 star, 4 stars filled, and then an empty star. So what we're doing here is we're saying, let's create an array of length test.rating, which will be 4 in this case. And then once we create this array, let's actually map over it. Now there's going to be 2 things that we want to get in our callback function. The first thing is going to be the actual item that's in the array. So like at each index of this empty array, there's going to be an item. In this case, it's going to be, I think, undefined. But we actually don't want that. So we're just going to put an underscore for the first property. And then the second property that we're going to get back in our callback is actually the index. Now we do want that, okay? And in here, we're going to render a star. And we can leave it as is for now. So right here, you can see right here on the left, in our left column, obviously we have some work to do. We will in a second. But here you can see we have, and these ones seem to be hollow stars. And you know what? For the meantime, I usually like to do the Tailwind classes at the end, but let's actually just add the class name here so we can see this a little better. We're going to do fill-primary 100. Okay, so you can see our first testimonial here is in fact a 4-star. I wonder if that corresponds here. But either way, our first testimonial is a 4-star. Then this one just below it is a 5-star, 5-star, 4-star, 4-star. And what's happening is we're essentially using our rating that we get from right here to decide how many filled stars we will have. All right. Now it looks to be complaining. And I think that's because we're rendering a list of stars here. So we actually have to say key equals our index. Okay, so we're using our index from our array as our key. All right, and then lastly, we're going to put a alt of filled star icon. All right. Now, what else do we have to render here? if we have 4 filled stars, what do we also have to render? We have to render the 1 unfilled star. So of 5 stars, a certain amount are going to be filled and a certain amount are going to be not filled. So let's actually create our array for our not filled stars. Now this one is a very simple computation. All we're going to do is let's get the number 5, so a total of 5 stars, and minus our test.rating. Okay, so in this case, we're not going to do filled. We're going to actually leave the class name alone and just delete it here. And so there you can see essentially what we're saying is get the number 5 and minus rating. So in this case, if there is 4 stars that we have as our rating, then we're going to do 5 minus 4, which will give us 1 non-filled star. All right. And so there you can see that's just fine like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. I was making sure our rows were good there. Let's actually add our grid visualizer one more time just so it's a little easier to see what's going on. Okay. So our 3 columns. And now we're done with that. So we're done with our star section, and we can move on to our, let's see what's next. Looks like it's our description. Okay, so in this p tag, let's add our testimonial.description. And then let's check that out real quick. There it is. Okay. And now I'm going to get rid of our grid visualizer just because it's kind of, now it actually looks like a grid here. And let's add one more div below. This div, I think, is going to hold the image here, the name, and the title. All right, so within this div, we're going to have an image on the left here. And now to the right, and we can actually add the source here. So this is going to be the testimonial.source, and the alt is going to be the testimonial.alt. Actually, you know what? There is no alternative text for this. We're simply going to say portrait headshot. Portrait headshot. Okay. Whoops. So again, that's for screen readers. If an individual cannot, if these do not load for some reason or something along those lines, we want to add a alternative text. And now to the right of this image, you can see that we're going to have 2 items. And so what we're going to do is we're going to make a flex container. So let's add that div. And within here, we're going to have, again, their name and their title. So let's do P. It's going to be test.name, and then just a P below that for test.title. All right. So you can see here we have their name and then their title. All right. So now we have all the content on our testimonial, and we can actually start implementing some of our classes. So we're not going to do the animations for the testimonials just yet. We're just going to add the class names first. So here, let's do background primary 1300. All right. Rounded to XL. It's going to give it a little bit of rounding on the corners. A padding on the x-axis of 8, which is going to be 32 pixels. And a padding on the y-axis of 10, which is going to be 40 pixels. And again, this corresponds to our design in Figma. All right. So now you can see they're shaping up quite nicely. Now let's move down to our div for our stars. Let's make this a flex container. After that, let's add a gap on the x-axis of 1. So I think that's going to be 4 pixels between each star. And we're going to give a padding bottom of 8, which should be 32 pixels below our stars container between this and our description. All right. Now let's move down to our p tag. And when I say p tag, I mean our description. Here we're going to do text primary 50. All right, so lighten up that text real quick. Let's give a padding bottom of 16. So that's going to be 64 pixels between our text and the bottom section where our image and the title and name of the individual will exist. Let's do text large. We'll do slash and we'll do loose. So again, that's going to be 1832. Actually, I think it would be 1836. And you know what? Let's actually make sure that that's correct. Or no, actually, this is a custom style. So in this text here, we're actually doing a slightly different line height font size ratio than we'll be using throughout the design for text large, because this is a different section, right? This is a very, sometimes you have you change the design slightly based on the context. So in this case, we need a little bit more line height, I think, because I think originally we were using text large -8, and I didn't like this. I felt it was a little bit crammed, 18 and 32. So we go up to text large loose. That gives it a little more line height and makes it breathe more, which is very common. If you have a long text that is short, or I should say a long text that is a small font size, a lot of times you need a little more line height so it makes it more legible. Okay. Always got to drop in some web design knowledge because it's just as important as the web development side if you're trying to make these landing pages or work on projects in general that involve some type of web application. Okay. So now we're going to do flex here. Okay, now flex for this div right here is going to make it so that our image is adjacent to the title and the name here. We're going to put our items center. That's going to vertically center them. All right. And we're going to do gap X of 6. It's going to give us 24 pixels between the image and the text for the individual's name and their title. All right. Now let's move down to our image here. And let's add a height of 18. So that's going to be 72 pixels. Let me check. 72 pixels. We are going to add rounded full. So that's going to make it a circle. Nice. And now we can move on to this div here. Actually, there is going to be no styles for this div, only the text items within it. So let's go here for their name. Their name is going to be text primary 500, so a very rich blue, our actual main primary color. We're going to set text XL, which should be font size of 20, and we're going to put a line height /7. So that's going to be 20 pixels on the font size, 28 on the line height. It's going to be font bold, so get that font weight up to 700. And we're going to do tracking tight just to bring those letters a little bit closer together by giving it a -0.025 EM letter spacing value. All right. And lastly, for our testimonial, we are going to add our text primary 75. Okay. We're going to be doing text base, so that's going to be 16 pixels, and loose. And we're going to do tracking tight. Nice. All right. So made that a little bit smaller and a little bit tighter. And now you can see our testimonials are good to go here. And if we actually hit show more and show less, it's already working. But the problem is it looks very flat and not very engaging because we don't actually have the animation. So let's set that up now. This one shouldn't be too sophisticated. We're going to start with our initial state. So initial, again, this is a value in the motion library. And within here, we're going to pass in an object, and it's going to say, begin our opacity at 0 and set our Y value at 40. Again, a higher Y value means lower on the screen, and a negative Y value would mean higher on the screen from its original position. So a negative Y of 40 would be above its normal position. A Y of 40 would be below its normal position. Okay. Now we're going to say while in view. While in view. That's again a property that's available in the motion library here that we can specify. And what we're going to say is that while we are in view, we want our opacity to be 1. So that means completely visible. And we're going to set our Y to 0. All right. Then we're going to do viewport. And we're going to say once. So here are these viewport properties. We're going to say once is false. Now the reason we specify once is false is because we do not want the animation to only play one time when we scroll down the page. We want it so that anytime we scroll a testimonial into screen, the animation will play. So we're going to say one time. That is not true. Play it as many times as you can, as many times as it needs to be played. And we're going to say amount 100%. Okay, so that simply says only play the animation once 100% of the testimonial is on screen. And I'm not actually sure if that's applying in this context, but you can still look at that value. Go online and research that value. Essentially, this controls, again, the amount of the item that you want to have on screen before the animation plays. So as an example, if you had, I don't know, like some pop-up, let's say you had, let's see, like this feature here. So let's say you want to have this entire image on screen before the animation plays. You could set that. Okay, and that's what we're trying to do here. As you can see, the animation seems to play a little bit before we get the entire thing on screen. But either way, the point is that we can see it. Now there is a spring effect that we seem to be having here. And that is not ideal. That is definitely not what we intended here. So let me just check. Oh, I actually know why. It's because we haven't done all of our properties here. So below viewport, we're going to do our transition. And of course, I say you don't want that, but of course, if you like the springy animation, you're welcome to keep it. I'm not that much of a fan of it. I think it looks a little bit, how do you say, like kind of like tacky. It doesn't really have that very modern, sleek appeal to it. I think it's kind of like gimmicky almost, right? We want something that's a little bit smoother and a little bit more tasteful. So we're going to set our opacity here. So within our transition property, we can specify some transition properties. Makes sense. And what we're going to do is within this object, we're going to specify opacity. We're going to say duration of 0.75. And we're going to do ease, our ease property of ease in out. So ease this animation in and out. And so there you can see now it is a very nice smooth animation. So it's three quarters of a second for the opacity. And it is easing in and out, which means that the animation is going to kind of ease into the animation and ease out of the animation, and it should speed up in the middle, so to speak. Okay, and look at that. So now we have this beautiful animation for our testimonial section. Very smooth, very clean, not too overbearing, not too kind of corny or tacky, nice. And you could even say that maybe you want to get rid of the Y transition, but of course that's up to your guys' discretion. Either way, now we have two nicely animated frame or motion sections, right? With very little work. Okay, it was relatively simple to add both of these, and you can see we're adding all sorts of interactivity and kind of dynamicness to our design very simply with the motion library, which is why it is extremely powerful and extremely interesting to use in your web designs. Okay, so with that out of the way, we are officially done with the testimonial section, and we now can move into the, what is it? I think it's a footer section, actually. Oh my Lord, it is the footer section. So I will see you guys in the next one. All right, so now we can hop into our footer section, and officially the second to last section on our page. We also have to add our modal. Okay, so let's add one more section here in our app component for, again, our header, our main, and our footer. Let's actually make this uppercase for convention here. Header, and we'll make this one uppercase, page. Okay, and so now let's create our footer component. That's going to go just directly in our sections file or folder, and we're going to say footer.jsx. All right, and let's wireframe this component. We'll type RFC, hit tab. That's going to wireframe our footer, and let's type in footer. All right, and now down here, let's type footer, invoke or instantiate that right there. And we got to import that as well. I didn't get the auto import, I don't think there. So let's import it. Import footer from our sections folder. So /component/section/footer. And now you can see our very, very clean, very semantic layout, right? We have our page wraps our header, main, and footer. We have a couple items in our header. We have a couple items in our main. We do not have any other items in our footer. We're just going to drop our content directly in there. Now, hypothetically, you could, I guess, make subcomponents if you wanted to. You could say like a logo component, and then you could say like footer columns, and you could make two components there, and then you could render them in like this. But I just don't think that's really necessary. I think it would be, I don't think it's necessary here. I think it would be overkill. So let's jump into our footer component and start writing some code. Okay, so first and foremost, let's change this to our semantic footer. Again, so we have semantic footer, we have semantic main, and semantic header, which again, those three tags exist in HTML. You're going to want to make sure that you use those. Again, I think it benefits like search engine optimization. It helps the crawlers crawl our web pages, things like that. And we can start implementing things. So first and foremost, let's actually import our footer columns. Okay, so import. And by footer columns, I mean these here. You can see we have 4 columns. Each one has a heading and then some links after it. And those are going to go right here. So, or those are going to be imported here. And those are within our content folder. So we're going to say footer calls from ... going all the way up into source, then util/content. Okay. Okay, not footer, but footer. Let's go down and actually take a peek at those right here. You can see our footer columns are simply a list of objects that each column has an ID, it has a name, and then it has its associated links. Okay, and we're exporting them right here. All right. And now we're also going to import our logo. You can see that we're going to be using our logo in our footer as well here. So let's import that. All right, and now that we did that, we can jump into actually coding up the footer section itself. So let's add a div in here. The div is going to be, I think, for the content, right? So the thing that wraps all of this, we'll see in a second here. And actually, I just realized that this first div, so this is gonna be the content div, so that actually wraps all of this content that you can see is outlined in blue here, okay? And then within this, we're gonna have a div for our left column. Now this div is gonna hold our anchor tag. And this anchor tag is just gonna be an href to the top of the page. Again, there's not gonna really be anything in here. And within this anchor tag, what are we gonna have? We're gonna have our logo icon, and we're also gonna have the text note flow. Okay, so this link here is going to have our logo, please work. And it's also going to have a p tag that's going to have the text note flow. Now again, we'll implement that so it looks normal. I'm sure it doesn't look normal right now, but we will implement that in a second here. So there it is. You can see our logo and our text. And below that, we are going to start implementing our footer columns. Now so remember, this is our left column here, and then this is going to be our right column. Now our right column is going to have a series of columns within it. So again, this is going to essentially be like a grid here, a left column here and a right column here, and then this right column is going to have a series of columns within it. Okay, so this right column, let's go in here, and let's start rendering our footer columns. So footer calls.map, so mapping over each column. And in here, we're just going to put column, col, and we're going to render a series of divs. So can I please get that? There we go. Div. Now within each one of these divs, we're going to have a p tag. And this p tag is going to represent our column.category. So call.category. So again, this is going to be the heading here, home, pricing, about, or community. And now below this p tag, we're going to have an unordered list, and that's going to be these links here. Okay. So each column has a heading and then a list below it for the links themselves. So here's our unordered list. Let's go in here, and we're going to do call.links.map. We're going to do link and I. So again, into our callback function, map is going to pass us two things. It's going to pass the item that's actually at that position in the list, and it's also going to pass us as a second property the index of the item in the list. And we're going to go like this. We're going to render an li. Whoops. And now in this li, we're going to be rendering an anchor tag. So each one of these links here is going to be an anchor tag. Okay. Anchor. Again, this is going to reference, or it's just going to link to the top of the page, which is what our hashtag symbol essentially does, the pound symbol. And we're going to pass in link. Okay. And again, this link is going to be this text here for these FAQ, features, companies, testimonials, you guys see. Okay. Now let's go up here and let's add this key property before, or to get it to stop complaining here. So it's going to be call.id. And now here we also have to add a ID for each one of these list items. And here we're just going to use our index. Okay. It doesn't really make sense for each one of these have to have their own unique ID. We're just going to use the index for that. Okay. So now again, to go over what's going on here, we have our right column here, which represents this container here. Okay. Within it, we have a series of divs, which are going to be this, 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 and this. And within each one of these, we have a heading, which is right here, the heading, the column.category. And then below it, we have a list of links, which is going to be right here. Okay. And so now that we did that, we can actually move on to adding our styles. So let's go back to the top of our footer here, and let's start adding some class names. And I should actually go over to our footer so we can see. So you can see all sorts of links here, all sorts of content, all sorts of links. Now we just got to start structuring our layout with our CSS here. So background primary to, or my bad, not background primary, background gradient to bottom. So again, this is a this is a custom Tailwind CSS class that we defined in index.css. Once again, that's right here. We've been using it frequently, and you can see how it's becoming extremely valuable as we have to use it again and again here. Now in our next div here, we're going to specify margin of auto, which is going to center it on the horizontal axis. So you can see now our container is still not set up. It's going to say it's centered, but the margin auto isn't really applying in this context because our container is a little bit too wide here. So we're going to set a max width of 90 rem as we have for each one of our sections above here. So that's 1440 pixels maximum. We're going to do justify between. Now the reason that we want to do that is we actually want our columns, we want each column of our, you can actually just see that, right, what just happened. So here we have our logo on the left here, and you can see we have all of our links over here on the right. Now the reason we're doing that is because we want our logo here to be as far left, and we want this container that holds all of our links to be as far right. And again, that is, we achieve that with our justify between property. You can see Figma has a very similar property. Okay, so we're spreading them all the way out. And now that should be almost it. We're going to add our PX here. We're going to add a PX of 24. So again, that's 96 pixels on the left and right, and a PY of 32, which should be 128 pixels on our Y-axis. Okay. All right. Now we can get into styling our anchor tag. So our anchor tag, remember, our anchor tag has two things. It has our logo icon, and then it also has the text note flow just below it. And so we're going to want to make these adjacent. We can do that with flex. Okay, now our note flow text is next door here. We're going to do items center just to make sure that the text is vertically aligned in the center with the logo itself, the logo icon. And we're going to do a gap X of 3, which should give us 12 pixels between our icon and the note flow text itself. All right. Now let's go down to logo, and let's add a class name of stroke primary 500. Okay. And we're going to give it a width of, I think, 5. Let's see. Let me check real quick. And again, we're just changing the stroke width here to make it a little bit wider. There we go. And maybe we could use even 4. Maybe that'd look a little better. Maybe 4.5. I like 4.5. Yeah, I think that's more fitting. If we go down here, I did use 5 maybe, or maybe I did use 4.5. We'll have to see in a second here. Okay. So now that we did that, we should be good with respect to that. Let's actually add an alternative text for this image here. So our alternative text is going to say our note flow logo icon. And now we can move on to our P tag. And this is going to take on some similar properties to what it does in the header. So it's going to be text primary 50, text XL, font bold, and we're going to add the tracking type property just to bring those letters together slightly. Tracking type. Specifically, we're going to be making them a -0.025 EM for its letter spacing here. All right, you can see that looking good. Now let's move down to our div for our right column here. And here we're going to add grid. So again, it's going to be a grid. And in our case, it's going to be a 4-column grid here. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're going to do grid. We're going to do grid calls. And we're going to specify a specific value. So we're going to do an open closing brackets in Tailwind to specify specific values. And we're going to say repeat 4. And then we're going to say max content. Now, you might have to look up what max content means if you don't know it, but I'll try and explain it briefly. Essentially, what we want to do is we don't want our columns to each be a certain amount of width here. So like, let's say that this column was, let's say 120 pixels, or let's say 120 pixels. We don't want that one to be 120 pixels, and then this one also to be 120 pixels, okay? That's what we're trying to avoid here. What we actually want is we want each column to be the width of the longest element, the widest element that is in that column, okay? So here you can see our FAQ is only 35 pixels wide. Testimonials is 112 pixels wide. So what is the actual width of this column? It's 112 pixels wide, okay? So that is what max content says. If we said min content, what would happen is it would actually shrink us all the way down to the smallest piece of content for this column, which would be FAQ. So the column would go down to this size, okay? And so the max content property says essentially give us 4 columns and make it so that each column's width is the width of the longest element, the widest element, I should say, in that grouping of elements, or in that grid cell, so to speak. So in this left grid cell, our widest element is testimonials. In this grid cell, and the second grid cell, our widest element is free trial. In this grid cell, our longest element is our story. And you can see that these columns their width corresponds to the width of that widest element. Okay, and that's what we're actually achieving with this property. Again, if you want to look up the max content property, CSS property, you're welcome to. Okay. And now we're going to do a gap X of 24. So that's just going to make it so that each one of our columns here has a little bit more spacing. It was, or I mean, it didn't have any spacing before, I should say. So that pushes them apart nicely. Now let's go down to our p tag for our category heading, and let's add our class names here. So this is just going to be text primary 50, a margin bottom of 8. So that's just going to push it off of the links that are below it. As you can see, we have 32 pixels between those. Okay, then we're going to do text XL and then loose. So just make it a little bit bigger, make the line height bigger, and lastly, font semi-bold. Okay, so let's get rid of our grid visualizer so we can see a little better. There's that. Okay, so now that we have our headings done, the last thing that we have to do here is start styling the list for our links. So let's add our class name property to our unordered list here. We're going to do flex and flex column. So now you can see we have 4 flex containers right here. Flex, there's that one. There's going to be another one right here, another one right here. Now what we're going to do is we're going to give a gap Y of 4. So that's going to be 16 pixels between each link. And we can drop down into our list item itself. Here, the only thing that we're going to want to specify is that if someone hovers over these list items, then our cursor is going to be pointer. Nice. And lastly, with our anchor tag, we just got to make sure that this color is correct and our hover states are correct. So let's go here. We're going to do text primary 50 by default, if you will. When we hover, we're going to do text primary 500. We're going to do our transition properties, again, which we specified in index.css. We're going to do text-large with a line height of 8, which I think is 32 pixels. So that's going to be 18 and 32 respectively. And we're also going to say font light. Nice. Okay. So look at that. Now we have this done. So we did our right column right here, which has our 4 footer columns. And we did our left column here, which has our logo. We can actually look at that grid here, or this flex container. So we have this on the left, which is this left column. We have this on the right here, which is this right column. Within this right column, we actually have another sub grid, if you will, right here. So let's get rid of the flex visualizer. And then in this subgrid, we have 4 items. We have a list here, a list here, a list here, a list here. This has a category heading, and then a list down here, which is our 4 links. Okay, so that's kind of how the nesting works there. And of course, this is going to scale down onto mobile. We can look at that here. Whoops. Oh, actually, this is not our responsive design. This is our finished design, pre-responsive. So you can see that when I shrink it here, it actually does start to collapse, right? This doesn't look too good here. But in our responsive design, this will respond normally. Okay, so now that we're done with that, we can actually move on to our, I'll show it here, our modal, which is going to be very fun and very exciting. So we click on get started here. You can see we have a pop-up modal, some forms here, or a couple fields here. And then we can click get started. And we can also click here, get started again, and that will close it. We also have a close button here. Okay, so I will see you guys in the modal section. All right, so in this first section of implementing the modal, we're actually just going to create the modal component and we're going to render it inside of our app. Okay, and we're also going to create our sign up modal, which is simply going to be the content that exists within the sign up modal that we're creating right here. Okay, so this is our sign up modal. So we're going to create our modal component, which is going to be the actual wrapper, right? The thing with the background here, as well as the container that holds this sign up modal. And then the sign up modal will be the thing that's actually within it. Okay, and it sounds confusing, but I promise it's not. So let's start off by actually creating our modal. And what we're going to do is we're going to go in to our sections folder, and we are going to create a new folder titled modal. Okay, and within here, we're going to simply create our modal component, modal.jsx. Okay, and in here, again, we'll just type RFC and hit tab. That's going to render our modal. And we can just type modal in here for now. Now let's go into app and let's go below our footer. Now our modal, it's not going to be displayed at all times, but we do have to render in our application. So what we're going to do is we're actually just going to go below our markup here, our header, main, and footer, and we're just going to render our modal. Now for now, it's actually going to be displayed, and that's because we have our display set to true by default, of course. So let's import that. Okay. So now if we scroll down, we should be able to see it. Where's it at? Can we see it? Let's see if we can find it in our markup here. It'll probably be a little bit easier. Hello, Modal. That's a little bit difficult to find, but either way, let me pull this up real quick and see if I can find it. Hello. Maybe save it. Down here. Oh. All right, so either way, that's besides the point. We don't actually have to see it right now, but the point is that our modal is not going to be displayed at all times, but it should be displayed right now because, of course, our modal is, oh no, I just realized that we're on our finished landing page. That's why we couldn't see it. If we scroll all the way down here, I'm sure we can see it. So there it is. You can see our modal is just rendered at the bottom of our page here, right there. Now, of course, it's not going to be displayed at all times. It will only be displayed when we actually click on our button here and it pops up. But right now, of course, it's displayed by default. So now what we're going to do is we're actually going to render, we're going to create something called a sign-up modal. Now, what we're going to be doing here is essentially the modal itself, we want to make sure that it's reusable. And now the way that we're going to do that is we're going to create the modal component, and that's going to have a couple different things. Okay, it's going to have this blurred background, and it's also going to just have a component that kind of wraps this sign-up modal. So the sign-up modal is going to be this thing here, okay? And there's going to be a div that wraps that. And then there's also going to be this overlay, which is this blurred background. The div that wraps the sign-up modal and the overlay is going to be the modal itself. Then the content within it is going to be the sign-up modal. Now, the reason we want to do this is because we don't want to make multiple modals on our page. We want to have one modal, and then we can have different modal sign-up, like a sign-up modal. We could have a sign up for our newsletter modal. You guys get the point, okay? But we're not going to have to reuse that logic. We're going to be able to reuse our components, which is a fundamental principle of React and component-based libraries, right? Being able to reuse them, reusability. And we're going to be able to render whatever we want within the modal, but not have to redo those things. So we're not going to have to redo, like as an example, we're not going to have to recreate this blurred background. We're not going to have to recreate the animation. Every single modal will have this animation where it slides up nicely, and it will also have the overlay, okay? So within our modal, we're just going to render our sign-up modal. Now our sign-up modal doesn't even exist yet. So let's go into modal and actually create that component. And stay with me. You guys might be a little bit confused, but I'm telling you, stay with me here. Sign up modal.jsx. We're going to say RFC. Hit tab and type in modal. Or actually, I should say sign up modal. Sign up modal. Okay. And so now let's actually import that. Import sign up modal. So now essentially what we're doing here is we have the modal component itself, and then we have the sign up modal. Okay, and within our modal, let's actually read in those properties, or read in the children, I should say. Children. And we're going to render that right here. Okay, so in this case, we're no longer going to see modal, but we should see sign up modal. Whoops, children. Okay. So now if we go down there, let's actually scroll down to the bottom of our landing page, you can see that we're rendering sign-up modal. Again, that's because we have our modal inside of app.jsx, and within there we have our sign-up modal being rendered, okay? Now, the beauty in this is that once we actually have our modal up like this, we can add any type of content we want. So if we got rid, in this case, you can see we have sign-up modal, but we could create a second modal like this right here, just copy it down, and we could just put in like, I don't know, newsletter. Let's say, just hypothetically, let's say we had a component that said newsletter modal, okay? And we could add that here, okay? And we would not have to redo the modal component, which again, it has the animation for the modal popping up. It also has this overlay in the background, okay? So we can reuse the modal again and again throughout our application without having to actually recreate all of those things, the animation, the overlay, etc. Okay? And the reason that we can do that is because typically on a website, every modal will pop up in a similar manner. So they'll have the same type of animation, and they'll also have the same type of overlay, which in our case, you can see we kind of have this blurred background, right? Okay, so that's the point. It's a very important point on reusability with components, okay? So now that we did that, we can actually go into setting up our modal, which we will do in the next section. All right, so let's hop into our modal component and actually start implementing this thing, okay? So let's go over to modal, and our modal is going to be comprised of two things, as I stated. It's going to have a overlay, which is going to be the background here, and it's also going to have a container that holds our sign up modal or whatever modal is rendered within it. Okay, so let's begin with some imports here. First and foremost, we're going to want the framer motion library, or my bad, not the framer motion, it's just the motion library, I should say. From motion/React. Okay. And now at the top here, actually we're not gonna mess with our state or subscribing to any context yet. I'll show you that in a second. We're gonna begin by just going in and starting to set up our modal itself here. So first and foremost, let's actually make this a motion.div. Okay, so we're gonna give it the powers of the motion library for this div, the div itself here. And what we're gonna do is we are going to create within this div an container within it. Okay, so here's our motion.div. And within this, we're going to create one more motion.div like this, motion.div. And I'll tell you why we're doing both of these. Okay. You can see that did not work. That actually added the classes there. That added a class with the class name div. Okay, there we go. So now that we have a motion.div on the outside and motion.div on the inside, the question is, why do we have two of them? Well, I will tell you why we have two of them. This first one out here is actually going to be the overlay itself. That's going to be the blurred background here, and we're going to animate that. The one on the inside is going to be this animation for the testimonial itself. So this testimonial container, or my bad, testimonial, this modal container right here, you can see that when it renders, it kind of slides up a little bit and its opacity changes. Okay, so we're going to simultaneously animate this outside container, which is the overlay, and the inside container, which is going to be this modal that kind of slides up and also has an opacity change as well from 0 to 100. Okay, so that's actually it. That's the complete structure of the modal component here. And we can begin doing our animations here. So let's actually first add our classes. That probably make most sense. So we're going to do class name here for our overlay. Now what we're going to want to do is we're going to set fixed. Okay, so we're going to do fixed. Now the reason why we want to do fixed is you'll notice here on our finished landing page that the modal itself, it stretches across the entire viewport here, okay? And they can scroll down here, but you can see that the modal itself stretches the entire width and height of the parent or of the web page itself, which is the viewport, right? So if we go like this, you can see it stretches here. And so essentially what we're going to be doing is when you use fixed positioning, you're saying I want it to be fixed relative to the actual viewport itself. Okay, so not fixed, you're not saying I want to absolutely position it relative to some parent element. You're saying I want to fix it literally within like the viewport, the entire screen, okay? And so let's go down here. And now we can't actually see it, right? Because it should be up here, actually, I think. Where's it at? Hello? Can't really see it right now because we have broken it out of the normal document flow. And so now let's make it reappear, so to speak. We're going to set top to 0. So let's put it at the top of the screen. We're going to put our left to 0. So let's put on the left of our screen. Let's put on the right of our screen to 0 and the bottom to 0. So effectively what we're saying is stretch it across the entire viewport. Now we're going to set our Z index to 50. Okay, so we're bringing it as forward as possible. Now again, whenever you have elements that are fixed position or non-static position, it creates something called a stacking context. And the stacking context allows us to order elements in terms of their Z axis. Okay, so we want certain elements on top of other ones. In this case, we're going to put our Z index to 50, which will bring it forward. Now we're going to set the flex declaration. And the reason why is we're going to want to center our modal. You can see right here, our modal is in fact centered on our page. Okay, so we're going to do flex. Let's do item center to vertically align it. Okay, align item center. Whoops. There's that. And we're going to set our PX to 24. Okay, so again, our modal overlay, you'll notice here, where's it at? Right here. You can see that this also has, let's actually hover it. You can see it has the padding that we want. Okay, so again, all of our elements on our page have a padding of 96 on the left and right, and our modal itself is also going to have that. Okay, and that makes sense because when we shrink down to these screen sizes, we want to make sure that we have some width between our, and again, here you can see that our design is not responsive because this is not our finished responsive design. But you can see that we are maintaining that 96 pixels of width on the side of the modal here. Okay. All right, so we have our PX of 24. And we are going to set our PY to 32, which is going to be 128 pixels. And our backdrop blur, of small. Okay, so what we're doing is we're actually making it, now you can really see it, right? So now right here, you can see we have our fixed position modal, which is stretching from the top to bottom to left to right. It has a z-index of 50, so it's above everything else. It's a flex container, so it's going to center our sign-up modal within it. It has the px of 24, so padding on the left and padding on the right of 96 pixels, py of 32, so 128 pixels on the top and bottom, and it has a backdrop blur of small, okay? And you can set the backdrop blur to other built-in Tailwind CSS classes. You can see here, we could put 3XL. That makes it super, super blurry, but I personally like it like that, okay? So now that we have our modal, and we also have our modal rendered inside. So we have our modal overlay, then we have our modal container, and within the modal container here, we are rendering our sign-up modal, okay? So again, the beauty is that we can add any modal that we want. That's the beauty of using this kind of reusable, passing in a modal itself, passing in a custom modal into our modal component allows us to reuse it for different modals throughout our application. Okay, so I hope you guys, I might be beating a dead horse there, but I'm really hoping you guys understand that because that is a very important principle of React, okay? Or any component-based library, I should say. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we are going to set our on-click handler. And actually, I just realized that's going to be involving our context, so we're going to actually skip that for now. Instead, what we're going to do is we're going to style our modal container, okay? So we'll give this a class name of flex. We're going to set our overflow to hidden, okay? And now the reason that we're going to set overflow to hidden is you'll notice here that the container here actually has a rounded border here of 12 pixels, okay? Now we don't actually have to set the rounding on the sign-up modal itself, which is going to have this kind of left column, this right column, and all this information, because the overflow of those elements within the modal container are going to be cropped based on this here. So we're going to say overflow hidden, right? Overflow hidden, and then what we're going to say is rounded to XL. So we're essentially saying, let's round this container, but let's crop out anything that spills outside of it. So if there's an element within it that doesn't have rounded corners, that are as rounded as 2XL, then that information in these corners here is going to get cropped out. Okay. An opacity of 0. And lastly, we're going to add a shadow. Okay, so this is how you add a shadow. Again, we've specified a couple of these inside of index.css, but this one we're going to just set right here. So within our shadow, we're going to do 0 pixels for our X offset. We're going to do 0 pixels for our Y offset. Then we're going to do 20 pixels. Again, this is either the spread or the blur property, but either way, it's growing our shadow, so to speak. It's either spread or blur. And then we're going to specify our RGB. And this is going to be 6, 18, 18. And our alpha channel is going to be 0.1. So an opacity of 0.1. Okay, so if we go over here, we can't actually see it yet, right? Because we have to actually create this modal here inside. Needs to kind of have more content for us to actually be able to see that the way that these properties are working. And we will see that in a second here, but we are good there. So now we've done that. Now we can actually set up our animations for these two elements here. Okay. And we should actually be able to see it. You know what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into the sign up modal and I'm going to type lorem. So let's go into sign up modal real quick and let's type lorem. Okay. That should add a little bit more content. And it's a little bit hard to see. And that might be because we have to set our Z index on this here. Let's actually add a class name just to try something. And let's set the Z to 20. All right, so that did not look like it affected it. So I'm just going to delete that for now. But either way, don't worry about that. We're going to get to the sign up modal in a second. But for now, let's actually add our animations to the modal itself so we can have both of these again. Remember, our overlay comes in. This background here kind of blurs smoothly. And then also the modal itself slides up and has a change in opacity as well. So let's start with the actual overlay. We're going to be using our animate property. And now what we're going to be doing is we're just going to set this to true for now. Okay. And we're going to add a question mark, and I'll explain this in a second. We're going to do visible. So there's going to be a visible state, and there's also going to be a hidden state, like that. And we're going to set this to true for now, and you can see that it's probably complaining over the fact that this is going to be, yeah, it's constant, right? So we could just say, here, let's just say const right here. And we're actually going to make a property called actively displayed modal. And we're just going to set it to true for now. And let's see if it still complains. It might still be able to realize that we're trying to game the system here, so to speak. Okay, and so what we're saying is if this is the actively displayed modal, then make it visible. Otherwise, make it hidden. Okay, and the reason we have to do that, of course, is because we want to, when we hit a button here, we're going to open a certain modal, and then that modal itself is going to say, okay, wait a minute, I'm the actively displayed modal, and so let me display myself. Okay, now here, of course, we're just hard coding it as true, but in a second, I'm going to show you guys how we can actually dynamically set that value based on whether a user interacts with a button or, you know, closes the modal, etc. Right? So by default, we're just going to set it to true for the sake of getting this prepared. And now we have to set our variants. Okay, so remember, in this case, we're specifying two variants for our animation states. That's visible and hidden. Okay, so within our variants, we're going to go into JavaScript, and that we're going to add an object here. So this configuration object that you can see wrapped in blue. And we're going to say hidden. So for our hidden state, let's add an object and let's customize this. First, we're going to say our opacity will be 0. And our visibility is going to be hidden. Okay. And for our visible state, visible, we're going to be setting our opacity to 100. And we're going to be setting our visibility to visible. Okay. You could have guessed that one, couldn't you? Okay, visibility. All right, so now we have those two set up. So if our actively displayed modal is true, we're going to go to our visible state, which will say, okay, give it an opacity of 100 and make it visible. If it's hidden, well, then let's make it an opacity of 0 and make it the visibility hidden, okay, which makes perfect sense because that corresponds to what we're seeing here, okay? Now let's drop down to our transition property. So specifying our transition property, which again is a property that's built into the motion library. We're going to pass in a configuration object, and we're going to say the duration is 0.25. And so again, that's just going to be our overlay here. Remember, this is an overlay. That's going to be a 0.25 second duration transition from opacity of 0 to opacity of 1. And visibility, right? The visibility changes as well. And we're going to make it so that its ease property, the timing function for the animation is going to be ease in out. Okay, so it's a little bit smoother. Smooth on the start and on the end, and then a little bit faster in between. Okay, now that we've made our transition for our overlay, we're actually not going to set our on-click right now because we do not have a context. So let's skip that for now, but eventually we're going to have an on-click handler that's going to allow us to close the modal, right? Because you'll notice right here, very common UX pattern is if a user clicks outside of a modal onto our overlay, it will actually close the modal, okay? So now that we've done that, we can move on to our modal container. So let's move down there and let's start specifying some classes. So first we're going to set the initial property. And what we're going to say is that initially we're going to have an opacity of 0. So again, this is another property or an attribute, I should say, that the motion library exposes to us inside of the motion.div tag. So the opacity is going to be 0 by default, or initially I should say. And it's going to be a Y of 40, which again, the Y is going to offset it down. So if it's a negative Y value, it's going to be higher up on the screen. If it's a positive Y value, it's going to be down on the screen, which is a very common pattern. If you're ever using like 2D game libraries or whatever, like in programming, typically the Y value increases as you go down. The same is true for the page, right? So up here is the 0 for Y, and then as you go down, the Y value increases, okay? And now we're going to do animate. So set the animate property. And here what we're going to say is actively displayed modal, question mark. So again, we're basing this off the actively displayed modal state, which again, we're going to set dynamically in the future, but for now we have it hard coded. So what we're going to say is that if we are active, if this is the actively displayed modal, let's pass this configuration object. And we're going to say opacity will be 100. And we're going to say that our Y is 0, which essentially says put it in the default position, the center position that it actually should be at. Now, if it is not the actively displayed modal, then we're actually going to shift it down by 30. So we're going to say Y is 30. And we're also going to set our opacity to 0. Okay. Opacity is 0. Okay. Awesome. So again, what we can see here is that we have an actively displayed modal. If it is true, then our opacity says show it, right? Opacity of 100, or it actually should be an opacity. I think it should be You can use 1 or 100. In this case, I'm using 100. Our Y is 0, so that means center it. And here, in the case that it's not displayed, then put the opacity to 0 and then shift it down. Okay, so the reason why we want to do that is because you can see here, as we open it, not only does it become visible, but it shifts up slightly. Okay, shifts up by 30 pixels. Makes a nice smooth animation. Okay, so now I wonder if we can actually simulate this animation. Actually, we probably should set the transition property first before we start getting ahead of ourselves here. So let's do transition. And in here, we're going to just pass a configuration object. And I'm actually going to copy this right down because it is the same thing. So it's going to be a duration of 0.25 seconds, and it's going to have an ease in out timing function. Okay, drop that in there. All right. And now what we're going to do is we can actually test this, I think, if we put this to false here. So you can see right there. So now our actively displayed modal is not true. It's false. And you can see that we're returning our hidden state for our overlay. And we're also returning this object for our modal container. Okay, so that means pretty much animate it into its invisible state for both of those things. And if we set it to true here, you can see our overlay comes into picture and our modal kind of slides up nicely right there. It's a little bit tricky to see, of course, because it's dark, but you can see it is sliding up in fact. Okay, awesome. So now our modal is well on its way, but of course we have to actually style the modal itself, right? In this case, it's going to be our sign up modal. And now again, the beauty is that we do not have to recreate this modal. We could pass any content in here. So we could go back here and, like I said, we could create a new modal. We don't even have to use a component in here. We could just render, like, I don't even know, lorem again right here. Okay, and there you go. You can see now we have this modal, and this one, of course, in here we're hard coding the true value. So both of these modals are actually technically active, but you guys get the point I'm trying to make. We can make as many modals as we want without having to redo all of this work. Okay, and so now that we've done that, we can move on to, let's see, we're going to be implementing the sign up modal in the next section. So we're going to be making all of this here. Okay, so I will see you guys over there. All right, so let's jump into setting up our sign up modal itself here. And so we're going to begin by doing a couple imports. So again, navigate to your sign up modal class, or sign up modal component here. And let's import a couple things. First, we're going to import our close icon. Now, the reason that we want to import our close icon is because we're going to be using that right here. You can see. Okay. So we're going to import close from // icons / close. Whoops, that's not it. Close, thank you. We're also going to import our checkmark icon. I'm actually going to copy this down just to make it a little easier. Whoa, there we go. So we're going to do check mark. It's actually like this, check mark. Okay. And the check mark icon is going to come in handy right here. So you can see in this toggle, we actually have a check mark for our checkbox. We're going to be importing our use state. From React. So our use state hook, we're going to need this for managing some of our input fields and the values that exist within those. Okay, and so now let's jump into our sign up modal. Now there's going to be a context that we use, a context in React, but we're not going to set that up now. We'll set that up in a second. But we can set up our state for two items. We can set it up for our input fields, and we can also set it up for our check, our I agree to all terms checkbox here. Okay, so let's start off with our checked state. So const, we're going to do checked. And we're going to do set checked. Okay, so this will manage our checked state, whether we have in fact checked our terms. And the reason that this is important is because, of course, we can't allow them to submit and hit get started unless they have successfully checked this. Okay. And we're going to put a use state of false. So we're going to default the check state to false, which obviously makes sense. And then we're going to create a second state variable for our inputs. Okay. And by inputs, I'm talking about the two inputs on our page that are for our email and password. Okay. And we're going to save those values here. So the question is, we're not actually just going to add an empty object here to hold both our email and its value and our password and its value. What we're actually going to do is we're going to initialize an initial state for the values here. So we're going to do const, we're going to do initial state. And all this is going to be is an object, and it's going to have an email property, for our email field, and it's going to be an empty string. And it's also going to have a password property with a empty string for our password field. And now let's simply pass in our initial state here. So again, remember, these are the initial values. So here we pass in the initial state. So our inputs is going to be set to this object initially. And then of course we can use our set inputs and set checked functions to update these values accordingly. Okay. So now what we're actually going to do is when a user types in to one of these fields here, we're going to want to update the values that are here. So as an example, if we type SSS, then in here, it's going to say SSS, right? If we type, I don't know, 1, 2, 3 here, then it's going to say 1, 2, 3, right? So how are we actually going to do that? Well, I will show you. Typically, these things will be managed by the DOM itself. So in JavaScript, like by default, essentially, if you type in an input field, the browser will handle entering those elements into those input fields. But we're actually going to take control of that through something called controlled inputs. Okay. And what we're going to do here is we're going to update our value of our inputs object here with the values that are in these input fields. And then we're also going to make the input fields have the value that's inside of our object. Okay. So that essentially means that this object is our source of truth. Okay. So what we're going to do here is we're going to create a function, and it's going to be called, and we're going to use it in a second. Like right now, obviously we're not going to be using it, but once we rig these up, you'll see how it works. So we'll do handle inputs. And it's going to take an event object from the browser. Okay, so when an event occurs, like as an example, when a user types, like if they type W, it's going to fire an event in the browser. And when that happens on our input field, we're actually going to send that event to this function here. So we're reading in that event right here, and we're going to call our set inputs function. Okay. Now within here, we're going to have our callback function, and we're going to call it previous inputs. Okay. Previous inputs. Now, what are we actually going to do with these previous inputs? Well, I will show you. We are going to return a new object. And now this new object is going to spread our old values into it. Whoops, there's a car driving by that is very loud. I apologize. So we're going to have previous inputs. And so we're spreading our old values in. So as an example, if the user updates the password to say 4, like 1, 2, 3, 4, we're going to want to make sure that we still keep our same email value. We don't want to overwrite it. Okay, so what we're doing is we're saying, let's spread all of the current values that are within our inputs object, and then let's overwrite the current one that is being set right here. Okay, so as an example, if we type in our password, we need to update the password. So how are we actually going to do that? Well, I'll show you. On the event object, there's actually a name property. So we can do e.name, or actually we should say e.target. So of our event object, we can do the target, and that's actually going to get the HTML element that's in the web page, in the DOM itself. And then we can call the name property. So in this case, we have two names. We're going to have one that is email and one that is password. Okay. And so in this case, let's say we're updating the password. It's going to call this function with that event. It's going to go to the password target, which is essentially this input field. And then the name of that field is going to be password. And that's going to map to a value right here, just like this, e.target.value. And that's how you actually get the value from the browser that is within the input field. Okay. And so essentially, once again, we are spreading in our previous values and then overwriting whatever value is being updated. And you'll see how this function works in a second. But essentially, this is going to be updating our inputs object. And again, this inputs object is going to be our source of truth. It's going to be what we use to render the text that's within the input field. And it's also going to be the information that we use if we actually wanted to submit this form. So hypothetically, if you had a real landing page, of course, you're going to get this information and send it to who knows where, send it to a database, and you're going to want to use that information. Well, that's going to be saved here in inputs. Okay. So now let's go down and let's actually start rigging up all of our stuff here for this component. So we're going to start off again with the adding a section component for the sign up modal itself here. Now within it, we're going to have a div, and I shouldn't say component, I should say section HTML tag. Okay, so within here, we're going to have a div. And now what this is going to be is we're going to have two different columns. We're going to have a left column and we're going to have a right column. Okay, so on the left column, you can see here, obviously we're right here. So we're not doing it yet, but we don't have all this yet. This is just, again, our finished landing page that's non-responsive. You can see we have a left column here, which is this box, which has let's get you signed up, and then this subheading. And then we also have this right column, or this right box, and that has our fields. It has this close icon. It has, of course, this, and then our submission. Okay, so in this left column, we're going to have this div, or this div is going to be our left column. And then we're also going to have a second div for our right column. Okay, like that. So in this left one, let's actually start specifying some of those values. You can see at the top, we're going to have an H4, which is going to be this. Let's get you signed up. I'm actually going to copy it right in. Oops, not the check mark. Let's get you signed up. Okay. And then below that, we're going to have this text here. No charges, no fees, get no taking in minutes. Of course, you guys can type this. You can go to the design and get it right here. We can actually look at our design. Where's that? There. Just grab it from right here from the design. Or of course, you can get the finished code if you want and just copy it over into your project. So that's going to be a P tag. And please. My control C is not control C'ing, as you can see. All right. So now that we've done that, we can move on to our right column. So believe it or not, that's all that's going to be in our left column here. And of course, you can see our modal is not really set up here nicely yet. So I'm going to focus on looking at our completed modal just so that it's easier to understand. But it's easier to see what we're actually trying to do here. But of course, as we get this going here, I'll switch back to our web page. This is what yours should look like right now. Okay, don't get confused. Like I said, this is our finished landing page. Now I'm going to move down to the right column. And so in this right column, the first thing that we're going to have is a button. Okay, and this button is going to be this here, this close icon. Okay, and in here, we're going to render our close icon like that. Okay, and we'll set that up in a second. Right now, you're not going to be probably able to see it or whatever, but don't worry about that. So we'll start off with that. Now that we did the button, below our button, we're actually going to have a div. Okay, and now this div is going to hold, I think it's going to hold our input elements here. Okay, there might even be a nested div here. Let's see. So we have a button, and then we have a div. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to create within this div our input elements. So we're actually going to create a label element. And now this is a very common pattern to put the input itself inside of the label. Now the reason that people do this is because now if you want to click in the input field, you can click inside it, but you can also click on the label itself. You see how that opened up the input field? And the reason that works is because what we're going to do is we're going to have the label, which is typically reserved for, as an example, the text right above an input field. We're going to wrap the input itself. So now the input's click box is larger. You can see I can click on the input from here or in here. Okay, so it helps with a little bit. It's the same way that right here, you can see our toggle switch. You can click here, but you can also click over here, right? So you can click wherever around here if you want to select this. It makes it a little bit easier for the user. Okay, and it also makes it a little bit easier to add styles to both of these elements at once because they're nested. Okay? Sometimes you want to add some like error text or something and it becomes easier. Okay, so in here, let's put email for this label. And we're going to put input. Okay, so add our input element here. And let's start adding some of our properties here. So what we're going to have for this input is, remember here, when we actually generate an event from our input, we want to make sure that the input is named. The reason why is that we're going to be using its name right here. Okay, now this name has to correspond directly. Let me get rid of these values. You do not want these values in your initial state. They need to correspond directly to this. So when we generate an event from this input field, like when a user types and events are generated, it's going to go to our handle inputs function. And then the name of the event is going to be either email or password. And it has to match this here. So we'll overwrite those values that are actually in the inputs object. Okay, so let's add a name. Now this is simply a HTML property. This is not something that's in React. It's just part of HTML. So the name of the input is email. The type of the input is also going to be email. So this is part of HTML. You can essentially specify different things, like an input field can be for a number, it could be for a date, it could be for a password, it could be for a file even. It could be a range slider and all these different things. Okay, so now we're going to add a placeholder. Now the placeholder text, we can't see it right here well. Obviously we can't see anything very well, but the placeholder text itself is going to be this here. So you can see within our input fields when we have nothing typed, there's this very light text in there. This is how you set the placeholder. So you can do placeholder equals, and then you can set, in here we're just going to have for the email, janedoe@gmail.com. Okay. All right. And now we're also going to start rigging up our onChange handlers. So what we're going to say is onChange. Now what is onChange? OnChange happens when a user goes in here and they type. So if they type, onChange events are firing. Every time an onChange event fires, we're going to call our handle inputs function here. So let's do handle inputs. Okay. Now what's happening here is we type in here into our email field, and our onChange function is, or onChange event handler is called, it's going to invoke the handle inputs function. There's going to be an event. So this would be the equivalent of going like this here. Let me just show you guys so you're not confused. Right here, we get an event from the browser when an on-change event happens. We pass that into our handle inputs function here. Now you could do this, but you can also very simply do this. Okay. It will also pass that event object here. Okay. So now we're passing the event object into handle inputs here. And when the event object arrives here, we're going to rewrite whatever's inside initial state, or whatever's inside our inputs object, I should say, is going to be rewritten right here. And then we're simply going to overwrite whatever this event is here. So for this event, it's going to be a e.target.name equal to email. And again, that's because the target input element has a name of email. And then the value is, like, let's just say right here, if we did SSS, well, then the e.target.value is going to equal SSS. Okay. And so then essentially we're saying, okay, rewrite all the previous values, and then let's just overwrite the email property with this value here. Okay. So now inputs is actually tracking what is typed into our input field. Now what we're going to do is we're going to use that inputs object to define what is the actual value within the field. Okay, so first we change it, and let's set the value of the field. Okay, value equal to inputs.email. Okay, now again, this is just setting the value that's actually in the field. So as an example, I have this one pulled up here. So again, this is our landing page that we're working on here. You can see our modal is not really set up yet. But right here, you can see that if I change this over here, like I can actually change this, let's just say, hello. And so now you can see I have manually changed what is in the input field. So I'm just trying to show you guys that the value field will manually update. The input will have whatever you specify in the value field. So in this way, we actually have a controlled input. What does controlled input mean? When the user types, we actually handle setting the value in the input element itself. And we then use that value to specify the value that is on the input element itself. Okay, that is a controlled input in React. Okay, it's very helpful when you want to actually submit the data. Now we're controlling it. We have access to it right here. If a user hits submit here, we can go send it off to a database or do whatever you want with it. Okay, or do validation. Right, you want to make sure that the email's typed correctly, the password's typed correctly, yada yada. Now we can move on to our second label here. So let's do this one. And I'm actually going to copy this down because it should be a little bit easier. Let's just copy this label down. And now here, we're going to type password. We're also going to type it right here, password. And the type is also password. So in HTML, there's a password type, which is nice because you can see it actually just puts dots here when the user types. So it actually hides the password, which is what you want. Our placeholder is going to be just a series of dots. So I don't know how many actually this is here. So I'm going to copy it over. I think it might be 10 maybe. Let's check. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 total dots. Okay, so now our placeholder text is going to be a series of dots, which is what we want here. You can see on our finished design, it's exactly what we have. Okay. Now we can move on to the elements at the bottom here. So below our input elements, you can see we have a checkbox here with this text, and we also have the get started button. Okay, so let's actually add that. So below this div here, which holds our inputs, we are going to add another div for these bottom two elements. So first and foremost, we're going to have a button, and this button is just going to have a check, or it's going to have a check mark in it. So here you can see, and you know what is that a nested div? It actually might be a nested div, right? So we're actually going to add a nested div. Now the reason why I say that is this div right here is actually going to handle, it's going to wrap the button here, and it's also going to wrap this element here. But you can see that this element also needs a div to wrap it. Like right here, we're going to wrap essentially like this button here and this text. Okay. So it can get a little bit tricky, but I promise, if you guys trace through the markup or, go in DevTools, you'll be able to understand what's going on, I'm sure. Try not to beat a dead horse here. I have a problem with doing that. Okay. So here we have a button, and the button is going to have a check mark in it. Check mark. And again, you can see that right here. We can check that. Okay. Check mark. Now just below that button, or I should say adjacent to that button, it's probably more fitting, is going to be a p tag, and this will say I agree to all terms. All right, so we have a button, and then just next to that we have this text here. Okay, now that we have that div, we can specify our the button below this div, right? And this button is the actual call to action, which will say get started. All right. Now that we did that, we can move on to setting up our Tailwind classes. And one thing that I want to add right here that we can get out of the way right now is a couple on-click handlers. So we actually have a on-click handler for this div here. So if the user clicks on this button here, or they click on the text that's adjacent to it right here, we want it so that it toggles this check mark, right? And so what we're going to do is we're actually going to set an on-click handler on the parent element here, which is this div. We're going to say on-click, and we're going to pass in a callback function, and this callback function is going to set checked to whatever the opposite of the current value is. So we're going to get cur value, cur val, and we're just going to do the opposite Boolean, which is going to be opposite cur val. Okay, so we're just flipping it. If it's true, it's false. If it's false, it's true. Okay, just like that. And again, the set checked function is right here. It just helps us update the state here. All right, now let's actually check where is that checked value used. Okay, it's used within our classes. So we'll look at that in a second. And it's also going to be used in our validation when we submit the input element here. Okay, so let's actually go down and set that up as well. So if we go down to this button here, this is get started. This is how we're actually going to submit the form. Submit it. Obviously, we're not actually sending the data anywhere in the case of this tutorial, but in a real life application, of course you would. So here we're going to set on click. And if someone clicks on this button, we're going to call a function called handle submit. Now this handle submit function, we can't implement it completely right now, but we can implement part of it. So let's do function handle submit. And what we're going to do is the first thing is that when someone submits a form element, now this is actually not a form, right? So it's not going to actually reload the page. So it's not a form, so it's not actually going to reload the page. But let's say hypothetically that you had this input element and this button down here wrapped inside of a form, it's going to cause a page reload. And the reason why is because historically, like back in the day when forms are submitted, essentially what would happen is it would get the data, you'd hit submit, and then it would send that data to the server. And when it did that, it would essentially have to do a reload of the page, and it would clear the entire form and go through that entire process. But now we don't do that. We actually want to prevent the default behavior of reloading the page on form submission, do whatever validation and stuff we need to do, and then we can submit it without there being any type of glitching reload of the page, so to speak. Okay, and so we're going to go here and we're going to get our event object that is passed from the browser when a user submits here. And we are going to prevent the default behavior. So e.prevent default. And so we're preventing that default behavior that we don't want from the browser, this kind of legacy thing that you have to avoid. And what we're also going to say is we're going to put a thing that says if checked. Now, why do we want to check that? Well, of course, the user cannot hit get started if this is not checked. So you can see here, I actually can't click it. But when I click here, now I can click it. Okay, so if they have successfully checked and agreed that the terms are terms that they agree with, then we're just going to console.log our inputs here. Okay, and we're also going to say we're going to set our inputs to a initial state. Okay, so again, essentially what we're doing is we're saying, okay, they submitted their form, and so what we're going to do is we're going to put this state value back to its initial values, which is going to be an empty email and an empty password. Okay, and then again, those are going to be read in right here, and that's going to essentially reset our form. So here, like as an example, if I type in an email and type in a password and I hit submit, we go back in here, you can see that those fields are now cleared. Okay, and then we're going to be also closing the modal. So obviously we can't do that right now because like you can see our button actually right here. Get started. Right now, the modal can't actually close because we don't have a way to do that. But we are going to be implementing that state in a second here, and then you guys will see how that works. But essentially right here, we're going to say close the modal as well. Close modal. Okay. So here we're just saying, and then of course, what would actually be happening inside of a real application is you would end up saying, okay, submit this data to a database or, something like that. Submit it to a database, send it to some like email thing. Like as an example, if you wanted to take someone's login, then you would save it somewhere securely. Or if you got their email, maybe you'd want to sign them up for an email list so you could, do some like MailChimp integration or use some platform to send emails. You guys get the point. Okay. So now that we set that up, we now can go through and start setting up the classes. So let's go back to the top here and start doing that. So first and foremost, let's actually go back to our modal here, the one that you guys are looking at, so we can see this come to life here. Okay, so let's do class name. And here we're going to do grid. And the reason we're going to do grid is we're going to have a left column and a right column. So we're going to structure it like that. We're going to say max width of 3XL. Now that's a built-in Tailwind class, 768 pixels. And we're going to do grid cols too. So that's going to be 2 grid columns, each of which have an equal amount of space, 1 fractional unit. Okay, and so we can see that right here. Let's actually visualize our grid. You can see it right there. We're going to visualize it until we have some more styles here so we can actually see what's going on. Now, if you're noticing this kind of like shadow, this little effect that's around our signup modal, that's because remember we actually have a modal container, which has a little bit of a shadow on it. So you can see we don't actually have to set a shadow on the signup modal because that modal container that's within our overlay actually has a little bit of a shadow here. You can kind of see it. Okay, so let's go here and let's do background primary 1300. Actually, I think this is, yeah, this one's going to be 1300. So background. Primary 1300. So you can see that left side is now taken on the correct color. We're going to say flex column to make sure that these elements are stacked vertically, not horizontally. Let's do justify center. That's going to center along the vertical axis. We're going to give it a gap Y of 4, which is essentially just going to give us 16 pixels between that heading that says, let's get you signed up, and the subheading. And we're going to set a background here. Now, all we're going to do is we're going to specify this background as an image. So we're going to pass in a URL, and this is going to be, some of you might have already guessed it, but it's going to be our noise. Okay, so /source/assets, and then let's use our noise.webp image. And we actually need to have a parenthesis, or a quote, I should say, on either side of this URL here. Okay, so now there is a little bit of a grain. You can see that. It's kind of hard to see, but essentially, like if we look at our design, I'm sure you can see it. You zoom in, you can see there is, in fact, our nice little grainy noise texture. Okay. Whoops, I accidentally just moved my browser down a little bit. That's no good, but we'll leave it as it. Oh, there we go. Right there. Nice. Whoops, is this? I accidentally just pulled in our finished project. You guys don't want to see that. We want to see the initial, or I should say the one that we're currently working on here. Okay, so let's go here and let's keep working. We're going to go, and now that we set that background, we can do background repeat. That's just going to make sure that if our noise doesn't fill the entire section, then it will simply be repeated. Let's do our padding of 10, which is going to do 40 pixels all around. You can see that right here. Okay. And we're going to do text center. So just center align that text in there. So now you can see our let's get signed up as well as the subheading are now centered. All right, awesome. So now let's move down to our H4. Give this a class name. Here we're going to be doing text primary 50. We're going to do text-4XL. And then we're also going to give it a line height of 12, which I think is going to be 48 pixels. So it's going to be 36 and 48, font size and line height respectively. Let's do font bold to get that font size up to, or font weight up to 700. And then we're also going to put tracking tight. You can see it does not look very good like that. But we had tracking tight, gives it a little bit more aesthetics. Tracking tighter, that's also an option, I suppose, if you wanted to. Tracking tighter. I think that looks a little bit too close. You can see that some of the letters are almost overlapping there. So we'll do tracking tight. Now let's move down to our subheading. Here we're going to do text primary 100 and then text dash large with a line height of 8, which should be 32 pixels. It's going to be 18 and 32. All right. Now let's move down to our div here. So it's going to be our div for our right column. And for this one, we're going to be saying, we're going to be giving it that darker color. So it's going to be background primary 1500. We're going to say flex because we're going to stack our items. Remember, we have our close button on top. Then we have our inputs in the middle. I can actually show you this container right here. Right there. You can see we're going to have a flex container and it's going to be vertical. So we're going to have a close button at this first row. Then we're going to have this inputs section and then these items at the bottom here. Okay. So that's going to be flex. Then we're going to do flex column. We're going to do justify between, so that's just going to force them. Essentially, it's going to make it so that these are forced apart. And we're going to do a gap y of 24. Okay, and so essentially that's just going to make it, let's actually visualize this container so it's a little bit easier to see, like that. Okay, so now you can see that our close button up here, which will be this right here, is 24, what is that? 96 pixels from the input section, which is also 96 pixels from the element at the bottom there, which is going to be our submission button. All right. So now let's set our background again. Again, this is just going to be our noise. So I'm going to just copy this right down. All right. And then after that, we're going to again do background repeat just to make sure that that noise repeats if it isn't big enough. And then we're also going to give a padding of 10. So again, 40 pixels all around. All right, look at that. So now you can see our modal is actually kind of shaping up here. It's already taken on some good visuals. So now let's style our button here. So this is going to be our close icon at the top right of this right column. First, we're going to do border primary 75. And now we're going to do a hover state. So for our hover state, we're going to be doing background primary 75. So when we hover over it, it's going to have that light white color right there, or light blue color, I should say. Okay, let's get rid of this flex visualizer. Okay. We're also going to give it the group property, so that's how you know we're going to be manipulating the close icon state based on the parent element's state, as we've done before. Let's give it our transition properties that we created inside of index.html. We're going to give our margin left of auto. Now, the reason that we want to do that is because you can see here that our close icon, we don't want it to be in the middle here. We don't want it to be on the left, so we're going to push it all the way to the right. Probably could see that actually. Right there, you can see we're pushing our margin left as big as possible. So margin left auto is going to say, give it as much margin left as it can possibly have, so to speak. And we're going to do the width to fit. So essentially we're saying, instead of making the close button stretch by default, because if you don't know, div elements will essentially, or button elements are block level elements will fit the width of their parent container if they can. So we have to put the width to fit, which essentially says just fit it as wide as the content. Don't make it actually grow to the entire width of this row. Because right here, for our margin left to actually work, we need to make sure that this element is only, in this case, 52 pixels wide, or the width of its content. Cursor pointer is going to make sure that when they hover over it, it has the pointer. We're going to do rounded to XL, and we're going to do a border of 2. So we should be able to actually see this thing a little bit now. There it is, okay. A border of 2, and then a padding of 3. Now the reason we want to do a padding of 3 is because we want to have some space between the icon itself and then the border over here, okay. So look at that. Nice. All right, so it's already shaping up here. And now, of course, we have to actually add and we're eventually here, we're going to be setting it so that this button here can close our modal. But of course, right now we can't do that. So right now we're not going to set the on-click handler for our button, but we will in the future. All right. So now let's do our close icon. So this one shouldn't be too bad. We're just going to do a stroke of primary 75. So now we can actually see the close icon. We're going to be giving it a group hover. So again, the group hover, we can use this property in Tailwind to access the state of the parent element. So this is our group, and then down here is our group hover. So if our group is hovered over, essentially saying is the button hovered over, we now can make it so that the stroke becomes primary 1300. Okay, and the reason we want to do that is, of course, because when the background gets light, we make our X become dark. And again, we're going to add our transition properties that we specified in index.html. All right, nice. Now we have that smooth animation for our close icon. So now let's move down to, and there's one more thing we actually have to add. We're going to make our width, our stroke width for our close icon 2. And again, if you guys forget what's going on there, you can go to the close icon and see that this is nothing more than an SVG. And when we pass in the width value, we can simply set the stroke width. Okay, so you can make it as thick as you want. Like as an example, maybe you guys think it should be a little thicker. You can make it 3. That's going to make the cross a little bit thicker there. But of course, I think that This is most consistent with the design itself right here, right? So now we can move on to the next item, which is going to be this div. And this is going to be for the input fields right here. You can't really see them that well. Actually, there you go. Look at that. You can kind of see them. But we're going to be styling those now, the container for those. So let's do text primary 50. This is going to cascade down onto those input elements, so we should be able to see it. Look at that. We're going to do flex. Now we don't want our inputs to be next to each other, which you can see there. We're actually going to put them on top of each other. Flex column. There we go. We're going to do a gap Y of 6. So that's going to be 24 pixels between these elements. These two input fields, I should say, with their respective labels. We're going to do text large /8. And then after that, we're going to do font semi-bold. That's going to make it so that our labels are a little bit more bold there. And we're going to set our tracking to tight. All right. So that just brings those letters together a little bit closer. It makes it look a little bit better here. All right. So now that we've done that, we can now move on to our input fields. So our inputs here, let's start adding some classes to this one. And hopefully these are quite similar. But first we're going to do background primary 75. Okay, so now you can see the background for our input field there. I'm going to get rid of our flex visualizer so we can just see this. Background primary 75. We're going to be doing our placeholder. So you can specify this in Tailwind, placeholder dash primary 1500. So we can specify the color of our placeholder text, which in our case is going to be 1500. We can also set, let me just make sure I typed that correctly. Yes, I did. We're also going to set our text to primary 1500. And so that's going to essentially be the value that we type in the input field here. So you can see that's 1500. Nice. Okay, and I'm actually confused as to why the password field is also updating. Oh, I just realized that this is set to inputs.email. This should be inputs.password. I'm sure many of you picked up on that, but I did not. Sometimes it's kind of tricky sometimes when you're typing and trying to do this. Okay, so text primary 1300 for the actual value itself. Then we're going to do margin top of 2. That's going to give it 4 pixels, or my bad, 8 pixels from the input element itself, from the, I think from the label, or perhaps from the text here. I'm not exactly sure. Or maybe it's because I wanted to. Let me just see here. Maybe we can actually target the element just to see. Yeah, so essentially this is going to give us a little bit of space between the label itself and the input field. Now, I'm having a hard time understanding as to why these are not stacked in the correct manner. So you can see here, obviously the email field is above it. And so I wonder if that's because we're missing something. Oh, and I already know why. The reason why is that our input field is actually an inline element and our label is also an inline element. So what's happening here is it's placing the email label as well as the input on the same line, but we're going to get rid of that in a second. Okay, so we're going to do margin top. Then we're going to set block. So now that's a block level element. It's going to take up the entire width. It's not going to be placed on the same line as other elements. We're going to do width full just to make sure that our input element stretches all the way across its parent container. So you can see that before it was not right there. Now it is. We're going to do rounded full, which is going to make it circular. We're going to give it a padding X of 8. So that's just going to push our input value in a little bit. We're going to give it a padding Y of 4, which is going to do 16 pixels off the top and bottom. Font normal, so it's not so bold. You can see just how bold that value is there. Placeholder text, so placeholder dash, or my bad, placeholder. And then we're going to say text base. So that's how you target the placeholder text there. And we are going to set our placeholder font to light. Okay. And you can't really see it right there, but if I get rid of this value, there it is. Okay. Font light. And one more thing is you can see our placeholder is a little bit dark there. And so we're actually going to set our placeholder and we're going to set the opacity to 20. All right, awesome. So now you can see it's very faint there for our placeholder, and we can type in there and our text looks nice. Okay. So now we're going to specify probably pretty similar classes for our password, which is nice. And so I'm just going to copy this down, not waste too much time here. Let's just make sure. Yep, it is actually the exact same classes. Awesome. Okay, so just like that, we've now specified both of our inputs, and now we just have to set up these last couple elements down here. Okay, so starting off with this div here, let's see if there's some properties. There is none. It's actually going to be the first thing we're going to style here is going to be this div that wraps our button with its text. By button with text, I'm talking about this here plus this element here. Okay, so let's set that up. So let's do class name. We're going to do margin auto. So that's going to make it so that the elements are centered, because you can see here that this element here, let's actually see if we can target that. You can see here the margin on the left and right is auto, and that makes it so that it's actually centered. So let's do margin auto. We'll do a margin bottom of 4 to just push it off that get started button a little bit. We're going to do width to fit, so it's not actually stretching all the way across. That'll make it so that the margin auto property actually works. Cursor pointer. And gap x of 2. This gap x of 2 is simply going to make it so that the checkbox here is a little bit off of our I agree to all terms value. Okay. Now that we did that, we can move on to our button here. So let's specify the class name. And here we're actually going to enter JavaScript. So let's put our open and closing braces and our backticks. And the reason why we have to do this is because we are going to be updating this element based on the checked state. So whether it's checked or not, you can see that our check mark will appear. Okay. So what we're going to do is specify some classes by default. So we're going to do background primary. It's going to actually be border primary 100. See if we can see that already. We can't, but we should in a second here. Border primary 100. We're going to give it our transition. Properties. A margin right of 2, which is, again, it's going to push it away from the check mark just a little bit. Or it's going to push it away from the I agree to all terms value a little bit, I should say. And let's see, we're going to have inline flex, which is going to make it so that we can specify values like the margin and padding, even though it's an inline element, which you typically can't do with inline elements. You can typically only manipulate those properties on block level elements. Inline flex. Or actually, I should say, what we want to do is we want to have a flex container, but we want it to be inline. So we want it to be, a flex container is typically a block level element, but we want to be able to have a flex container that behaves like an inline element. And so there's something called inline flex. That's what I actually meant to say there. Okay. Now our height is going to be 4 and our width is going to be 4. And that's just specifying essentially that this here is going to be 16 pixels. Okay. Whoops, width 4. Our cursor is going to be pointer. Items is going to be center. That's simply going to center our icon within. It's going to center our check mark within this button here. Justify center, also center it, in this case on the horizontal axis. Item centers alignment on the vertical axis. Let's do rounded small. That's going to be adding a little bit of a border. Let's see. I think it's maybe, let's see. Maybe it's rounded SM. Whoops, rounded SM. That is 4 pixels. And let's add a border of 2 pixels. Okay. So we added the border color and there it is. Okay. Now we can actually see the thing. Took a while there. And now let's actually add our $sign and some brackets here, or some braces. Now we're going to check if checked is true. So checked and we're going to set background primary to 100. Okay. So now if we check that, look at this. Just like that, you can see our background is now changing. based on whether we are checked. Again, if we click on this div here, you can see that we are setting checked to the opposite value. It's true, it's false. If it's false, it's true. Then this is being updated here. This checked value is either becoming true or false, and then it's updating the background color here. Cool. Okay, so now let's move down to our check mark. Here our class name is going to be stroke primary 1500. And so now you can see our check mark is actually, you can see it here. Okay. Give it a nice dark color. And we can move down to I agree to all terms. Let's give it a class name. Here it's going to be text primary 100. There we go. Now we can see it nicely. We're going to make it inline so that it can sit next to our inline flex container, which we specified for our button that holds our check mark. We are also going to set our cursor to pointer. And now the reason why is because, again, we can actually click on any of this here. We can click on this here, or we can click on the check mark itself to toggle this. Okay, so we want to make sure that users know that they can click on it by setting cursor pointer. And let's do text small. All right, awesome. So now that's looking really good. Really, really good. And now we only have to specify the classes on one more element, which is our get started button here. So this is going to be background primary 500. A primary glow of hover. Okay. And again, remember these classes are something that we specified in index.css, so you can check them out. Just our primary glow and our primary glow hover. So we have primary glow hover. I take it that we're also going to specify our primary glow. Actually, we're not. By default, we're actually going to leave it as it is. So there's not going to be a glow until they hover on it. We're going to give it our transition properties, which again, we specified in index.css. Width is full. Make sure it stretches all the way across there. When we say width full, we're saying 100%, which references the parent's width. Cursor pointer, so the user knows they can click on it. Rounded full, so it's a circle. A padding on the y-axis of 4. And this is going to be text-large, which should be 18 pixels. And we'll put 8 for the line height, which I think is 32, 18 and 32. And look at that. You can see when we hover over it, we have the nice primary glow effect. We can check this. And again, we can't submit it. Well, we can't submit it at all, but we can't submit it unless the user has checked it. And we set that up right here, okay, in this if condition. And so overall, we have a pretty solid modal here. Now in the next section, we're going to go through the process of actually rigging up the modal context so we can open it, close it, and do all that fun stuff. So I will see you guys over there. All right, so the first order of business is going to be creating our modal context. Okay, and this modal context is what we're going to be using throughout a couple different locations to manipulate our modal. So as an example, if the user clicks on this button here, it'll open the modal. If the user clicks on this button here, it will also open the modal. If the user clicks on the close button, it will close the modal. If they click on sign up, it'll close the modal. And of course, if they click outside of the modal, it will also close it. Okay. Now what we can do is we can centralize all this logic and keep it outside of our app component by using a modal context. Okay, if you don't know how contexts work in React, I will do my best to explain it. Of course, you could look at a tutorial that explains it in detail, but I will do my best to explain it here. So what we're actually going to do is we're going to create a context folder. Okay, so let's go into source and let's add a folder called context. Context, because we're actually going to have two. And let's create one that says modal context. Modal context. And is this a JSX file? It is. Okay, modal context.jsx. Okay, and now what we're going to do is we're going to import a couple things from React so that we can actually work with context. First, we're going to import use context. Then we're going to import create context. Then we're going to import use state. And we're going to say from React. Okay. Now, we're going to start off by creating our context here. So let's do modal context, const modal context. And we're going to say create context. Okay, so we are creating our context in React by invoking this function that is provided by React called create context. And now you can see here we have access to this modal context. Now let's actually create a function. And this is going to be called the Modal Context Provider. Now, all this is going to do is going to do one thing. Or actually, it's going to do two things, I should say. The first thing that it's going to do is actually going to read in the children property. So whatever we pass in between this tag, so this is going to be a component here, right? This is going to be a component. Function, Modal Context Provider, this represents the component that we're actually going to render in our app, okay? Now, whatever goes in between these tags here, so very similar to this here, you can see our header has an open and closing tag. Whatever is in between the tags here, our children, is going to gain access to the state properties that we want to have access to throughout our application, okay? So let me just show you. Essentially, the tree, the component tree will have access to the values that we want to expose with our context provider. So essentially what we're going to do is let's begin by actually creating a piece of state called active modal, okay? And we're going to say active modal, and we're going to put set active modal here, set active modal. Okay, and all we're going to do is say use state, and we're going to put an empty string. So right now, we do not have an active modal. There's an empty string, which indicates that there is no modal on our page that is open. And it is kind of interesting that it is not displaying it right now. I wonder if that's because, oh, there we go. Okay, so you can see our modal is open by default, but right now, when we actually subscribe to this context, we're going to see that our modal is by default set to an empty string, which means that there is no active modal. Okay, active modal, empty string. Now, let's actually return our provider. So if you guys don't know, essentially when you have a context in React, Modal Context, it comes with a provider component, right? You can go like this. So modal context.provider. And when we use this here, this open and closing tags, this provider is what's going to pass down the values that we want to pass into our React component tree. So essentially what we're going to do here is we're going to render our children, and I'll show you how this works in a second, rendering our children here. And in here, we're going to pass in our value. Okay, so this provider has a value, and this is the value that we can pass through our entire component tree. And again, the reason we want to do this is because we're going to want this value to be accessible in many locations. So we need to know if they click on this button, it'll open the modal. If they click on this button, it'll open modal. If they click on this button, it'll close it. If they click on this, it'll close it. And what we're going to want to end up doing is manipulating our active modal to a certain value based on what we click, right? So if they click on this, it's going to close, click on this, it's going to close, click on this, it's going to open. We're going to be handling that toggling with this active modal variable here. Okay, so let's actually pass our active modal and our set active modal in as values to our modal context provider. So now every child element that is passed between this modal context provider is going to have access to these values here. Okay, so now let's go into, actually, let's actually first provide our context. So we're going to do function. And down here, we're going to make another function called use modal context. And so essentially we're creating a React hook here, a custom hook. Okay, and that's why we're using this use, not syntax, what would it be? Semantics? Convention, let's just call it. So essentially here you can see we have use context, use state. So we're making our own custom hook, which is possible. And we're going to actually essentially extending React here. So we're going to do use context. So this is, we're actually consuming the context here. Now, typically you'd use a use context in a certain component. So as an example, you could use this in our navigation component. We could subscribe to our context so that we could set the active modal to this modal here if they click on this get started button. But we're actually going to just use the context within this function and return it. Okay. So we're going to do this modal context. Because typically what you'd have to do is if you wanted to subscribe to this context inside of our navigation, for example, we would have to import use context, and then we would also have to import the modal context so that we could use this statement here. So like as an example, we could do something like this. If we wanted to gain access to the active modal inside of our navigation, we'd have to go like this. And then we would have to do this. Use context, modal context. Then we would gain access to the active modal context, or the active modal value, which we specified right here in our value attribute for our modal context provider. But we have to import both use context and modal context. Whereas if we just use this function and invoke this right here, check this out, all we have to do is import this. So now when we call use modal context under the hood, all it's doing is returning this. But now we no longer have to import both of them. Okay. And you'll see how that works in a second. We will be using that. And then lastly, we're just going to export both of these here. Okay. So we're going to export our use modal context, and we're also going to export our modal context provider. Okay. So now that we have exported both of those, let's actually jump back to our application. And remember, every child element within our provider here that we're returning from this component is going to have access to this value property. And we want to make sure that every component within our tree here, our component tree, has access to these values. So let's actually do that. Let's go here and let's like this Modal Context Provider right there, and go like that. And now let's move this closing tag all the way down here. Okay. So again, the Modal Context Provider is going to have all of these elements as children. So we're going to go in here, we're going to get the children, and we're going to render it inside of our Modal Context.Provider. Okay. Which again, this is a context from React, and we are using the .provider component, if you will. And here we can provide the provider with a value. And this value is what we can specify. So this object here has two things in it, as the active modal and set active modal. So our setter function and our value for this useState variable. And this will be accessible from any child component that subscribes to this context. Okay. Now, what's important here is that you want to subscribe certain elements to context because you want those elements to respond to changes in the context state. So as an example, these values here, like active modal and set active modal, let's say that the active modal gets updated. Well, we're going to want certain components in React. We're going to want certain components in our component tree to update based on those values, right? So as an example, we certainly want our modal to update when active modal changes. That makes sense, right? And so essentially, now that we have provided these values to all of the values, or to all of the children in our component tree, we now need to go into those children and actually subscribe those components to the context. Okay. And then they will have access to those values and they will update based on the state of that context. So if the context changes, they will respond to that. Okay. And again, my example was that if our active modal changes within our context, well, of course, we want our modal here to respond to that, right? The modal will open and close based on that value. Okay. So now that we did that, in our next video, we're going to go through the process of actually subscribing our different components to our context. So I will see you guys over there. All right. So now we can go through the process of starting to subscribe our components to our context. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're actually going to go in and begin by giving a name to our modal here. Okay. So the question is, how do we actually know what modal is open? If we have multiple modals here, like as an example, let's say we have a sign up modal and then we have some other modal on our page for subscribing to a newsletter or something like that. How do we actually know what modal should be opened? Well, I can show you. We're going to go like this. Let's actually add a name to this modal here. Okay. And let's see what I actually named it. We're going to call it modal. Okay. Modal. And this one here, we're actually going to call it sign up. Okay. Sign up. Now you guys are going to see why we're adding a name here. Essentially what we're going to want to do is, now that we have a name for our modal, let's go into our modal and let's read that in. We're going to say modal. Okay. And now what we're going to do is our actively displayed modal is going to be set in the following way. First, we're going to just set it to modal here. So in this case, it's going to say sign up. Okay. By default here. And now that should have the effect. Actually, that is true because when it converts this to a Boolean, it will be true. What we're going to do is we're going to actually subscribe to our modal context. Okay. Remember, we have a value in there called active modal. Okay. So let's go here. Let's do active modal. And we're going to go here and say use modal context. Okay, remember, we now have subscribed to our context. So we're invoking this function, which again, under the hood, all it does is return this. Okay, so we have now subscribed to our context. We have our use context hook from React. We pass in the modal context here, which is being provided right here. And that modal context provider is giving us two values, an active modal and a set active modal property. Okay, so now that we have our active modal, what can we do here? Well, we can say this. If our modal equals our active modal, then our actively displayed modal is going to be set to true. So in this case, what is our modal value? Well, our modal value in our app here for this specific modal, like let's say we had a second one here, we'll call this one like, I don't even know. We could call it delete account. Let's say you have a modal for if they want to delete their account, there's a pop-up modal. Okay. And let's just say, get rid of this here. Let's just say, give it like a H1. Say delete account. You guys don't have to type this. Delete account. So now this modal here is sign up. So now that it has this name, if we go into modal here, this is going to be equal to sign up. And the current modal, which is our active modal, I should say, right now is set to an empty string. So in this case, actively displayed modal is false. Now, what if our actively displayed modal was sign up? Well, in that case, this string here for this modal would equal this string right here that we have set for active modal. So let's go into our modal context and actually just try that. Let's actually put sign up. Look at that. Okay, so now our active modal equals sign up, and in here, our modal value that we're passing from app here is also sign up. Okay, and because that's true, our actively displayed modal returns true, and of course that is going to make it so that our modal is in its visible state here. All right. And so now that we've done that, we can get rid of this default value here. But we now understand, okay, if we set active modal to sign up, then it's going to have the effect of rendering this modal. It's going to display it, okay? Now, hypothetically, this modal here, we actually might be able to see it here. Let's say we went over here and for some reason, let's say, a user clicked on a button here that clicked to delete their account. Well, then we could go to our modal and we could set the active modal to delete account. And look at that. Now you can see our delete account modal has popped up. It's not very pretty because we haven't implemented it, but just like that, we have created two different modals. Now you guys can see the reusability. All we have to do is add a new modal to our application and we can give it a specific name. And then if a user clicks on a button or something, then we can just trigger the set active modal function right here, pass in that string, and then it's going to make that modal open up. Okay. And we're going to do that in the next section. With this section, I just wanted to go in and show you guys this functionality. And then in the next one, we're going to start rigging up some of these buttons here, as well as our close icon and our submit button within our modal. So I'll see you guys over there. All right, so now we can begin the process of subscribing some more of our components to our modal context, and we're going to see this thing really come alive here. So let's actually delete this modal here, this delete modal or delete account modal. We're not going to need that. I needed it for an example. Let's go back into our modal context and get rid of that default string, set it to empty. And now let's actually go into our navigation. That's going to be our first order of business. In our navigation, we do have a get started button. You can see in our finished landing page, this does open up the modal. So let's go over to our navigation and let's subscribe our component. So let's go here. And now here, you're going to notice that we don't want the active modal. We actually want because in this case, the navigation doesn't really care what the active modal is, but it does want to be able to set active modal. Okay. And so we can do use modal context. And remember, what's happening here is in our app, we have our modal context provider, which is taking in a bunch of children. And this provider renders the children inside of this .provider component, and it passes a value. And this value is accessible to any component that's in the tree that is a child of this context provider. Okay, so now our navigation has access to those values, but the only way that it can gain access is if it subscribes to the context. Okay, so now we're subscribing to the context right here, and we have gained access to our set active modal value here, which again is a setter function. Now, what do we actually want to set? Well, if the user clicks on get started, let's go here. On click, we're going to go here and we're going to say set active modal. And you guys already know it's going to be sign up. Okay. So why are we passing in sign up? Well, of course, as we looked at right here, this modal has the sign up name. Okay. So then if we want this string to evaluate to true here, or we want this Boolean to evaluate to true, we want the modal, which is what we named this one here, to be equal to our active modal, which is sign up. Then we have to set the active modal to sign up. So now what we're doing is we're actually setting this state value here. We're setting our active modal to sign up within navigation when a user clicks on get started. So what do you think will happen when we click on the get started button? Look at that. Okay. Now we can't actually close out of it just yet, right? So we just got to reload the page here. You can see it's working. So we subscribe to our context. We got our set active modal function. We now are calling that function and our on-click handler for our button, and we are opening up the modal. Okay. So with that out of the way, we now can go into the sign up modal and also do some functionality there. So let's go into our sign up modal. We're going to follow a very similar pattern. So here we're going to be going to subscribe to the context. Now, again, this is also going to be, we're going to want the set active modal function. And we're going to call use modal context. Okay, so we subscribe to our context here. So now we have access to those values that are provided in the tree, the component tree that we provided right here through our component tree, right? Whoops. And now what are we going to do? Well, when our modal is open, let's open this thing back up. We're going to want to close it, and we're going to want to close it in two different ways. Okay, the first way that we're going to want to close it is probably pretty obvious here. If the user clicks on the, where's it at? The button that wraps our close icon right here, set it right here, on click. Well, then we're just going to go here and we are going to set our active modal to an empty string, okay? Whoops. And so this is effectively going to change it from sign-in to an empty string, and it's going to close our modal. So if we click that, look at that, okay? So now we're setting our active modal to an empty string, and it's having the effect of making it so that this Boolean value is returning false for this modal, okay? Now that we've done that, we can actually do one more thing in our sign-up modal, and that's going to be making sure that the user can click out of it. Okay, so you guys have probably seen this pattern. If a user clicks in here, it's not going to close, but if they click out here, it does close. Okay, and in our final design here, in our finished project, you can see it in fact does close when we click outside. Okay, so how are we going to set that up? Well, I will show you. We're going to look for clicks on our, where is it at? What am I thinking of? The modal itself, I should say. So that actually is not in the sign-up modal. It's going to be in the modal itself. So we're going to go over here. And we're going to use our set active modal property or value that we're passing. Now, what do we want to check here? Well, we're going to want to check that if the user clicks on our modal overlay here, then of course we want to close it. Now, there's actually one caveat here that I'm going to teach you guys about. And this has to do with the propagation of events in JavaScript. It's definitely something you have to study on your own. I would recommend, definitely taking a JavaScript course if you don't know about this, because this is very fundamental and not necessarily something that's part of React or Tailwind. But essentially what we're going to do is within our onClick handler, we're going to get an event object, okay? And we're going to pass it into the callback function here. Now, what we want to check here is that the current target is equal to the target, okay? So the question is, why do we have to do this? And if this is true, so this Boolean on the left returns true, we're going to do and then this condition on the right will only run if the condition on the left evaluates to true. We're going to say set active modal to an empty string. Okay, now we can just check that that works real quick. So you can see, yes, in fact, we hit the close icon, it closes, click outside the modal, it also closes. Okay, so what is this here? If this evaluates true, I said that this thing on the right of the and statement is going to run, but what actually is this? Well, the e.target is the element that was actually clicked on in the DOM. So as an example, let's say right here, if I open this modal here, if I click on this input element here, what's going to happen is, or actually I should say, let's just say I click on, I don't know, let's say I click on this let's get you signed up heading here. That click event is actually going to propagate. Okay, and this is something called event bubbling. It happens in JavaScript. The event will go from this element, this text element here, right here, and it will propagate all the way up the DOM here. So to here, 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 all the way up to the biggest element on the page, or I should say the body, right? So it propagates all the way up. Now, the problem with that is if a user clicks on, as an example, this heading here, we don't actually want this to close. We only want it to close if they click out here. So let's say hypothetically, if we got rid of this e.target equals current target, like let's just say we did this here. Okay. Now, if a user clicks on the modal right here, look at it closes. Now, why is that happening? It's because the event is actually propagating. So right here, we're clicking on the sign up modal. But again, like I said, it's propagating up, and eventually that click event, it hits our overlay here. And then the onClick handler for our overlay is actually firing. Okay, so we don't want that. Now, there's times that that's advantageous. There's a reason that event propagation occurs, and I'm not going to explain it here. But the point is that we need to check that the e.currentTarget, which is a property on the event object, the e.currentTarget equals target. Now, what is the current target? The current target is this element. Okay, so it's the element upon which the onClick event has fired. So in this case, our onClick has fired on this div, which is this overlay out here. So we're saying if the element that was clicked on is actually the same element as this overlay, then close it. Otherwise, don't do it. Okay, so now when we have this condition, you can see I can click in here and it's not working. So what's happening is the click event is propagating. It's hitting this onClick handler, but then right here it's saying, oh, no, wait a minute. The element that the user actually clicked on is not the overlay. Okay, now if it is the overlay, it closes. Okay, so that's some JavaScript knowledge that you definitely have to study separately. I highly recommend taking a JavaScript course if that is a concept that is foreign to you. Okay, so now that we did that, there's actually going to be one more thing we have to do, and that is subscribe to the in the hero section. So again, there's one more button here, and you can see that this one is not working. Okay, so let's set that one up. That's going to be in our hero section. So again, we're going to just do the exact same thing. We're going to subscribe to our context. We're going to say const set active modal and it's going to be use modal context. Okay. So now that we have this here, we now can subscribe this button here, or I shouldn't say subscribe. We can just rig up this button. Where's it at? Right here. We're going to give it the on-click handler. And again, we're going to set a callback function. And if this button is clicked on, we're going to set our active modal to sign-up. Okay, and make sure that these strings are spelled correctly. You might want to save it in some constants file or something if you don't want to keep rewriting it here, just to be careful. But there you go. Now you can see if we click on this, it opens up. We close it here, click on here. And I just realized there's actually one thing that we did not do right here. So we rigged up this button here, works fine. We can click outside the modal there. We can hit this here. We can also click up here and open it. But the one thing we haven't done is actually get the rig it up so that it closes when they hit get started. Now the question is, where do we actually want to do that? Well, I will show you. We're going to go here into our sign up modal. Now, when the user hits this button here, where's it at? This button, which is get started, it actually calls our handle submit. Okay, so our handle submit we declared right here. Now we have to make sure that the user actually checked this box here if they want to submit. If they didn't agree to our terms, then they can't submit. You guys have probably seen that on many websites. So right here, we're going to say if it's checked, well, then we can close the modal. So here we're going to say set active modal, and we're going to put it to an empty string. Okay, and here you can see, again, we've already subscribed here, so we can do that. And again, hypothetically, we would also submit this data to some database, but of course, we're not doing that in the sake of this project. Okay, so now check that out. You can see we can't close it, but if I click here, we can in fact close it. Okay, awesome. So now we have completely rigged up our form. We have this beautiful looking form, and I can also show you that we can in fact submit information here. So if I type in chad@gmail.com, and I type 123, I agree to all terms and hit get started. You can see there it is. We have our object, which is being logged right here, showing both our email and password fields. Okay, and again, you can play with that if you want to check out how that actually works and see the data update. Okay. Okay, so awesome. So now we have successfully subscribed to our context, and we now can see how we can create multiple modals in our application. We can give them all individual names, and we can create multiple modals, give them all individual, or let's say unique names. Then we can subscribe different components in our application to our modal context, and we can update what modal is open. Now, here's the beautiful thing about this. Let's say hypothetically that we had a second modal called like let's say delete account modal, like we said. It's called delete account. When we set that modal to open, like let's say we have this delete account. Delete account. Now, the beauty in this is that, let's just put an H1 in here. Okay. So the beauty in this is that if we have the sign up modal open, so like, let's just say by default, we had this here, hypothetically, you can see our sign up modal is open, right? And actually I just realized we could probably just trigger that on our own here. So if we had this sign up modal open, so let's just copy this here and we click this. Now, let's say hypothetically, someone clicks something on this modal that opens up another modal. So like as an example, sometimes you'll have one modal where you click a button and then it leads to a second modal, like if there's different steps, right? Now, the beauty is that the way we set up this context, there can only be one modal open at a time. So like, let's just say hypothetically, we go over here to our modal context, and I'm just going to set this explicitly. If we save this, you can see that one of them closed, and obviously this one you can't really see it well because there's nothing in it besides 123, 123, but the first modal closed and the second one opened. Does that make sense? So now if you have multiple modals on your page and one modal can trigger the opening of a second modal, the first one is going to close because there can only be one active modal at a time. Okay, so that is a very cool feature that is baked into the logic that we created. All right, and so now we are officially done with the modal section, and we can move on to doing our responsive design. So I will see you guys in the next section. All right, so before we hop into our responsive design section, where we're going to be implementing our responsive Tailwind CSS classes on our design and making our design responsive down to our mobile screen sizes, I wanted to briefly go over how responsive design actually works in Tailwind CSS. Now, again, I recommend always looking at the documentation if you have questions, just because Tailwind has great documentation. It's also beautifully colored, very well designed, not surprisingly, right? But essentially the way that responsive classes work in Tailwind is you have these prefixes. Okay, so here you can see we have a width of 16 on this element. Let me actually zoom in a little bit just so it's clear. We have a width of 16 on this element, width -16, which translates to 64 pixels. And then you can see here they have this MD prefix with a colon, and then they're specifying width -32. And here they have a large prefix with, again, LG plus a colon. and then a width of 48. So how is this actually working? Well, it says right here, essentially, we're going to have a width of 16 by default, 32 on medium screens, and 48 on large screens. So what's happening here is these are actually mobile first breakpoints. So starting from a mobile screen and growing larger, okay? And these are called, I think they're called minimum width breakpoints, but essentially you can see right here, minimum width. So essentially you have a width of 16 on your small screens. Once you get to medium, which again right here is 48 rem or 768 pixels, your width is going to jump to -32, which I think is 32 times 4, which I'm not going to try and compute off the top of my head. Maybe it's 128 pixels. Then on your large screens, once you get to large, which is 1024 pixels or larger, your width is going to jump to -48. Okay, with -48, which I'm not sure how many pixels that is, but you guys get the point. Okay, so from smaller to larger screens, we are applying sizes, larger width sizes. Okay, now Tailwind also provides us corresponding classes for desktop first design. Okay, so in our case, we're actually designing on desktop and we want to translate our design down onto mobile. So how are we going to do that? Well, thankfully, Tailwind has these right here. Where that? They are these corresponding max classes here. Okay, so as an example, let's say we want to apply a class right here at max XL, which I think is 1280 pixels. What we can say is that at max XL : so disregard this here. You can see that they're essentially trying to show how you can set styles between a range of screen sizes, but disregard this MD right here. Only look at this right here. Okay, you can see here max XL is flex. So let's say we wanted to have a block container at 1440 pixels, but then once it gets to 1280 pixels or smaller, we want to make it a flex container. Well, then right here we specify max XL and then flex. Okay, and then again, if you wanted to change it into, you know, a grid container at 768 pixels, well, then you would say max medium : and then you would put grid. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense. Essentially, you just prefix whatever class you want to apply with one of these breakpoints, and it will apply at that screen size and short and smaller. Okay, so as an example, we could apply something at 2XL, and then something at XL, and something at large, something at medium, something at small, and they would each override the previous class. Okay, so again, let's actually go up there and take it. That's a very important point. Right here, the width is 16, but again, these are minimum width breakpoints, so this would be mobile first design. The width is 16 on medium screens or larger, so 768 or larger. It's going to be a width of 32, but once we get to large here, the width is set to 48. So this one is going to override these two declarations. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense. And with that out of the way, we can actually jump into implementing our responsive design. And we're going to first begin with our header section. So I will see you guys over there. All right, so as we jump into our responsive design, the first thing that we're going to be working on is our header. So our page itself actually doesn't have any responsive classes, so we do not have to go through the process of setting up any there. Instead, we can begin here at our header. So click into our header class here. All right. And now that we're in here, we're actually going to be only applying one thing at our XL breakpoint. Okay, so our XL breakpoint is for screen sizes that are, let's check real quick, 1280 pixels and smaller. Okay, so right now we're at 1440 pixels. The first thing that we're going to be doing is setting all of our breakpoints at 1280 pixels, which is our max XL responsive breakpoint in Tailwind. And then we're going to go down and do large for all of our sections, and then medium, and then small. Okay, so let's begin with XL. Again, we're going to be doing this just for the header in this section. And we're going to be typing in max-XL. Okay, now let's put a semicolon. And here we're going to be typing PY of 8. Okay. So let's take a moment to actually reflect on what this declaration is. If we hover over it, we can see that this says when we have screen sizes that are, so it says at media, so right, a media query, if the width is less than 80 rem, which again, 80 times 16 is going to be 1280 pixels. If it is less than that amount, then we're going to set the padding to 32 pixels here, 2 rem or 32 pixels. Okay, so right now, what is our padding on the y-axis? Well, it's 40 pixels. So if we go over here, we can actually hover over our header element. You can see at the top there, we have that green padding, okay, right here, this padding up here. And down here, you can also see that below our header, we also have 40 pixels there. Now let's actually shrink our screen, right? It says here that 1280 pixels or less, we're going to be setting our padding on the y-axis to 32 pixels. So let's actually go down to 1280. Let's actually type it in. Now remember, it's less than 1280. So here we're at 1280, which seems very small, honestly. But what we're going to do is we are going to drop this just below by 1 pixel. So here you can see we have, let me actually show this. You can't see it because my head's in the way here. You can see that, oh, there it is. So it just happened, but I can actually pick it open here. So right here, you can see we have 40 pixels on the top and bottom. Now let's bring our screen size down to just below 1280. So right here, you can see, whoops, there's 40 on the top and bottom. You can see it right here. Okay. Now if we drop below, look at that. Okay. So now we have a padding of 32 on the bottom and a 32 on the top. So just like that, we have implemented our first responsive class, and that should give you guys a good idea as to how this actually functions. Okay, now we can bring our screen back over here. It's always tough to manage this with one screen, but essentially that's how these responsive breakpoints work in Tailwind, and now we can get into applying these classes throughout the these Max XL responsive classes, which again is 1280 pixels, to the other sections within our web page. So I will see you guys in the navigation section. Okay, so now let's actually jump into our navigation section and start setting up our responsive design on our navigation component. So I'm going to click in there now. And the first thing that we're going to be doing is adding some responsive classes directly to our navigation element itself here. Okay, so again, that is right here. All right, so the first things first, we're going to be setting our Max XL class. So again, that's 1280 or less pixels. And here we're going to be setting our PX to 16. Okay, so here you can see that our padding X is 96 pixels by default, or I should say on our larger screens. And then when we get to screen sizes that are 1280 pixels or less, we are dropping down to a PX of 16, which is 64. So let's actually go down to 1280 real quick. And you can see the design kind of jumps to the side there. And you can in fact see that the padding on the X-axis here, when we go just below 1280, you can see 1279 is 64 pixels. Okay, let me actually, I won't bring it to the side. You guys can see there. Don't want to waste your time. So there you go. You can see it is in fact 64 pixels. And again, we're going to be making the same type of adjustment to all of our sections. So again, this is a little bit closer to the walls of our page. These will be as well, these other sections. Okay, and that's usually the way that it works. On mobile, you only have maybe 16 to 24 pixels of padding on the sides of the screen, whereas on desktop, of course, you have much more room, so you can have much more padding on the sides of the screen. All right. So now that we did that, we can add our second declaration to our nav element. That's going to be max-XL. So again, 1280 pixels or less. We're going to have text base/loose. So 1632 font size and line height respectively here. And if you see here, you can see that when we drop down, our links here drop down to 16 pixels from a size of 18 pixels. Okay, so it gives us a little bit more space, make sure that our design doesn't become too cramped as our screen shrinks. Okay, so now that we have those two classes specified, we can move down to our unordered list here, which again is going to be, I think these four elements. And here we're going to be saying our at max XL, we're going to set our gap X to 6. Okay, so in this case, we're saying instead of having 32 pixels between each one of our links, let's actually drop that down to gap X of 6, which I am pretty sure is 24. It is 24. Okay, so let's actually select that flex container. Let's go down to 1280 pixels right here. And now when we drop down just below, you can see that the gap between each one of those links there shrinks just a little bit. All right, awesome. So now that we did that, we can move all the way down to our buttons here, and we're going to be specifying the same classes on both of these. Okay, so first things first, we're going to say max XL. We're going to give a PX of 6. So on our button here, we're going to say, let's make the padding on the X-axis a little bit smaller. So PX of 8 down to PX of 6. You can see the PX of 8 right here in the PY values. Again, those are above 1280 pixels. And we're going to be doing max XL PY of 3, which I think is going to be 12 pixels. Yes, okay. And we're also going to be doing one more, max XL. And we're going to be saying text base, just like we did in the navigation at the top there, the nav element. We're going to do text base/loose. Okay, so now if we drop below 1280, you'll see our login button. The text is going to get a little bit closer to the walls of the button here, and it's also going to get a little bit closer to the top and bottom of the button. And the text size should decrease to 16 pixels from, I think, 18 pixels. So let's drop this down. And look at that. You can see that the login button has shrunk. And of course, this button is a little bit bigger than it. And that's because we need to make those changes on the other button as well, our get started button. So let's actually copy these over just like this. Drop those right here. Okay. And so now you can see if we drop this down, both of our buttons shrink. Okay. And we can actually validate that. Again, you can see that on our max XL, we have PY of 3. Now let's go here and check that out. You can see here that our padding above and below our button is in fact 12 pixels. Again, you guys can't see this, but essentially I'm just hovering over when you select an element here. Where's it at? Click this and then select an element. You can see here, right here, the I forgot what they call this, but essentially this computes all of the width, the height, the padding, the border, the margin, etc. And so you can see that it is in fact 12 on the top and bottom. Okay, so now let me move this back down here, out of way. And that should be it. So now you can see essentially what we're doing is as our screen size shrinks, we're saying, okay, let's shrink all the elements within our navigation. And let's also make sure that our design remains not cramped. Okay, we don't want our design to get too cramped. And now we can make it down to, I think, our next breakpoint, which is 1024 pixels. So you can see our design looks pretty good all the way down to right here. Then it starts to get cramped again and we say, okay, let's add some more changes. But as of now, we can make it down to that size without it looking too bad. Now, if these links stayed at 18 pixels and these buttons stayed this large, it probably wouldn't look so good at 1024, right? And we got to make it all the way to this size right here because this is going to be our next breakpoint. Okay. So now that we're done with that, we can move on to our, let's see, our hero section. So I will see you guys over there. All right, so now we can jump right into our hero section. So again, the hero section is this right here. So all of this content, this text, this subheading, this button, and this graphic on the right here. We can actually see it right here. Okay, so that's essentially our hero section. So let's jump into our hero component and start adding our classes. So first and foremost, we're gonna have a couple different classes here. At max XL, we're going to be dropping down to a grid here. Let's see, max XL. We're going to be setting max-XL. We're going to be going to grid columns 2. Now, we already have a grid that is columns 2, but what we have here is actually a grid that has a slightly larger left column than right column, right? So 5 fractional units on the left column versus 4 fractional units on the right column. Again, that is 5 out of 9 total fractional units for our left column and 4 out of 9 total fractional units on a right column. Now, we don't want our left column here, which again has this text and all this stuff here, to be larger than the right column once we get to screen sizes 1280 or less. So instead, we're just going to set grid columns 2, which sets 1 fractional unit for both the left and right column, which effectively will make them equal in width. Okay. Now let's go to max XL, and we're also going to make our gap X go from 18, which you can see up there on the first line, and drop it down to max or gap X of 12. Okay, so now the gap between our columns here, right here, this purple area between, is going down to 48 pixels. Okay. Now we're going to do max XL. We have another declaration. We're going to set our padding X to 16. Now again, remember we did that for our navigation. We went from 96 pixels on the left and right here down to 64. And we can already see that right here. If we just shrink this down to 1280, you'll see that both of these right there, you can see both of them get closer to the walls of the screen, so to speak. Okay. Again, we're going to have max XL. And we're going to be setting our PY to 38. All right, and I think our PY is set to 42. It is, so right now it's at 168 pixels, which you can see right here. And when we drop down to 1280, you can see that we decrease this spacing to, what is it? 152 pixels on the top and bottom, which again corresponds to PY of 38. Okay. So now that we got that out of the way, we are officially done with this div element itself. And again, this div actually this div can be a section. Right? We can refer to this as a section, so we can change that. You can keep it as a div, but I just want to make it a little bit more semantic. Again, this is a section of our page. Our navigation, we had a navigation element. Obviously, we don't actually have a hero tag in HTML, though that would be pretty cool if we did. Now we can move on to the H1 here. So let's say max XL. And we're going to set our margin bottom to 4. So I think that our margin bottom, this must be in reference to this element here. Okay, so you can see that the margin bottom now is 16 pixels, and I suppose on these larger screens it is what? It is 24 pixels. Okay, max XL, is there anything else on this H1? Yes, we have text dash 5XL, and we're going to do /16, so I think that's a line height of 48 pixels. No, so it's going to be font size of 48 pixels, line height of 64. So you can see here, once we drop down to 1280, you can see that the text size on that heading here, right here, gets a lot smaller. So again, you can see here it's very cramped. It looks a little bit too big. Then we go here and you can see it fits nicely again. Okay. And again, these are decisions that I made as I was creating the project. I scaled down the design and slowly made it responsive. Of course, you guys can feel free to change them if you want, but if this corresponds to the design that I created and I just thought these looked good, but of course, you guys have your own design freedom, so to speak. Okay. So now let's move down to the P tag. Here we're going to do max XL, and we're going to say margin bottom of 8. And so that's down from a margin bottom of 10, which you can see there just on the left. And we're going to be setting our max XL text size. So text dash large /8. Okay, so we're just making the subheading a little bit smaller. And you can see that as well right there. All right. Now let's move down to our button here. We're going to be making changes very similar to the ones that we made on the buttons on the in the two up here, right? We're going to make kind of similar changes, but not exactly the same. So first and foremost, we're going to be changing our gap X to 2. And again, that's in reference to the distance between the get started text and the caret icon. And you could leave it at 3, you could put it at 2. But I'm going to drop it down to 2. And then I'm also going to be doing max XL PX of 6. Okay, so that's a padding X. So now you can see the button is much skinnier. And we're also going to be doing a max XL PY of 3. So just making the button a little bit less tall as well. All right. So now this button corresponds to the sizing here. All right. So it looks a lot better, a lot more fitting for this screen size. All right. Awesome. Now we can move down to this P tag here. So instead of text large, we're actually going to be doing max XL. And we're going to go down to text base / loose. And that's going to be in reference to the text that's actually within the button here. Get started. Now let's move down to the div here just below it. Here we're going to be doing max XL. And we're going to be doing width -4. And so this is actually in reference to the container that holds both the arrow right line and the arrow right. Whoops. And you can see that right there. It's actually breaking the animation, but that's because we have to change some classes down for our arrow right as well. So let's go down here and let's change this width of this arrow right icon a little bit smaller. So we're going to do max XL and we're going to say width -4. Okay. So look at that. Now you can see it's shaping up much nicer. Again, we scaled everything down here. We have our heading scaled down, subheading, padding on the button, text on the button, as well as the arrow on the button. So now let's move down to here, and there's actually no classes we have to add here. Okay, so that means our graphic, it's one of the beautiful things is the image, when you put an image inside of a grid cell, it actually scales very nicely. So in this case, this is in the right grid cell, right here. Let's actually look at that. And when you put an image in a grid cell, images can have it could be really hard to make images responsive, but one of the beautiful things is when it's in a grid cell, you can simply set the width of the image to 100% of the grid cell. And as the screen shrinks, it will scale down nicely. Okay, so very, very helpful because anyone out there who knows making images responsive down to like mobile screen sizes can be such a pain sometimes. Okay, but with that out of the way, we're officially done with our hero section and we can move on to our review section. So I'll see you guys over there. All right, so now we can hop into our review section, which again is right here. Just these images as well as this text. So you already know that this one's going to be a pretty brief section. So let's jump over to our reviews component here and let's start adding some classes. So the first one is going to be our padding on the left and right side, which again, at 1280 pixels or less, we're going to be dropping down to 64 pixels of padding on the left and right for each section here. So you can see if we drop down to 1280 right now, where is it at? You can see that this is left aligned here with the navigation here. So 64 on the left and right, 64 on the left and right. But of course, this one down here still has 96 on the left and right. Okay, so let's drop that down. Where's our declaration here? Max XL : let's drop this down to PX of 16. There we go. So now you can see it's nice and left aligned and right aligned with all these sections above it. And we're going to set our max XL and then gap X to 3. Okay, and then the gap X is simply in reference to the distance. But for this flex container, we have two items. We have the list of images and the text here, and we're simply making that the gap between the images and the text here a little bit smaller. So that gap right there. Okay. Now we can move down to our images and say max XL. I think we're just going to be decreasing the height a little bit. Yep, we're just going to drop the height down to -10. And so height -10 should be 40 pixels. So that's going to be less than 1280 pixel screen sizes. Let's drop that down to 40 pixels from an original 48 pixels. All right. So now you can see that scales down nicely. And I think that's actually it. That is it. So with that out of the way, we can jump on to our logo section. See you guys over there. All right, so now we can get to work on our logos section. So let's go down to our logos component. We do not have any responsive classes that we need to put on main. So we can jump right to logos, which again is the first item within main. And we can start applying some classes. So first and foremost, as many of you have probably guessed, one of the classes that we're going to be adding is a padding X of 16. Okay, that's going to go on this div here that's within our section. And so we can watch that happen as well. We drop down to 1280. Right there, you can see now we have a padding on the x-axis that is equal to this one, that is equal to this one, and is equal to this one. Awesome. Okay, so keeping everything consistent and flush on this left side. All right, so now that we did that, we can move on to our padding on the y-axis. So let's do max XL. We're going to set our padding y to 24. So that's going to drop it down from an original 28. Okay, so 112 pixels down to 96 pixels. Now we can move down to this p tag here, which again is going to be our heading, organizations powered by Noteflow. We're going to set our max XL text size. So we're going to say text-large/8. So that's going to drop it down to 1832 for font size and line height respectively. You can see that text get a little bit smaller when we implemented that. And now we can move down to our images. So here we're going to say max-XL. And this is, when I say images, I mean each one of our logos here. So here on max XL, we're going to drop height to -8. Okay, so you can see our logos got a little bit smaller there. From an original 40 pixels of height, we dropped them down to 32 pixels. Okay, so we hover over these. You can see now they are, in fact, 32 pixels. And I just realized the reason that these ones are 40 is because, of course, we have to apply them to this first list that we have up here, right here. And then we also have to apply them to this list that we have down here. Okay, so let's apply that same class, max-XL, height of 8. It's going to go right here. Whoops, not the check mark. Now I want to copy that in. There it is. So now you can see our logos are 32 in height. And again, we can look at that 1280 breakpoint and see that they do go, in fact, from a height of 40 down to 32. Okay, and you can see that the container gets closer to the walls of here. Like the logos container gets closer to the walls of the screen, of course, and that's because the padding on the x-axis goes from 96 to 64. All right, so with that out of the way, we now can move on to our feature section. I'll see you guys over there. All right, so now we can jump into our features section. So let's go over to our features component and start adding some classes. So first and foremost, as we've done prior, we're going to go to our div that has the padding on the x-axis of 96 pixels, which is right here. And we're going to drop that down on max XL to 64 pixels. Okay. And now that we did that, we can look over that, make sure that's correct. Let's actually go down to our feature section and let's make sure that's implemented. So you can see there, it's getting closer to the walls. Again, we can hover over that and check that. 64 on the left and right, just like our logo section. Okay, let's go back above 1280 pixels. And now we're going to add a max XL PY of 24. Max XL PY of 24. So that's coming down from PY of 32, which is 128 pixels, down to 24, which is 96 pixels. Okay, so you can shrink this down and see that the padding on the top and bottom is in fact 96 pixels. Again, that's below my webcam, but there's you can check that yourself. Let's go back up. Now let's go down to our absolutely positioned element. So remember, we have this glow right here that's coming in from the right side of our screen. It's like a circle almost. Right there, you can see it. And that's right here. It's absolutely positioned. And we're going to add some classes here. So all we're going to do is let's see, we're going to do a couple different things actually. So first we're going to change the height to -35 rem. Now this is just values that I chose. Essentially, as the screen gets smaller, you kind of want to resize the circle and reposition it so that the glow maintains it scales correctly, if you will. Now, of course, this is not going to scale on its own unless I suppose you set the width and height in percentages. But we're just going to explicitly set it here. So we're going to do max.xl. So the height is, again, 35 rem. We're going to drop the blur to -10 rem. And we're going to drop nothing else. That's it. Actually, there's going to be one more thing. Sorry. The width is also going to go down to 35 rem. So max width is going to be, or I should say max XL. And then the width is going to drop down to 35 rem as well. Okay. And you can check that obviously once you go down below 1280, you will see that the blur here, the circle is going to get a little bit smaller. It's kind of hard to see because obviously it's not that vibrant. Like it's not that easy for us to actually pick up, or it's not that actually easy to see the outlines of it, but I'm sure you could hover over it. Like, let's go here. You can see that now the height and width is 560. Whereas if we go up here, you can see that the height and width is 1000 right there, 1000. Okay. So now let's move on to the next element down, which is going to be our H2. So let's go here to max XL. And we're going to set our margin bottom to 18. That's on the heading here. So the heading between here and here, it's going to be that margin. Okay, and we're going to set on max XL, we're going to set our text to 5XL and 16. Okay, so again, that's going to be 48 and 64 line font size and line height respectively. One thing also is essentially this here, this heading is going to match the same size as this heading, is going to match the same size as this heading, is going to match the same size as this heading. Okay, so as we go down as we scale our design down, you're going to notice that each one of these has the same size at the same screen widths. Okay, so this top one also dropped down to 5XL, which we can see right here. This is 5XL now, and then this is also 5XL. Okay, so now that we did that, we can move down to our next item, which is going to be this div right here. If I'm correct, this is the div that holds our features, all of them, like the entire, this row and this row. Okay, and it's a grid column. It's grid and grid cols too. So now let's do max XL. And we're going to set this to margin bottom of 12. Okay, and so that's going to be, actually this div here, I just realized this div is going to be the first row in our grid here. So you can just see that this is actually right here, this margin right here. So if we go here, you can see that the margin is a little bit bigger, and let's actually see what that is. You can see the margin there is 80 pixels, and then we drop it down below 1280, and it goes down to, what was it? It was 48 pixels. Okay. So now that we did that, got that down to margin bottom of 12, let's go down to our next div. I think it is. Actually, that's a lie. It's this div right here. Or actually, it's this p tag within this div right here. So where it says tracking tighter, we're going to say max XL, and we're going to do margin bottom of 6. So this is actually the heading for like under smart organization here. This is smart organization, I should say. So the heading. So max XL is going to be margin bottom of 6, and we're going to do max XL is going to be text for XL, which again is a Tailwind built-in class, and a font line height of 10. So that's going to be 36 and 40 respectively for the font size and line height. Now we can copy those classes directly down. There's no reason to retype them. So this will also apply to our next header here. And we are also going to add some styles on the paragraph that's just below this heading. Let's go here. Let's do max XL. And we're going to do text-large /8. All right. So there's that. You can see that that is 18 and 32 respectively. And we're going to add that same style down here. So I'm just going to copy that right down. We set that max XL, text-large -8, and let's add that to this paragraph as well. Awesome. Okay, so you can see that those scaled down nicely. Let's go above 1280 just to check that out. You can see everything's bigger here. And we drop this down. The margin got a little bit smaller below this heading text. Heading got smaller, paragraph got smaller. Space between these rows got smaller, except the width or the gap between the feature and its the text here on the right has not gotten smaller. And I think that we're going to change that actually at 1024. So right here is where we're actually going to probably decrease this gap between this image and the text on the right side there. And that's actually the grid X gap. Okay. So now that we did that, that might be it. That is it. Awesome. So now that we're done with that, we can move on to the FAQ section. So that one's going to be a little bit more involved. You guys remember there was a couple different components there, but shouldn't be too bad actually. The FAQ section scaled pretty well. So I will see you guys over there. All right, so come to find out, our feature section, or I should say our frequently asked questions section, is actually quite simple. And the reason why is because we don't actually have any XL classes for our FAQ list or our FAQ itself, so the FAQ component. The only thing we have max XL classes for is our FAQs component itself, so the big container that, I guess, encases all of this stuff. So let's get right into it. All we're going to do is go to this div here, and we're going to set our max XL px to 16. So again, 16 pixels of padding on the left and right here, which we should be able to see somewhere. A little bit tricky to see. It's because we actually don't even have a px because our frequently asked questions section is quite skinny. So we didn't even need a padding on the x-axis until we get to max XL. So if we go below 1280, you're going to see here, now we do have 64 pixels on the left and right, which again is consistent with all of our other sections above. Okay. So now that we did that, we can move on to our py. That is going to be at 1280 pixels or lower. We're going to set that to py of 24. So that's going to be 96 pixels. And I think that's the same throughout. So here you can see we have 96 pixels below 1280. And then I think here we also have 96 pixels top and bottom below 1280. We can also go up to our logo section and see we have 96 pixels top and bottom. So you'll notice those consistencies, which is usually a good idea in design too. Obviously, you're going to have some things that are consistent like that. And this is one of them. Okay. All right, had to play with that real quick. All right, so now let's move on to our H2. Here we're going to add a couple classes. So max XL, we're going to put our margin bottom to 6. That's down from a margin bottom of 8. And that is going to be for this gap here, I think. So the margin below here is going to be 24 pixels now instead of 32, I think. And now we're going to be doing max XL. Again, this is going to be that heading that I was talking about. So each heading for each section is going to be 5XL and 16 at this breakpoint for the font size and line height respectively. And then we're good there. We can move down to our button. So that's down here. And you can see our button is getting kind of crazy, but I'm going to add it right here. We're going to do max XL. And we're going to be doing PX of 6. Okay, so it's a padding on the x-axis of 6. So now you can see all of our buttons got a little bit smaller there in terms of the padding left and right of the text. And we're going to set our max XL text to base and then loose. Okay, so that's just going to drop our text down to 16 pixels. Okay, 16 and 32 respectively in terms of the font size and line height. And again, that is consistent with our buttons here and our buttons up here. All right, so nice consistency within our design, helping to scale this down. Now we can actually look at all of our changes here. So let's see. You can see we have these buttons looking a little bit larger, our heading looking a little bit larger, some margin here, drop this down, and you can see it decreases nicely. Now let's actually make sure we didn't miss anything for our subheading. So this is going to stay the same. I think that we're going to drop this text down to 16 pixels or maybe 18 pixels at the large breakpoint. Right now, obviously, we're working at the max XL breakpoint or at the XL breakpoint, so not just yet. Okay, but with that out of the way, we are officially done with this section. And we now can move on to our, what is it? It would be our testimonial section. So that's going to be very exciting, and I will see you guys over there. All right, so now let's open up our testimonial component here. So this is going to be the last section within main. So we're making great progress. And we're going to begin with the testimonials section, and then we're going to go into the testimonial list component that we created, and lastly, the testimonial component that we also created. Again, and these are kind of nested within each other. So let's begin again with our testimonial section. So not too many classes here, a lot of the ones we've already seen. So we're going to do max XL, and we're going to do a PX of 16. So setting our 64 pixels of padding on the left and right of this section, and you actually could see that right there. You can see 96 on the left and right here. And then once we go below 1280, you can see it drops down to 16 here, or my bad, 64 pixels left and right. Okay. And we're also going to be setting our max XL padding Y value, which is going to be 24 or 96 pixels. We discussed that in our last section. Essentially, each one of our sections on this screen size is going to be 96 above and below in terms of padding. Now we can move down to our H2 here. And let's set this to max XL. Again, this is actually going to be the same heading that we were looking at above. So here we have this heading, and we have this heading, and we have this heading, and this one as well. These are all going to be this 5XL style. So here we're going to do 5XL slash, I think it's loose. No, there's no way it's loose because that would be massive. It's going to be text 5XL, and then it's going to be, what was it? I think it was 16. Let's actually look down and check that before we start making mistakes. Yeah, so it is text XL. It's going to be text 5XL and then line height of 16. So if we hover over this, you can see we have 48 and 64 respectively, and that is reflected right here. So if we go above here, you can see the heading is quite large, and then it drops down once we get below 1280. Okay. Now that we did that, we can move down to this div, which is the container that wraps our 3 testimonial list, our 3 vertical testimonial list. And we're going to set max XL to gap X of 4. Okay. And so that is just going to make it so that the gap between each one of these lists is a little bit smaller. Okay. And these things are necessary because it's going to get a little bit crammed and a little bit tight. And so, of course, we need to be very conscious of how much space we're using on the horizontal axis. That's with respects to the padding on the side of this container, but also between these lists and the padding within each one of these testimonials. Okay. And I imagine we're going to be changing that as well when we get over there. So now that we did that, we can move down to our button here. So again, this button's got quite a couple classes. We're going to add a couple more. So max XL, we're going to be doing PX of 6. And this is going to be in reference to this button here. Okay, so you can see, you can watch the changes. Maybe I could show you. So you can see there. And you can see padding on the x-axis drops a little bit. We're going to be doing something similar on the y-axis. So we're going to do max XL, and we're going to do a PY of 3. Nice. And lastly, we're going to set our max XL text to base. So again, the base is just 1 rem or 16 pixels, and we're going to set it to loose. So 16 pixels font size, 32 pixels line height. And just like that, we have made our button a little bit smaller and consistent with the other buttons on our page here. Okay, so with that out of the way, we are officially done with our testimonials, and we can move into our testimonials list. Okay, let's jump over here. As you can see, our testimonials list is quite limited in terms of the amount of classes it has. As you can imagine, it does not have many max XL classes. It's going to be quite simple. We're going to just add a gap Y of 4. Okay, and again, this is in reference to the space between the testimonials and each one of our vertical list. So that's right here. Okay, and now that is consistent with the padding that we have set between our list. So our vertical spacing and our horizontal spacing between our list is both 16, if I'm correct. 16. Okay. Now that we're done there, we can move on to the testimonial, which shouldn't be too bad either. You can see that this is actually going quite fast, which is nice. So max XL, the first thing that we're going to be changing is our padding on the x-axis. So let's do max XL. And we're going to do px of 6. Now this is in reference to each one of the testimonials. So you can see now our padding on the x-axis for each one of these testimonials is 24 pixels. So 24 here and 24 here as well. You can see that our padding on the y-axis is still at 40. We're not going to be changing it here, but that just gives us a little bit more horizontal real estate. Like I said, we really need to be conscious of how much space we have horizontally because we have 3 rows or 3 columns here, and we don't want these to get too cramped, right? And you can see, like as an example, because we haven't done a responsive design for smaller screen sizes, you can see like it gets real cramped, okay? Now, of course, we're going to be accounting for this and fixing it as we go, so do not worry. All right, so now the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to go down to our p tag right here, set this to max XL, and this is for our description. We're going to set text base, and we're going to set it to loose. Okay, now I think that this is actually in reference to the description here when we use description. So as you can see, yeah, the text gets much smaller, and that's going to make it much easier for us to scale this down to 1024 pixels, which again, this is going to be our next breakpoint. So you can see right here, it's getting a little bit cramped, but don't worry because at this breakpoint, this will be our large breakpoint, and of course, we'll set that up in the future. We're going to break this down to a smaller size. Okay, so now that we did that, we can move on to this div here. Let's set this to, so this is what is holding our image, and then the 2 text items that are adjacent to it. Okay, so we're going to do max-XL, and we're going to set this to gap X of 4. Okay, so all we're doing here is we're changing this so that the gap between the image and the text items here is a little bit smaller. Okay, now let's move on to our image itself. We're going to make the heading a little bit, or the circular headshot image for each individual a little bit smaller. So we're going to do max XL. We're going to set the height to 16. Okay, so we're dropping that down from a height of 1872 pixels down to a height of 64 pixels. And now just a couple more declarations. One for the individual's name. This is going to be max XL. We're going to set text to large. So dropping the size of their name down a little bit. And then down here for their title, we're going to drop that as well a little bit. So we're going to do max XL, and we're going to do text dash small. So that's the first time we're actually using the 14 pixel font size right there. Okay. And so now you can see we can get down all the way down to our next breakpoint, which again is going to be 1024 pixels right here. And you can see it's not too cramped. Okay, so we're still in a position where it looks okay. And then once we get here, of course, we can drop it down. We can, I think we're going to set it to actually 2 columns at that point. But you can see we made it all the way down here, which is nice. From up here where we have this, we added some different styles so that we can make sure that this can make it all the way down to our next breakpoint. Okay, looks great. And you can see everything looks nice, is scaling quite nice down to 1024, which is our next order of business. Okay, so now that we're done there, we're officially done with the testimonial section, and we can move into what is next, the footer section. And then I think the last thing will be the modal. Okay, so I will see you guys over there. All right, so now we can jump right into our footer. Let's actually scroll down there and take a peek at it. So you can see there it is, looking pretty. And so now let's navigate over to our footer component, and we can jump right into setting up our styles. So again, we're gonna be going through some of the ones we've seen previously. So max XL, we're gonna set our padding on the x-axis to 64 pixels. So you can see that drops down from 96. Now we're down here at 64. Okay. And we can now drop our padding on the y-axis. So max XL, we're going to set our padding y to 24. And again, that is going to be 96 pixels top and bottom. All right. Now I can move down to our div here. And this div is responsible for wrapping all of our columns on the right here. Okay. And here we're going to be saying max XL. we're going to set our gap X to 18. All right, so that's just going to make it so our columns get a little bit closer together. Now that's going to be important because again, we want to make it all the way down to 1024 right here. Okay, and if we don't make that gap smaller, it's going to get a little bit too close to our left column here and look a little bit cramped. Obviously right now it already kind of looks cramped, but of course at 1024, as I stated, we have another breakpoint that we can work with, but that'll be of course in a future section. Okay, so now that we did that, I think that's actually it. We only have that class for making, actually there's one more thing. We're going to change our anchor tags here, each one of our links down to a smaller font size. So let's address that now. We're going to make these here. Whoops. It's going to be max XL. And we're going to drop this down to text base / loose. All right. And now if we shrink this below 1280, you can see our links drop down to 16 pixels up from, or down from 18 pixels. Awesome. So now that we did that, I think we officially have all of our classes done. Let's just make sure real quick before we move on. And that is it. So now we can move on to, I think the next order of business will be our modal. So I will see you guys over there. All right, it just dawned on me that we do not actually have any max XL classes for our modal, and that's probably because our modal is good down to 1024 pixels right here. You can see that at 1280, it doesn't make sense to have any styles because of course our modal isn't even hitting the walls of our container here, or our web page, I should say. But at 1024, maybe we will add some styles. You can see even here, we don't really need them. I think our next breakpoint is at 768 though. So maybe we'll add something. We'll have to see. But either way, we didn't actually need anything for our modal at the max XL breakpoint. But now we're going to move down to our large breakpoint. Okay, so we're making some progress here, getting ourselves down to mobile. And what we're going to do is we're going to jump into our header. Okay, so go back to your header component and let's start adding some styles. So here we're just going to be doing our large breakpoint, and there's actually only one style that we need to consider. That's going to be max large, and here it's going to be a padding bottom of 24. Okay, and so what that is that's actually just a padding between this container here, and it's actually kind of interesting. Let me make sure. Yeah, so it should be at 1024. You can see that we add a significant amount of space between our header and this container. Okay, and that just looks a little bit better. It looked a little bit cramped prior. As our screen size got smaller, it looked a little bit cramped. You can see our hero section is kind of close to this logo section. So I just wanted to add a little bit more space here so it looks a little bit cleaner. Okay, and so now that we did that, we are officially done with the styles that we need for our large breakpoint for our header. Now again, if you hover over this, you can see that our max large breakpoint is simply 1024 pixels. So at 1024 pixels or smaller, we're going to apply the following classes. In this case, all it was adding 96 pixels to the bottom of our header container here. Okay, so I will see you guys in our next section, which will be our navigation. All right, so now we can actually get into doing our classes for our navigation. Now this is actually going to be interesting when we do our navigation. And the reason why I say that is we're actually going to be adding on by our large breakpoint, we're going to be adding our icon here. So if we go to our design, we're going to be adding our mobile icon for our menu, and we're going to be getting rid of our links here. Okay, so then everything is going to be within our mobile menu, which you can see right here. Okay, and after we do these classes for our navigation, we're going to get into actually creating our mobile menu just after that. Okay, so there's going to be one more component that we actually create for this project, and it is going to be, or two more, I should say. There's going to be the mobile menu icon and then the mobile menu itself. Okay, so let's get right into that. Let's go here and let's start adding our large classes. So first and foremost, on our navigation, we are going to make it so that our max, we're going to go max large, and we're going to set our PX to 8. So essentially what we're doing here is we're making it so that the padding is only 32 pixels on the left and right. And that's going to be the same for, again, our hero and every other section below. Right now you can see they're all 64, but now we're dropping it down to 32 on the left and right. Now let's drop down to our unordered list. Where's that at? Right here. Again, we're going to do max large, and at this point we're going to drop it down to hidden. Okay, so interesting. So you can see now we're actually getting rid of our links. Okay, so again, by default, it's going to be display block. That's just a default display property. And then down here, we're going to actually get rid of that and set it to hidden. All right, now we can drop down to our div here, and we're going to do a very simple, similar thing. So here, this div wraps our two buttons, our login and get started. And again, we're going to do max large, and we're going to say hidden. All right, so that gets rid of that. Now, of course, you can see it's like a barren wasteland up there. But of course, we're going to be adding our, and this is our 1024 breakpoints. I should show you. It's essentially right there. There. Okay. Now, of course, we're going to be doing one more thing here, and that's going to be adding our icon. So let's go below this div here. And now we're going to render something called a mobile menu icon. Now, of course, at this point, we actually don't have this, so it's going to toss an error, as one would expect. But we are going to create that right now. So let's go into our sections folder, and let's create a new folder titled mobile menu. Mobile menu. And within here, we're going to create a mobile menu icon.jsx. And actually, let me check to make sure. Yes, we are going to add it here. Now, of course, you optionally could put it in the icons folder, but I'm going to actually co-locate it with the other mobile menu stuff. But again, these are all icons in here, so if you want to add it there, you're more than welcome. Me personally, I think I'm just going to keep it here, like I said, because I want to co-locate all of the mobile menu stuff into one folder. Okay, so let's do RFC, create our mobile menu icon. Now we're going to need to import a couple things into here. First and foremost, this is actually going to be something that we animate with Figma Motion. It's going to be a very simple animation, but I could actually show you it. So on our finished landing page, let's do this. You can see here when we open our mobile menu, you can see that it rotates, right? Our icon here rotates to the left, okay, based on whether the mobile menu is open or not, okay? So it shouldn't be too sophisticated. Definitely not anything to be intimidated by. Not going to be like our FAQ section or testimonial section, which was a little bit more involved. So let's import, again, motion from motion/React. We're also going to import, we don't need to import, or we do need to import that, I should say. We need to import our menu icon from our icons folder. So it's going to be icons/menu. And the menu icon is actually going to be this right here. I should show you it. It is, in fact, this icon here. Okay. And we're going to be rendering that within essentially a button that is going to wrap that icon, if I'm correct. And then we're going to also import a context, and that context is going to be responsible for managing the open and closed state here, but we're not going to implement that yet. So disregard that for now. We're going to just keep this focused and just implement the icon itself. So first and foremost, let's actually change this so that this is a button, and we're going to supercharge it with the motion library by typing motion.button. Okay, so now we have access to all of our fun motion things, and in here, we're going to render our menu. Okay, again, our menu is simply that icon that looks like, where's it at? Like this, okay? Now, quickly, let's actually make sure that this import is working. Mobile menu icon. So you can see here, I got it to import mobile menu icon. Make sure you import it as well. And now you can see here, it's actually trying to render right here. You can't really see it, but it's to the right of this get started and login button, and that's why it looks a little funny. So what we're actually going to do is go into our mobile menu icon and start adding some styles, so that is not the case. Okay, so first and foremost, let's go to our button, and let's first set our styles on our menu so we can see it, hopefully. So we're going to do class name, and we're going to do stroke primary 50. Still can't see it. We're going to set our height to -7 and our width to -7. Okay, so there it is. Okay, there it is. And that is in fact 28 pixels tall, 28 pixels wide. And lastly, we're going to set our width equal to 2. Okay, so give it a little bit more line width there. And so now that looks fine. We can now move on to creating our motion button here. So first and foremost, let's set the initial state, to closed. Whoops, it's going to be just like this, closed. Okay, so again, we're defining one of our states as closed, and I will show you how that's going to work in a second here. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to say animate. And I just realized I actually don't think we're going to be using the closed state in this case, because we are going to be defining the entire transition based off of the state, a state variable, and that state variable is going to essentially track whether the mobile menu is open or closed, because we want it so that the animation will play, and it will play not only when it opens, but you can see when it closes, it also rotates back into place, right? So it's actually going to be based on a state variable. So we don't actually need this initial condition, I realized. It's going to be solely based on a state variable that we will define in the future here. Okay, so we're going to do rotate For our animation, so we're defining the rotation. And here we're just going to set true. And actually, you know what? Let's actually set the state variable. Now, it's going to be a dummy variable for now, but it's going to be as follows. It's going to say mobile menu opened. Okay, and this might seem quite similar to our modal, but it is quite similar, right? So if we go back to our modal, let's actually check that. I think it was modal here. You can see here we're essentially saying if active modal or if actively displayed modal, do this or do that. Okay, and we're going to be doing something very similar here. We're essentially saying if mobile menu is open, which we're defaulting to true for now until we set that state up, we are going to make it so that it is rotated 90 degrees, or we're going to rotate it 0 degrees. Okay, so now in theory, if we set this to false, okay, it doesn't look like it's actually rotating yet, and that's probably because we have to add a couple more properties. So let's actually add those here. There's that. We're going to set our transition. And within here, we're going to pass in an options object. We're going to specify a couple properties. We're going to say duration equals 0.2. So it's going to be a fifth of a second. And we're going to set our ease property to ease in out. Okay, make that animation a little bit smoother. And we're going to add some classes here. So let's add our class name property. And we're going to be doing justify center. It's going to make it so that essentially our icon is centered within this motion.button. And we're going to be doing item center. That's going to center vertically. So justify center is horizontal centering. Item center is going to be vertical centering. We're going to make this a flex container. So we're going to do max large and set this to flex. We're going to make it so that the hover state says cursor pointer. So if they hover over it, it's going to set it to cursor pointer. And I just realized we actually don't probably need to do a hover state. At the end of the day, we just want it so that under any context, if they hover over it, it's going to be pointer, right? So we actually don't need that. Whoops, that's going to be right here. And I just realized I was on our finished landing page. That's why we couldn't see what was going on there, right? Okay, so there's that. And now the reason that we're doing this, we notice that we set the max large to flex. Now flex is going to make it visible, but we actually don't want it visible right here, right? We want it to be gone. And so we're going to set it by default to hidden. Okay, so there it's hidden. And so now what ends up happening is when we get to our large breakpoint, which is 1024 pixels, we're hiding these buttons here. We're also hiding these links here. But at the same time, our mobile menu icon, which we can't see right now because again, it's hidden by default, will then at the 1024 breakpoint become flex, which will make it display. So now you can see essentially they're swapping, right? So wait for it and swap. Okay, look at that. Okay, and now if we click this, let's see. So we can't change it just yet, but we can do this here. I can set it to false, and you can see in fact it does rotate. Okay, and so inevitably what's going to happen is we're going to have the ability to click on this icon, and then it's going to open the mobile menu like this. And when that happens, mobile menu opened is going to switch from false to true, and it's going to rotate it. Here, obviously, we're just rotating it by force, if you will. But inevitably here, we will be able to do that with our state variable. Okay, so with that out of the way, we are officially done with creating the mobile menu icon, and now we can actually go into creating the mobile menu itself. So I will see you guys over there. All right, so now we can actually get into creating our mobile menu itself, not the mobile menu icon, but the actual menu, okay, which is going to be this right here, okay. And so let's begin by creating that component. Let's go over to our mobile menu, and let's create something called a mobile menu.jsx, okay. And in here, we're going to start by typing our FC and wireframing that component. Now let's actually get our mobile menu and render it inside of app. So again, it's not going to be part of our normal flow here. And by normal flow, I mean header, main, and footer. It's going to be kind of outside of it, just like our modal here. So let's actually put it down here, and let's just say mobile menu. Okay. And again, just like our modal, it's not going to be displayed in every context. It's only going to be displayed when we actually have it opened here. Okay. And so now let's go back to our page here. You can see all we have is our icon. And let's actually move this import down. So here I'm just going to say mobile menu. Again, trying to keep our imports as clean as possible. Okay, so now that we did that, we can move on to creating our markup. So again, we're going to start with the markup, and then we'll go in and create the Tailwind classes. So first and foremost, we're actually going to have some motion stuff in here. Again, you can see our comes in nicely from the side here. So again, we're definitely going to want to make sure that our animation, or we have animations, and we are going to be using, again, the motion library, which is makes things much easier. So import motion from motion/React. And we're going to import a couple other things. So within our mobile menu, let's go to our finished landing page. You can see there's actually a close icon in the top left here. So we're going to import close, which we've used previously. Import close from / icons / close, I think it is. Close. Okay. And right now we're also going to import our navigational links. Navigational links. Or actually, it's just navigation links, I should say. Navigation links from / You can see we really got to go up a couple parent directories now into utils/content. And again, you guys can look at this if you want, but of course, this is just our list of links that were within our navigation here: home, pricing, about, and community. Okay, and we're going to be putting them just like this here. All right, so now that we did that, we can get into actually wireframing this component. So first and foremost, we're going to have a div, but it's going to be a motion.div. And now this motion.div is going to be responsible for the overlay. So it's going to look largely the same as this one here, this blurred background. And within that, there's also going to be another motion.div. And you can see it's kind of hard to type these. Motion.div here. And now this motion.div is going to be responsible for, I will show you, this right here. So the actual mobile menu itself is going to be a motion.div, and the overlay back here that is blurring is going to also be a motion.div. And so you can see that kind of parent-child relationship between those two elements. All right. So now that we did that, we can move on to adding another div in here. And so this first div is going to be, I think, for our row 1 for our close icon, which is going to be, where is it at? Right here. So this will be one row right here. And let me check that. You can see it is in fact that. So we're going to say, in here, we're going to have a button, and that button is going to wrap our close icon. Okay. Very similar to what we did for our modal here. So there's that. And again, we're going to set up those styles in a second here. We can actually set up the close icons width here if we want to. Might as well. It's not a Tailwind style, so to speak. So we can do width is 2. And let's see if we can actually get this, or we can't open it up yet. I just realized can't really open our mobile menu yet because we have to add the styles for these items. So right now our mobile menu is actually rendering right here. But of course we can't really see it because there's not much styles here. It actually might be at the bottom. There it is. You can see it is being rendered here. Okay. So now that we're here, we can add our UL, which is going to be below our button. Actually, I just realized that might be below our div. No, it is in fact below our button. So here, we're going to add a UL. And I think this is going to be the links here. So our 4 links. So you can see that there's a container here with this row and then this row. And so this is going to have our links here. And in here, we're going to render, as one would expect, our navigational links. Let's map over that list. And we're going to say link. Okay. Now let's return. Let's add our brackets here for our function and return a list item. And this list item is going to have an anchor tag. Okay, so each list item in here is simply a link. Okay, so you can see list item and then link. Okay. And the link again is just going to link to the top of our landing page because we're not linking to other pages at this point, at least for the sake of this tutorial. But in here, we're going to do link.link, which is going to be the actual text for the link here, like home, pricing, about, community. And we can also set a key. So let's set our key property to link.id. And our anchor tag here is going to have, actually I realize our href is going to be just like this, link.href. Nice. And then again, link.link. And with that, we're good there. Now we can move down to below this div. So again, this div ends and we're going to add a new div. So again, this first div references this container that holds our row 1 for our close icon, and then our row 2 for these links here. And that is again, this div here. It holds this and it holds this as well. And now within this div, we're going to have a button, and that's going to be for login. And we're also going to have another button, which is going to be for get started. Okay, so here, let's just type in login. And here, let's type in get started. And with that out of the way, I think we have successfully added all the markup for our mobile menu. So you can see it's pretty limited, which is true for most of our components until we, of course, add our Tailwind CSS classes, which add quite a bit of noise to our files. Okay, but I guess that's just part of being able to co-locate your CSS and HTML in the same file. So I will see you guys in the next section when we actually get into setting up the Tailwind classes for this mobile menu. All right, so now we can get into setting up our classes for our mobile menu here. And so let's begin by doing let's actually add our classes, and then we'll get into setting up the animations for our divs here. Okay, so first and foremost, let's set our class name for this div to background primary 1300. I think it's actually going to be, 1300 and then /50. Okay, so that's in reference to this overlay here in the background that is blurred. Okay. And maybe we can even see that. I'm not sure if we can see it just yet. I think we're going to have to stretch this thing out, and we're going to right now. So we're going to say fixed. Okay, so fix it relative to the viewport. Then we're going to say top is 0. Then we're going to do bottom of 0, left of 0. And you can already see there's our menu there. It's starting to come together here. Bottom 0, let's see, bottom 0, top 0, left 0, and right 0. Okay, and so now you can see our background has been stretched across our entire viewport here. And now the next thing that we're going to be doing is putting our Z to 50. So let's bring it forward and make sure that none of the elements that are on the page are going to be on top of our mobile menu. Let's set it to flex. Let's do justify end. So essentially we're saying let's shift our children content all the way to the right, which is important because that's what we want here. Obviously, we want our mobile menu to be on the right side of this flex container that is this overlay. Okay. So we're going to do justify end. Let's give it a padding X of 6. Okay, that's just going to push it off the walls so that we can actually see that here. Just make sure that we are pushed off the walls of our screen a little bit here for our mobile menu. You can see that probably is reflected right here, actually. You can see 6 padding all around, which corresponds to 24 pixels. Let's do a padding left of 28. Now, the reason that we're going to do a padding left of 28, I can actually show you, is because on mobile, you're going to see, check this out, our menu is going to shrink a bit, just like that. And you can see the reason that's happening is because we have a very large padding left here that is actually forcing the shrink there, okay? Like that. Okay. And again, that's the padding left here of 112 pixels that is at work. Now, lastly, we're going to do our backdrop blur. It's awesome that Tailwind has this already baked into its utility classes here. Okay, backdrop blur small. Again, you could do medium, large. I think that small looks the best. The other ones are a little bit too aggressive in how much they blur the background. Now we can move on to our inner div here. And again, this is going to be the menu itself. So these are very important classes. We're going to say class name here. And we're going to add background primary 1400. Okay, and so you can see our mobile menu there on the right. We're going to set it to flex. We're going to set its basis. I'm sorry for clearing my throat. We're going to set our basis to 80 here. And again, that's going to say we want the default width of this flex item to be 320 pixels. Okay, so by default, I think that the flex items width are auto. So essentially just fit the content that is the flex item inside the flex container. But in this case, we want to set a default value for the flex item within the flex container. And you can do that with the flex basis property, which you can see here, flex basis. Okay? So we're setting it to 320 pixels if it can be 320 pixels. If it can't fit that much, then it will flex as flex items do. It'll shrink and grow as needed. Okay. Now that we did that, we can move on to saying flex column. Now, the reason we're doing flex column is because, again, this is holding our, it's holding this top container here, right here. That's holding these elements and holding these elements down here. And so we need to get these elements on top of each other with a flex column, and then we're going to force them apart as well. So you guys already know, I'm sure you guys already can predict this, but we're going to do justify between, which again is going to space our items apart on the main axis. So you can see our links up here, a little bit hard to see, and our close icon up here. And then down here, you can see our 2 buttons, okay? And we are going to be doing rounded to XL. That's just going to give us rounded to XL. It's going to give us some rounding on our mobile menu on the corners. And we're going to be doing a background here. So again, the background, we're just going to add some of that noise that we've been using throughout our application. So let's just specify that. We're going to add a URL. And we're going to do // source / assets / noise.webp. Okay. And so now we've added our noise to the background of our container here. It's obviously a little bit tricky to see because it's so dark, but it is in fact there. Now, one thing that I'm noticing is that our mobile menu is actually stretching to the top of our page here, and we do not want that. You can see here it is definitely not stretching to the top of our page, so we might have missed a class, and I think it has to do with our PY. So let's actually go up there and check that out. It is. We actually missed a class on our outer div here, our overlay. And this outer class is going to be, again, I said PY of 6. So it's going to be 24 pixels top and bottom. And so now you can see we have some nice padding all around. And our mobile menu, even though it's a little tricky to see right now, is not stretching all the way to the top of the screen now, which obviously would not look so good, unless that's actually the design you're going for. But in our case, we are not. All right, so now that we did that, we can now move on to our... Actually, we're going to have a couple more classes. So again, we want to make sure that our background will repeat if it can't make it across our entire mobile menu here. So if our noise image is not large enough, we're going to set it to repeat, which will again repeat it as many times as needed to make sure that it fills the entire container. And we're also going to set a padding X of 6 and a padding Y of 8. All right. And that's, you can see that right here, okay? Padding Y and padding on the Y and padding on the X, all right? Nice, so now that we did that, we can actually see this kind of coming together. Obviously, we need to make these links and stuff lighter so we can see them, but definitely starting to shape up here. So let's actually start styling our button. Again, this is going to be essentially our close icon here. So let's set a border to primary 75. We're going to say hover, and we're going to make our background primary 75. And you're going to see that right here. Okay. Now that we did that, we can move on to adding our group declaration. Again, this is going to make it so that we can manipulate the state of our close icon based on the parent state. And I'll show you how that's going to work in a second. Again, let's add our transition properties, which we declared in index.css. Margin right of auto, which is going to have the effect of shifting our button all the way to the left here. So you can see here, look at, where's it at? Can we get the margin right auto, please? But essentially it's going to make it so that this is pushed all the way to the left. And I actually think that maybe, let's actually see, let's hover over this. Oh, I think I saw it right there. It might be the case that the div itself is left aligning the items, and so we might actually not need margin right auto, but I'm going to leave it. Let's actually see. Maybe we can see. We'll wait till we can actually, once we have some color, we can check it out. Or once we can actually see it on screen, we'll check it out. But margin right auto for now, we're going to set width to fit, which is going to say don't make this button stretch all the way across its parent container, which is what will happen by default because it's a block level element. We actually want it to be the width of the content itself. Okay. Now we're going to do cursor pointer. So when you hover over it, it does in fact look like it's a clickable element. We're going to do rounded to XL. Border of -2. Okay, so there, now we can finally see it. And we'll do a PY of 8. Okay, there we go. Now that's, whoops, that's not true. It's actually going to be a PY of 3. I was about to say that looks a little bit crazy. Okay, and now once we add our styles to our close icon, we should be able to see this all come together. Of course, right now we were adding a bunch of styles kind of in the dark, so to speak, but now we're going to add them here. So let's set this to, where's our close icon? We're going to do stroke. Whoops, stroke primary 75, as you'd expect, consistent with what the outline is. Okay, we're going to set our group hover. So again, we have access to our parent's state because we specified the group property in our button, which is the parent to our close icon. And now we can do group-hover and say, okay, if the button is hovered over, what do we want to do? Well, we're going to make it so that our stroke is primary 1300. And then we're going to set again our transition properties. And lastly, a height of 4 and a width of 4 for our icon. All right, now you can see that something's not looking correct here. That definitely does not seem like the way that we want it to look. So let me just check real quick and make sure that everything is consistent here. The div is there, the button is here, so we have border primary 75. Let's see, hover background primary 75. Then we have group transition properties, margin right of auto with fit cursor pointer, rounded to XL, border to P-3. So our P should be -3. Okay, so it is not PY. We don't want padding of Y on the padding of Y-3. We want padding all around of 3, which again is going to give us 12 pixels of padding around our X icon here, which you can see right there. All right, and now look at that. Our button is looking awesome. Obviously, we can't actually close anything yet because we haven't rigged it up, but we will rig it up in a second. Now strap down to our UL. Again, this is going to hold our 4 links here. So this, and this. And here, let's add class name. We're going to do margin top of 16. That's going to push it off of our close icon there. We're going to make it a flex container and flex in the column direction to make sure that each one of our links are on top of one another. And we're going to put our gap Y to 6. All right, and so you can see there's our container there. You see the margin top and our 4 links. Okay, even though they're a little bit dark right now, certainly we're going to have to change that. So let's go down to our anchor tags and let's specify our class name property or attribute. And let's start adding text primary 50. All right, now we can see them. Nice. We're going to do hover text primary 500. Okay, so if we hover over these, you can see they are now primary 500. We're going to do transition properties. So that should make it a little bit more smooth. Nice, 150 milliseconds of duration there. And we're also going to do text-large/8. And that's going to make it so that they are 18 and 32 for the font size and line height respectively. All right, so that's shaping up very nicely now. Now all we have to do is move down to the div down here for our 2 buttons at the bottom and start styling these. So first we're going to make this a flex container so that our buttons are on top of one another. And we're going to make it flex column. So flex row is not going to do that, but flex column will. And we'll give a gap Y of 3. So that's just 12 pixels between our buttons, which you can see right here. Let's see if we can visualize that container. Nice. Okay. Now let's add a class name to our first button. Here we're going to have all sorts of styles, so stay with me here. We're going to have border primary 50. Not so many classes, I should say. Just seems like a lot. So border primary 50. We're going to have transition properties, which again is just going to make our animations come into play here. Properties is going to make our animations work, I should say. Come into play. Transition properties. Text primary 50 for the text. So a nice light text. We can see our login button now. Actually going to get rid of our flex visualizer just so that we can see things a little better. We're going to do hover. That's going to be background primary 50. Let's add a hover of text primary 1300 to make our text dark when a user hovers over our icon, when the button is hovered over, I should say. Box border. Okay. And that just makes it a border box, and that is because we want the border to be included in the height of the element. Pretty sure that's the way that affects it. Cursor pointer. Pointer. We're going to do rounded full, so make it circular, even though we can't really see it here. Now let's set our border to -2, so now we should be able to see that. Nice. And lastly, we're going to add our PX of 6. And our PY of 3. Now our PX, I just realized, should not really come into play, right? Because even on our small screen sizes, I think we should never have a width, or we should never really have to have a screen size that's so small where the padding on the side here actually comes into play, but I'm going to leave it there just in case there's a really, really small screen. So now with that done, we can move on to our second button, which will probably be in many ways the same, but also in many ways different. So let's add these class names here. Class name. We're going to do background primary 500. Nice, you can already see it there. Border. Border primary 500. It's going to be text primary 1300, so a nice dark color. We're going to be doing our primary glow, which again we define in index.css. We're going to be doing hover, and we're going to say border primary 50, which is that light blue color. We're going to be doing hover background primary 50. Okay, so now you can see both of those are applying. Nice. Now we're going to do our primary glow hover. Okay, so that's just going to give it that nice light blue hover effect, going from our primary 500 down to our primary 50 hover glow effect. And now we are going to say transition. I think we already added our transition properties. No, we didn't. Okay, transition. We added it so many times on this mobile menu, I started to think we had it. Transition properties. Okay, give it the nice smooth animation. We're going to add cursor pointer so that the user knows that this is in fact a clickable element. Cursor pointer, rounded full. All right. Border -2. Border -2. It's going to make it consistent with the login buttons, height and width. Again, rounded full to make sure it is circular. I think we already added that. Yeah, rounded full, border 2, px of 6 again, and again a py of 3. And now we need to do text base / loose. And I think we actually missed this class. Here, let me actually just highlight this and check. Yep, looks like we actually didn't add the loose to this. Okay. And again, we're going to do font normal here. Okay, font normal. All right. And now by default, that actually should be font normal. I'm realizing it should be 400 weight by default. Let me get rid of this and see. Yep, it looks like it's consistent, so we actually don't need to add font normal. But then again, maybe I added that because on smaller screen sizes, there's going to be a different font weight. But either way, whatever, we'll add it later if needed, but I actually don't think it's going to be an issue. Okay. Now, one thing that's interesting here is you can see that our button text is actually not centered. And I'm confused as to why exactly that would be. Let me just check real quick. It's very interesting. Maybe it's because the flex container is not set to center, right? Maybe that was one of the properties that we missed here. Let me check. Flex column. This is not a flex container, but we could also probably just set text center. I can't imagine that would be that difficult. So let's try that. Let's try and do text center, text dash center. And there you go. You can see that the text is centered. Still a little bit weird, obviously. Not behavior that we would really expect. But maybe if we actually set these to, let's try items center. Or let's say, yeah, what is it? It would be items center. Oh no, that definitely is not what we want. Right now the items are actually stretching, so we do not want to get rid of that property there. Okay, well, whatever. So not much of an issue, but either way, we have this working. Look at that. So a very beautiful, very nice looking mobile menu. Obviously, as of now, it doesn't actually interact at all. But we will rig all that up in a second here. Let me just make sure we didn't miss anything that is important. I do not think we did. So yeah, in the next section, we're going to be adding our mobile menu context. And then from there, we're going to be able to subscribe to that context in a couple different places and make sure that we can actually open and close this modal or this pop-up, or I should say this menu, as needed. Okay, so I will see you guys in the next section. All right, I just realized that there's actually one more thing that we want to add. And of course, that is going to be our animations for our mobile menu here. Okay, so that shouldn't be too sophisticated. Let's go up to our outer div here. And this is going to, again, be the overlay that we can see in the background. That's blurred. And here we're going to specify the animate property. Now we're going to create a Boolean here. And it's going to be const mobile menu opened. All right, and we're going to set this to true by default. Oh my lord, I have hiccups. So we're going to set it to true by default. And this is very similar to what we did with the modal, where we wanted to test some functionality. And so we defaulted the Boolean to true. And I think we actually did the same thing in the mobile menu icon. Let's actually check that. Mobile menu. Where is the mobile menu icon? It's in navigation, isn't it? Right here. So you can see we have mobile menu open set to true. So we're kind of just defaulting this to true so we can set up our animations. But of course, we'll make this interactive as we go here. So we're going to do mobile menu open question mark. Now, if this is true, we're going to go into our visible state that we're going to define. And lastly, if it is not true, we're going to go into our hidden state, which again, we are going to define. So now let's actually specify our variance here. So again, we can specify our variance within this variance object. And actually, I realize again, it is variance, I should say, is ANTS. Okay, don't mess that up. I've messed that up. We messed that up earlier. So now essentially what we're going to be doing is within our options object that we're passing into our variance property that is provided by the motion library, we're going to pass our hidden properties. And now again, this hidden corresponds to our hidden state. So this is when mobile menu opened is false. So when that is false, we want our opacity, opacity to be 0. And we also want our visibility to be hidden. Okay. And that's like actually hidden. So this is not like we're referencing this variant. We're literally just saying that we want it to be invisible. Okay. And now down here, we can add our visible properties. So when, again, when mobile menu opened is set to true, we're going to set visible. And in here, we're going to set opacity to 100. And we're going to set visibility to visible. Visibility, visible. Okay, so we probably should already be able to see that. So let's set this to false real quick. Look at that. And true. Wow, look at that. Awesome. So now we've set up that. Now all we have to do is let's actually customize our transition. Now we can customize our transitions in the motion library with the transitions property. And in here, we are going to specify a duration of 0.25 seconds. Okay. And that's all we have to do for that right there. So now we can actually probably see that. It might be a little bit slower than it was, I think. Or maybe it's even a little bit faster. Cool. Okay, toggling again between our visible and hidden states that we're declaring within our variance customs or options object here. Okay, now that we did that, we can go down to our second motion.div here. And again, this is for the mobile menu itself, this container. Okay. And here we're going to do animate. And again, this is going to be based on our mobile menu opened property, which is as you'd expect, right? Both of these are kind of animating in unison. And I'm actually going to just copy this over. So visible and hidden like that. Cool. And now let's add our variance. Now I'm actually going to copy this over as well, just to save us a little bit of typing. It's very similar though. So within our hidden, we are going to have an opacity of 0, a visibility of hidden, but we're also going to set our X value to 100%. Okay, and we're going to put that in parentheses here, or double quotes, I should say. Okay. So now we have our X value. We have our X value set to 100%. Now, what does that actually mean? What essentially is saying is the X value here is corresponding to the width of this element. So this element is probably 272 pixels plus 24 is going to be whatever, just over 300 pixels, right? Just over or under 300 pixels wide. So when we set our X value to 100%, it's essentially saying shift this 300 pixels to the right, which is effectively going to put it off screen, okay? So now that we've done that, we're going to want to shift it back to its normal X position when it is visible. So here we're just going to say X is going to be 0%. Okay. And again, you could specify this with like X is 500 pixels or whatever, larger than the mobile menu will ever be. And you could put your X value to 0 pixels and that would recenter it. But in this case, I'm just using percentages, which is perfectly valid. And now we should be able to see this work, right? So now if we actually, let's first set our transition properties before we start playing with it. So let's actually grab this here because it's going to be largely the same. So transition, again, we're going to specify in our options object here a duration of 0.25. And we're also going to specify our ease of ease in out. Okay, again, that's the animation timing function, which you can set it to different curves, essentially, timing curves. Now, let's actually play with our variable here. If we set it to false, you can see it's gone. And now if we set it to true, there it is. And again, this just shows how powerful the motion library is with just a couple simple classes here, or simple statements. We can very easily set up animations that are very beautiful and very tasteful without having to do a bunch of work. And again, they have an engine that is more performant than you probably could achieve if you manipulated the DOM directly. Okay, so awesome. Now that's looking really good. Now, obviously, our buttons aren't working here. And again, if this were to be false, you can also see that if we click this icon, it ain't opening, right? So we're going to have to fix that. But for now, we're going to default this to true. And I will see you guys in the next section when we actually set up that context and rig everything up. All right, so now we can get into the process of actually creating our context, subscribing a couple different elements to our context, providing our context in our app component, and just very similar to what we did with our modal context. Okay, so let's begin by going into our mobile menu. Let's go here and we're going to create our context. I just realized we're going to keep them in our context folder. Okay, and here we're going to do menu or mobile menu context. Okay, mobile menu context.jsx. Now again, let's do some imports. Now I'm going to import these directly. I'm going to grab them from our modal context because it's very similar. Again, we just have use context, create context, and used state. All right. So now with that out of the way, we can get into setting up the context here. And that is going to involve first creating the context itself. So we're going to do mobile menu context, and we're going to set that equal to create context like that. Then we're going to go to function. We're going to create a function right here, mobile menu context. And again, this is going to be the function that actually provides the context. Okay, so mobile menu context provider right here. And again, all we're going to do is take in our children property. We're going to destructure it directly from our properties object. So children. And we are going to render it right within. We're going to return our mobile menu context. And then again, we're going to use the .provider component that allows us to provide these values through our entire component tree. Or I should say, any component that is under the provider or within the provider, right? So here you can see we have our modal context provider, and all of these can gain access to these properties that are provided by the modal context provider by subscribing. Similarly, we're going to do something, we're going to do essentially the same thing. We're going to wrap everything here in our mobile menu provider, and these children that go within it are going to have the opportunity to subscribe to this context and gain access to those values that we provide. So what values are we actually going to provide? Well, we're going to set them up right now, just after we render our children in here. Okay. And so what we're going to do here is we're going to say const. Again, very, very similar to our modal context. We're going to say mobile menu opened, mobile menu opened, and then we're going to do set mobile menu opened. And we're going to use state here and set it to false. Okay, so by default, it is not going to be opened. Now what we're going to do is we're going to provide this as our value. So within our value property, we're going to go into JavaScript with our brackets here, and our braces, and then we're going to add another set of braces and put mobile menu open. Whoops. We're going to put mobile menu opened and set mobile menu opened. All right. So now we're providing both of those values to any children that want to subscribe and consume those values. So now that we did that, let's actually use our context. So remember, this is essentially just like a very efficient way to use a context and reduce your imports. Now, and I'll explain it again in a second. Mobile menu context. Return use context. And we're going to do mobile menu context. Okay. So now here, let's actually just export these really quickly, and then I will explain what's going on here. So use mobile menu context as well as our mobile menu context provider. Okay, so essentially what's going on here, remember, is that instead of when we want to subscribe our components, so as an example, let's go to our hero. I'm just going to show you. Here you can see we're actually subscribed to our modal context. Now, instead of having to set something up like this, const, let's say we want to gain access to our mobile menu opened value, which again is within our value here. Instead of having to do this, use context, and then pass in the mobile menu context, we can simply invoke. Instead, we can just do this. Invoke this function within our components that we want to subscribe. Now, the beauty is, again, is we don't have to import use context and the mobile menu context itself, so we don't have to export it from here, because we can simply invoke this function, which is essentially a custom hook that simply returns this under the hood. Okay, so instead we just have this. So now that we did that, let's actually go back into app now. And let's provide those values throughout our entire tree. So we're going to do mobile menu context provider like this. And we're going to move it down here. And so now you can see we have this, all the value that we have in here, this value right here, is now accessible to any of the items that are rendered within it, all of the children right here, but only if they subscribe, right? So now we are done there, and let's actually make sure that that went in the right position here within our mobile menu imports. And now that we've done that, we can actually move on to going into our menu icon. Let's actually start there. So mobile menu icon, and we're going to subscribe to our context and get this going here. So first and foremost, because remember, we actually can't even close it yet, but with our mobile menu icon, we have the ability to open our mobile menu. So let's go here and let's actually do use mobile menu context. You can see I already got the import, which is very helpful. And here we're going to destructure the mobile menu open property. Now remember, we have this value right here, mobile menu open. Let's actually make sure that we spelled that the same way. Whoops. And so now we can consume this, right? Again, this is a component that is within the component tree below the mobile menu context. So we are being provided this value as long as we actually subscribe right here. Okay. So now we can't see our mobile menu. Now at this point, you'd think this would be closed, right? Because this use state is false. So mobile menu should be closed, and therefore this animation should reflect that, and that it will reflect that. But of course, the icon is actually below our menu. So now we have to go and subscribe our menu so it actually closes. So let's go to our mobile menu itself, and we're going to do something very similar. So let's go over here and let's add. First, let's actually subscribe here. So use mobile menu context. And again, we're going to destructure this property right out of there. And look at that. So you can see it's closed. Now that makes sense because again, our mobile menu open value is set to false. All right. So let's go back to our mobile menu. And we're actually going to subscribe to our modal context as well. Okay. And we don't want these to conflict with each other. So let's actually do set active modal. Okay, so we're going to destructure this property. Set active modal equals use modal context. Modal context. And unfortunately, we're not getting that auto import, but it shouldn't be too much of a problem here. Just going to copy this down. And I'm going to say modal context. Whoops. Use modal context. And now the reason that we want to do that is because, again, we don't want these to conflict. So we have our modals, but we also have our mobile menu. And of course, they can't both be open at the same time. So let's go down here, and we're going to create a function that is called handle. Or actually, first and foremost, I should say, the first thing that we're going to do is make it so that we can actually open our menu. I actually think we might be able to. No, we can't yet. And that's because, I think it's because we have yet to register our onClick. Did we not set that? We did not set that. Okay, so go back to your mobile menu icon real quick. I realize that we don't even have a way to open it because we didn't specify our onClick. So what we want for our onClick is we're going to pass in a callback function, and we're going to say, we actually need to be able to set our mobile menu to opened here, right? So let's do set mobile, or set mobile menu opened, or set, I should say set, what is it called? Set mobile menu opened. It is in fact called that, okay? And so now that we have access to this function, we can change our mobile menu open state variable by simply calling it here. And of course, if they click on this icon, we just want to set it to true, okay? So now if they click this, look at that. We now can actually open our mobile menu, and you can see that we actually can't close it yet. There we go. Nice. Okay, so in our mobile menu, let's actually start off by adding that on click. So on our mobile menu, we should have an on click on the close. Let's actually check that. We do. So let's go down there to our button here, and we're going to give it right here and on click. And here we're simply going to pass in a callback that does the exact same thing. It's going to call set. Whoops. See if we have access to it. We actually didn't import it. I realize we need to gain access to that value again here. So it's going to be the set mobile menu opened function, state setter function. And let's bring that down and invoke it right here, passing in true. All right. So now or actually it would be false rather, because this is in fact the close button, I should say. Right, and now we can close it. Look at that. Okay, so we're opening it with the mobile menu icon, and we're closing it with the close button just like that. Now, there's one other thing we want to do here. Now, when a user actually clicks on the Get Started button, well, what do we want to happen? What happens when we click on it here? We have our modal pop up, right? So let's actually do the same thing. Let's get our modal to pop up when they click on Get Started. So how are we going to do that? First and foremost, let's actually create a function to handle that behavior. So it's going to say function handle get started. And now essentially what we're going to do is we're going to call set mobile menu opened, and we're going to put false. Okay, so when they hit get started, it's going to close the modal here. Now we actually have to use our handle get started function here. So let's go down to our get started button, and let's add that on click handler. So we're going to invoke this. Actually, we can just pass in the function directly. Get handle get started rather. And so now if they hit get started, you'll see it's closing the modal again, or the mobile menu. And the reason why again is because we're invoking our set mobile menu opened setter function, and we're passing in false. Okay. Now there's one other thing we want to do. When they click on this, we want the modal itself to pop up, because of course when they hit get started, it should open up this menu where they can log in, or they can sign up rather, right? So how are we going to do that? Well, once we close this, we're simply going to open the modal as well. So let's do set active modal. And in this case, we're going to want to open up our sign-in modal, or I think it's our sign-up modal, I should say. And so we simply close our mobile menu and then open up our modal. Okay, so check this out. We click this, hit this, and just like that, our modal opens up. Sorry, mobile modal, it's giving me a hard time. Okay, so obviously this is not responsive yet, so let's open this up a little more. And look at that. So now we can do anything we need here. And so overall, very, very beautiful. We have now successfully completed our mobile menu, and you can see just how lovely it is. We have this icon up here. It slides in from the right. It has these links that have nice hover states. It can be closed easily. The animation happens on both open and close. We can hit get started. And overall, it is just a very lovely, very beautiful mobile menu that you can use, of course, in any project. Okay, so now with that out of the way, we can move on to back to our responsive design that we took a detour from, and we're going to be back in, I think, our hero section, which is going to be right here. So I will see you guys over there. All right, so let's navigate back over to our hero section here. And within our hero section, we're going to be adding only a couple of classes for our max large breakpoint. So again, that's 1024, which will be right here. So you can see here at 1024, we are getting a little bit cramped. You can see our heading is kind of getting a little bit stacked weirdly, and overall we're just kind of in need of more space, right? So when we go to 1023, you can see that we have now only, I think, 32 pixels of padding up here, and we're going to probably mirror that right here. Okay, and we actually already have mirrored that, I realize. So let's actually check. So let's see, our PX is, oh, I just realized we probably set our PX on the header itself and not the individual sections here. So let me actually check that. Header. Yeah, it looks like we already set our PX directly on the header, which is nice because that handles it for our review section, our hero section, and our navigation. But overall, we do not have too many classes that we need to add here. So let's start. First, we're going to be adding a class to our div, the div that wraps our two columns here. So we're going to be doing a max large of a PX of 8. So that's actually kind of interesting that we're setting it here as well. Maybe we need to set it in both locations. I'm not completely sure. Are we even setting a PX here? We are setting a PX of 24. So that is interesting that we're actually specifying that on the header itself. Let me check if I did that in the original design. I did. Actually, yeah. Oh no, it's actually a PY, I realized. Very interesting. So I just realized that is a PY value that I specified in the header, that we specified in the header right here. It's not a PX. And so we do in fact need that. Okay, and you can see it responding nicely there. Okay. Now we have, in fact, 32 pixels here and 32 pixels here. Okay. So now we can move on to our other declarations. So on our large breakpoint, we're going to be saying max large. We're going to be doing our PX of, or our PY rather, of 32. Okay. And so I think that brings it down to what? Let's see, 128 pixels. Nice. So just bringing that down a little bit as our screen size shrinks. Now we can go down to our H1. Here we're going to be adding a max-large large. And we're going to set this to a new text size. So we're going to be doing text 4XL, and then we're going to be doing 10. Okay. And so that should drop it down. I think it did drop it down. Let me check here. So for some reason, it's not actually showing. It's not showing the effect. Maybe, oh, okay, I just realized what was happening is I was looking at our finished version of our landing page. But of course, if you guys were looking at our incomplete version, our non-responsive version, that you probably were seeing all these changes occur. My apologies. So now you can see, yeah, these in fact do have the same width, and that's why this one was, I was like, wow, this one's already looking pretty nice. But of course, it's this one here. So I think that now you probably would see these changes. Right, look at that. Okay, so that heading drops in size, which is very nice. Make sure it scales correctly. And we're going to also change our tracking value. So let's do max large. And we're going to be doing tracking tight. Okay, so just bring those letters together a little bit closer, or maybe less close. Yeah, because here it's tracking tighter. So as our letters get smaller, we're actually going to make them a little less tight. Okay, so now that we did that, we can move on to our P tag. Let's go down to this P. And we're going to do max large, and we're going to specify text dash base and then loose. Okay. So bringing this text size here down to 1632 for the font size and line height respectively. And now we can move down. Looks like that might be the only thing. Yeah, so outside of that, everything else is going to scale correctly. So now you guys can see as we get to our 1024 breakpoint, you can see things are getting a little bit crammed. We get rid of all of our links up here, get our bubble menu icon, and then we also shrink these down nicely. And with that out of the way, we now can move on to the review section right here. All right, so now we can do our review section, which again is right here. And this should be pretty simple. We only have a couple classes here, so let's go into reviews. And let's start setting them. So first and foremost, again, as you would probably expect, we're going to be changing this down to 32 pixels. So max large for PX of 8. Okay. Drop that down to 32. And then also we're going to go down to this P tag, and we are going to set a max large of text base / loose. Okay. And so again, that's going to drop that down nicely so that it's consistent with this text here in size. Okay, so now we can see our design is scaling down very nicely. So we can go all the way up to our 2 breakpoints. So you can see scales here and then scales here again. And I think our next breakpoint is at 768. It's going to be right about here. So yeah, obviously we're going to get to that in the future here, but now you can see our hero section, all in all, is looking quite nice down to our 1024 breakpoint. Okay, now with that out of the way, we have a couple more classes we need to add. So to the P text here, actually this is the last one we needed to add. And yeah, very, very simple, very, very short. And now we can move on to our feature section. All right, so now let's hop into our logo section. So go down to your logos component, open that thing up, and let's start adding our classes. So first and foremost, we're going to be adding our padding X of 8. So that's going to be, again, max large. We're going to add our padding X of 8. And we should be able to see that when we drop below 1024. Where is it at? Let me check real quick. Oh, it's the wrong section. The logo section here. Okay. And so there it is. You can see that we now have a padding X of 8. And I think I said feature section in the last clip, but we are in fact going to the logo section. Don't want to skip over this. But here you can see our padding X is 32 pixels on the left and right, and above 1024, it is in fact 64 pixels, which again is consistent with all of our different sections here. Okay, this drops down. Now we got a little bit more horizontal real estate, which is definitely helpful as our screen starts to shrink here. Okay. So now that we've done that, we can move down to our images. Now our images are also going to have to come down just a little bit in size. So we're going to do max large, and we're going to drop these puppies down to a height of 7. Okay, so you can see our images got a little bit smaller. And again, we're going to duplicate this class down. And I'm not actually sure what this is. Whoops, not a check mark. We need this. And that drops the height down to 28 pixels. Okay, so now you can see we get more horizontal real estate and our logos get a little bit smaller, which should help us get all the way down to 768 pixels. Okay, which I think is our next breakpoint. So with that out of the way, we are officially done with our logo section for the large breakpoint, 1024 pixels. I will see you guys in the next section where we will be working on the features. All right, so let's hop right into our features section. So again, navigate to your features component here. And let's start adding our max large breakpoint classes. So first and foremost, we're going to have some classes on this div here. We're going to first set our max XL, or max large, I should say, padding. So that's going to be our PX of 8. And you can see right there, we got our items a little bit closer to the sides here, from I think 64 down to 32 pixels. Again, now that's consistent with all of our different sections here, which is nice because now we have a little bit more horizontal real estate. Now, the next thing that we're going to want to do is go down to our absolutely positioned element here, which is our glow. It's on the right side here, and we're going to shift it so that it looks good on our smaller screens, because eventually it gets a little bit too far right shifted, and I think a little bit too blurred as well. So we're going to set our left value, so max large, we're going to set our left to 90%. And I think that's actually down from 100%. Let me check here. Yeah, our left is at 100%, so we're kind of just left shifting it by 10% of its width, which should help keep it on screen a little bit more and make sure that it still has a nice punchy effect without it, sliding off screen too much. Originally, I didn't actually have these breakpoints set for the blur here, and it was unfortunately very far off screen to the right. You couldn't really see it, so we do need to add these. Okay, now we're going to set also some height changes here. So max large, we're going to change the height of this glow. We're going to go to H of 20 rem. Okay, so just make it a little bit shorter. And we're going to be doing max large of, again, with 20 rem. All right. Now with that out of the way, we can move on to our H2. And in here, we're going to be doing max large. And we're going to drop this down to the same heading size that we can see right here for this breakpoint. So, whoops, I accidentally just lost it here. So it's going to be max large. And we're going to be doing text for XL, and then I think it was 16 for the line height. Oh, it's actually 10. Okay, so there you go. You can see our heading has gotten much shorter, much smaller, which is important as our screen gets smaller. We're going to do max large as well, and we're going to change our tracking from tighter. You can see tracking tighter right here down to tracking tight. Oops. Tracking tight. Whoops, and that's actually going to be for max large, because I accidentally lost it here. Whoops, max large, please. Now give me this here. It's tracking tighter by default, and then we're going to drop it down to tracking tight. Okay. So with that out of the way, we now can move on to setting up our div down here. So we have a div for our row 1 right here, smart organization, and we're going to add some classes here. So we're going to do max large. We're going to set margin bottom to 4, and that's going to make it so that the this section and the section below it are only 16 pixels apart here. Then we are going to set our max large heading text. So it's going to be text 3XL and then 12. Okay, so that's going to drop down the heading here. Actually, let me make sure that's on the right element. I just realized that's actually for a separate element. So I just realized we're not actually manipulating the, we're not manipulating the div here. We need to be manipulating our heading, which is down here. Okay. So actually grab these classes here, both of these, max large, margin bottom 4 to max large, margin bottom, or text 3XL/12. That's going to be going on our P tag here. Okay. And that makes a lot more sense. You can see now that applies to this smart organization heading, and you can see that the padding below it is in fact only 16 now. Okay. That's right here, or the margin bottom, I should say, not padding. Now with that out of the way, we're going to be setting a couple other classes. So we're going to move our tracking down to, it's actually tracking tighter by default. So that's interesting. That's probably because I set it to tracking tight on small. Yeah, that makes sense. But ultimately, I don't think we actually have to change that. So we're going to leave, we don't need to add a class here. I have a class for max large where it sets it to tracking tighter, but I think we can leave it as is because we already have tracking tighter set by default. And so we're going to leave that for now. And we are going to go on to setting our classes for our P tag. Okay, so our P tag is only going to have one class here. And when I say P tag, I mean our description. It's going to be max large, and it's going to be set to text-base/loose. Okay, dropping that text down in size, which again is very helpful as our screen gets smaller here. Okay, look at that. Okay, let's make sure that's actually 4. For some reason, it seemed a little bit large. Okay, with that out of the way, we're going to move down to our second set of items. And here we're going to have very similar declarations. Okay, so we're going to just go here and get our max large. I just realized I just set this to XL, which might not be what I intended. Let me actually check. smart organization, this should be text. Max large is going to be 3XL and then 12. Whoops. So it's going to be like this here. Okay. Let me grab that. So this, or no, so we didn't set the, yeah, no, never mind. It's right here. I can see it now. Okay, so we have max large, we have our margin bottom of 4 and our text of 3XL, and then the tracking title we actually don't need. Okay, so I'm going to grab both of these classes again. And as you'd expect, these are going to be the same ones right here. Okay, so that drops that down nicely. And of course, we're also going to be setting this max large text base / loose to our p tag as well for our description. All right, brings that down in size. Now with that out of the way, we can move on to our next element, which is nothing. That should be it. Just the heading, the subheading. That was the only things that had classes there. And then we also added some classes to our H2 as well. And then our absolutely positioned element and the section itself. All we need to do is remove some of the padding on the side of this container. And with that out of the way, we are officially done with the feature section for our large breakpoint. And we can now move on to our frequently asked questions section. All right, so now we can hop into our frequently asked questions section. And I realized I had a typo in here. I had chat with our expert tech team. And of course, that's only one R. So I apologize if you guys had that in there. I just didn't pick up on that when we implemented that originally. But now we can get into our frequently asked questions section, setting our breakpoints, or our classes, our styles, I should say, for our 1024 breakpoint. Okay. And now here you want to open up your FAQ section, and let's also open up the subsection. So again, we have our FAQ component, or FAQs component. Within it, we have our FAQ list component. And then again, within there, we have our FAQ component, right? Now this shouldn't be too bad. We're going to start off with our FAQs, and we're going to start adding some classes to our div here. So again, as we've done previously, we're going to say max large, and we're going to set this to px of 8. Okay, so that's just going to set that padding a little bit lower, and obviously it's still really not at play here, but we still want to make sure it's consistent. So here it is, again, px of 8 here, 32 pixels. And now that we did that, we can move on to our H2. So in our H2, we're going to be dropping this heading down to a size that is consistent with the one for the feature section, the one in the hero section. So we're going to be doing max large, and we're going to set text to 4XL/10. Nice, that dropped that down nicely. And we're going to do max large and set our tracking to tight. And the reason we have to do that is because by default, our tracking is tighter, or I should say on our largest screen sizes, our tracking is tighter. But as our heading gets smaller here, we're going to want to decrease that tracking just a bit because it was a little bit too much. Okay, so tracking tight. Now with that out of the way, we can move down to our next item, which is this div here. And we're going to say max large, and it's going to be text-large/8. Okay, and that is in reference to this text here. Okay, so dropping that down to 18 pixels and 32 line height. Now let's move down. We're going to be messing with, or I should say we're editing the unordered list here, which actually holds our frequently asked questions, or our frequently asked questions categories, I should say, these 4 buttons here. And so here we're going to set this to margin bottom of 18. Okay, and that's going to be between this item here and the list, or this row of buttons and the list below it. Okay, now that we did that, we can move on to our frequently asked questions list here. Let's move over. And here we're going to set we're going to go to max large, and we're going to set our gap Y to 12. Okay, so that's going to be 48 pixels between each item here. Okay, and you can see that right here. You could actually see them decrease when we added that class. You can see a little bit bigger and a little bit smaller. And it's cool because there's like an animation there, so you can even see it kind of animates into its, 48 pixel gap Y. Okay, so now let's move down and see. That's actually the only class that we're going to have here. Now we can move on to our FAQ itself. And in here, we're just going to have a couple classes. So first and foremost, for our p tags, which is going to be in here, we're going to set the text size a little bit smaller, I think. So max large. And we're going to be setting this to text-large/8. Okay, that's actually in reference to the question. I just realized you can see it shrink there. So now the question text is a little bit smaller. I think we're also going to set the font weight a little bit bigger. Yeah, so it's going to be max large. And we're going to do font semi-bold. Okay, nice. So there's that, looking good. And now we're probably also going to manipulate that text a bit. Let's actually check. Yes, it looks like this motion.p tag, which we have animated, is also going to get a little bit smaller. So it's going to be max large, and we're going to be doing text base, I think / loose, as we've done before. Okay, there it is. So now you can see each one of our answers to our frequently asked questions has also dropped down in size a little bit on these smaller screen sizes as well. Okay, so again, if you go above 1024, you'll see the text is quite large, the questions are quite large, and then if we drop below that, you can see that adjust accordingly. Okay, nice. So with that out of the way, I think that's all the classes for our frequently asked questions section. And now we can move into our testimonials. So I will see you guys over there. All right, so now we can jump into doing our testimonial section for our large breakpoint. So we're going to want to navigate over to our testimonial component. Let's click into there. Let's also open up our testimonial list, which we're rendering within here, right here. And we will also open up our testimonial component in the meantime, because we're going to be getting all these done in one here. Okay, so let's begin by working with our div here. We're going to be giving it, again, just like the sections above, we're going to be giving this one a padding on the x-axis of 32 pixels when we get down to our 1024 breakpoint. Let's go down there, 1024 right here, and we're going to go max large and set our px to 8. Okay, and you can see now we have much more horizontal space, which made it look a lot less cramped. Very, very satisfying. And now we can move down to this div here. Again, this div right here, I think is responsible for handling the padding. It's interesting though that it says the gap y of 0, so maybe it's not. So this nested div here, this nested div is actually for our heading section, I realized. So it's holding our testimonial tag, it's holding our subheading, and our heading itself. Okay, so here what we're going to be doing is we're going to be setting our max large breakpoint. We're going to be saying we want our margin bottom to be 18. And I think that's actually down from a value. Let's see, it's down from margin bottom of 20. So I guess 80 pixels down to 72. And we're also going to be editing the gap y. So we're going to say max large, and we're going to say gap, where's it at? Gap y of 0. Gap y of 0. Okay, and I actually wonder what that is controlling. I realize it's actually controlling the distance between the text here, the heading, and this tag. Okay, and now I think that looks pretty good. Oh, I realize that we're actually going to be adding a margin bottom to our testimonial. I was going to say this seems a little bit close, but yes, we are going to be making that gap y of 0, and I guess we're going to be controlling our padding bottom now from here on out with the testimonial tag itself. So here we're going to be setting, I should have said our margin bottom. We're going to be setting our margin bottom to 8. All right, there you go. And so now you can see there's some serious gap there. All right, did I make that large? Margin bottom 8, 32 pixels. Let's actually make sure that's correct. Okay, get our dev tools up here. A little more dev tools here. And that is in fact 32 pixels. Okay, so now that we did that, we can move down to our H2, which is going to be this heading here. And this heading is going to be dropping down to, again, max XL, or max large, I should say. We're going to be giving it a margin bottom of 4. So that's going to be pushing the text off somewhat, pushing that subheading off. Then we're going to be setting our text. Again, we've done this before for headings above. It's going to be text 4XL, and then I think it was 10, was it? Was 4XL / 10 for the line height there. So you can see it has dropped down in size. And we're also going to be doing max large and then tracking tight. Okay. And I think that's because our tracking was set to tighter. It was up here. You can see tracking tighter. So once we drop down here to a smaller text size, again, we're going to make our tracking a little bit less tight so it looks slightly more aesthetic, if you will. Now I can move down to our P tag. So this is going to be the subheading here. And we're going to be making this max dash large, and then we're going to be setting our text to large dash 8. Okay, so that's going to be, again, 18 and 32 pixels for the line height or font size and line height respectively. Now let's go down to our container that's holding our 3 testimonial list. And let's change this. We're going to be doing max large, and then we're going to be doing a margin bottom of 18. Okay, that's going to be, I think, right here, the gap between this container and the button down here. So you can see, what was that again? It was margin bottom of 18, so 72 pixels. We can actually check that, I'm sure. Yep, there it is, 72 pixels. Okay. Now let's move on to changing one more property. So it does look like we are going to be dropping down to 2 columns. So here we go. So we're going to say max large. And now again, instead of grid columns 3 here, we're going to drop this down to grid columns 2. Oh my lord, very, very satisfying. Okay. Actually, let me make sure that's correct. Yep, that is in fact correct. And so you're going to see it looks a little funny here, but we will be addressing that. So that is very, very satisfying though to eliminate that third column because it was getting cramped down at 1024. And now what you'll notice here is that all 3 of our lists are still displaying. So we have this list right here on the left. Then we have another list here on the right. And then you'll also notice that we actually have a third one wrapping down. And that's because, again, we made it so that we only have 2 columns. We went from grid columns of 3 to grid columns of 2, which is having the effect of forcing our third list down into a third grid cell. So one on the left, one on the right, and then one below on the left, if you will, right? So it's setting our items from left to right, top to bottom within our grid. Okay. So now obviously we don't actually want this wrapped list here. We're just going to keep these 2 lists here. And again, these can open and close. They can expand and close on their own. But we're going to get rid of this third list. And I'm actually going to show you how we're going to do that here. We can jump into our testimonial list component now. That's actually our last declaration. So again, we go down from 3 columns here down to 2 columns. And now we're going to get rid of this third list. So let's go into testimonial list. And what we're going to say, again, this list here. So each one of these testimonial lists, when we render these lists here, we have these unordered lists under the hood, right? So each one of these testimonial list components is more or less represented as a unordered list under the hood. And this unordered list can be manipulated, which will have the effect of essentially manipulating these testimonial list components. Okay. And what I mean by that is we can go like this and say max large. And what we're going to do is say nth. Now nth allows us to select a certain child. And here we're going to say nth-3. Okay. And then put a colon and say hidden. All right. So now essentially what we're doing is at our large breakpoint, so when we are less than 1024 pixels, we are setting the display property to none on the third child, the third unordered list here. Okay. So within here, the way that we manipulate these items, right, these 3 list items, is by going here and using the nth child property. Okay, so here we're saying under 1024 pixels for the nth child, the third child, okay, the third child here, third child, we are going to be making the display property hidden. Okay, so now at 1024, you can see that third list that we have right here. Where's it at? Is now gone. Okay, we have deleted it. Now with that out of the way, we now can move on to setting our classes within our, and we're also going to be doing something similar on our small screen size. So as an example, on our finished landing page, you can see here, if we go down to this, you can see not only do we go from 3 columns down to 2 columns, but we also drop down to 1 column at a certain point. Okay. So with that in mind, we're going to follow a very similar pattern at our small breakpoint. All right. So now let's move on. We're going to be doing our testimonial component itself, which I don't think it's going to be too much. So max large. Matter of fact, I'm checking now and there's no classes. There's actually no classes that we need to add for our large breakpoint. It looks like we have some XL ones and we also have some medium ones. Okay. So now that we're good here, we can move on to our footer section. All right, I'll see you guys over there. All right, so now let's jump right into our footer section. We're actually going to close out of our testimonial section here and move on to our footer component. Let's open that one up. Okay, so you can see I got that pulled up. And again, that's going to be in reference to all this content. And we have a couple classes that we want to declare here. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to go from a flex container down to a grid container at our large breakpoint. So we're going to do max LG, max large dash large. And we're going to be making this grid, okay? And we're going to, again, be adding some grid properties here. So we're going to do max dash large. Here we're going to be adding a gap Y of 18. Okay. And we'll see how that comes into play in a second here. And we're going to be adding, again, max large, and again, a px of 8. And we have seen this throughout our entire page. Every single section has gone down to 32 pixels on the left and right for the padding here. So you see 32 on the left and right, 32 on the left and right, all the way up. Now, what you'll see here is we actually went from a flex container with items that were adjacent down to a grid where items are stacked, okay? And in this case, it's just to make it so that we have a little bit more horizontal real estate because it was getting a little bit cramped horizontally here. So we go down to 1024, you can see we're getting very, very cramped. And now the only thing that we really could do here is either make two rows here. So you could do like home pricing, and then below home, you would have the about column, and under pricing, you'd have the community column. That would be one option. Perhaps you could switch these. So these go on the left side, the logo's on the right side. Maybe you could even get rid of the logo if that's something you're open to on smaller screen sizes. But me personally, because I wanted to keep all the content, I thought that this was the easiest solution. Okay, just wrap our columns down, leave our logo here, and then wrap these columns down here. Okay, so we do that with our grid property. And because our grid only has one column, it's going to make these items stack vertically. So there's going to be row 1 and then row 2. All right. And our gap Y here of 72 pixels is in reference to the gap between our logo here and our next row. Okay, within our grid. So we can actually highlight this grid like that. You can see there's the 72 pixels of gap. All right. With that out of the way, we are done with the div at the top there, the content div. We can move down to the second div, which is again for our 4 columns here. All right. Now, what we're actually going to do is we're going to increase our gap X now because we have more horizontal real estate. So we're going to do max large, and we're going to be setting our gap X to 24. All right. So you can see we actually made the gap a little bit bigger here, and that is very nice looking because before there was a little bit too much room on the right side. It looked a little bit unfilled, if you will, and now we're consuming more space. Okay, we can give these items more space, and if we have that option, then we probably should take it. Okay, don't want to make our design look too clustered here, or too claustrophobic, I should say. Okay, now with that out of the way, we're done with all of our large classes for our footer, and we can move on to our modal. So I'll see you guys over there. All right, so now we can navigate over to our modal. Now this one is actually quite simple. Let's move over there. Watch this. Literally only one class for our modal. Believe it or not, we don't actually have anything that we have to do on the large breakpoint for our sign-up modal. We only have stuff to do for our modal itself here. Okay. And what we're going to be doing is setting our padding on the x-axis as we've done before for all of our containers. I think it's this one right here. Yep. It's going to be our padding on the x-axis for our large breakpoint to px of 8. And I think that the beauty here is that when we had a px of 96, it made it so it was crammed, but without that, we can actually get away with not dealing with this modal, or not needing to fix the design or the add responsive classes, I should say, until our next breakpoint, which I think is medium at 768. So let's check that out. And so look at that. So we can get all the way down to, again, 768, which is our next breakpoint, and our modal still looks solid. Right? And the reason why, again, is because you can see here that we have changed our padding on the x-axis to 32 pixels right here at our large breakpoint. So less than 1024 pixels. We want the padding X to be 32 pixels. Now, if we go a little bit bigger here, where's it at? Where's it at? At 1024 above here, you can see our padding on the x-axis is very large. Okay, now you can't actually tell that it changes, of course, but now you can see it's also consistent. You can kind of already tell that it's consistent with the containers that are below it that all have a padding on the X of 32 pixels, because you can kind of see the little white behind there and these buttons and whatever. So overall, our modal still looks solid all the way down to 768 pixels, which again is our next breakpoint. So with that out of the way, we might be done with our desktop or our large breakpoint, and we can now move on to our medium breakpoint, which is very exciting, getting us down to 768 pixels, which is certified tablet territory. Okay, so I'll see you guys in the next section. All right, so now we're back to the top here. Let's go into our header component, and let's start with our medium classes. Okay, so here we're going to be doing max medium, and again, we can take a look at this breakpoint in a second because it's our first section, part of this section. We're going to change our padding top to -6. And for max medium, we're also going to be changing our padding bottom to 24. Okay. So now if we drop this down here, all the way down, we're going down from, remember, so our breakpoint was at 1024. Now we have to get down to 768. And these are going to be breakpoints. These are going to be classes that apply at 768 or lower in terms of screen width here. Okay. So you can see here, if the width is less than 48 rem or 768 pixels, then we are setting the margin top here to, or padding top, I should say, to 24 pixels. Again, this is in reference to our header, so that's going to be up here. Okay. And we can actually hover over that and see it's 32 right here. But now if we go down right here, we're making it all the way down, so you can see our design still okay. And then right at 768 here, let's go right there. Want to make sure that these are applying correctly. You can see at the top here, we have 32. Now, once we go down to medium, it's going to go down to 24. Okay, so that is going to, again, be 768. Let's drop down below it, just like that. And now you can see, you saw it jump up a little bit. We now have padding of 24 on the top and 96 on the bottom. Okay, and that padding on the bottom is going to help give us a little more space between this section and this section, which is helpful on smaller screen sizes. We need a little bit more space between our sections to delineate between them, because we're kind of losing other space on the page as our screen shrinks, if that makes sense. Okay, like as an example, we're losing space on the sides of the screen. Okay, so now that we did that, we are officially done with our header and we can move into our navigation. All right, so jumping into our navigation here, again, let's go above 768 a little bit here. I think we're just going to be manipulating the note flow text as well as the logo that is next to it. And I think we might also be messing with the padding X, but then again, that might be the next breakpoint down, which I think is our small breakpoint, 640 pixels. So let's actually jump into our navigation here. And within here, we're going to be doing max medium, max dash medium. And here we're going to be doing a padding X of 6. So we are in fact dropping that down from a padding X of 32 pixels to a padding X of 24 pixels. So now if we drop down to 768, we should be able to see that. Let's see. Oh, nice. Yeah, so it is the navigation, right? I was looking at the hero section. You can see here we have 32 pixels on the left and right. And now when we drop down here, you can see we do in fact have 24 pixels on the left and right. All right, awesome. So now again, giving us just a little bit more horizontal real estate as we shrink our screen down here. Okay, and now we're probably going to add something similar, or I know for certain we're going to be adding something similar to these other sections. But the last thing that we're going to be doing with our navigation for our medium breakpoint is manipulating the logo and the icon itself. So here we have not max large, max medium, I should say. It's going to be a gap X of 2. And so that's in reference to the space between the icon here itself and the note flow text. So instead of a gap X of 3, which is 12 pixels, we're dropping it down to 8 pixels. Okay. And now we're also going to go down to our logo. Where's that thing at? Here it is. And here we're going to say at our max medium, max dash medium, we are going to be setting this to H-5. Okay. Let me make sure that's on the right element. It is. Okay. Actually, yeah. Is that? Oh, I thought I was going crazy there. I just realized that we're actually missing one property here. So here we set this down to a height of 5 right here. So that's going to be 20 pixels of height instead of a height of 24 prior. So you can see our logo shrinking there nicely, or our logo icon. But I realized that we actually missed our alternative text. So let's just add that here, just in case our text or our image does not load. We're going to go here and we're going to call this our note flow logo icon. Okay. And again, if you guys don't know, I think I explained it, but alternative text is what will show up if the image fails to render in some way, if the icon fails to render, if someone has a screen reader, it will essentially read it out to them, etc. So sometimes you need to be able to describe your image in words, so to speak. Okay. Now that we did that, let's move down to our, where's it at? Our note flow text itself here. And here we're going to do max medium, set our text dash large and 8. Okay. So dropping this down to, let's see, 18 and 32 pixels, font size, line height respectively. And we're also going to be setting our max dash medium breakpoint with our tracking tighter. Tracking tighter. Tracking tight. Where's that at? Max medium tracking tighter. Now let me actually check to make sure that that is correct. So it actually goes from tracking tight to tracking tighter, which surprises me just a bit here. Let me go up to the top. Right there. Let me just make sure that this is in fact correct here. Let me check the computed properties. Go here and type in letter spacing, -0.9 pixels. Let's check this one. Where's it at, please? I guess I have to select this element here. And we're going to do letter spacing, negative 0.9 pixels. So in fact, this is the same. I'm going to give this up to you. This is going to be at your guys' jurisdiction. Do you want to keep that at tracking a tighter or just tracking tight? If we get rid of that, you can see it looks like that. Maybe that actually does look a little bit better. Perhaps here it looks a little bit crammed even. Okay, so I'm actually going to get rid of that and leave it as text large -8, 18 and 32 pixels for font size and line height, and not change the tracking to the tighter setting. Just keep it at tracking tight, okay? Because I think that already is tight enough. We do not want our letters to be overlapping there, okay? So now let's move down to our components or our HTML elements below here, and it looks like we actually have nothing here. So that is all we have to do for our medium breakpoint for our navigation, and now we can move on to our hero section. All right, now we can get into the hero section, which is going to actually be very exciting. And the reason that I say that is, let's navigate over to our hero component. We're actually going to be making it so that our left column is on top of our right column. And so this is going to very well display kind of how responsive design works, and the idea that on desktop, things are usually laid out horizontally, and then on mobile, they have to be laid out vertically almost always, because there's simply no horizontal real estate for you to use. Okay, so this is a very common pattern. Okay, so let's actually start up at this div here. And right now you're going to see that we are actually at a grid columns of 2 here, right? So for our below our XL, we're at grid columns 2. So just essentially making it so our left column here, right here, is going to be equal in width to our right column. Okay. But now we're actually going to drop down to grid columns of 1. So let's do that. Max dash medium. And here we're going to say grid dash calls dash 1. Okay. And look at that. Okay. So now you can see the elements are stacked vertically. And now there's a couple other declarations that we need. We're going to do max medium, and we're going to be setting our grid dash rows to the following declaration here. It's going to be repeat 2 and then auto. Okay, now essentially that says is just make sure that each row here, the width of the row is defined automatically by the width of the content. Okay, hopefully that makes sense. Or it actually, I think it would be the height in this case. Okay, so the height is going to be automatically defined. It's auto, right? So repeat 2 rows, and each one is going to have a height of auto. And the auto height is essentially going to reflect the height of the content within it. Okay, now that we've done that, we can move on to our gap Y. So you can see here that our get started button is right here on top of our graphic. We do not want that. So we're going to do max dash medium, and we're going to set our gap Y to 12. Okay, that's going to push it up to 48 pixels between our 2 rows. And we're also going to be doing a max dash medium of PX dash 6. Okay, now that again is going to make it so that our hero section is only 24 pixels off the walls of our viewport here, just like we did with our navigation. And I think there's one more declaration, maybe 2 more, no, just 1 more. So max dash medium, and then here we're just going to set our PY to 24. Okay, again, and I think that is down from, so that's 24 pixels, so, or my bad, 96 pixels on the top and bottom of our hero section here, and that is down from, I think, maybe 32 or 128 pixels. Okay, so we're dropping that down a little bit, making it so there's a little less vertical spacing as we get on these smaller screens here. Okay, so let me get rid of this grid visualizer. And now we're definitely going to have to left shift, I think, this item here. Yep. All right. So now that we did that, we have all that done, but I think we need to center our graphic here, right? Now you can see again, this is a grid cell and it's in row 2 here. So now let's go down to our graphic right here. And we're going to say max dash medium. We're going to set the max height to auto. Okay. Now we're also going to set max dash medium, and we're going to set the width, the max width value to 90%. Now what is this 90% relative to? The cell that it is within. Okay. And lastly, we're going to say max medium, and we're no longer going to justify this item to the end of its cell, because that's what we wanted to do on desktop. Remember, we wanted the, where's it at? We wanted this item to be as far right shifted in its grid cell as possible, right? But now we don't want that. Right now you can see it being on the right looks a little funny. So we're going to do max medium, and we're going to set our, where's it at? Justify self center. All right. Nice. So now you can see it is a maximum of 90% of the width of the grid cell that it's within. and it's centered now. So now it's no longer on the right and it's centered, and you can see now it's looking real good. Now what's interesting here is you wouldn't expect, let me check real quick, max height auto, max medium, max, let me check it right here. So that is one thing that I'm noticing. Maybe I could go to mobile here and check it. So, whoops, I accidentally broke it. So one thing that I'm noticing is that there seems to be some issue in which the image itself is not spreading to the width of the container that it's within, right? So you'll notice here that the image is flush with the walls of this container at 569, okay? So right here, our image is not. You can see it's a little bit in terms of the width of the cell that it's within. So I'm gonna just take a peek at that and I will get right back once I figure out what's actually going on here. All right, I just realized that the reason that we are seeing that thing where on these smaller screen sizes, our graphic is not flush to the left side of these items and the right side of these items as it is right here is because it's actually going to be a declaration that we put onto our image on our small breakpoint, okay? And right now we're working on our medium breakpoint. So do not worry about it. That is something we will address in our next breakpoint. But for now, you can see our hero section is looking awesome. We got to see kind of how a very common pattern in responsive design, which is making items go from a horizontal orientation to a vertical orientation as our screen size shrinks, okay? So with that out of the way, we can now move on to our review section here. Okay, so I'll see you guys over there. All right, so this one's going to be very short and sweet. Let's go to app and let's navigate to our reviews component, which again is the third item within our header here. And here, the only thing we're going to be setting is going to our section itself, going to max-medium, again 768 pixels or less, and we're going to set our padding X to -6, which again is 24 pixels. And so now you can see at 768, we in fact have 24 pixels of padding on the left and right for this container, just as we do for the container above it, just as we do for the container above that. All right, so now that we have that done, we can move on to our logo section. All right, so now we can jump into our logo section. You can see that on just above 768, we're getting pretty cramped in terms of horizontal space. And so that's the last time we're going to have a horizontal layout. Now we're going to move on to making these things vertically spaced. Right, so you can see right here, we have now switched over to vertical alignment below 768 pixels, and we're going to set that up right now. So let's begin by first adding that px of 6 as we have on our containers above. So max-medium, padding x of 6, dropping that down to 24. Okay, so we'll probably be able to see that right there. You can see now we only have 24 pixels on the left and right. Now we're going to go down to the div that holds our two lists. Again, we have one list up here. Right, we can actually visualize these. One list up here, one list on the bottom here. And this div holds both of these lists. Let's come in here. And we're going to say max-medium. And for this, instead of having flex column, which it's set to right now, we're going to be doing flex-row. Okay. Now, you can see that we have our list horizontally aligned. So it's kind of hard to see what's going on here, but essentially we have one on the left here and then one on the right here. Okay, now each one of those lists I think are horizontally aligned as well, so we're going to have to vertically align them. Okay, so we're kind of swapping this from flex col to flex row, and then I think we're switching our list from flex row to flex col, if that makes sense. Okay, so now we're doing flex row, and you can see our items are in fact adjacent. Our two lists are now adjacent to one another. Now we're going to say max-medium, and we're going to be making it so that our items are center. Now in this case, because it is flex row, item center is going to have the effect of centering it on the vertical axis. And we're also going to be doing max-medium and setting our justify around property. Okay, justify around. All right. Okay, and now what that's actually going to do is that's going to make it so that they are evenly spaced. I'll show you in a second, actually. We'll have to come back to that so you guys can see what's going on there, but we're just using the justify content space around property. So let's go down to our unordered list here, and let's do max-medium, and we're going to be doing flex-column, like I said. Okay, and you'll see immediately the effect that that has. And we're going to do max-medium and set our gap Y to 16, which I think is 64 pixels. Okay, so 64 pixels between each one of those logos. And again, we can grab these two declarations and drop them down right on our second list here, right there. Nice. And now The justify around property, just to show you guys, it's essentially making it so that we have an equal amount of space on the left and right side of each one of these lists. So the space on the left side of this list is equal to the space on the right side of this list, and the space on the left side of this list is equal to the space on the right side of this list. And you can see as this shrinks, that has a nice effect where it kind of keeps them center aligned but spaced out evenly at the same time. Okay, awesome. So again, we're going from flex column, which is stacking these two lists on this div here, down to flex row, which is making them adjacent to one another. Now, once those lists become adjacent to one another, we have to make those lists themselves that are currently flex row go to flex column. And now you can see both of our lists are vertically aligned. And in the process, we added some gap on the y-axis so that the logos are not touching. Okay. So now we're good there. And I think that we might be done with our logo section. We are. So now we can move down to our feature section. All right, so now on to our feature section. So let's put this just above our breakpoint at 768, just so we can see it prior. And so you can see as we come down to 768, we're starting to get a little bit cramped here. Okay. Now I don't actually think we're going to go vertical. Maybe we are. Actually, we are going to go vertical. So we're going to instead, again, just like our hero section, we're going to be making a vertical layout so that our text and our graphics are stacked on top of one another. Okay, it's going to make it look a lot more a lot less crammed, I should say. Okay, so let's jump over to the feature section here. And let's start adding some classes. So first and foremost, to our container itself here, which is this div within our section, we're going to be doing that same thing where we have a px of 6. Okay, so just dropping that padding x down from 32 to 24. You can see that right there. Okay. Now that we're done with that, we can move on to our div that holds our first row. So here you can see our figure and our text here. There's a div here that holds this. This is our smart organization row, if you will. And now here we're going to say max.medium, and we're going to set our margin bottom to 16 or 64 pixels. Okay, that's going to be the space between our row 1 and our row 2 here. All right, now that we did that, we can move on to max-medium, and we're going to set, as we talked about, our grid columns right now that are 2, right? So imagine right here, let's actually visualize that so we can see it. We have our grid here, and you can see there's 2 columns. We're going to go from grid columns 2 here down to max-medium grid cols 1. All right, and so now you can see those are stacked nicely. Now our graphic is quite large here. You can see we're going to have to address that, of course. And we're going to set this max-medium to gap y of 10. All right, and that just adds some space between our image here, our graphic, and our description right here. Okay, and the graphic. Okay. So let's get rid of this grid visualizer. And now we can move on. We're going to go down to the image itself. I think we're going to have to kind of regulate how tall it is because you can see it's a little bit too much at the screen width. So we're going to drop this down at max-medium. We're going to drop this down to a max width of 90%. 90%. All right. And now let's actually make sure that's working as intended. It is. And so now that we did that, max width of -90%. I think there's one more declaration. Yep, it's going to be max-medium, and we're going to do justify center. Okay, remember I think it was justify left originally, but now we want this graphic to be centered on screen here. Okay, so let me make sure that that is actually working. It's justify self center, I realize. So this, we're not adding justify center would go on a flex container or a grid container itself. We're going to be doing justify self center because this is actually a grid item, or a grid cell, I should say. Okay, and so now you can see our graphic goes on top of our text and is centered. It looks very nice. Okay, so from, again, where's it at? From 2 columns down to 1 column. It's kind of hard to see because there's a little bit of a shift there. But now we're going to have to left align this text. Obviously, you can see it's kind of right shifted. That was by choice, but now we're going to have to left shift it. So let's go down and let's add the similar classes to our second div here, right here, which is our second row. So here we're going to be doing max-medium, and again, we're going to be doing grid cols 1. All right. And now here we're also going to be doing max-medium, and we're going to do a gap y of 10. Okay. Push this contextual reminders text off the graphic that is just below it. Okay. Now we're also going to be changing the width. I just realized that we actually missed one declaration, and that is because we want the div itself to stretch, the text div to stretch, isn't that? Right, okay. So up here on our smart organizations text, we actually have some things to set here, okay? And so what we're gonna set is the width of the text to be all the way across its cell here. Okay, so right now you can see that the max width is large, 512 pixels. We're going to let it stretch across the entire grid cell now. Okay, so let's do max medium, and here we're going to put row start 1. Okay, now that's also an interesting declaration. The reason we're putting row start 1 is we actually want our text to be on top of our graphic. So we're going to do smart organization, then its text, then this graphic, and then contextual reminders and its text, and then that graphic. Okay, and so by setting row start 1, we're essentially saying make it so that this grid cell here, this grid cell that holds our smart organization and its description, has a grid row start of 1. So effectively we're saying start this in the first grid row. Okay. Now with that out of the way, we can set our max width here. Where's it at? Back to this div. We're going to set max dash medium, and we're going to set this to max width, and I think max. Okay, and so that simply says make it so that the max width is the max content, and effectively that's going to make it so that it stretches all the way across the grid cell here. Okay, and that looks a lot better. So now you can see we go from here adjacent to vertical, and it looks very good. Okay, our text and our graphic. Now we're going to do something very similar for contextual reminders. So let's go down and set that. Again, we already set the grid calls 1 and our gap y as we did above. Now we're going to have to set some other classes here. So again, the div for our text here, we're just going to set max dash medium. And again, we're going to set our max width to max right here. So again, that's max width, max content, which lets the text stretch all the way across its cell. And we can drop down to our image and set that declaration that we put on this image. Where was it? Right here. So we have max medium. We want it to have a max width of 90%, and we also want to justify its center. Okay. This. Awesome. All right. So now you can see this graphic is also centered, as is this one. And overall, you can see just how good this looks. So we go from our horizontal layout again to our smaller screen size, and we drop down to our vertical layout. Okay, and that's going to look good all the way down. Look at this. Talk about responsive. I don't even think we have to set any classes on our smaller screen sizes. Maybe just editing the size of this text here. Okay, but overall, our 768 breakpoint is looking great. Now with that out of the way, we are done with our feature section and can move on to our frequently asked questions section. All right, so now let's move on to our frequently asked questions. So let's click into our frequently asked questions component, which again is part of our main section here. And we actually don't need to click into our FAQ list and into our FAQ itself because there is no medium classes for these two items. Okay, so all we're going to be working on is the FAQ section itself here. So first and foremost, let's drop our padding X down to 24 pixels as we have on our larger, or on the other sections here. Okay, now that we got that out of the way, let's actually drop this down to just below our breakpoint, 768 here. All right, so let's make sure that's 24. Nice, looks like it's applying fine. Now we can move on to our H2 here, which again is going to drop down, I think, to that text 4XL, as we've done for our other headings. So here we're going to do max dash medium, and we're going to set our margin bottom to 16 pixels. So margin bottom dash 4. That's from our heading, frequently asked questions, down to that text that's just below it. We're going to also set our max medium to text dash left. Okay. And now the reason that we're doing that is because you'll see here on our FAQ section, we actually are left aligning our text at that breakpoint. So you can see everything is becoming left aligned here. All right. So again, we're going to left align that, and we should be good to go there. So we don't actually have to change. I just realized the heading size, I think we're changing at our next breakpoint, which is small. Okay. So now that we have those out of the way, we can move down to our subheading, which again is going to have kind of similar properties. We're going to be moving it down to text left. So let's go to the P tag here, and let's do max dash medium, and we're going to set text dash left here. Okay. And we're going to go down to this breakpoint right here. Where's it at? Where's our BR? We're going to add a class name, and here we're simply going to make it so that at max medium, so 768 pixels or less, we're going to hide hidden. Okay. Hide that breakpoint. And so now you can see our text can kind of free flow It's no longer fixed to a certain text being on line 1 and certain text being on line 2. It can wrap freely. Okay. Now that we've done that, we can move on to, and again, that's because we got rid of our breakpoints. Now, the most commonly asked questions about node flow and have any other questions are no longer forced onto specific lines. All right. So now let's move down to our unordered list here. And here we're going to be doing max-medium and then justify start. And again, that's going to have the effect of making it so that this flex item is now at the start of its container. And you can see now that it is left aligned just like the heading and the subheading. Okay. So with that out of the way, we are officially done with our FAQ section and can now move on to our testimonial section. So I'll see you guys over there. All right, now we can get into our testimonial section, which is also going to be pretty short and sweet. Okay, so let's go up to our breakpoint just above it. And let's open up our testimonial component. So we'll go down to our testimonial, open up the testimonial section. Again, open up the testimonials list and then the testimonial. Now the testimonial list, I actually don't think we have any medium classes, so we're not going to be doing the testimonial list, but just the testimonial section and then the individual testimonials themselves. Okay. And this is due in part to the fact that we dropped down to 2 columns. And so we have a lot more space horizontally. And so we don't have to be so stressed out about changing every little padding X value to make it all fit. Okay. So now let's go to our testimonials. And in here, we're going to start off by setting that PX of 8. So max-medium, we're going to set PX-6. I didn't mean PX of 8. I mean PX of 6. Again, 24 pixels on the left and right. And so we should see that here. So here you can see 32 pixels left and right. And again, if we drop below 768, drop down there, you can see 24 pixels on the left and right. Okay. Now that we got that out of the way, we can move on to our P tag for this subheading here. I think we're going to be dropping the text size. Let's actually see. Nope, we're just going to be doing our max-medium and we're going to set our PX to 4. So PX to 4. Okay. And essentially all we're doing there is making it so that this text can stretch across the screen here. Okay, so let's actually see that. Let me see that on our finished landing page. Because it seems like our padding X was a little bit higher originally. Right, exactly. So we're just making it so that this text can actually stretch across the screen. I think originally it was chopped off. Or actually, no, what it was is there was a very large pad X, right? So here you can see, where's it at? We're at a PX of 4, whereas before we were at a PX of 112 pixels. So what would end up happening is if we actually didn't have this declaration, we can get rid of it real quick. You could see that the subheading there, where's it at, is extremely crammed, right? So as we get smaller and smaller, you can see just how crammed this is. And again, that's because we have this 112 pixels of padding on the left and right. So we have to essentially get rid of that and drop that down to PX of 4 so that it can flow freely across its entire container here, which is right here. Okay. So drop this down. And now where's it at? You can see it can stretch freely across this container. And I guess you could put it up to PX of 6 maybe if you wanted to. Maybe that looks a little bit better just so that it's not so much on one line, still kind of on 2 lines there. And that should look okay down to our smaller screen sizes. But you can see as even down here on mobile, it also does get a little bit cramped, right? So I'm actually going to go down to, again, a PX of 4. Just give it as much space as we can there. And we can open this back up to, whoops, put this back to desktop. Open this back up to 768. Okay, so now that we've got that out of the way, we can move on to our declarations down here, which are, in fact, nothing. So that's the only 2 that we have to do there. And now we can move on to our testimonials themselves. Let's go over there. First and foremost, we're going to be going here and saying max-medium, and we're going to be setting our PY to 8. Okay, so again, the padding on the y-axis was 40 pixels, which you can see right here. Right there, 40 pixels top and bottom for each testimonial. We drop below 768. And now you can see the padding on the y-axis is only 32 pixels. Okay, so it looks a lot better. Now let's go down to this div here. This div holds our stars. We're going to do max-medium and do a padding bottom of 6. Okay, so just getting a little less space below our star container and the description that's below it. Okay, so just trying to tighten everything up as our screen gets smaller. And again, that's down from a padding bottom of 8. Okay, now let's go down to our description here. The main text within our testimonial. And we're going to set, again, a padding bottom of 12 here. And when I say again, I just mean dropping our size, the amount of space that is between these items within our testimonial. Okay, so before we had a padding bottom of 16, and then we dropped down to 12. And now there's only, actually that's it. We only have 3 declarations in total. So there was this one here, there's this one here, and this one here. And with that out of the way, we are officially good and can make our way all the way down to 640, which I think is our next breakpoint. Okay, and this should be mobile. We do not need the scroll bar because that will not be present on mobile devices. So you can see we still look solid at 640 pixels. And then here I think is where we're going to drop down to 1 column. Okay, but back up to 7. Let's go back up to desktop here. So back to 768. You can see overall we are looking solid. Solid. All right, and with that out of the way, we can now move on to our footer section, right? Yep. And so I will see you guys over there. All right, so now we can hop into our modal. So let's actually scroll up and open that thing up right here. And we'll drop down to just above 768 pixels right here. I'm actually going to drop this to mobile here so we don't have that scroll bar. So let's go right there. And now we're only going to have actually, I think, 1 declaration in our modal itself here. So let's actually click into our modal. And here we're going to be setting 1 property, and that is going to be max-medium. And again, this is going to be our padding on the x-axis. So again, px-6. All right, let's drop this down. And you can see, in fact, that has changed. We now only have 24 pixels on the left and right of our modal container, or I should say our modal overlay only has a padding of 24 pixels on the left and right, which will be helpful for giving us some horizontal real estate. Okay, now we can move on to our sign up modal itself. All right, so now let's actually hop into our sign up modal itself here. So again, we have our modal, and within it we have our sign up modal. Let's open up this component here, and let's begin with our declarations for our container. So that's going to be right here. So this is going to be the div. I think that this first div is going to be in reference to our left column, and then the second div is going to be in reference to our right column. So for our first left column, we're going to be doing these classes, I guess, twice over. So max-medium or :medium. We're going to set px of 6. Okay. And so now this is in reference to the padding right here. So you can see the 24 pixels of padding. Now the reason that we're bringing that down from a px of 10 or a padding of 10 is because we need a little bit more horizontal space to make it so that this content will fit. Okay, so very similar to what we've been doing throughout other parts of our application. And we're also going to be setting our max-medium py-8. Now you might be asking, why are we adding a padding y of 8 on this container if the text is in the center here? Well, it's because for consistency's sake. Okay, so we want to make sure that this left column is consistent with this right column, and this right column is going to benefit from having a padding on the y-axis of 8. Okay, so now that we set those, we can move down to our subheading here. So no charges, no fees, get note taking in minutes. We're going to do max-medium, and here we're going to be setting our text-base, so that's 16 pixels, and then loose, so 2 times 16 or 32 for the line height there. All right. So you can see that kind of shaping up there. Now let's move on to our second column. So this is the right column here. Now there's going to be 2 classes that are the same as we saw with our left column. So max-medium is px of 8 and our py changes. So let's actually just copy those directly down here. So again, making it so we have a little bit more space on the x-axis by making our padding x only 24 pixels. And then again, a little more space on the y-axis by making our padding y only 32 pixels. Okay, with that out of the way, we can move down to our close icon, which is also going to be shrinking just a bit here. So let's do max-medium. And here we're going to be doing a height of 4, so h-4. You can see the X icon itself decrease in size quite a bit. And we're going to be doing, where's it at? Max-medium and a width of -4. Okay, so now our height and width of our close icon has shrunk quite a bit there, which is nice. Looks a lot more fitting at that size for the screen width. Now we can move down to the second div here, or this div just below. And this nested div is going to be holding, I think, all of our input elements. So it's in reference to essentially this flex container right here. Okay. So we're going to start off by, we actually only have 1 declaration. It's going to be max-medium, and we're going to set our font to normal. Okay. So that's just going to make it so that our heading for email and password are a little bit less bold, which kind of helps as you get on smaller screen sizes. Making things less bold sometimes gives the appearance of having more space, right? It looking less claustrophobic. Now let's go down and start manipulating our input elements themselves. So we're going to be setting max dash medium, and we're going to be setting a padding X of 6. Okay, so again, that's in reference to the space within the input element here. You can see that we have 24 pixels of padding now inside the input element itself. And we're going to have a max medium, max dash medium, PY of 3, which is 12 pixels. So that's going to have the effect of making the input element a little bit less tall. So 24 pixels on the side, 12 pixels on the top. And again, we can copy those two declarations right down to our next input element, which is going to mirror those changes. All right, so now you can see, nice, our input elements have shrunk a little bit, which is very helpful on these smaller screen sizes. And the last thing is the button itself down here. Okay, so let's go down to our button. I'm going to make the same changes that we've made to other buttons on our page. So max medium, we're going to set PX to 6. Okay, and again, you can't really see that, but just for consistency's sake, we're going to make it so that there's only 24 pixels of padding on the left and right of this button here. We're going to do max dash medium, and we're going to do PY of 3. All right, so make it a little bit less tall by giving it 12 pixels of padding on the top and bottom there. And we're also going to be doing max dash medium and text base slash loose. Okay, down to that 16 pixels. Now you can see that the text fits much more nicely within the button itself. All right. So now let me actually check real quick. Let's go to this, get started in Modal. Yep, everything looked good. All right. So now you can see everything has taken a much smaller size, which has been very helpful. So very large here, everything's kind of a little bit too big for its own good here. And then we drop down here and we're good to get down to, I think, 640 pixels. So now you can see our Modal looks all the way good to 640 pixels. And I think at this point, I chose to actually just get rid of this left column and just keep the right column, keep it very focused, right? Which is typically how you describe mobile designs as more focused, because you get rid of animations and extra content that you might be able to account for on desktop. Okay, so with that out of the way, we are officially done with our sign up Modal. And I think we can move on to our small breakpoint, which should be our last breakpoint. So very exciting. I will see you guys in the next section. All right, so now we can jump into doing our small classes. Okay, we're very close to the end here, which is exciting. We've come a long way. Shout out to anyone who's made it this far in the video. There probably won't be many of you. There aren't many people who are that committed. So I really do commend you for making it this far. But now we can move on to our small breakpoint, which again is going to be, I think, 640 pixels. Okay, so let's jump into our hero section. It's going to be the first section on our page that actually needs it. And let's start putting in classes. We actually only have 4 here. Okay, so first and foremost, let's go to our heading, AI powered notes, yada yada. We're going to do max dash small, SM, that is. And it's going to be text dash 3 XL and then 9. Okay. Oh, whoops, not 99, geez. 9, okay? So now if we hover over that, you can see we have 30 pixels font size, 36 pixels line height. And now if we go down to 640, we can see right here, it drops down, okay? Right there. Now you can see it's only 30 pixels, and that looks good all the way down to, again, this is it. So we're not doing any more breakpoints. So we got to make sure it looks good down to 393, which again, 393 is what we designed for. This is the size of a iPhone 12 screen. Standard size iPhone 12. So again, let's go down to 393. And you can see we have successfully made it all the way down to mobile. So very exciting. And our text doesn't look, our heading doesn't look too big, right? So that's right there, 30 pixels, I think is very fitting. Okay, so back up to 640. Let's drop down to our next declaration, which is going to be here at I just realized our tracking is going to go to tighter as well. So let's actually set that. So max dash small, we're going to set tracking to tighter. Okay, that'll make our heading look a little bit bigger on those smaller screen sizes. Nice. So now our text is a little bit tighter and overall looks very good. Okay. Now let's move down to our div for our arrow right here. And we're actually going to get rid of this, right? And this goes back to the idea that we want to keep our content very, very focused and simple on mobile. We don't want to overwhelm users. We don't want to have too many animations. Overall, we just want to keep it very focused and very easy for the user to navigate. And you also don't want to make sure that it's too intensive on the individual system. Okay, so you don't want the website to be moving slow on mobile. So we're going to do max dash small, and we're going to be doing hidden. Okay, display hidden. Okay, so now you can see once we get down there, we get rid of that arrow icon and we keep it very, very focused. All right, awesome. So it looks very, very good. Okay, So with that out of the way, we now can move on to, I think we have one more declaration in here. We do. So for our hero graphic, let's go down here. And this is what I was talking about earlier, where I was wondering why this graphic wasn't stretching all the way across. We're going to do max-small, and we're going to set our max width to full, which essentially says 100%. It can fill 100% of its parent container, which is nice because now as our screen shrinks here, watch this, you can see now our graphic is perfectly flush with the button here, this text here, and the navigation, the whole thing, right? So it looks very good, left aligned and right aligned with our content. So overall, very nice, very clean look all the way down to 393 right there. Okay, cool. Okay, so with that out of the way, and now you can see that line is back, that one line, for some reason, that rendering line. Now, if we close out of DevTools, I think that goes away. See? Yes, it is not present, but you guys can see that line inside of DevTools. It does show up sometimes. It's kind of annoying. And for some reason, it just disappeared. Wow, nice. So very lovely. But now we can move on to, I think, our review section. So I will see you guys over there. All right, so I realized that we do not actually have any classes for our review section. And one reason that we do not have to do anything is because, remember, we actually set this to flex wrap. So now you can see our items wrap nicely on smaller screen sizes, and we don't actually have to make it so that this text here wraps below our logo images here, or our review images, okay? But the next section we actually need to work on is our logo section. And there's only a couple of declarations that we need. Let's go over to our logo section, the first section within our main component here. And let's add those. So first and foremost, let's make it so that on our container itself, we're going to do max-small, and we're going to set this to margin bottom of 16. Okay, and that is going to be in reference to, I just realized that actually might be in reference to the p tag. So it is not the div, my apologies. We're going to grab this and put it on the p tag here. Whoops. And again, that's the heading. Okay, so essentially we're just making it so that the padding bottom is coming down from, or the margin bottom is coming down from 80 pixels down to 64 pixels. Okay, so we should be able to see that. There it is. You can see we only have now 64 pixels below our heading. Okay, and then the only other thing is we're going to go down to the second div here, or this div that is just below our p tag, and we are going to set max-small, and again, gap x of 14. Okay, so that's just going to make it so that we have a little bit more space between our two columns here. All right, and you can see that is looking great. Okay, and that scales all the way down to 394 as we intended here. Or 393, I should say. You can see there's still an issue, but that's just because content down here is spilling out of its container. I think it's the footer, actually. Okay. Actually, maybe there's just a scroll bar there that you can see. But either way, we are good to go there. So now our logo section is set up, and we can move on to our feature section. All right, so let's get working on our feature section. This one shouldn't take too long either, just 6 classes total. So let's go down to our H2, which is our heading here, right here. And we're going to set this to max-small, and we're going to do text-3XL, just like the hero, and set it to 9. So that's 30 and 36. And we're also going to be setting max-small, tracking to tighter. All right, so that looks nice. Now we can move down to our div for our first feature here, right here for smart organization. We're going to say max-small. And we're going to do text. Actually, I just realized this is in reference to the p tag, I should say. So this is for the smart organization p tag. We are a little bit too high up here, not that, right here. So here we're going to be doing max-small, and we're going to be setting text-2XL, text-2XL, and we're going to be setting 8. Okay. So you can see now our smart organization heading has dropped down a size smaller, and you can see that the tracking might be, I think it's a little bit too much right here. So we're going to be setting it back to max-small, and we're going to set it back to tracking tight, not tighter. Okay, give it a little bit more space. Tracking tighter is a little bit too much for that small text at that font weight. Okay, so now let's actually grab both of those declarations there, those small declarations, and just drop those directly onto our p text, or our p tag for our contextual reminders here. All right, so now that style has been copied down to that heading, and that's all we have to do there. Now we can move on to our FAQ section. So I'll see you guys over there. All right, now we can jump into our FAQ section, which again shouldn't take too long. We only have to specify classes on our FAQ section itself and the FAQ. Okay, so not the FAQ list. So let's close that out. And let's start with our FAQs section here. And the first thing that we're going to be doing is making some declarations on this heading here, very similar to what we did for the section above. So we're going to do max small, and for our hero, so we're going to be doing text-3xl-9/9. Okay, so that's down to 3036 for the font size and line height. And again, we're going to be setting max-small, and we're going to set tracking to tighter. All right, so that heading looks much better now. Let's move down to our div here. And here we're going to say max-small and set this to text-base/loose. Okay, so now you can see that I think that is 1632 for the font size and line height. And you can see that looks much more fitting on that small screen size. Now let's go down to this p tag for the most commonly asked questions about note flow. And I just realized that, yeah, so I guess here we're simply actually going to eliminate this text. So you can see we're keeping our content very focused. You go down here, you can see we actually get rid of that text, which helps make it a little bit more focused and not so cluttered. Okay, so here we're just going to say max-medium or max-small and put hidden. Okay, so now if we go over here to our finished or our in progress landing page, you can see we have gotten rid of that text, and that keeps it very, very focused. So no more subheading on our small screen sizes. Now I can move down to our next declaration, which is going to be on our buttons here. So let's go down to our buttons. And you can see our buttons are getting pretty crazy here, this button here. But here we're going to be setting max-small, py of 3. Okay. And that's why some people are not a fan of Tailwind. They say it can get a little bit too cluttered in your markup, but I'd like to see how you guys feel about that. So if you have any opinions on Tailwind CSS, I would love to hear them in the comment section. Okay, so now you can see our buttons are much smaller and much more fitting at this point. The padding Y has been decreased to 12 pixels and is much less overbearing than it previously was there. Okay, so with that out of the way, we are officially done with our FAQs, and we can now move into our FAQ. Again, we only have a couple declarations that we need to add here. So let's start off with this div that reps our question icon. So that means this div right here that has this border around our icon itself. And here we're going to be setting max-small, a margin right of 4. Okay, so that has the effect of simply decreasing the space between the icon and the text question. Okay, down from a margin right of 6 to a margin right of 4. And we're also going to be setting our padding to -3. Okay, so that's going to make it so that the padding from the icon to the surrounding border is just a little bit smaller. Okay, so trying to save ourselves a little bit more space and bring everything down in size here. Okay, now let's move down to our p tag. This is going to be for the question itself. You can see it's kind of spilling out, so I imagine we're going to drop our text size a little. So max-small. Here we're going to be doing text-base/6 here. Okay, drop that down. And we're also going to be doing max-small and putting this to font medium. All right, so now you can see we dropped our text to 1624 and our font weight to 500, and now our questions look a lot more fitting on mobile, much less overbearing than it was previously. Now you can see we're actually running into an issue with the height of this question. And let me actually check to see if we accounted for that over here. Oh, I just realized what actually the problem is. It's because we still haven't gotten rid of that spacing. So as you can see here on our mobile, if you look at our FAQ, you can actually see that the description for the question stretches all the way across this container. Okay, and before right now, you can see it does not do that. Okay, so we're going to give it some more horizontal space right now, I imagine. So let's drop down to our motion.p tag, which again, this is the actual answer. Okay, let's open that up again so we can see this happen. And we're going to do max-small. We're going to set our padding right to 0. And we're going to do max-small and set our padding left to 0. Okay. And I realized maybe we could actually just do px of 0. Let's try that. px-0. Yep, that has the exact same effect. So look at that. So do max-small and then px of 0. And now you guys can see that our text fits just fine for each one of these questions here. Or our answers to our questions fits just fine. Awesome. And you can see our animations are still working great on mobile. So we still have these very beautiful, very lovely animations, and they work just fine even on these small mobile screens here. Okay. And with that out of the way, we're officially done with our FAQ section and can now move on to our testimonial section. All right. For our testimonial section, we actually only have a couple declarations and only on our testimonials component itself and the testimonial list, but our individual testimonial does not need to be changed. So let's actually jump over to our testimonials component and open up our testimonials list component as well. And let's start adding some of our classes here. So first and foremost, we're going to be changing the size of our heading here, just like we did for the sections above. So that's going to be this H2 that says what our AI powered note takers have to say. And we're going to set this to max-small, and we're going to be putting this to text-3XL/9. Okay. And we're going to be setting, again, max-small and tracking to tighter. So bringing that text a little bit closer together. And now you can see our heading is looking very nice on mobile. Okay. Now let's move down to our div that wraps our 3 testimonial list. And here we're going to be setting this to max-small, and we're going to do grid calls 1. Okay. And now in this case, you can see we in fact are now at 1 grid column, which looks very nice. But again, we have that issue where our second list is kind of wrapping below, which we do not want. Okay, so the question is, how are we going to get rid of that second list that's wrapping below here? Well, just like we did previously, let's go over to our testimonial list. And in this case, instead of hiding the nth child 3, we're going to go down to max-small, and we're going to say nth-2, and then we're going to put the colon and say hidden. Okay, so again, what we're saying here, if we hover over this, is that for widths that are less than 640 pixels, which is our small breakpoint, we want to set the nth child, so the second child within our div here, the second list, to display of none. Okay, and in Tailwind, they represent that by the keyword hidden, but again, under the hood, it is simply display of none. Okay, and so now you guys can see if we reload this page, just make sure everything is loaded up. We can go down to our testimonial section and see we have 3 columns, drops down to 2 columns, and then drops down to 1 column. And you can see just how beautiful and smooth that animation is all the way from desktop down to mobile. Okay, now we just have this 1 column, and again, it all still works. So we can hit show less, it'll show 2 testimonials, and we can hit show more, and it will show all 5 testimonials from our first list there, of course. And you can customize that. I mean, suppose you want to make it so that the first list on our small breakpoint has more testimonials or shows 3 testimonials out of 5 or something along those lines. You are welcome to do that. Okay, and now with that out of the way, we are officially done with our testimonial section and can now move on to our footer section. All right, now we can work on our footer, which should be quite simple. So let's move over to our footer component. And here we actually only have 1 class. We're going to go up to our div here, and we're simply going to put max-small and put padding bottom of 16. Okay, so that's going to give us down here 64 pixels at the bottom of this container. Okay, so with that out of the way, we are officially done with our footer. Very short section, and we now can move on to our modal. All right, so the last thing that we have to do for our small breakpoint is our sign up modal. And after that, we can get to actually deploying our landing page to the website, or to the internet, I should say, and we will be good to go for this tutorial. So let's jump down into our sign up modal. And let's start adding our max-small classes. Okay, so first and foremost, we're going to go down to our section here, and we're going to say max-small. We're going to set our width to 96. Yeah, 96. And I probably should actually go up here and open this thing up here. Okay, so here you can see it's very cramped, but I'll show you guys what we're actually going to be doing here in a second. So width of 96 for the pop-up modal itself. Okay, then we're going to also set this down to max-small, and we're going to do grid calls 1. Okay, and so now you can see they're stacked. Now that's one way to do it. That might make it a little bit tricky, but if you guys wanted to try and figure out how to set that up, that would be definitely a good challenge, particularly for those of you who are a little bit beginner or a little bit newer to responsive design. But let's go down to our first div, and like I said, to keep it focused here, we're actually just going to go here, and actually we're not going to change this here. So max-small, we're going to set a gap Y of 16. Okay, and that's simply the space between these elements here. Okay, so 64 pixels between this row, the next row, and the next row. Okay. And what we're actually going to do is for this first div here, okay, we're going to go here and set it to max-small, and we're going to use hidden. Okay. So now essentially what we're doing is we're hiding that left column on our small screen sizes. Okay. So you can see we can make it down to 640, but at that point it gets a little bit crammed. And instead of trying to work around that and align it vertically, that is an option. But I think that to keep it very focused and easy for viewers to see what's going on, especially for those viewers that have screens that are shorter. Also, we want to make sure that our modal is contained on their screen. So adding just one column, or I should say removing the first column, makes it much more focused, much more small, and definitely will fit on anyone's screen. Okay, so very nice look. And you can see the animation still applies. Even though we only have one column here, still looks just fine. Okay, and with that out of the way, I think that is the only class we have to add. Actually, there's one more class here. So let's scroll down. It's going to be for our button. Okay, so that makes sense. Go down to the button here. Where's that? Our button. And we're going to be setting the margin bottom. And I realize that this, I think, will be in reference to, let's see. So we're going to do max small. I thought this was in reference to this. Actually, yeah, I think it is. So if we do margin bottom -3, yep. So this is actually in reference, this margin bottom is in reference to the distance between this checkbox and this text and the button below it. Okay, so you can see it went from, I think, margin bottom of 4 down to margin bottom of 3. So just bringing that text and checkbox a little bit closer to that button element. Okay, and so now we have finished our mobile menu, or our modal, I should say, and our mobile menu looks just fine. You can see it scales nicely down to the small breakpoint. We don't actually have to add anything. Looks very nice. We can close that. And so with that, we are officially done with our responsive design. We can actually just take a moment to bask in its greatness. You can see our header and our hero scaling very, very nicely. Again, down to our logo section, also scaling nicely down to our mobile screen sizes. Same is true for our feature section, going from our horizontal layout to a vertical layout. Let's move down to our frequently asked questions section. Again, looks very nice, going from center aligned to left aligned. Animation still looking just fine. Go down to our testimonials. Again, looks lovely. Getting rid of those two last lists, making sure it's very focused and clean. Again, the animations still work just fine. And our footer, okay? And of course, what we just looked at, which is our mobile menu, as well as our pop-up modal. So overall, looks great. And now we can move on to deploying our website to the internet with a platform called Netlify. So I'll see you guys over there. All right, so now in this last section of the video, we are going to actually deploy our landing page to the internet with a platform called Netlify, which should be very simple. So the way that we're going to do that is, first and foremost, I want you guys to navigate to netlify.com. And once you get here, hit get started or sign up and make sure you make an account. Okay, so it's not that hard. I'm sure you guys have signed up for many accounts in the past. Just give your email password, verify your email if needed. And then once you actually sign up for Netlify, you can pause the video now and do that. If you do have a Netlify account, once you have your Netlify account, let's just go directly into Netlify, and this will be the dashboard here. So the UI changes every now and again, so it can be, maybe it might take you a second to find it, but essentially you want to go to the sites tab here, okay? And who knows, that might say websites, it might say pages, whatever sites. Either way, find it. It should be in this sidebar menu, or who knows, it might be in a top bar menu. But here you can see all of the sites that you have deployed previously. And at the bottom here, you can see it says, want to deploy a new site without connecting to Git. Drag and drop your site output folder here. Okay. So now what do we have to create? Well, we have to create an output folder. So what actually is an output folder? I'm going to show you. So first and foremost, go back to your project here. Go back to your landing page, and let's hit Control-C in the terminal. That's going to shut down the landing page and stop running it at localhost 5173 for me. And then from there, let's actually look at our package.json file. So in here, you're going to see a command that says build, right? Vite build. Under the hood, it's Vite build. But we can run the npm command, this npm script, like this. npm run build. Okay, whoops, that's typed it wrong. Whoops, let's do that again. So npm run build. And when we hit execute here, it's going to build our project for production. So essentially what's happening here is It's going to go into source, and it's also going to get our public folder, but we do not actually have a public folder, and it's going to build everything. So it's going to build it, it's going to compile it, transpile it, all these different things that it does, essentially making the code smaller, more compact, getting rid of all the white space. You can see here it actually hashes our images, and it gives it these names here. And then you can go to your index.js. You can see all of the React code translated into JS. And it's translated in a way that it works with modern browsers and older browsers. So, you know, it goes through this entire process where it essentially compiles everything. You can see it gets rid of all of the white space. The same thing with the CSS here. You can see Tailwind, all the Tailwind classes that we need, all the variables and declarations. And once we have this output folder, we now can drag this folder to Netlify directly. Okay, so it's the distribution folder right here. And again, you can see our index.html, very simple. So let's actually just grab this distribution folder here, right here, and we're going to drag it down into this field that says want to deploy a new site, drag and drop, and we're going to drop it there. And I actually just realized you can't actually drag it directly from your project. You need to go and hit Reveal in File Explorer. So here we are in the File Explorer, and I'm going to drag it off screen just so we can see our Netlify here. And so once you actually open up the distribution folder here in your File Explorer, you can drag it from there. So now I'm dragging in that same exact folder, okay, just that distribution folder, drop it here. You're going to see it's uploading, and then watch this. Just like that, we have now deployed our landing page to the internet. So now we can hit Open Production Deploy, just like this. And there it is. You can see that it is a .netlify.app, but you can go in here. You can customize it as you want. You can set up all sorts of cool things in Netlify, including editing the name of the site. So if you want to change the name, you can do that. If you want to give it a custom URL, you can also set up that and you know, rig it up if you want to go to GoDaddy or whatever platform to get a domain that's customized and isn't a .netlify.app, but is instead a .com website or something along those lines. Say you want to put this as a project on your resume or your portfolio. Of course, you're probably going to want a name that is a little bit more professional, perhaps. You can do any of those things. But you can see just like that, our page is live, and we can actually open this up full screen and check it out. I'm going to zoom in just a bit here. I have a very wide monitor here, so zoom in. We can go back into DevTools and make sure it is in fact working as we expect. Look at that. Responsive design is working. Looks beautiful throughout. All of our animations are working just fine. And there it is. This is a great thing that you could put on your portfolio. Like I said, you could use it for client work, whatever you guys want. Again, like I said, the design and the code base is completely free today. And just like that, you have added something to your resume or to your portfolio that is nice, clean, animated, and uses some cool technologies as well. So with that out of the way, we have successfully deployed our landing page to the internet. All right, before I sign off today, I want to congratulate everyone who has successfully made it to this point in the video and have successfully completed today's landing page. Every single time I make these videos, I think like there must be no one who is here. Like I must actually be talking to myself. So if you have made it to this clip, please put it in the comment section because I genuinely think I might be the only one who ever makes it this far. Besides that, I hope that you guys were able to develop your React, Tailwind CSS, and Figma Motion skills throughout this tutorial and now feel empowered to go out there and create landing pages of your own. And as always, if you guys enjoyed today's video, remember to leave a like, subscribe, and stay tuned for future videos.